Jiangshan University, opening ceremony. The playground was teeming with people, and Luo Chuan stood in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, his demeanor somewhat languid. He was strikingly handsome, possessing a clean and refined charm that could easily grace any boy band. Alas, in this world, beauty was the most futile attribute. This was a matriarchal society where women outnumbered men significantly, leading to a severe demographic imbalance. In general, women pursued their careers and supported their families, enjoying elevated status, while men were relegated to domestic responsibilities, nurturing children, and maintaining a humble existence. That a select few exceptional men might have the privilege of numerous consorts. Yet the majority of inept men were reduced to mere vessels for procreation, often discarded to others. Once they were deemed uninteresting or after their partners became pregnant. Luo Chuan was a transmigrator, having been reborn into the body of an infant in this world for 18 years. After the demise of his parents, he adhered to the family agreement and became the son-in-law of the prestigious Xiao family in Jiangshan, betrothed to the illustrious Miss Xiao, Lingyue. For a decade, he had lived in the Xiao household like a ghost. Due to the societal norms and his deliberate concealment of his abilities, everyone regarded him as a worthless individual, possessing nothing of value aside from his looks, a mere parasite clinging to the Xiao family through their engagement. That moment, on the podium, a radiant woman was concluding her speech. She was Xiao Lingyue, the undisputed belle of Jiangshan University, representing the freshmen and poised to become the future president of the student council. With a distinguished lineage, stunning beauty, and exceptional talent, she was akin to a phoenix in the heavens, while Luo Chuan remained as mere dust upon the earth. My speech has come to an end. Thank you, everyone. Xiao Lingyue's voice was cool and distant as she offered a slight bow. The applause erupted like thunder. Yet, she did not step down. Her icy gaze pierced through the sea of faces, locking onto Luo Chuan in the corner. The surrounding commotion seemed to freeze, as everyone followed her gaze to the extraordinarily handsome young man. Luo Chuan, she uttered, her red lips parting slightly, her voice resonating through the microphone across the entire playground. Come up here. Luo Chuan frowned slightly, but, amidst the myriad of complex gazes, ascended the podium. He was curious to see what game this woman was playing. Standing before Xiao Lingyue, the familiar, cool scent of her perfume wafted towards him, a fragrance that had enveloped him a week prior during a night of wild abandon. On that night, the usually aloof Xiao Lingyue had entered his room for the first time, commanding him like a queen, leading to an entire night of intimate encounters. However, by the following day, she had reverted to her icy demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. What did she intend to do now? A cold smile crept across Luo Chuan's mind. Xiao Lingyue reached into her designer Hermes bag and produced a neatly folded piece of paper, inscribed with two bold characters. Divorce letter. Luo Chuan, we are not from the same world. Her voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. You are cowardly and incompetent, possessing nothing aside from this face. Utterly unworthy of me. Xiao Lingyue, today, in front of all the faculty and students, I officially declare. She raised the so-called divorce letter. I, Xiao Lingyue, am terminating our engagement. From this moment on, our betrothal is nullified. You have been cast aside. Boom. The playground erupted in chaos. Divorced. In front of thousands during the opening ceremony, publicly denounced by the illustrious Xiao Lingyue. This was a brutal trampling of a man's dignity, ground beneath her heel repeatedly. Countless gazes converged upon Luo Chuan, some filled with disdain, others with mockery, some with schadenfreude, and a few with sympathy. I told you, how could this waste be worthy of our eulogia? Like a toad yearning for a swan, now unceremoniously kicked aside, serves him right. What a spectacle! To witness such explosive drama on the first day of school. Xiao Lingyue's entourage erupted in raucous laughter, their jeers piercing through the air like needles. Luo Chuan had become the greatest laughingstock of the school. He clenched his fists tightly, his lips pressed together. A decade of living under someone else's roof, enduring humiliation, had culminated in this ultimate disgrace. Well, very well. Xiao Lingyue, you have truly gone too far. Just as the flames of anger were about to consume his reason, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice thundered in his mind. Ding! Life-altering event detected. Emotional value has surged to the threshold. Conditions for system activation met. Goddess portrait system officially activated. Binding host. Binding successful. Beginner's gift package being distributed. A series of voices jolted Luo Chuan from his thoughts. A system? After 18 years of transmigration, my golden finger has finally arrived? He lifted his gaze to the haughty figure of Xiao Lingyue, who awaited his collapse with anticipation. Everyone assumed he would break down, weep, and beg for mercy. Yet Luo Chuan did not. He gradually relaxed his clenched fists, the rage that had twisted his features slowly subsiding. In its place emerged a chilling and enigmatic smile that no one could decipher. Divorce me? Luo Chuan's voice was soft yet possessed an inexplicable resonance. He stared at Xiao Lingyue, enunciating each word with clarity. Have you misunderstood something? I never wished to marry you. It is you who has been cast aside by me. His words rendered the cacophony of laughter on the playground abruptly silent. Everyone was taken aback, including the lofty Xiao Lingyue. For the first time, astonishment flickered across her icy visage. This waste. What did he just say? He cast her aside? How dare he? Before Xiao Lingyue could process this, Luo Chuan had already turned away, striding down the podium amidst the stunned silence, not once looking back. He ignored the bewildered, questioning gazes, making his exit from the ceremony. Behind him, the murmurs began to swell, growing more fervent as the crowd processed the events. Yet, none of this concerned Luo Chuan now. He sought a secluded place to delve into his newfound system. Navigating through the playground and around the academic buildings, Luo Chuan arrived at a tranquil grove on the school's rear mountain. System, open the interface, he silently commanded that in the next moment, a blue virtual screen, brimming with a sense of technology, materialized before him, visible only to him. The interface was simple. At its center was a massive icon labeled Beginner's Gift Package, shimmering brightly. Without hesitation, he concentrated his thoughts. Open, ding, Beginner's Gift Package has been activated. Congratulations, host has received 1 billion Dragon Kingdom coins, automatically transferred to your bank account, source. Guaranteed secure. Congratulations, host has received Physical Enhancement Liquid, beginner level. Asterisk asterisk congratulations to the host for acquiring Mastery of National Studies, asterisk asterisk. A gentle vibration emanated from Luo Chuan's phone, nestled in his pocket. When he retrieved it, a text notification from the bank was prominently displayed on the screen. Dear Mr. Luo Chuan, your savings account ending in 8888 received a transfer of 1 billion yuan on September 1st at 10:25 a.m. Your current account balance is 1,135.50 yuan. Asterisk asterisk. A staggering sum, 10 billion. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Luo Chuan felt his heart leap in astonishment. In his previous life, he had never encountered such wealth. Now, it lay quietly within his bank account. This the power of the system. His perspective had instantaneously expanded. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he directed his gaze back to the system panel. Physique Enhancement Liquid. Beginner, this will comprehensively elevate the host's physical attributes, eliminate impurities from within, and optimize appearance. Would you like to use it immediately? Asterisk asterisk. Use it. Without hesitation, Luo Chuan made his choice. Soon as the words left his lips, an indescribable warmth surged from his heart, enveloping his entire being. It felt delightful, akin to soaking in a hot spring. He could distinctly sense every cell in his body rejoicing and exulting that a viscous, foul-smelling black impurity began to seep from his skin's surface. The entire process lasted around 5 minutes. When the warmth receded, Luo Chuan felt an unprecedented lightness and vitality. His body brimmed with explosive strength, and his senses sharpened remarkably. He could even hear the rustling of insects on leaves from several meters away. Approaching a nearby puddle, he peered into its reflective surface. The visage staring back was both familiar and foreign. It was the same face, yet entirely transformed. What once appeared as delicate features now possessed defined contours, exuding an unblemished handsomeness. His height seemed to have increased by several centimeters, and his physique had become tall and slender, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, epitomizing the perfect inverted triangle shape. Most striking were his eyes, which no longer conveyed laziness but instead held a profound depth akin to the starry sky, imbued with an inexplicable allure that seemed capable of ensnaring souls. If Luo Chuan had been a 7 out of 10 in looks before, he was now a flawless 10. His aura had undergone a dramatic metamorphosis. Gazing at his reflection in the water, Luo Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Wealth acquired, allure perfected. Next, it was time to master the mastery of national studies. Mastery of national studies. The host will grasp all knowledge related to the ancient culture of the Dragon Kingdom, attaining a pinnacle level recognized globally, with unparalleled expertise across eras. This skill, while seemingly less overtly powerful than the previous two, was not lost on Luo Chuan. Knowledge can often serve as a mightier weapon than wealth and appearance. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! The beginner's rewards have been dispensed, and the main quest has officially been issued. Here it comes. Luo Chuan's spirits soared. Before him, the system interface unveiled an ancient tome. The first page turned. A semi-transparent image of a woman materialized, accompanied by pertinent task details. Quest objective: Su Wanqing. Identity: distinguished professor at Jiangxing University, expert in classical literature. Age: 26. Beauty rating: 99. Physique rating: 98 Current favorability: 0. Stranger. Quest description: she is the snow lotus on the icy peak, an unattainable dream for countless men. Please, within 1 month, successfully win over the aloof and ascetic Professor Su Wanqing, elevating her favorability to above 90, thereby illuminating her in the first page of the tome. Quest rewards: supreme driving skills, supreme combat techniques, 1,000 system points. Su Wanqing. Luo Chuan recognized the name. She was the youngest and most beautiful professor at Jiangxing University. Rumored to hail from a scholarly family, she was a Harvard PhD and a towering figure in the realm of classical literature. Her ethereal demeanor and otherworldly presence earned her the nickname Ice Goddess among students, who admired her from afar. Countless suitors, from students to affluent individuals, pursued her, yet none succeeded. Had the system set such a formidable challenge as its first task? Luo Chuan lifted his gaze, peering through the trees towards the podium. The opening ceremony had concluded, and the crowd was dispersing. A woman in a white dress, exuding an icy elegance, was surrounded by several university officials as she descended from the podium. Her stature was tall, her aura ethereal, as if she belonged to another realm. Even from a distance, Luo Chuan could sense her chilling presence that repelled the unworthy. She was Su Wanqing. Win her over. Just 10 minutes ago, Luo Chuan would not have dared to entertain such thoughts, but now. A playful smirk graced Luo Chuan's lips. Chapter 3. A Remarkable Revelation. Professor Su invited me to her office. During the first class of the afternoon, I found myself in the presence of Su Wanqing's appreciation of classical literature. The lecture hall, designed to accommodate 300 students, was filled to capacity, with even the aisles teeming with eager attendees. A staggering 90% of them had come captivated by Su Wanqing's striking beauty. As Luo Chuan entered the classroom, nearly every gaze turned toward him in an instant. Who is this incredibly handsome young man? Is he a new transfer student? His looks are simply extraordinary. Oh my, I think I'm in love. The girls whispered excitedly, their eyes sparkling, while the boys wore expressions of envy and resentment. Disregarding the attention, Luo Chuan made his way to an empty seat at the front, strategically positioned for an unobstructed view of the podium. Hardly had he settled in when Xiao Lungyue strode in, accompanied by her entourage, akin to a queen surrounded by her courtiers. She too had enrolled in this class. Upon noticing Luo Chuan seated at the front, her frosty demeanor intensified, recalling the humiliation she had faced earlier that day. How dare a man she deemed worthless publicly declare that he had kicked her? It was nothing short of absurd. She had anticipated that Luo Chuan would shy away. Yet here he was, audaciously attending class. Humph, a mere clown seeking attention. A short-haired girl beside Xiao Lingyue scoffed, suggesting that mere harsh words would not alter the truth of his mediocrity. Yu Jie, ignore him. He brings nothing but bad luck, she remarked. Xiao Lingyue, her expression icy, remained silent as she took a seat in the back, though her gaze occasionally flickered toward Luo Chuan, revealing a tumult of emotions. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the commencement of class. Su Wanqing entered punctually, clutching her lesson plan, her high heels clicking against the floor. Adorned in an elegant qipao, she accentuated her exquisite figure, complemented by her breathtakingly beautiful visage, exuding an air of classical charm. An immediate hush fell over the classroom, broken only by the sound of students swallowing in anticipation. Good afternoon, everyone. Today we shall continue our discussion on Song Ci. Su Wanqing's voice flowed like a clear mountain spring, melodious and refreshing. Although the subject matter was somewhat dry, not a single student was distracted. They were all enraptured, immersed in her words. Of course, the intoxication of the moment was not merely about the lecture itself. Luo Chuan stood out as the sole individual genuinely engrossed in the lesson. With his profound mastery of classical literature, the concepts Su Wanqing presented were as simple to him as the equation of 1 plus 1. He even discerned several points within her discourse that warranted further discussion and elaboration. Midway through the lecture, Su Wanqing paused, her piercing gaze sweeping across the room before she spoke slowly. Regarding the poetry of Li Yu, the last ruler of the Southern Tang dynasty, there has long been a debate in the academic community. There exists a rare manuscript entitled Collection of Hanlin Scholars, which is said to encompass several late poetic works by Li Yu that have never been published. Unfortunately, this tome has long since been lost to time. Can anyone deduce from the existing literature the most probable paths of its dispersal, as well as the possible stylistic nuances of the poems contained within? Upon the utterance of this inquiry, an oppressive silence engulfed the classroom. What on earth? Collection of Hanlin Scholars? Such a title was unfamiliar to all. This question was exceedingly obscure and specialized. Even the front-row scholars, adorned with thick spectacles, displayed expressions of bewilderment, bowing their heads in silence. A flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed Su Wanqing's eyes. She had posed this question in hopes of uncovering a true gem among the current students. Alas, it seemed none existed. Just as she prepared to reveal the answer and continue her lecture, a resonant voice emanated from the front row of the classroom. I shall respond. In an instant, hundreds of gazes converged upon the figure that had risen. It was Luo Chuan. Everyone was taken aback. Xiao Lingyue furrowed her brows tightly. Her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Had he lost his mind? How could a student who had entered through connections dare to address such a celestial question? Did he even understand what literary research entailed? What was he attempting to achieve? Was he seeking to show off before Professor Su? He ought to reconsider his own capabilities. It was all over. He was destined to embarrass himself profoundly. I was still too young. I had thought that his earlier display of audacity was the limit. Yet here he was, even bolder. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd and Xiao Lingyue's disdainful gaze, Luo Chuan maintained his composure and spoke unhurriedly. Professor Su, regarding the collection of Hanlin Scholars, I believe there are 3 plausible paths of its dispersal. First, according to the records in the reading notes of the county study, this book last appeared in the imperial archives during the late Northern Song dynasty. During the Jingkong incident, the archives were set ablaze, and it is highly probable that the manuscript perished in the flames. This is the prevailing scholarly opinion. Second, as recorded in the unofficial history record of stolen resentments, after the Jurchens breached the city, they plundered numerous texts. Thus, this book may have been taken northward, ultimately becoming lost among the populace or even overseas. Personally, I am inclined towards the third possibility. Luo Chuan paused momentarily. It may have been secretly taken out of Bianjing by a certain royal relative or minister of the court, eventually finding its way to the Southern Song dynasty. Hidden within a private library. Most likely, it was concealed in the Gue Lai Tang of the couple Zhao Mingqing and Li Qingzhao, for Li Qingzhao's poetic style, after her migration south, was evidently influenced by the sorrow for her homeland characteristic of Li Yu's later works. This may serve as circumstantial evidence that she had indeed encountered those unpublished poems. As for the potential stylistic elements within the composition, it inevitably continues the somber and melancholic tones found in the Yu Meiren. When will the spring flowers and autumn moon end? However, the scope is much broader, transcending personal grievances of lost nations to encompass a profound empathy for the citizens of a fallen homeland, as well as philosophical reflections on the rise and fall of history. Luo Chuan spoke eloquently, referencing classical literature and drawing from a wealth of sources, from textual criticism to thematic exploration, from documentary evidence to logical deductions, presenting a response that was not only logically sound but also refreshingly innovative. surpassing even the standard answers. The classroom fell into an uncanny silence, with all eyes fixed on Luo Chuan as if he were a marvel. Was this truly the legendary wastrel, the soft-hearted man? His knowledge, insights, and demeanor eclipsed even the professors on stage. Xiao Lengyue was utterly stunned, her lips parted in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide open, her mind a blank. Was the man who spoke with such brilliance truly the Luo Chuan who had spent a decade in the Xiao family, meek and unworthy of her notice? She felt her worldview being violently shattered. At the podium, Su Wanqing's icy visage revealed an unprecedented mixture of shock and admiration. The ringing of the class bell pierced the extreme silence, jarring in its abruptness. Regaining her composure, Su Wanqing cleared her throat, her cool voice once again addressing Luo Chuan. This student, your insights are remarkably unique and have profoundly inspired me. Please visit my office after class. In the 4th chapter, Solitary in the Office. The fragrance she exuded was intoxicating. Upon hearing her words, hundreds of pairs of eyes converged upon Luo Chuan, a tapestry of shock, disbelief, confusion, and jealousy woven in the air. Especially Xiao Lengyue, whose typically frosty features were now etched with incredulity. Su Wanqing was none other than the unattainable ice goddess of Jiangxing University, a prodigy in the academic realm. Not only students, but even male leaders and professors at the university treated her with utmost respect, fearing to overstep any bounds. Now, for Su Wanqing to extend an invitation to Luo Chuan to her office, the very man she had publicly dismissed, who had lived like a dog in the Xiao household for a decade. How could this be possible? Wang Lu, the short-haired girl beside Xiao Lengyue, was seething with indignation, muttering under her breath, "What a charade! It must be sheer luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, answering a question by chance." Once they are in the office, Professor Su will see through him immediately. Xiao Lengyue fixed her gaze on Luo Chuan's retreating figure, an unprecedented agitation brewing within her. To the world around him, Luo Chuan remained indifferent, calmly gathering his belongings under the scrutiny of countless eyes before stepping forward to follow Su Wanqing. Her office, perched on the top floor of the administrative building, was a private sanctuary. Throughout the journey, Su Wanqing walked ahead in silence. Her silhouette, enveloped in the elegant qipao, exuded a graceful allure with each step, radiating the unique charm of a mature woman. Luo Chuan followed closely behind, unhurried, his gaze tranquil. Soon, they entered the office. One after the other, with a resounding thud, the door closed, severing all prying eyes from the outside world. A delicate and fragrant aroma of orchids enveloped Luo Chuan, far more intense than what he had experienced in the classroom. It was evidently the natural scent of Su Wanqing, mingled with a certain high-end incense wafting through the office. The office, though modestly sized, was exquisitely arranged. Tall bookshelves lined the walls, filled to the brim with various weighty tomes. A beautifully antiqued redwood desk stood impeccably tidy. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a halo of purity upon Su Wanqing, enhancing her cool demeanor. "Please, have a seat." Su Wanqing gestured towards the chair opposite her desk, while she moved to the water cooler, personally pouring a glass of water for Luo Chuan. Were this act to be witnessed by the students outside, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. "Thank you, Professor Su." Luo Chuan naturally took his seat, accepting the glass. Su Wanqing settled into her own chair, her clear eyes gleaming with unmasked curiosity and inquiry as they fixed upon Luo Chuan. "Luo Chuan, is it?" she inquired, her voice still cool, yet softened with a hint of warmth compared to her classroom demeanor. "Your earlier response was quite impressive, particularly your bold and innovative theory regarding the circulation of the Hamlin Scholars Anthology during the Southern Song Dynasty and its collection by the couple Li Qingzhao and her husband. It was merely a casual interest. I happened upon some miscellaneous readings," Luo Chuan replied nonchalantly. However, this humility only deepened Su Wanqing's perception of his profound intellect. "I am currently writing a paper on the evolution of lyrical styles during the Song Dynasty," Su Wanqing continued, retrieving a printed manuscript from her desk and handing it to Luo Chuan. "This portion discusses Li Yu's influence on subsequent generations, and I am eager to hear your thoughts." Luo Chuan accepted the document, aware that the true test was at hand. This was not merely an academic discussion, it was Su Wanqing's second examination of him. He swiftly skimmed through the paper. Thanks to his formidable knowledge base acquired from his exceptional studies, he comprehended the nearly 10,000-word thesis in less than a minute. grasping its core arguments and logical structure with ease. It must be said, Su Wanqing's academic foundation was indeed solid. The entire paper boasted rigorous logic, comprehensive citations, and distinct viewpoints, representing a pinnacle of scholarly work. Unfortunately for her, she had encountered Luo Chuan. Well? Su Wanqing inquired, her eyes shimmering with a glimmer of anticipation. She longed for an equal exchange with someone who truly understood the subject, a sensation she had not experienced in quite some time. Luo Chuan set the paper down and met her gaze. "Professor, your paper is excellently written. However, there exists a minor flaw that I believe warrants attention." "Oh." Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue rather than irritation. "Please, go on." On the third page. In your endeavor to substantiate the assertion that Li Qingzhao's lyrical style was influenced by Li Yu, you cited the lines searching and seeking, cold and desolate, sorrowful and mournful, from the Shu Yuci, indicating that this repetitive technique reflects Li Yu's influence. Indeed, is there an issue with that? Su Wanqing inquired. The matter lies in the fact that, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, Luo Chuan revealed that the version of the Shu Yuci you referenced was a Ming Dynasty edition from the Wanli period. In contrast, according to an earlier version recorded in the Southern Song Dynasty's Chao Tang Shiyu, Li Qingzhao's original words were, in fact, searching and seeking, cold and desolate, sorrowful and mournful. The repetition of sorrowful and mournful carries a more direct and overt expression of grief, lacking the nuanced, cyclical resonance found in sorrowful and mournful. This slight variational detail aptly reflects the evolution of lyrical style throughout its transmission. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing was rendered speechless. The version from Chao Tang Shiyu. Such an obscure divergence, scarcely acknowledged in academic circles. Despite her exhaustive research for this paper, she had not anticipated that a mere freshman would so effortlessly unveil a critical flaw in her core argument. Su Wanqing's gaze towards Luo Chuan transformed entirely. "You are correct." Her breath quickened, a flush of excitement coloring her pale cheeks. "It was my oversight. I shall promptly seek a facsimile of Chao Tang Shiyu to verify." She abruptly rose from her chair, turning towards the bookshelf behind her. The aisles between the office shelves were narrow, accommodating only one person at a time. Out of politeness, Luo Chuan also stood as she did. However, an unforeseen incident occurred in that very moment. In her haste, Su Wanqing stumbled over an unseen obstacle, her high-heeled shoes betraying her, and she lost her balance, letting out a startled cry as she fell backwards. In the blink of an eye, Luo Chuan, without a moment's hesitation, stepped forward with agility, extending his strong arms to firmly catch her delicate form in his embrace. The warmth and softness enveloped him with a fragrant allure. Su Wanqing collided into Luo Chuan's sturdy chest. Chapter 5. Professor Su is actually a petite woman. Su Wanqing's cheek was pressed against Luo Chuan's solid pectoral muscles, and she could distinctly feel the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. She was utterly bewildered. In her 26 years, she had never experienced such intimate contact with any man. The sensation of his body, the heat emanating from him, and the potent masculine aura rendered her mind blank, stripping her of the capacity for thought. Her body froze, and her heartbeat raced, almost threatening to leap from her throat in that moment. "Professor Su, are you all right?" Luo Chuan's deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear. It was only then that Su Wanqing awakened from her daze, abruptly lifting her head. Their eyes met, mere inches apart. Luo Chuan could even discern the slight tremor of her long lashes, quivering with tension on her flawless face. Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, spreading from her face to her snowy neck and the nape of her ears. She hastily freed herself from Luo Chuan's embrace, resembling a startled fawn, retreating 2 steps while lowering her head, her hands nervously clutching at her clothing, unable to bear another glance at him. The icy demeanor of the goddess had vanished, leaving only the shyness and disarray of a petite woman. "I'm fine, thank you." Her voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Observing her flustered state, Luo Chuan could not help but chuckle inwardly. An iceberg? No mountain could withstand such a collision. He refrained from further teasing, maintaining a respectful distance. Smiling as he said, "Professor, it would be best to regain your composure first." Su Wanqing felt her cheeks burning, and she nodded absent-mindedly, her mind a whirlwind, entirely forgetting her intention to retrieve a book. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she forced calmness, then hastily retrieved a sticky note and a pen from her desk drawer, scrawling a series of numbers before handing it to Luo Chuan. This is my personal phone number, she murmured, still looking down, her voice wavering. If you have any academic inquiries in the future, feel free to contact me directly. Ding. Detected significant emotional fluctuations in target Su Wanqing. Affection level, 10. Current affection level, 10. Admiration. Luo Chuan accepted the note, still warm and fragrant. A subtle smile curving his lips. All right, Professor Su. He did not linger, turning to exit the office. Just as he opened the door, preparing to leave, a venomous gaze from not far outside fixated upon them. It was Wang Lu. She had been waiting in the corridor, eager to witness the spectacle of Luo Chuan being dismissed by Su Wanqing. However, what she saw was Luo Chuan emerging unscathed, while Su Wanqing inside the office had a flushed face, exuding an air of flustered charm. What on earth had transpired? Wang Lu's eyes filled with envy and malice. She immediately pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Hello, Sister Yu. That useless Luo Chuan. As Luo Chuan exited the administrative building, the lingering scent of orchids from Su Wanqing's office still danced in his mind. It was a unique fragrance, elegant with a hint of sweetness, penetrating his senses as if it had burrowed directly into his heart, leaving a delightful itch. He could vividly recall the sensation of her in his arms moments prior. Su Wanqing's physique was remarkably supple. Even through the delicate fabric of her qipao, one could sense an astonishing elasticity. Particularly striking was the moment of panic that enveloped her as she collided into his embrace, the flush that graced her icy visage, and the brief flicker of helplessness in her crystalline eyes. Such a contrast was an irresistible allure for any man. Luo Chuan's lips involuntarily curved into a subtle smile. This task appeared to be far more intriguing than he had initially anticipated. However, his good spirits were short-lived. As he descended to the small plaza below, a shrill and jarring voice shattered the tranquility. Luo Chuan, stop right there. Luo Chuan furrowed his brows, halting his steps and turning around. There stood Wang Lu, the short-haired girl who had followed Xiao Linyue earlier that morning, arms crossed, her expression one of disdain as she obstructed his path. Behind her loomed 3 tall, imposing boys, unmistakably troublemakers. Clad in basketball jerseys that showcased their muscular physiques, they scrutinized Luo Chuan with predatory gazes. Is there something you need? Luo Chuan replied with a tone as flat as his disinterest, scarcely bothering to meet their eyes. This indifference ignited Wang Lu's fury. She found Luo Chuan's pretentious demeanor utterly intolerable. What right did a man, who had only managed to enter Jiangxing University by virtue of the Xiao family, have to act so high and mighty before her? Is there something you need? Certainly. Wang Lu's voice rose, laced with sarcasm. Luo Chuan, you really are something. Just this morning, you were publicly dismissed by our Yujia, and by afternoon, you couldn't wait to bother Professor Su? What? Are you so desperate that you'll settle for anything? Her voice rang out loudly, instantly capturing the attention of numerous students passing by. Many recognized Luo Chuan as the infamous figure from the morning's opening ceremony, the one who had been publicly cast aside. Whispers and murmurs erupted all around. Isn't that Luo Chuan? Has he gotten himself into trouble again? The boys accompanying Wang Lu seemed to be members of the school's basketball team, with the leader, Zhang Wei, being Lin Xiao's right-hand man. Lin Xiao? Which Lin Xiao? Who else? The one who has pursued Yu Jie for 3 years, Lin Haoran, the young master. Wang Lu reveled in the attention, her expression growing more triumphant, her chin lifted higher. I warn you, Luo Chuan. What status does Professor Su hold? Is she someone of your ilk who can be trifled with? You should take a moment to reflect on your own worth. You lingered in Professor Su's office for so long today. What sordid deeds did you engage in? Zhang Wei stepped forward, cracking his knuckles ominously. With a sneer, he said, Kid, don't think that your pretty boy looks grant you free rein to do as you please. Lin Xiao has already instructed us to keep a close eye on you. If you know what is good for you, kneel down and apologize to Lu Jie right now, and promise to steer clear of both Yu Jie and Professor Su in the future. Perhaps we might let you off the hook. The laughter around grew louder, as everyone eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Luo Chuan's humiliation. They all presumed that, confronted with such a scenario, this legendary soft rice man would undoubtedly cower in fear, begging for mercy. However, there was not a hint of panic on Luo Chuan's face. He didn't even twitch an eyebrow. His gaze traversed past Wang Lu and Zhang Wei, settling on the group of students behind them who seemed to relish the unfolding drama, his eyes emanating a chilling coldness devoid of warmth. Have you finished? Luo Chuan spoke with a measured calmness. Wang Lu, taken aback by his serene demeanor, felt her anger intensify. What do you mean? Stop pretending. Let me tell you. Today, her words were abruptly cut off. A resounding slap echoed through the small square, startling in its suddenness. The sound was so piercing that it drowned out all surrounding noise. The world seemed to freeze momentarily. Chapter 6. The Provocation of a Lackey. A single slap to silence you. Luo Chuan, who had just been standing still, was suddenly before Wang Lu. The force of the slap spun her around, and she stumbled helplessly to the ground. A vivid crimson handprint rapidly emerged on her pale left cheek, swelling visibly. Wang Lu was utterly stunned. Clutching her stinging face, her ears ringing, she gazed at Luo Chuan in disbelief, her mind a blank. How dare he strike her? How could he? The three boys from the basketball team were equally paralyzed, unable to comprehend how Luo Chuan had moved so swiftly. One moment, they were watching, and the next, Wang Lu had been sent flying. What terrifying speed and strength! Luo Chuan slowly retracted his hand, shaking it as if ridding himself of some filth. He looked down from his imposing height at Wang Lu, who sat crumpled on the ground, his voice frigid and piercing. Firstly, who I associate with is none of your business, you sycophant. Secondly, I struck you because your mouth was too foul and required cleansing. Having spoken, Luo Chuan's gaze shifted to the still stunned Zhang Wei. When Zhang Wei met Luo Chuan's eyes, an icy dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head, causing him to involuntarily shudder and take a step back. Terrifying. The man's gaze was not that of a mere student, but rather that of a predatory beast ready to pounce. "Do not come any closer," Zhang Wei exclaimed, his voice trembling, while the other two boys turned pale, too frightened to approach. Luo Chuan scoffed, lacking even the interest to glance at them again. They were merely a pack of bullies. Worthless and pitiful. At that moment, Wang Lu finally regained her senses. An overwhelming sense of humiliation and resentment twisted her once pretty face into a grotesque mask. "Ah, Luo Chuan, you worthless scoundrel. How dare you strike me?" Wang Lu screamed hysterically, pointing accusingly at Luo Chuan, her voice dripping with malice. "You wait. I will inform Sister Yu right away. I will also tell young Master Lin. You are doomed. Absolutely doomed." In response to her threats, Luo Chuan merely shot her a condescending glance. Without a backward glance, he turned on his heel and departed the square amidst the awe, shock, and complex expressions of the onlookers. The crowd instinctively parted to create a path for him. Only when Luo Chuan's silhouette vanished around the corner did the once silent square erupt into a cacophony of discussions akin to a tidal wave. My heavens! What did I just witness? Luo Chuan actually sent Wang Lu flying with a single slap? How impressive! That slap was like the epitome of my dreams. Wang Lu, that insufferable wretch, deserved to be taught a lesson long ago. Is this truly the so-called good-for-nothing? His aura, his skills, extraordinarily powerful. Did you hear? Wang Lu mentioned young Master Lin. This is escalating. Lin Haoran will certainly not let Luo Chuan off the hook. Amidst the tumultuous chatter, Wang Lu struggled to rise from the ground, clutching her swollen face, her eyes brimming with unmasked resentment. The following day, in the library of Jiangxing University, renowned for housing the richest collection of books in the entire Jiangnan region, including numerous precious ancient texts, Luo Chuan's thirst for knowledge, fueled by his newfound mastery of classical studies, reached unprecedented heights. He longed to touch the pages steeped in millennia of history, to feel the immense power encapsulated within those characters. The library was enveloped in silence, broken only by the occasional rustle of pages and the soft sound of footsteps. The rich aroma of books wafted through the air, instilling a sense of tranquility. Luo Chuan approached the ancient texts section and casually pulled a yellowed, thread-bound book from the shelf, titled Commentaries on the Tao Te Ching. He flipped open a page. The traditional vertical script and annotations might have seemed like a foreign language to the average student, yet to Luo Chuan, they were as clear as a primary school textbook. As he immersed himself in this ocean of knowledge, a chilling voice, laden with suppressed fury, pierced the air behind him. Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan couldn't be bothered to turn around. He knew who it was. No one other than Xiaolin Yue would address him in such a self-important tone. The sound of hurried high heels approached, accompanied by a cool, fragrant scent, and halted just behind him. Why did you hit Wang Lu? Xiaolin Yue's voice was filled with inquiry, tinged with a hint of confusion that she was unaware of. The events of the previous day had surpassed her comprehension. The man she had humiliated on stage that morning had, by afternoon, transformed into a figure of brilliance in Su Wanqing's class, and now he was mercilessly confronting her subordinate. This Luo Chuan had become too unfamiliar, so unfamiliar that it stirred a sense of unease within her. Luo Chuan gently closed the ancient tome in his hands and returned it to the shelf before leisurely turning around. He beheld Xiao Lingyue, who today donned an exquisite white designer dress, her makeup flawlessly applied, and her long hair cascading over her shoulders, embodying the visage of a goddess. Yet, her typically frosty countenance was now marred by an expression of fury, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. "Why did I strike her? You ought to inquire of her directly." Luo Chuan replied with a tone as calm as if discussing the day's weather. "She said it. She claimed you were harassing Professor Su. After she merely reprimanded you, you resorted to violence." Xiao Lingyue's voice involuntarily rose, drawing the attention of several nearby students. "Harassment?" Upon hearing that word, Luo Chuan suddenly chuckled. He stepped forward, causing Xiao Lingyue to instinctively retreat, her back pressed against the cold bookshelf. Standing significantly taller than her, enhanced by physical training, he loomed over her, an invisible pressure enveloping Xiao Lingyue. "Xiao Lingyue," Luo Chuan's voice, though low, carried an undeniable weight. "Have you misunderstood something? We are no longer connected. You are not my fiancé, and I am not the mere son-in-law you can command at will. My affairs are beyond your jurisdiction. Furthermore, refrain from uttering foolish remarks about me bringing shame upon you. Soon enough, you shall realize that your decision to voluntarily dissolve our engagement at the opening ceremony was the most foolish choice of your life." Chapter 7. A breakthrough in pursuing Professor Su. Luo Chuan's gaze was icy and profound, devoid of anger or resentment, filled instead with an indifference that sent a wave of unease through Xiao Lingyue. It was as if she had become an inconsequential passerby in his eyes. This sensation caused an inexplicable pain in her heart, and an unprecedented irritation surged within her. She opened her mouth to retort, but found herself utterly speechless. Under Luo Chuan's formidable presence, all her prepared accusations were lodged in her throat. Observing the mix of anger, grievance, and helplessness on Xiao Lingyue's face, Luo Chuan suddenly felt a twinge of boredom. Engaging with a woman so self-assured was merely a waste of time. He averted his gaze, no longer looking at her, and turned to walk deeper into the library. Xiao Lingyue stood frozen, watching Luo Chuan's resolute figure retreat, her fists clenched tightly. Her nails dug painfully into her flesh, bringing forth a sharp sting. Regret? Would Xiao Lingyue feel regret? What a ludicrous notion. Luo Chuan had no desire to concern himself with the fluctuations of her emotions. He simply sought a quieter place to immerse himself in his reading. He navigated through rows of bookshelves until he reached the library's most secluded corner, a literary reading area seldom frequented by others. Just as he was about to find a vacant seat, his gaze was drawn to a figure in the corner. It was a woman, seated in the window's embrace, her back turned to the outside world, ensconced within the generous confines of an oversized reading chair. Unlike her usual attire that accentuated her figure, a qipao or a professional skirt suit, she had chosen a loose, cream-colored knitted sweater paired with simple denim jeans and white canvas shoes. Her long, lustrous black hair was casually swept up with an ordinary wooden hairpin, exposing a graceful, alabaster neck. A pair of black-framed glasses adorned her face, softening the chill of her striking eyes and rendering her demeanor more approachable, infusing her presence with a blend of intellect and gentleness. It was Su Wanqing, and Luo Chuan recognized her at once. In that moment, Su Wanqing bore no resemblance to the icy goddess who lectured from the podium. Wearing white headphones, her body curled slightly in relaxation, she was intensely focused on the screen of her laptop. Luo Chuan, with his keen senses, could discern the contents of her screen from a distance. It was neither an academic paper nor an educational presentation, but rather the interface of an online novel. The title was strikingly clear: The Demon King's Contract Lover. Luo Chuan's expression shifted to one of bemusement. He had read this novel before. It was a wildly popular light fantasy romance, renowned for its sweet and engaging plot, adored by young women. He found it utterly inconceivable to connect this novel to the frigid professor who dissected the Hanlon Scholars collection in class. The contrast was simply too stark. Choosing not to intrude, Luo Chuan stealthily softened his footsteps and approached, peering through a gap in the bookshelves to observe Su Wanqing. She was utterly engrossed, her typically impassive and exquisite face displaying a myriad of vivid expressions. At amusing moments, she would unconsciously bite her plump lower lip, a slight smile gracing her lips, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. In tense scenes, her brows would furrow slightly, a glimmer of concern illuminating her gaze. Luo Chuan even noticed a delicate blush blooming on her cheeks during the sweet, romantic moments between the protagonists, completely immersed in her own world. She remained blissfully unaware of the pair of eyes observing her from afar. This intimate, relaxed, and unguarded state was one that no one had ever witnessed. Luo Chuan's heart raced inexplicably. He thought to himself that this version of Su Wanqing was far more endearing, more genuine, than the aloof and regal goddess on the podium. At that moment, Su Wanqing appeared to have grown weary. She stretched languidly, causing her loose sweater to rise and reveal a slender waist. Delicate enough to be grasped in a single hand, her skin radiant and luminescent. Rubbing her eyes, she exited the reading interface, allowing the desktop wallpaper to come into view for Luo Chuan. It was a vibrant game wallpaper depicting a female elven archer character, poised with an ice blue longbow, exuding an air of elegance and prowess. Luo Chuan immediately recognized it as a character from the immensely popular MOBA game Summit of Kings, specifically the hero Frost Ranger, known for its high difficulty and demanding precision in prediction and positioning. A knowing smile crept across Luo Chuan's lips. So, she enjoys reading light novels filled with sweet, dramatic elements and delights in playing a hero that requires such intricate skill. Beneath this seemingly icy exterior lay a heart that was both reserved and fiercely competitive. Luo Chuan felt as though he had stumbled upon a new world. He chose not to continue his covert observation. Instead, he quietly turned and left the library. He had already identified a breakthrough point in his pursuit of Su Wanqing, and it was not singular. Later, one afternoon, Luo Chuan returned to the school library. This time, he was not wandering aimlessly, but rather carried a clear objective. Winning Su Wanqing's heart could not rely solely on academic superiority, as that would only earn him admiration. To genuinely connect with her inner self, he needed to uncover the most tender and hidden aspects of her personality. The secret he had discovered yesterday served as the perfect entry point. Luo Chuan did not rush to find Su Wanqing. Instead, he first made his way to the public computer area of the library. His long fingers danced across the keyboard, and soon, an index for a book titled A Comparative Study of Cthulhu Mythos and Norse Mythology appeared on the screen. This book was rather obscure. Yet Luo Chuan knew that the worldview of the light novel The Demon King's contracted lover heavily drew upon elements from these two mythological systems. After locating the index number, he effortlessly navigated to the Western literature collection. Indeed, in the most secluded corner of the third floor, he spotted the familiar figure once more. Su Wanqing was seated in her usual spot, clad in a similarly loose sweater and jeans as the day before, wearing black-rimmed glasses and headphones, embodying a serene existence as she focused intently on her laptop. Luo Chuan refrained from interrupting her. Instead, he approached a nearby bookshelf and, following the index number, retrieved the hefty volume of A Comparative Study of Cthulhu Mythos and Norse Mythology. Holding the book, he did not immediately leave but instead found a vacant seat nearby, positioned at a slight diagonal behind Su Wanqing. He opened the book, feigning earnestness in his reading while, in truth, he remained acutely aware of every movement she made. As time passed, approximately half an hour later, Su Wanqing seemed to tire, removing her headphones, stretching once more, and subsequently closing her laptop. She stood up, preparing to leave. Just as she turned, her gaze inadvertently swept across Luo Chuan's desk. In the next moment, Su Wanqing's footsteps faltered. Her clear eyes, hidden behind her glasses, were fixated on the cover of the book beside Luo Chuan. A Comparative Study of Cthulhu Mythos and Norse Mythology. A complex expression of surprise, curiosity, and a hint of caution appeared on Su Wanqing's face for the first time. She certainly recognized this book. To comprehend the intricate settings and hidden Easter eggs in the Demon King's contract lover, she had privately invested considerable effort in researching the relevant mythological systems. She had even contemplated purchasing a copy. Yet, she had never anticipated encountering a student reading such an obscure book unrelated to the curriculum in the school library. Moreover, that student was Luo Chuan, the one who astounded her in class and left her flustered in the office. How could he be reading such a book? Was it merely a coincidence? Su Wanqing hesitated for a moment, rooted in place. According to her usual disposition, she would never initiate a conversation with a student. However, this time, she inexplicably took a step forward and approached Luo Chuan's desk. Luo Chuan, she called, her voice betraying a hint of tentative curiosity. Chapter 8. She blushed. An unexpected encounter by the bookshelf. Luo Chuan slowly looked up, an expression of perfectly timed surprise gracing his face. Professor Su? What a coincidence. His reaction was seamless, as if this were truly just a chance encounter. Su Wanqing's gaze fell upon the book beside him, and she inquired, "Are you also interested in these mythological systems?" "Not particularly," Luo Chuan replied with a smile, pushing the book towards her. "I've just been reading a web novel that incorporates many of these elements, and I wanted to take a look, as some parts were difficult to understand." He refrained from mentioning the title of the novel directly, instead deflecting the topic back to Su Wanqing. Upon hearing the term web novel, Su Wanqing's body visibly stiffened for a brief moment. Her eyes flickered, and she did not respond, but casually flipped through a couple of pages of the book, seemingly to mask her emotions. Luo Chuan, perceptive yet discreet, continued to engage her. Particularly, he mentioned the depiction of Fenrir, the Twilight Wolf, in the novel, where the author had clearly subverted the traditional portrayal from Norse mythology, transforming him into a loyal, yet tragic guardian. "I personally find this adaptation quite remarkable." What he described was precisely the characterization of a crucial male supporting role in the Demon King's contract lover. This statement struck a chord deep within Su Wanqing. "Do you also find Fenrir tragic?" she blurted out, surprising even herself. Immediately regretting her words, she realized it was akin to revealing her own hand. A faint blush crept across her cheeks. Luo Chuan concealed a smile within, maintaining a facade of earnest academic discourse. Undoubtedly, his tragedy stems from fatalism. In mythology, he is destined to devour Odin, which has led to a lack of trust since his birth, shackled by the gods through various means. The author of the novel seizes upon this essence, transforming it into a profound solitude that remains unacknowledged. Luo Chuan spoke eloquently, his analysis surpassing even the most astute critiques found online. Su Wanqing was utterly captivated. She had never anticipated that this boy before her not only shared her secret passion, but also possessed an understanding of the narrative that was truly admirable. In that moment, she felt she had found a kindred spirit, a confidant. The joy of being understood swiftly alleviated the embarrassment and shyness of her identity being unveiled. "Yes, you are absolutely right." Su Wanqing's eyes sparkled, the light within them shining brighter than the lens could contain. "Many online assert that Fenrir is merely a sycophant. Yet I vehemently disagree. What he embodies is not servitude, but steadfastness." The image of the Ice Queen vanished entirely at that moment, replaced by a spirited girl eager to share her insights. "I recently encountered an analysis that further intrigued me," Su Wanqing exclaimed, growing increasingly animated, entirely oblivious to the setting and her identity. It mentioned a perspective whereby the author employed a similar tragic guardian motif in another work titled Elegy of the Starsea Knight. "I wonder if you are familiar with it?" As she spoke, she turned towards the adjacent bookshelf. "I distinctly remember that the physical copy of that book is nearby." The author's postscript seems to have touched upon their creative process. She approached a towering shelf, tilting her head and rising on her toes, searching among the rows of tomes. The hem of her sweater was somewhat short, and as she stretched, the fabric at her waist lifted, inadvertently exposing a delicate expanse of fair skin to the air. In the soft illumination of the library, her skin shimmered almost blindingly. Luo Chuan's gaze flickered momentarily over her form before settling on her outstretched arm. "Found it!" Su Wanqing exclaimed with delight, her fingertips finally brushing against the spine of a book. However, the volume was wedged tightly at the top of the stack. She strained to tug it free, but her efforts resulted in a loss of balance, causing her to sway backward. "Ah!" Su Wanqing let out a brief gasp. Yet, the anticipated fall did not transpire. At the very moment her equilibrium faltered, a tall figure appeared behind her, as if by teleportation. Rather than merely supporting her from the side, Luo Chuan stepped forward, enveloping her soft form entirely within his protective grasp. One arm arched over Su Wanqing's shoulder, his palm firmly pressing against the bookshelf beside her cheek. With one hand effortlessly reaching upwards, he retrieved the book Elegy of the Starsea Knights. This fluid motion ensnared Su Wanqing, trapping her firmly between Luo Chuan's chest and the cold bookshelf. It was a quintessential display of a bookshelf wall slam. Su Wanqing felt herself freeze, acutely aware of the contours and solid musculature of Luo Chuan's chest pressing against her back. The man's heated presence, infused with a crisp and invigorating masculinity, surged into her nostrils, momentarily rendering her mind a blank slate. She could even sense Luo Chuan's breath brushing against her ear, sending waves of tingling sensations coursing through her scalp. Though he had secured the book, Luo Chuan did not immediately withdraw. He lowered his head, his lips almost grazing the flushed curve of Su Wanqing's earlobe. He could distinctly observe her long lashes quivering slightly in nervousness and the delightful blush that crept from her alabaster neck to the roots of her ears. In a voice so low and magnetic that only they could hear, he murmured in her ear, "Professor Su, is this the one?" Boom. Su Wanqing felt as if fireworks had erupted in her mind. She stood there, dazed and devoid of thought, instinctively nodding in response. Luo Chuan, captivated by her adorably daft expression, wore a playful smirk. He presented the book before her, then leisurely stepped back, creating space between them. The suffocating pressure dissipated in an instant. Only then did Su Wanqing feel as though she had come back to life. She hurriedly gasped for air, her chest gently rising and falling. Taking the book, she averted her gaze, unable to meet Luo Chuan's eyes. "Thank you." Her voice was as faint as a whisper, laced with a tremor. Having uttered her words, she completely forgot the purpose of her visit to the library, clutching the book as she turned and hurriedly fled. Luo Chuan watched her retreating figure with a slight smile. Just then, the system's notification chime echoed in his mind as expected. Ding. Detected target. Su Wanqing's heart rate exceeds 165, adrenaline surging, emotional value reaching peak. Congratulations, host. Su Wanqing's affection level at 10. Current affection level, 20. Heart in disarray. Success. Chapter 9. Scion of a wealthy family? Apologies. Your sports car cannot surpass my pocket money. Stepping out of the library, Luo Chuan felt quite pleased. The sight of Su Wanqing, flustered and startled, fleeing in haste, was undeniably amusing. The blush adorning her typically icy visage was more beautiful than any scenery. As he pondered this, a jarring roar approached from afar, abruptly disrupting his thoughts. Creak. The tires screeched against the pavement as a brilliantly red Ferrari came to an abrupt halt, flamboyantly skidding to a stop at the foot of the library steps. The vehicle effectively blocked Luo Chuan's path. Students passing by were startled by this sudden spectacle, halting in their tracks to cast curious glances. Isn't that Lin Haoran's car? What brings him here, and with such a grand entrance? This promises to be entertaining. Amidst the murmurs, the door of the Ferrari swung open. A young man, clad in a Versace floral shirt, his hair meticulously styled with gel, and an air of arrogance etched on his face, emerged from the driver's seat. It was indeed Lin Haoran, the very individual Wang Lu had mentioned. Leaning against the car door, he donned a pair of sunglasses, his movements ostentatious and self-satisfied. On the other side, the passenger door also opened, revealing a complex expression on Xiao Lingyue's face. Dressed in a delicate light blue gown, she still exuded an aura befitting a goddess. Upon spotting Luo Chuan, Lin Haoran's lips curled into a dismissive smirk. He waved the Ferrari keys in his hand, pointing the key tip at Luo Chuan, his tone dripping with condescension. "So, you are Luo Chuan." Lin Haoran scrutinized Luo Chuan from head to toe, his gaze rife with unabashed disdain. "Listen here, boy. No matter what flowery words you use to deceive Professor Su into letting you into her office, don't think that having struck Wang Lu makes you someone of importance." His voice boomed, intentionally loud enough for all nearby to hear. "Let me make myself clear today. Keep your distance from Lingyue and Professor Su. They are not meant for someone of your impoverished ilk. Understand? You and I inhabit entirely different worlds. You, not even worthy of carrying Lingyue's shoes." Lin Haoran's words were exceedingly harsh, provoking an uproar among the onlookers, their gazes toward Luo Chuan filled with sympathy and schadenfreude. In their eyes, an ordinary student like Luo Chuan stood no chance against a top-tier rich heir like Lin Haoran. The outcome was predetermined. He would be crushed and utterly humiliated. Xiao Lingyue remained silent, watching the scene unfold with an indescribable sense of unease. Just the previous day, Wang Lu had embellished the tale to Lin Haoran, who had erupted in anger, vowing to make Luo Chuan's life at Jiangxing University unbearable. Although Xiao Lingyue had initially hesitated to come, Lin Haoran insisted, claiming he wanted her to witness firsthand how insignificant the man she had discarded truly was. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, as she observed Luo Chuan standing there composed, a flicker of apprehension stirred within her. Luo Chuan appeared unervingly calm in the face of Lin Haoran's pointed insults. Not a trace of anger or panic marred his expression. Even so, Xiao Lingyue discerned a hint of a playful smile at the corner of Luo Chuan's lips. What could possibly amuse him? On what grounds did he find mirth? Lin Haoran was equally incensed by Luo Chuan's smile, perceiving it as a silent provocation. "What is the source of your amusement? Have I struck a nerve?" leaving you in utter disgrace? Lin Howard stepped forward, encroaching upon Luo Chuan with an even more brazen demeanor. Let me inform you, this vehicle, the Ferrari 812, costs over 5 million at the dealership. A person like you will never amass such wealth in a lifetime. If you have any sense, kneel down now, apologize to Lin Yue, and crawl beneath me. I might spare you today. Otherwise, I possess 100 ways to ensure you are expelled from Jiangxing University by tomorrow. Lin Howard's words elicited gasps of disbelief from the onlookers. Kneel? Crawl under someone else's legs? Such humiliation was indeed ruthless. Everyone anticipated that Luo Chuan would either erupt in anger and be beaten by Lin Howard's bodyguards or would grovel in disgrace. However, Luo Chuan's reaction once again defied all expectations. His smile broadened. He regarded Lin Howard with a look akin to that one might reserve for a mere buffoon. Then, in full view of everyone, Luo Chuan leisurely retrieved his mobile phone. He neither called the police nor summoned assistance. He simply dialed a number before Lin Howard and Shaolin Yue. The call was answered promptly. Luo Chuan's tone was casual, as if placing an order for takeout. Hello, is this Ruichi car dealership? Please reserve a vehicle for me. A voice on the other end, imbued with unwavering respect and a professional smile, responded, Certainly, sir. What model would you like? Luo Chuan's gaze swept over Lin Howard's ostentatious red Ferrari before he replied nonchalantly, Koenigsegg. Jesko. The utterance of those 4 words sent tremors through the pupils of several car enthusiasts present. Koenigsegg. Jesko. That was the legendary hypercar of the elite. Limited in production worldwide. Lin Howard's expression momentarily faltered before morphing into an even more pronounced sneer. Ha! Koenigsegg, are you jesting with me? Do you have any inkling of its price? Do you comprehend the status required to place such an order? You are merely posturing before me. He could not fathom it. Shaolin Yue furrowed her brow. Believing Luo Chuan had lost his sanity. To salvage his pride, he had uttered such implausible bravado. Yet, Luo Chuan paid no heed to their derision and continued his conversation on the phone. Yes, full payment. Direct delivery to the entrance of Jiangxing University, with my name, Luo Chuan, as the recipient. The voice on the other end remained impeccably respectful, even tinged with a hint of excitement. Understood, Mr. Luo. The Koenigsegg Jesko attack version, inclusive of all options and taxes, totals 123 million yuan. Are we deducting the amount from your account now? 123 million. The entrance of the library was instantly enveloped in a profound silence. Lin Howard's mocking smile froze entirely, his face draining of color in mere seconds, becoming as pale as a specter. The Ferrari key, which he had cherished like a treasure, felt unbearably hot in his hand. Shaolin Yue appeared as if struck by lightning. Her lips parted in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with shock, her mind a blank slate. 123 million? Full payment? How could this be possible? This was absolutely inconceivable. Under their stunned gazes, Luo Chuan spoke the final word into the phone with an air of indifference. Deduct. Understood, Mr. Luo. The funds have been received. Thank you for your patronage, and have a pleasant day. Luo Chuan hung up the phone and slipped it back into his pocket. The entire exchange executed with effortless ease. He then raised his gaze to Lin Howard, whose complexion was as pale as parchment. A cold smirk graced Luo Chuan's lips. You just said that we are not from the same world? You are correct. After uttering this, Luo Chuan could hardly be bothered to glance at them again. He strode past the red Ferrari, worth 5 million, yet now a mere jest, and headed directly towards the school gate. The crowd parted instinctively. Each pair of eyes that followed Luo Chuan's retreat filled with reverence, astonishment, and disbelief, until his silhouette vanished around the corner. Lin Howard felt as though all the bones in his body had been extracted, his form softening as he nearly collapsed to the ground. His face burned with an intense pain, more agonizing than receiving 100 public slaps. Meanwhile, Shaolin Yue trembled slightly beside him, her mind echoing with Luo Chuan's earlier words. Reverberating with the chilling figure from the phone call, 123 million. The total assets of her family's company were barely in the billions. Yet, Luo Chuan had casually spent over 100 million on a car. This was impossible. Chapter 10. The Master Leads the Professor. Online chatting turns into a leg injury. That evening, Luo Chuan returned to his dormitory, opened his laptop, and recalled the scene he had witnessed in the library the previous day. The gaming hero, Ice Ranger, on Su Wanqing's desktop, and the light novel she had been secretly reading. At that moment, the system's voice resonated perfectly in his mind. Ding! The host is about to enter a new realm. Would you like to expend 100 points to exchange for related divine skills? Option 1. Divine gaming skills, total domination in all games. Option 2. Divine painting skills, able to replicate all things. Option 3. Divine culinary skills, capable of creating exquisite dishes. A faint smile graced Luo Chuan's lips. This system is indeed considerate. Upon selecting one, the exchange for a supreme gaming skill was completed. A powerful stream of information surged into Luo Chuan's mind, instantly transforming the pinnacle of gaming techniques, invincible awareness, and tactical strategies into his very instincts. Luo Chuan adeptly downloaded the game titled Pinnacle of Kings. The next step was to locate Su Wanqing's gaming account. For an ordinary person, this would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, for Luo Chuan, who possessed the skill of mastery in classical studies and a meticulous mindset, it was far from insurmountable. Su Wanqing was a woman whose exterior radiated a serene aloofness. Yet concealed within was a heart brimming with romance and fantasy. She had a penchant for classical literature and was captivated by Western fantasy light novels. Her gaming ID would likely reflect these interests. In the search bar, Luo Chuan input several keywords: Wan, moon, wind, Qing, snow. Soon, an ID caught his attention, listening to the wind under the evening moon. Her battle record was dismal, having lost 18 out of the last 20 matches. The hero she frequently used was none other than the Frost Archer. This had to be her. As Luo Chuan gazed at the ID, he could vividly imagine Su Wanqing sitting at her computer, adorably puffing her cheeks in frustration from consecutive defeats. Without a moment's hesitation, he logged into his account. His ID was simple, just 2 characters, Du Chuan. With everything in place, Luo Chuan clicked to begin matchmaking, harnessing the terrifying computational prowess brought forth by his supreme skill. He precisely timed his actions. The moment Su Wanqing clicked to start again, he too pressed the button. Matchmaking successful. The instant he entered the game room, Luo Chuan recognized the familiar ID, listening to the wind under the evening moon. Meanwhile, in a tastefully decorated room within the faculty apartment of Jiangxing University, Su Wanqing was furrowing her beautifully shaped brows, staring at the sea of red in her battle record, a surge of frustration building within her. Another loss. Why was her performance so poor today? Her teammates were increasingly outrageous, while the opposing assassins seemed to target her relentlessly. Her icy visage was now etched with indignation. No, this would be the last game. If she won, she would allow herself to sleep. Taking a deep breath, Su Wanqing clicked to start the game once more. Upon entering, she habitually glanced at her teammates' IDs. One ID, Du Chuan, made her heart inexplicably skip a beat. Chuan, is it mere coincidence? She shook her head, dismissing the absurd thought from her mind. The game commenced. Su Wanqing maneuvered her Frost Archer cautiously in the mid lane. Yet before 3 minutes had elapsed, 2 enemy assassins emerged simultaneously from the bushes on either side. It was over. However, at this critical juncture, a shadow, dark as night, surged forth from the depths of obscurity behind her like a phantom. It was the shadow master of her team, a player by the name of Du Chuan. The figure moved with such swiftness that it appeared as nothing more than an afterimage, the blade and hand dancing with finesse. Skills unleashed with an elegance that left one breathless. In but a mere second, merely a fleeting moment, the sound of double kill reverberated through the canyon. The entire sequence was executed with a precision that was both clean and brutally effective. Su Wanqing was left utterly astounded. Her mouth slightly agape, her hand froze mid-air. Clutching the mouse, her mind a blank slate. What manner of operation was this? Was this truly the game she played? While she remained in a daze, a line of white text from Du Chuan appeared in the team chat box. Mid-lane, follow me closely. Just 6 simple words, yet imbued with an undeniable air of confidence. Su Wanqing's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Instinctively, she nodded and followed closely behind the shadowy figure. The ensuing gameplay transformed into an unprecedented delight for Su Wanqing. She found herself needing little to no agency, merely trailing behind, occasionally casting a skill, effortlessly accruing kills. Triple kill, quadra-kill, pentakill. The sound effects echoed repeatedly, and as she beheld her score transition from 0 to 10 kills, she felt giddy with exhilaration. Was this the sensation of being carried by a master? It was utterly thrilling. 15 minutes later, the game concluded. The screen illuminated with the word victory in grand letters. Su Wanqing examined her own performance, then glanced at Du Chuan's staggering statistics of 25 kills, 0 deaths, and 10 assists. her heart swelling with awe. This individual was undoubtedly a top-tier professional player. After a moment's hesitation, she summoned her courage and clicked the button to add him as a friend. The request was instantly accepted. With trepidation, she typed a message in the chat box. Wan Yur Ting Phone. You're incredible. Thank you for leading me to victory. Du Chan. You played well. I merely did what was necessary. Su Wanqing. PWQ. This master was not only skilled but also possessed a way with words. Subsequently, under Lin's intentional guidance, their conversation meandered from games to novels, from novels to anime, and then from anime to mythological systems. Su Wanqing was astonished to discover that this enigmatic master possessed an almost frightening breadth of knowledge, effortlessly engaging her in every topic. She had never experienced such a connection. It felt as though she had encountered another version of herself in this vast world. The joy of being completely understood and resonating with another person enveloped her, leaving her entranced and unable to escape. Unbeknownst to her, time had slipped into the deep hours of the night. When Su Wanqing glanced at the clock, she realized it was nearly 1 in the morning. She had engaged in conversation with this enigmatic online acquaintance for a full 3 hours. A sweet smile, unbeknownst to her own awareness, graced her exquisite face. Du Chuan, it's getting late, you should rest early. Upon reading this message, a wave of reluctance surged within Su Wanqing. Biting her lip, she impulsively typed a response. Wan Yue Tingfeng. Are you also in Jiangxing, Great One? Du Chuan, yes. With this affirmative reply, Su Wanqing instinctively closed her eyes and took a deep breath before continuing to tap away at her keyboard. Wan Yue Tingfeng, shall we meet this weekend? I would like to treat you to a meal and express my gratitude in person. After sending the message, she anxiously stared at the screen, awaiting his reply. Those few seconds felt longer than a century. Finally, his avatar flickered. Just one word appeared. Du Chuan. Okay. Reading this single word made Su Wanqing feel as if she might soar into the sky. She hugged her pillow and joyfully rolled twice on her bed, completely shedding her usual icy demeanor, transforming into a lovesick maiden caught in the throes of online romance. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Luo Chuan gazed at the screen displaying Su Wanqing's bashful yet hopeful invitation, a smile growing ever more pronounced at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 11. The Reality Encounter. On the weekend, in an elegantly decorated cafe near the south gate of Jiangxing University, Su Wanqing sat nervously by the window. She wore a simple yet graceful ivory dress that fell just above her knees, revealing a slender and fair calf. Her long black hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, unadorned by any wooden pins, while a light touch of makeup softened her already stunning features, adding a hint of warmth and refinement. This was all meticulously prepared for their meeting today. At that moment, the cafe's wind chime tinkled lightly. A tall, handsome figure strode in. Clad in a simple white t-shirt and casual trousers, he stood tall, exuding a clean and refreshing aura. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating him and making him appear almost radiant. It was Luo Chuan. Su Wanqing recognized him instantly, her heart skipping a beat, swiftly followed by a surge of confusion. What was Luo Chuan doing here? Was it merely a coincidence? Upon seeing him, Su Wanqing, adhering to the decorum of teacher-student relations, offered him a slight nod. She assumed he was simply a student passing through to grab a coffee and thought little of it. However, in just a fleeting moment, Su Wanqing beheld Luo Chuan's gaze sweeping across the cafe before he purposefully approached her direction. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Su Wanqing felt a wave of confusion wash over her. What could he possibly want? Was he also here to wait for someone? Under her perplexed and anxious scrutiny, Luo Chuan arrived at her table and effortlessly occupied the vacant seat opposite her. Su Wanqing was utterly flabbergasted, gazing at Luo Chuan before her. Her mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Observing her dazed expression, tinged with a hint of wariness and bewilderment, Luo Chuan's lips curled into an amused smile. He refrained from speaking immediately, instead pouring himself a glass of water and leisurely taking a sip. For Su Wanqing, these few seconds of silence felt like an excruciating eternity. At last, just as she was on the verge of breaking the silence, Luo Chuan set down his glass. Lifting his gaze, his profound eyes locked onto Su Wanqing's clear ones, and in a tone imbued with laughter, audible only to the two of them, he began to speak slowly. Professor Su, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing became utterly immobilized, her body frozen in place. Watching her petrified demeanor, Luo Chuan nonchalantly dropped a second bombshell. Or should I address you as Wen Yuting Feng? Clink. The delicate coffee spoon in Su Wanqing's hand slipped from her grip, plummeting into her cup with a crisp sound. Coffee splattered a few drops onto the table and even on her white skirt. Yet, Su Wanqing was oblivious to it all. She lifted her head, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the Luo Chuan seated across from her, her mind a complete blank. He was Du Chuan? The mysterious master who dominated the game, effortlessly carrying her to victory? The one with whom she had conversed online about games, novels, anime, and mythology, making her feel as though she had found a kindred spirit? How was this possible? A profound shock, intertwined with an indescribable shyness and panic, swept over Su Wanqing in an instant. She felt her cheeks heating at an alarming rate, becoming flushed with warmth. That enchanting blush spread from her porcelain cheeks to her petite earlobes, ultimately tinting her elegantly long neck a seductive shade of pink. The image of the icy goddess shattered completely in that moment. Why you? Su Wanqing opened her mouth, intending to articulate something, but found her throat constricted, rendering her speechless. After several stammering attempts, she could not utter a single coherent word. All she wished for was to find a crevice to sink into. Goodness. Just last night, she had playfully flirted with her student and even suggested an offline meeting. Upon reflecting on the adorable emojis she had sent during their conversation, and recalling how she had gushed like a schoolgirl, sharing her thoughts on novels with him, Su Wanqing felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment, wishing she could vanish on the spot. How mortifying. It was utterly humiliating. In her 20-plus years of life, she had never felt as flustered as she did today. As Luo Chuan observed Su Wanqing's blushing, awkward demeanor, his amusement deepened. He extended his hand, gently offering her a tissue. Wipe it off. Your coffee has spilled. Su Wanqing trembled slightly, akin to a startled fawn, instinctively accepting the tissue. The moment her fingertips brushed against the tissue, they inadvertently grazed Luo Chuan's fingers. That warm touch sent another shiver through her, and she withdrew her hand as if struck by lightning. Noticing her reaction, Luo Chuan leaned in closer, lowering his voice to whisper in her ear, Professor Su, why is your face so flushed? Are you feeling unwell? I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Su Wanqing could no longer bear the immense shock, abruptly standing up, snatching her bag, and turning to flee. However, just as she took a step forward, a deep and thunderous roar of an engine erupted from outside, resonating throughout the entire street. The sound was filled with power and aggression. Unlike the typical roar of a sports car, it seemed to penetrate eardrums and vibrate the heart. What was that? An earthquake? Everyone in the cafe was startled by the sudden cacophony, turning in astonishment toward the windows. Su Wanqing's escape came to an abrupt halt amid the tumult. Like the others, she instinctively followed the direction of the sound. Before her eyes, a sleek, silver supercar, exhibiting an extraordinarily futuristic design, was gliding toward the entrance of Jiangxing University, flanked by two black luxury vehicles. The design of that silver car surpassed the comprehension of most present. What on earth is that car? I don't recognize the emblem, but its design is utterly outrageous. Wait, I remember now. That S.A. Koenigsegg, the ghost car from Sweden. Koenigsegg Jesko. A knowledgeable young man shrieked with excitement, his voice trembling. Koenigsegg Jesko? What is that? Someone nearby inquired, bewildered. What is it? It's the pinnacle of the supercar world. Only 125 units produced globally. Each one is handcrafted. The starting price domestically exceeds 50 million. And even if you have the money, you can't buy one. The young man's face flushed with exhilaration, adding that with various options and taxes, the final price would undoubtedly surpass 100 million. Chapter 12. The arrival of a 1.2 billion supercar. Over a billion. Everyone inhaled sharply, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Over 100 million for a single car? What does that even signify? This transcends the realm of luxury vehicles. It is akin to a walking printing press. Who among the divine has descended to grace our school with such an extraordinary chariot? Truly remarkable. What an eye-opening experience today has been. Quickly, capture the moment. Share it on social media. This is a once-in-a-lifetime sight. The entire cafe, nay? The entire school entrance erupted in a frenzy due to the arrival of this vehicle. Su Wanqing stared at the car, though her knowledge of automobiles was limited. She could discern from the reactions of those around her the formidable value of this machine, just as everyone was fervently speculating about which elite billionaire owned the car. The Koenigsegg came to a steady halt at the school gate. Soon after, a sharply dressed middle-aged man, clad in a tailored suit and white gloves, exuding an air of competence, stepped out from the accompanying luxury vehicle. He disregarded the throng of curious students and directly pushed open the cafe door. The tinkling of wind chimes resonated, and the cafe fell into a hushed silence, all gazes converging on this distinguished gentleman. Whispers circulated, pondering whether he was a steward sent by the car's owner. With keen eyes, he surveyed the cafe, ultimately fixing his gaze on a figure in the corner, Luo Chuan, clad in an unassuming white t-shirt, leisurely sipping water. Amidst the astonished stares of onlookers, the middle-aged man approached with measured strides, ignoring the elegantly dressed patrons, and stood before Luo Chuan. He then bowed respectfully. "Good afternoon, Mr. Luo. Your order of the Koenigsegg Jesco attack version has been safely delivered. Here are the relevant documents and the key. Please sign for them." As he spoke, he extended a refined envelope and a key that resembled a work of art towards Luo Chuan. A profound silence enveloped the cafe. Everyone stood frozen, expressions morphing from shock to bewilderment and finally to utter stupefaction. "Mr. Luo? An order? Acknowledgement?" The owner of this vehicle, valued at over 100 million, turns out to be this seemingly ordinary young man. This world is utterly insane. Su Wanqing remained rooted to the spot, completely dumbfounded. Her mind was a blank, buzzing with confusion, utterly incapable of coherent thought. As she beheld the scene unfolding before her, it felt as though she were trapped in a surreal, absurd dream. Just moments ago, she had accepted Luo Chuan as a gaming deity, only for him to suddenly transform into a mysterious magnate capable of effortlessly purchasing a 100 million luxury car. The contrast was staggering. The magnitude of the situation severely jolted Su Wanqing's worldview, almost leading to its immediate collapse. Amidst the profound silence that enveloped the room, Luo Chuan's reaction was strikingly nonchalant, akin to someone merely accepting a commonplace parcel. He accepted the document bag, casually flipped through its contents, and then, with a flourish of his pen, inscribed his name on the receipt. "Thank you for your hard work," Luo Chuan remarked with a measured tone. "It is our privilege to serve you, Mr. Luo." The middle-aged man responded with another bow before promptly exiting the cafe with decisive grace. Luo Chuan placed the document bag carelessly on the table and then picked up the distinctive Koenigsegg key. The key was uniquely shaped, resembling a diminutive shield, cool to the touch and exuding a palpable quality. As Luo Chuan toyed with the key in his hand, he lifted his gaze towards Su Wanqing, who remained frozen in place, akin to a statue. A subtle smile graced the corners of Luo Chuan's lips. "Professor Su, are you still leaving? If you're not in a hurry, may I offer you a ride home?" Su Wanqing's body jolted as if awakened from a stupor. She gazed at Luo Chuan, then at the car key in his hand, her mind still in a state of disarray, and could only nod vacantly. All right. Chapter 13. Ride in the passenger seat. Professor Su's first intimate encounter. The moment the words escaped her lips, Su Wanqing wished she could retract them. What had she just said? She was the youngest distinguished professor at Jiangxing University, typically poised and composed, unfazed by any circumstance. Yet today, in the presence of this young man named Luo Chuan, she felt her calmness and reason shatter into a myriad of fragments. Luo Chuan, observing Su Wanqing's adorably dazed expression, could not help but smile more broadly. He refrained from saying anything further, instead, with utmost gallantry, approached and opened the scissored doors of the Koenigsegg, which resembled wings. "After you, Professor." As the door swung open, the futuristic interior, infused with the scent of premium leather and new car aroma, unfurled before Su Wanqing. For a moment, she found herself at a loss. Having never been this close to such a high-end supercar, unsure of how to elegantly enter the low-slung cockpit in her dress, she hesitated, her cheeks tinged with a blush. Just as she grappled with her uncertainty, a jarring roar of an engine abruptly pierced the atmosphere, approaching with an aggressive intensity. Screech. Accompanied by the violent sound of tires skidding, a crimson Ferrari barreled towards them, brazenly positioning itself in front of the Koenigsegg, blocking their path. Gasps erupted from the surrounding students, who instinctively retreated. The Ferrari's door swung open, and a visibly furious Lin Hauren stormed out. The stimuli he had previously endured were overwhelmingly intense. Initially, he was publicly humiliated by Luo Chuan with a phone call at the library entrance, becoming the laughingstock of the entire school. Now, the car he had deemed utterly unattainable had inexplicably appeared in Luo Chuan's possession. Jealousy and fury threatened to engulf his reason. "Luo Chuan, Lin Howard screamed, his visage contorted with rage as he pointed accusingly at Luo Chuan. I refuse to believe it. That car cannot possibly belong to you. You must have rented it to show off. In response to Lin Howard's frantic outburst, Luo Chuan did not spare him even a fleeting glance. His gaze remained fixed on Su Wanqing, who stood beside him, somewhat bewildered. This utter disregard was more devastating than any retort or mockery. Lin Howard felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton. The frustration simmering within him only drove him further into madness. Luo Chuan, if you're a man, look at me. Let us have a contest. Right at Filong Mountain. Loser kneels and calls the winner grandfather. Do you dare? Lin Howard shouted in a frenzy. At last, Luo Chuan responded, not by directing his attention to Lin Howard, but by lowering his head to Su Wanqing. With a voice so gentle it seemed to glisten, he softly said, Professor, don't be afraid, hold steady. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Luo Chuan stepped forward and positioned himself behind Su Wanqing. Before she could comprehend the situation, a warm, powerful hand gently rested on her delicate lower back. At the moment his palm made contact, Su Wanqing's body froze. That large hand, through the thin fabric of her dress, pressed firmly against the softest part of her waist. The heat radiating from his palm surged along her spine, instantly spreading throughout her limbs. Su Wanqing's mind erupted into a cacophony, leaving her in a state of blankness. She could distinctly perceive the outline of Luo Chuan's hand, feel the strength emanating from his fingertips, and even catch a whiff of his fresh, clean scent. This was an experience unlike any she had ever known. Under Luo Chuan's careful support and guidance, Su Wanqing was almost cradled into the passenger seat. Throughout the entire process, she submitted to his will, lacking even the strength to resist. Professor, watch your head, Luo Chuan's voice echoed gently in her ear, as his other hand softly shielded the top of her head. After completing this gesture, Luo Chuan straightened up, smoothly closing the futuristic scissor door for Su Wanqing. With a soft thud, the car door shut, isolating them from the external clamor and prying eyes, as well as from Lin Howard's twisted expression of jealousy. Inside the vehicle, only the thundering heartbeat of Su Wanqing echoed. Luo Chuan then moved to the driver's side, settling into his seat with an air of calm. He glanced at Su Wanqing, who was still in a daze, and a faint smile crept upon his lips. Then, Luo Chuan turned his head, looking through the car window for the first time at the still frantically shouting Lin Howard. Luo Chuan remained silent. He merely beckoned Lin Howard with a slow curl of his finger and silently mouthed two words, keep up. In the next moment, Luo Chuan pressed the accelerator. The roar of the Koenigsegg Jesco's V8 twin-turbocharged engine erupted with a thunderous bellow. This sound was filled with unparalleled power and an overwhelming sense of pressure. Under the astonished gaze of the entire school faculty and students, the silver vehicle transformed into a bolt of lightning, tearing through the air with an unstoppable momentum, vanishing in an instant at the end of the road. All that remained was the red Ferrari and its clownish owner. Just as the Koenigsegg roared to life, a notification chimed in Luo Chuan's mind. Ding! Target Su Wanqing's emotional fluctuations detected, heart rate exceeding 170. Adrenaline surging dramatically. Congratulations, host. Su Wanqing's affection level at 30. Current affection level, 50. Chapter 14, Masterful Driving Skills. The perfect drift through the death bend. The scenery outside the window elongated infinitely, transforming into streaks of blurred light. The trees and buildings flanking the road sped past in a blur, too fast to discern their precise forms. Su Wanqing's body was pressed firmly into the passenger seat by an immense force. Her exquisitely beautiful face had turned pale with tension, her small hands gripping the safety handle above the door tightly. It was too fast, unbelievably fast. Luo Chuan caught a glimpse of Su Wanqing's anxious expression out of the corner of his eye, and a smile crept onto his lips. He did not decelerate. Instead, he pressed the accelerator even deeper. The vehicle's speed soared to yet another level, the car vibrating slightly from the extreme velocity. Su Wanqing could no longer contain herself, letting out a short gasp of astonishment. At that moment, Luo Chuan, driving the Koenigsegg, made a sharp turn, veering off the main thoroughfare of the city and onto a road leading to the suburban mountains. The roadside sign clearly displayed three bold characters: Filong Mountain. Filong Mountain, a name well known to all the wealthy second-generation heirs of Jiangqing. Here lies the most treacherous winding road in Jiangqing, replete with numerous curves and complex road conditions. One side a solid rock face, the other a bottomless cliff. Countless sports cars had raced each other here, and many had lost control, turning into heaps of scrap metal. Luo Chuan's destination was precisely this place. Not far behind him, Lin Howren drove the red Ferrari, fiercely refusing to relent. Lin Howren's eyes were bloodshot, his face a mask of madness and jealousy. He could not comprehend it. He simply could not understand. Why could this poor wretch, Luo Chuan, afford a Koenigsegg? Why would the icy goddess Su Wanqing find herself in Luo Chuan's car? He could not accept it. Today, he was determined to ensure that Luo Chuan would meet his demise on this very road, to let him know who truly reigns over Feilong Mountain. Two vastly different sports cars raced up the winding path of Feilong Mountain, one ahead of the other. Just as the nose of the Koenigsegg entered the first bend, the system's voice echoed in Luo Chuan's mind, resonating with precision. Ding! Detected that the host is entering an extreme racing scenario. Host safety is paramount. Beginner's bonus activated. God-tier skill, divine driving technique, has been unlocked. You are now the supreme driving deity on Earth, one with the vehicle, mastering all. In an instant, Luo Chuan's gaze sharpened to an extraordinary intensity. His hands gripped the steering wheel with unwavering steadiness, devoid of the slightest tremor. He was the car, and the car was him. Brace yourself. Luo Chuan turned his head towards the pale-faced Su Wanqing beside him and calmly uttered 3 words. No sooner had the words left his lips than he abruptly turned the steering wheel, his foot switching between the accelerator and brakes with the fluidity of a flowing stream, creating afterimages in their wake. The Koenigsegg let out a ferocious roar, its body launching at an exaggerated angle. Su Wanqing's body, caught off guard by the sudden centrifugal force, lost its balance, and she was unceremoniously thrown towards Luo Chuan. She felt as if she were about to collide with him. Yet, just as she closed her eyes, bracing for impact, a warm and powerful hand reached out, firmly securing her. No, it was not merely a support. It pressed directly upon her thigh. That hand, through the delicate fabric of her off-white dress, rested on her smooth, taut thigh. The instant Su Wanqing felt Luo Chuan's palm, her entire body went rigid. She became oblivious to fear, to screams, even to her surroundings. In her world, there was only the overwhelming, scorching sensation of that hand upon her leg. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Luo Chuan's voice resonated in her ear, with one hand masterfully steering the wheel. His other hand remained steadfastly on Su Wanqing's thigh, as if conveying a sense of security through this intimate gesture. Yet, this sense of security was utterly breathtaking. Su Wanqing felt her body weaken, unable to muster even a shred of strength. She could only surrender to Luo Chuan's grip, allowing the warmth that stirred her heart to spread unabated across her thigh. Meanwhile, Lin Howren, trailing behind, was on the verge of madness. Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. He gazed at the silver Koenigsegg ahead, navigating the treacherous curves with a velocity and precision that defied all logic, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. A seasoned veteran of Flying Dragon Mountain, he found every maneuver by Luo Chuan utterly incomprehensible. Such feats were beyond the realm of human capability. Just as Lin Howren was engulfed in astonishment, he encountered one of the most perilous stretches of the track, the Kiss of Death. This section featured a series of tightly winding S-bends, sharp and narrow, with a sheer cliff looming perilously close. Even professional racers would be compelled to reduce their speed drastically and tread cautiously here. An opportunity arose. A sinister smile crept across Lin Howren's face. Boy, let us see how reckless you can be this time. To drift in such a place is to court death. Drawing upon his experience, he began to decelerate, preparing to navigate the bend with utmost care. He could already envision the imminent moment when that silver Koenigsegg would lose control and plunge off the cliff, transforming into a blazing fireball. However, what transpired next would be etched in his memory forever. The Koenigsegg, far from slowing down, accelerated once more. The roar of its engine reverberated through the valley. He has lost his mind. He is truly insane. Lin Howren screamed in disbelief. Just as the front of the Koenigsegg seemed poised to leap off the cliff, Luo Chuan made his move. His hands danced over the steering wheel like a phantom. Screech. The tires emitted a piercing wail against the asphalt. The silver Koenigsegg pivoted abruptly, its body angled at a near 90-degree tilt. The front brushed against the inner mountainside, while the rear dangled perilously over the abyss. Debris from the wheels cascaded into the unfathomable darkness below. Inertial drift. A perfect inertia drift that even the gods would shake their heads at. In the passenger seat, Su Wanqing had long since squeezed her eyes shut, her long lashes trembling violently with fear. She believed her fate was sealed. Yet, the anticipated violent collision and sensation of plummeting never arrived. Trembling, Su Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. The vehicle had smoothly exited the deadly curve and was now racing along a wide straightaway. She glanced outside, witnessing the scenery whizzing past in rapid retreat. Instinctively, she turned her head to look at the driver's seat. Luo Chuan still held the steering wheel with one hand, the other resting gently on her thigh. His profile was sharply defined, illuminated by the light streaming in from the window, rendering him extraordinarily handsome. Not a trace of tension marred his face. In fact, a calm, slight smile graced his lips. In that moment, Su Wanqing felt her fear dissipate like mist. Her gaze fixed on Luo Chuan's profile, utterly entranced. Chapter 15. Professor, you wouldn't desire us to be overly intimate, would you? At that moment, the furious roar of Lin Howren's Ferrari echoed from behind. Lin Howren had completely lost his mind. He had witnessed Luo Chuan's extraordinary maneuvering, and his own proud driving skills seemed childish in comparison, utterly laughable. Jealousy and humiliation consumed his reason entirely. Luo Chuan, I want you dead. With bloodshot eyes, Lin Howren slammed his foot down on the accelerator, aiming the Ferrari's front at the rear of the Koenigsegg, intent on a vicious collision. He was willing to sacrifice everything to reclaim his pitiful dignity. Watch out! Su Wanqing gasped in horror as she glimpsed the scene in the rearview mirror, her complexion draining of color. Yet, Luo Chuan did not even glance back. In the split second before the red Ferrari was about to collide, he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel, sharply turning right, while simultaneously coordinating the brake and accelerator with precision. The silver Koenigsegg erupted with a thunderous roar. The entire vehicle executed an elegant, yet violent 180-degree drift, seamlessly switching the positions of its front and rear in mere milliseconds. This sudden maneuver left Su Wanqing's mind blank once again. She felt an irresistible force enveloping her from all directions, her body completely losing control as she was hurled towards Luo Chuan. It's over. We're going to crash. Su Wanqing instinctively shut her eyes. However, the anticipated impact never occurred. Instead, she found herself enveloped in a firm yet warm embrace. A strong arm reached out at the critical moment, securely wrapping around her delicate frame. Su Wanqing pressed against Luo Chuan's chest, her cheek resting against him. Through the thin fabric of his t-shirt, she could distinctly feel the contours of his solid pectoral muscles and the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating within his chest. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat seemed to resonate directly against the core of her being. A scent infused with masculinity enveloped her senses, draining her of all strength. Her mind ceased to function as she surrendered to Luo Chuan's domineering embrace. Meanwhile, outside the vehicle, Lin Howren stood in stunned disbelief. He watched as the Koenigsegg performed an unbelievable maneuver before him, his fierce attack having missed its target entirely. However, he, due to the excessive speed of the vehicle and his sheer panic, had completely lost control. No. Accompanied by Lin Howren's desperate scream, a thunderous crash echoed. The red Ferrari collided headlong into the adjacent mountainside. The hard rock face met the fragile sports car in an intimate embrace. The front of the Ferrari crumpled dramatically, transforming into a grotesque shape. The white airbag deployed violently, striking Lin Howren's face with force. The car was ruined. Everything had come to an end. Inside the vehicle, Luo Chuan held the delicate and fragrant Su Wanqing in his arms, feeling her soft body tremble slightly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. He lowered his head, his lips brushing against Su Wanqing's ear, which had turned crimson from tension and shyness, and spoke in a teasing, magnetic tone. Audible only to the two of them. Professor, hold on tight. I assume you wouldn't want us to be this close forever, would you? His warm breath caressed Su Wanqing's sensitive ear, causing her to shudder as if struck by lightning. She abruptly freed herself from Luo Chuan's embrace, sitting up straight. Su Wanqing lowered her head, her hands clutching her skirt tightly, too embarrassed to meet Luo Chuan's gaze. It was utterly mortifying. How could she have been held by her own student and teased in such a manner? Observing Su Wanqing's adorably flustered demeanor, Luo Chuan's mirth deepened. He chose not to tease her further, instead behaving as if nothing had happened, turning the car around with a gentle press on the accelerator. The Koenigsegg emitted a low growl, smoothly passing by the now wrecked Ferrari. Luo Chuan didn't even spare a glance at Lin Howren, who sat sobbing in the driver's seat. To Luo Chuan, a rival of Lin Howren's caliber was unworthy of being a mere pebble on his path. The silver sports car, embodying the essence of a victor, glided away from Phylong Mountain, disappearing at the end of the road. Just as the vehicle departed, the system notification chime resonated in Luo Chuan's mind, as expected. Ding. Detected that target Su Wanqing's emotional fluctuation has reached its peak. Congratulations, host. Su Wanqing's favorability level is now 15. Current favorability, 65, heart racing. Having surpassed the 60 threshold, a new interaction mode has been unlocked. Please continue your efforts, host. Chapter 16, Solitary Moments in the Apartment, the Professor's Secret Chamber. After a while, the Koenigsegg Jesko glided through the night like a silver specter, smoothly traversing the streets of Jiangxing. The atmosphere inside the car was almost excessively quiet. Ever since Luo Chuan had swept Su Wanqing into his embrace on Phylong Mountain and whispered that teasing remark in her ear, she had not uttered a single word. She sat upright in the passenger seat, her hands tightly clutching her small bag, her gaze fixed on the swiftly passing neon lights outside the window. Yet the vacant look in her eyes revealed that she absorbed none of it. Her alabaster cheeks had carried a delicate blush since earlier, and even her elegantly long neck seemed to be kissed by a faint hue of rouge. Luo Chuan chose not to disrupt this serene atmosphere. He relished the moment. He could distinctly sense the ethereal fragrance wafting from Su Wanqing beside him, reminiscent of orchids, a scent that mingled with the luxurious aroma of leather within the Koenigsegg, creating an intoxicating allure that quickened a man's heartbeat. A subtle smile lingered at the corners of Luo Chuan's lips. The vehicle gradually entered an upscale residential area, lush with trees and enveloped in tranquility, its security measures clearly designed for the city's elite. The Koenigsegg finally came to a smooth stop beneath an apartment building. "We have arrived," Luo Chuan announced, turning to glance at Su Wanqing. She seemed to awaken from a dream, emitting a response akin to a mosquito's hum. Unbuckling her seatbelt, her movements appeared somewhat flustered, her hand trembling slightly as she pushed open the car door. Stepping out, the gentle evening breeze lifted the hem of her dress and her long, dark hair. Su Wanqing stood by the car, head bowed, her hands still tightly gripping her bag strap. She dared not meet Luo Chuan's gaze. The events of the day had profoundly shaken the worldview she had held for over 20 years. The labels attached to Luo Chuan, gaming prodigy, billionaire, elite driver, evoked a sense of both unfamiliarity and trepidation. Luo Chuan exited the vehicle and approached her, his tall figure casting a shadow over her in the glow of the streetlights. "Professor, won't you invite me up for a glass of water?" His voice was deep and resonant, cutting through the stillness of the night with remarkable clarity. Su Wanqing's body jolted slightly, instinctively. She lifted her head and found herself locked in the gaze of Luo Chuan. His eyes bore a smile she couldn't quite decipher, coupled with an unsettling intensity that made her heart race. Su Wanqing's lips moved, attempting to refuse. The notion of a lone man and woman sharing a space felt decidedly inappropriate. Yet, as the words of rejection lingered on her tongue, she found herself unable to voice them. Considering all that Luo Chuan had done for her, allowing him to leave felt unjustifiable. The conflict between her innate reserve and a nebulous emotion she couldn't articulate clashed violently in her mind. In the end, Su Wanqing succumbed to the turmoil. Biting her soft, rosy lip, she uttered in a barely audible whisper, "Then, perhaps you could come up for a while." Upon speaking those words, she felt her cheeks flush even more. "All right." Luo Chuan's response was succinct and decisive, as if he had anticipated her agreement all along. Su Wanqing, hesitant to say more, turned and stepped forward, guiding Luo Chuan into the apartment building. This marked her first occasion bringing a male acquaintance to her home, and notably, this individual was her student. Su Wanqing's residence was situated on the 17th floor, a standard flat boasting magnificent views. The moment she opened the door, a fragrance reminiscent of elegant orchids, akin to her own, enveloped her. The decor throughout the apartment mirrored Su Wanqing herself, minimalist and serene, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. "Please make yourself comfortable. I'll fetch you some water," Su Wanqing remarked before swiftly changing her shoes and hastening towards the kitchen, forgetting to offer Luo Chuan a pair of slippers. Luo Chuan, unperturbed, casually donned a pair of spare slippers by the entrance and proceeded into the living room as if it were his own home. He swiftly surveyed the entire space, and soon his gaze settled on several inconspicuous corners. Behind a meticulously arranged gray fabric sofa, A fluffy white fox ear peeked out from behind a cushion. Luo Chuan approached, lifting the cushion to reveal a Q-version plush pillow that bore an uncanny resemblance to a gaming character, quietly resting there. His attention then drifted to the study, which was semi-open and clearly visible from the living room, adjacent to a wall filled with academic tomes and classical literature. A desk designated for computer use displayed not only a laptop, but also an expensive-looking pink gaming headset and a limited-edition figurine adorned with an anime girl design. These items starkly contrasted with the room's austere and disciplined aesthetic, yet they confirmed Luo Chuan's suspicions. This seemingly aloof and ascetic ice queen of a professor was, in private, a deeply concealed otaku. At that moment, Su Wanqing emerged from the kitchen, a glass of water in hand. Upon noticing Luo Chuan standing beside her sofa, clutching her cherished fox pillow, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. That was a gift from a friend, she stammered awkwardly, placing the glass on the coffee table, her movements appearing stiff. Luo Chuan chose not to confront her, instead setting the pillow down and naturally taking a seat on the sofa. He lifted the glass to his lips, took a sip, then looked up at the flustered Su Wanqing, who seemed unsure of where to place her hands, and smiled. Speaking gently, "Professor, you appear quite nervous." "Not at all," Su Wanqing instinctively retorted, yet her clearly unnatural expression betrayed her. Observing her endearing demeanor, Luo Chuan resolved to tease her no further. He set down the cup of water and leaned back slightly, allowing himself to sink into the soft embrace of the sofa in a more comfortable position. Then, Luo Chuan's gaze locked onto Su Wanqing, his voice laced with a languid yet irresistible undertone. "Professor, I helped you win the game and even gave you a taste of a $20 million sports car." With each word he uttered, Su Wanqing felt her heart sink further. She understood that the crux of the matter was approaching. Luo Chuan paused, observing the slight widening of Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes, which betrayed her nervousness, and the curve of his lips grew more playful. "Therefore, as a token of gratitude, shouldn't you bestow upon me a small, insignificant reward?" At the mention of reward, Su Wanqing's body trembled slightly, her hands instinctively gripping the hem of her skirt. What reward did he desire? Her mind raced, yet it felt utterly blank. She gazed at Luo Chuan's handsome face, at his eyes sparkling with mirth, feeling as though her heartbeat might cease altogether. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her trembling voice. "What reward do you want?" Chapter 17, A Small Request. "Just for me to wear a JK uniform." As soon as Su Wanqing posed the question, a pang of regret coursed through her. Did it not sound rather suggestive? Luo Chuan did not respond immediately. His smile took on a more playful quality as he shifted his posture on the sofa to one of greater relaxation. His gaze drifted away from Su Wanqing, leisurely surveying the intimate space belonging to the aloof professor. "Professor," Luo Chuan's voice rang out once more, and he extended a finger, indicating a direction. "I venture to guess that you are quite fond of the world of anime, am I right?" Su Wanqing felt a rush of shock. Her secret had been uncovered, and by her own student, no less, who had so boldly pierced through her facade with such certainty. The blush that had only just faded from her exquisite face surged back, rendering her cheeks a deep crimson. In that moment, she bore no resemblance to the aloof, ethereal professor who graced the lecture hall. She appeared instead as a bashful girl caught with her secret exposed, flustered, and at a loss. Luo Chuan smiled faintly, intent on peeling away all of Su Wanqing's pretenses, compelling her to reveal her truest and most enchanting self before him. Rising to his feet, he approached her with measured strides. Standing at over 6 feet tall, he exuded a palpable sense of pressure that enveloped Su Wanqing entirely. In the air lingered the delicate fragrance of orchids that belonged to Su Wanqing, mingling with the masculine aura emanating from Luo Chuan, creating an atmosphere that grew increasingly charged with intimacy. Su Wanqing, feeling the tension, instinctively retreated a half-step, only to find her back pressed against the cold wall. With nowhere left to go, she could only lift her head, compelled to meet the gaze of Luo Chuan, whose eyes seemed capable of piercing through the very essence of her being. Luo Chuan leaned down, his lips brushing closely against Su Wanqing's ear. He refrained from any overtly inappropriate actions, yet the warmth of his breath gently caressed the sensitive contours of her ear. Su Wanqing's body trembled involuntarily, her form growing weak, almost on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Luo Chuan's voice, laced with a hint of amusement, resonated softly in her ear. "Professor, my request is rather simple." He paused, taking satisfaction in the sight of the misty sheen that had enveloped Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes, which now appeared glazed and devoid of rational thought. He knew the moment had arrived. Luo Chuan's gaze, unmasked in its admiration and fervor, slowly traversed the flushed contours of Su Wanqing's face, gliding down her elegant swan-like neck, over her delicate collarbone, and onto the alluring curves of her figure, enveloped by her dress. Finally, his voice dropped to an even lower, irresistibly magnetic tone. So, as a reward, I merely wish to see what the real-life Professor Su would look like in that, well, classic outfit often seen in numerous anime, JK uniform. Just once, exclusively for my eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's eyes widened in shock, her pupils constricting sharply. How could he possibly make such a request? That kind of attire was reserved for teenage high school girls. She was a university professor, his teacher. The mere thought of him seeing her in such clothing unleashed an indescribable wave of shame, crashing over her like the fiercest tide, completely submerging her in its depths. No, this cannot be. Su Wanqing, clinging desperately to her last shred of reason, summoned all her strength to stammer, "That is far too embarrassing. Absolutely not." Her voice trembled, though it sounded more like a playful protest. Luo Chuan did not press her further. He merely straightened up, taking a step back to create some distance between them. Observing the flustered figure of Su Wanqing leaning against the wall, her face flushed, eyes frantic, and hands tightly clutching her skirt, he wore a perfectly measured expression of feigned disappointment. "Ah, very well." Luo Chuan sighed softly, his tone imbued with regret. "I had a feeling this request might be a bit excessive. If the professor is unwilling, let us pretend I never mentioned it." With that, he turned away, taking slow strides towards the door, each step seemingly granting Su Wanqing one last moment to contemplate. As she gazed at Luo Chuan's seemingly departing silhouette, Su Wanqing felt an overwhelming surge of reluctance within her heart. Vivid scenes of the day's events flashed through her mind. The gaming prodigy who had effortlessly led her to victory. The serene billionaire who had casually accepted a luxury car worth a fortune at the school gate. The car enthusiast who had single-handedly maneuvered his vehicle while embracing her possessively on Filong Mountain. And just moments ago, there was that rascal whose magnetic voice had whispered a request, one that ignited both shame and exhilaration within her. The impact and astonishment this man had brought her today were simply too profound. If she were to let him leave in disappointment, Su Wanqing bit down on her tender, rosy lip, her heart waging an unprecedented, fierce battle between reason and emotion. Logic screamed at her that she must not acquiesce. It was utterly absurd. Yet deep within her emotions, a voice persistently urged her to comply, to satisfy him, to witness the expression that would grace his face upon seeing her in that light. Just as Luo Chuan's hand was about to grasp the doorknob, a delicate, almost imperceptible voice, laden with shyness, floated gently from behind him. Wait a moment. Luo Chuan's footsteps halted mere centimeters from the handle. The bait had been taken. Behind him, Su Wanqing's voice, akin to a dreamlike murmur, resonated once more. "Don't go." Luo Chuan slowly turned around. He beheld Su Wanqing, leaning against the wall, her hands helplessly clutching the hem of her dress, her visage a portrait of unshed tears. In that moment, she resembled a cornered rabbit, eyes brimming with confusion, shyness, and an unarticulated sense of dependency. Step by step, Luo Chuan returned to stand before Su Wanqing. He uttered no words, merely observing her in silence. This stillness bore a weight greater than any spoken language. Su Wanqing felt her heart race under his gaze. The events of the day had been nothing short of surreal. He had introduced her to thrills hitherto unknown, shattering the fortified defenses she had built over the past 2 decades with his domineering yet tender approach. Now, this man stood before her, his penetrating gaze fixed upon her, presenting a request that filled her with a shame so profound she wished to vanish into the earth. Reason dictated that Su Wanqing should promptly eject Luo Chuan from her presence, lock the door, and pretend that the day's occurrences had never transpired. Yet her body betrayed her will. The mere thought of Luo Chuan's forlorn figure, poised to depart in disappointment, conjured an uncontrollable wave of sorrow and yearning within her. She did not wish to let him down. She did not want him to leave like this. Once this thought emerged, it ensnared her heart like a wild vine growing uncontrollably. Ultimately, under the oppressive gaze of Luo Chuan, all of Su Wanqing's defenses crumbled entirely. She bit her soft, rosy lip, took a deep breath, and managed to squeeze out a few words from her throat. "I promise you, but you must wait here for me. No peeking, and you cannot follow me." After uttering these words, Su Wanqing dared not meet Luo Chuan's eyes. She almost fled in a panic, turning and rushing to her bedroom. As she passed the wardrobe, Su Wanqing paused momentarily. Her hand trembled as it reached into the depths of the wardrobe, retrieving an unopened box adorned with the image of an adorable anime girl, hidden beneath a neatly stacked pile of clothes. This box was a prize she had won at an anime convention last year, a win she had deemed too embarrassing to keep. Promptly stowing it away in the deepest corner of her wardrobe, never to glance at it again. Little did she anticipate that today it would resurface in such a manner. Clutching the box tightly, Su Wanqing dashed into her bedroom without looking back, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud and locking it from the inside. In the living room, Luo Chuan was left alone. As he listened to the sound of the door locking from within, a triumphant smile broke free on his face. He understood that he had won, completely and utterly. Rather than rush her, he leisurely settled back onto the sofa. The act of waiting itself was a form of enjoyment. He could distinctly hear the faint rustling sound seeping through the crack of the bedroom door, the sound of fabric brushing against fabric. This noise stirred Luo Chuan's heartstrings, causing a cascade of uncontrollable images to flood his mind. Time ticked away, with each second in the living room for Luo Chuan being a moment of anticipation, while for Su Wanqing in the bedroom, each second was a torment. It was unclear how long had passed when Luo Chuan began to wonder if Su Wanqing was too embarrassed to ever emerge from her sanctuary. Finally, the lock of the bedroom door clicked, emitting a subtle sound of movement. It was happening. Luo Chuan straightened his posture, his gaze fixed intently on the door that was about to open. The door slowly creaked ajar, hesitating for what felt like an eternity, as if the person behind it was engaging in a final psychological preparation. Ultimately, the door swung wide open. A figure emerged, head bowed, taking small, tentative steps from the bedroom. The moment Luo Chuan recognized the silhouette, his breath hitched. Su Wanqing had transformed completely. The elegant dress she had donned was nowhere to be seen. In its place was a blindingly white short-sleeved shirt. The shirt is impeccably tailored, snugly enveloping her upper body, accentuating her exquisite curves, while a vibrant red bow tie adorns the neckline. Below, she wears a deep blue plaid pleated skirt, its hem daringly short, reaching merely to the midpoint of her thighs, swaying gently with her subtle movements. What leaves Luo Chuan parched with longing is the view concealed beneath that skirt. It reveals a pair of legs, typically cloaked by professional long skirts or trousers, perfectly straight, proportionate, and flawlessly white. At this moment, these legs are unabashedly on display, showcasing their entirety for the very first time. From the firm, rounded thighs to the delicate, graceful calves, and finally to the petite, lovely white ankles. Each contour is exquisitely defined. The juxtaposition of coolness and youthfulness, intellect and pure desire, finds a harmonious and near-perfect blend in Su Wanqing. Throughout, Su Wanqing keeps her head bowed deeply, her ears flushed crimson with embarrassment, which Luo Chuan can distinctly observe. Her hands grip the sides of her pleated skirt tightly, as if attempting to elongate it just a fraction more, though such an effort is evidently futile. With a hesitant gait, she steps step by step to the center of the living room, pausing before Luo Chuan. The entire room is enveloped in silence, so quiet that a pin drop would be audible. After a prolonged moment, Su Wanqing finally speaks in a voice softer than a whisper, trembling as she asks, "Is this acceptable?" At that instant, a system notification echoes in Luo Chuan's mind. Ding! Detection of target. Su Wanqing's emotional fluctuation reaching an unprecedented peak. Level of embarrassment off the charts. Congratulations, host. Su Wanqing's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 75, confused and chaotic, ripe for the picking. Chapter 19. Stay still. Let me take your picture. Luo Chuan does not immediately respond to Su Wanqing's quivering inquiry. His gaze unabashedly roams over her, from her stunningly beautiful face, tinged with embarrassment, to her chest, subtly rising with tension, and finally to the rounded contours embraced by the deep blue plaid skirt. Ultimately, his gaze settles on her long, snowy white legs. Luo Chuan feels a dryness in his throat. Clearing it, he suppresses the tumultuous fire within. Is this sufficient? He echoes Su Wanqing's words, a playful smirk gracing his lips. No, Professor, this is far from enough. At his words, Su Wanqing's body jolts, and she instinctively raises her head, her eyes filled with confusion and panic. Not enough? What more does he want? Having complied with his request, she donned the attire that filled her with an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing only to disappear. Yet, he had the audacity to declare it insufficient. As Su Wanqing's mind spiraled into a void of chaotic thoughts, Luo Chuan made his move. He did not approach her directly. Instead, he leisurely retrieved his phone from his pocket. He activated the camera, aiming it at Su Wanqing, who stood awkwardly in the center of the living room. "Professor, you look utterly stunning at this moment." Luo Chuan's voice exuded an irresistible, commanding presence. "Do not move. Allow me to capture this moment. Take a photograph." He wants to take a photograph. Su Wanqing's mind buzzed as if a multitude of bombs were detonating within. Standing before Luo Chuan in this attire was already the boldest and most outrageous act of her life. Now, he intended to immortalize this moment with his phone. If captured, it would become leverage in his hands, accessible at his whim, perhaps even shared with others. The mere thought of such a possibility sent tremors of fear and humiliation coursing through her body. No, this cannot happen. It must not be captured. Almost instinctively, Su Wanqing let out a cry, crossing her arms protectively over her chest, and turned to flee towards the bedroom. However, just as she took a step, Luo Chuan's undeniable voice echoed behind her. "Professor, do you believe you can escape? Or do you wish for me to personally come over and hold you still for the photograph?" His tone was calm, yet beneath that tranquility lay an unmistakable dominance. Su Wanqing's feet halted abruptly. She turned stiffly to face Luo Chuan, who stood relaxed with his phone in hand, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Deep down, she understood the truth of his words. With Luo Chuan's formidable physical prowess, evasion was utterly futile. If he were to forcibly take her picture, the situation would morph into something even more humiliating and unbearable. Despair enveloped her heart. She felt akin to a hapless rabbit cornered by a hunter, trembling and powerless to act. Observing her teary-eyed expression, Luo Chuan experienced an unprecedented sense of conquest. This was his aim, to methodically dismantle every psychological barrier of this icy professor, transforming her entirely before him. "Step forward, stand properly," Luo Chuan commanded again. Biting her lower lip, Su Wanqing ultimately surrendered her resistance. With heavy steps and her head bowed, she gradually returned to the center of the living room. "Excellent." Luo Chuan nodded in satisfaction, raising his phone. Click. The sound of the shutter resonated, and the first photograph was taken. In the photograph, Su Wanqing bows her head, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her dress, her body rigid, brimming with tension and resistance. "No, she is far too stiff." Luo Chuan shook his head and set his phone aside. He stepped forward, approaching Su Wanqing. As Luo Chuan drew closer, her body trembled even more violently. Eventually, he halted directly in front of her, the distance between them so slight that they could almost feel each other's breath. "Professor, your bow tie is askew." Before the words fully escaped his lips, Luo Chuan extended his hand. His slender fingers gently grasped the red bow tie at Su Wanqing's chest. In the process of adjusting the bow, his fingertips lightly brushed against her warm, delicate neck, even grazing her exquisitely alluring collarbone. At the moment of contact, Su Wanqing's body quivered violently. An indescribable wave of tingling sensation surged from the point of contact throughout her entire being. She instinctively closed her eyes. Had it not been for the last shred of willpower sustaining her, she might have collapsed directly into Luo Chuan's embrace. Luo Chuan's movements were deliberate and unhurried. Throughout this process, his fingers purposefully glided back and forth across Su Wanqing's exquisitely sensitive skin. The atmosphere of intimacy intensified rapidly within the confined space. "That's enough." After a prolonged moment, Luo Chuan finally retracted his hand and took a step back. Only then did Su Wanqing dare to reopen her eyes, feeling as if she had been on the brink of suffocation. "Lift your head and look at my camera." Luo Chuan's authoritative voice echoed once more. This time, Su Wanqing did not resist. Click. The second photograph was captured. In the image, Su Wanqing's charming face was flushed, her gaze hazy, lips slightly parted, presenting a captivating appearance as if inviting admiration. "Excellent. That is the expression I desired." Luo Chuan nodded in satisfaction before issuing a new command. "The lighting is inadequate. Please sit on the sofa." Su Wanqing's mind had entirely ceased to function. She turned and, with somewhat unsteady steps, approached the sofa, slowly seating herself. The dress was far too short, and as she sat, the deep blue pleated skirt uncontrollably rose, revealing more of her snow-white, delicate thigh skin. The glimpses of allure beneath the hem were enough to drive any man to madness. Realizing this, Su Wanqing instinctively attempted to tug the dress down. "Remove your hands," Luo Chuan continued. Upon hearing this, her hands froze in midair before falling limply to her sides. "Close your legs," Luo Chuan commanded again. With a sense of humiliation, Su Wanqing bit her lip and gradually brought her long, fair legs together. This pose made her feel like some kind of exhibit, being audaciously observed by others. Click, click, click. Luo Chuan seized the opportunity, relentlessly pressing the shutter button aimed at Su Wanqing. He captured the image of her legs neatly together, her hands helplessly resting on her knees. He photographed her clutching a fox-shaped pillow on the sofa, half of her face buried within it, revealing only a pair of eyes filled with embarrassment and indignation. Each photograph exquisitely merged Su Wanqing's shyness, innocence, and distinct intellectual beauty, perfectly entwined with the youthful allure of her JK uniform. After an indeterminate period, Luo Chuan finally set his phone aside. He approached Su Wanqing, bent down, and gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. His gesture was extraordinarily tender. Su Wanqing's body quivered slightly, yet she did not shy away. Luo Chuan gazed into her eyes, his voice imbued with an unprecedented sincerity. "Thank you, Professor Su. You are truly beautiful." Su Wanqing. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Luo Chuan's mind, as anticipated. Ding. Detection of target character. Su Wanqing's emotional fluctuation has reached an unprecedented peak. Her defenses have been completely dismantled. Congratulations, host. Su Wanqing's favorability has reached 5. Current favorability, 80. A heart secretly cherishes emotions deeply rooted. Favorability has surpassed the threshold of 80. Unlocking new rewards. Please continue your efforts, host. Chapter 20. Regrets of Shaolin Yue. The conspiracy of the campus evening party. As the system's notification settled in Luo Chuan's mind, he realized that surpassing the favorability threshold of 80 meant that Su Wanqing's defenses had been utterly shattered by him. Observing the ice-cold professor in her JK uniform, who accepted his heartfelt gratitude with relief, Luo Chuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, Su Wanqing had been struck by Luo Chuan's gentle thank you. She initially believed that his outrageous request was merely a jest designed to satiate his mischievous whims. However, when he truly looked at her with genuine eyes and praised her beauty, all her complex emotions instantaneously transformed into a peculiar warmth. It dawned on her that he was not mocking her. He genuinely found her beautiful in that moment. This realization caused her heart to skip a beat, and the blush on her face deepened. Luo Chuan, observing Su Wanqing's reaction, couldn't help but smile faintly. He did not relent. Instead, he put away his phone and naturally settled onto the sofa beside her. This movement swiftly diminished the distance between them. "Professor Su, doesn't this outfit make it somewhat inconvenient to move?" Su Wanqing's body stiffened abruptly, and she instinctively clutched her skirt, her eyes brimming with wariness and panic. What did he intend to do next? Luo Chuan paid no heed to Su Wanqing's anxiety. He extended his hand and gently grasped a corner of her deep blue plaid pleated skirt. The texture of the fabric conveyed itself through his fingertips. His movements were delicate. Yet to Su Wanqing, whose mind was fraught with tension, it felt akin to a thunderclap. The material was quite fine, he remarked leisurely, but it seemed the skirt was perhaps a tad too short. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards Su Wanqing's tightly drawn fair thighs, a result of her seated posture. Su Wanqing felt as though her scalp might explode. This scoundrel! Did he even comprehend the words spilling from his lips? Should I assist Professor Su in returning it? Luo Chuan turned his head, locking eyes with Su Wanqing, a smirk dancing upon his lips. At this utterance, all of Su Wanqing's rationality unraveled in an instant. Luo Chuan, get out this moment. Enraged and humiliated, she thrust her hands with all her might against his chest. Yet her feeble strength was akin to a cat's gentle pawing to Luo Chuan. He rose effortlessly, a triumphant grin adorning his face. He understood the moment was ripe. Pressing further would yield more harm than good. Very well, since Professor Su has spoken thus. Luo Chuan raised his hands in a mock display of innocence. I shall take my leave then. It is getting late. Professor Su should rest early. With that, he turned and strode purposefully towards the door. Su Wanqing stood frozen in place. Watching Luo Chuan's decisive retreating figure, a wave of inexplicable despondency surged within her. Is he truly just leaving? Did he really obey my request to exit? As Su Wanqing's thoughts spiraled, Luo Chuan, now at the threshold, abruptly halted. He glanced back, raising his phone with a smirk. The photos are safely stored. Good night, Professor Su. He opened the door and left without a backward glance. The door clicked softly shut, the apartment once again enveloped in silence. Leaving Su Wanqing alone, still clad in the excruciatingly embarrassing JK uniform, sitting dazed upon the sofa. She cast her gaze down at her attire, then towards the firmly shut door, her mind a tumultuous whirl. After a considerable time, she finally regained her senses. Clutching the fox-shaped cushion upon the sofa, she buried her burning cheeks deep into it, emitting a barely audible whimper. Luo Chuan, how did I encounter such a troublesome student? Meanwhile, after departing from Su Wanqing's apartment, Luo Chuan did not immediately return to his dormitory. He drove his silver Koenigsegg Jesko, taking a leisurely circuit through the night of Jiangqing, attempting to calm the heat that had stirred within him due to the earlier encounter. As the sweet fruits of victory were savored in Luo Chuan, the campus forum of Jiangqing University had erupted into a frenzy. Breaking news. A 1.2 billion Koenigsegg appears at our school, crushing rich second-generation Lin Hauren. With photos and videos, the Drift King of Filong Mountain arrives, reducing a Ferrari to scrap metal. Insider information. The car owner is suspected to be a student of our university, accompanied by a stunning goddess. Each sensational headline surged forth like bamboo shoots after a rainstorm. And beneath each post lay thousands of fervent replies. Wow, that silver sports car is absolutely magnificent. Is that a Koenigsegg? For real? Are you blind? That is the Koenigsegg Jesko. Its base price is at least 120 million. Who on earth is this deity visiting our school? I watched the video. The way he drifted through the turn is simply beyond human capability. The driver must be a professional racer. Lin Hauren, that fool, thought he was a car god just because he drove a Ferrari? Now he has hit a wall. I heard the car is totaled and he's in the hospital crying. It's hilarious. The most important part is the passenger seat. Did you see that silhouette? Although it's blurry, she is undoubtedly a top-tier beauty. That figure, that aura, simply exquisite. I think I know who it is, but don't spread it around. Rumor has it that the passenger is our university's newly appointed distinguished professor, Su Wanqing. What? Professor Su? My ice queen. How could she be in the car of this wealthy man? My youth is over. The discussions within the forum were fervent. Meanwhile, in the student council office, Xiaoling Yue was fixated on her phone screen, her complexion pale as a ghost. She refreshed the forum posts repeatedly, absorbing the shock and envy in the comments. Her gaze fixed on the most prominent post featuring a blurry profile of Luo Chuan with the car window down. Despite the photo's blurriness, she recognized him instantly. That was Luo Chuan, the very man she had publicly jilted, whom she had deemed a pauper, and whom she had scorned to the core. The words Koenigsegg Jesko, 120 million, and crushing Lin Hauren pierced through her heart, leaving her breathless. Just then, the office door swung open, and her aide, Wang Lu, rushed in, her face a mix of shock and jealousy. Yuejia, something major has happened. Wang Lu exclaimed, her expression frantic. I found out the truth. The owner of the Koenigsegg is none other than Luo Chuan, and I can confirm that the passenger is indeed the new distinguished professor, Su Wanqing. Wang Lu's revelation became the final straw that broke the camel's back for Xiaoling Yue. That scoundrel Luo Chuan, that deceiver, who had pretended to be a pauper to get close to her. Now he was pursuing Su Wanqing. Jealousy, regret, and anger intertwined, causing Xiaoling Yue's exquisite visage to contort with turmoil. She could not accept this. She absolutely refused to acknowledge this reality. Coincidentally, the annual campus welcome party was to be held in just 3 days. As the president of the student council, she bore the weighty responsibility of overseeing the event. A malicious plan swiftly took shape in her mind. She desired vengeance. She would deliberately withhold an invitation from Luo Chuan, orchestrating a public confession from Lin Hauren at the party, creating an illusion of a perfect couple. Chapter 21. My dance partner Xiaoling Yue inhaled deeply and squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Wang Lu, fetch the guest list for the party. The list was soon presented to her. As she gazed upon the name Su Wanqing on the guest list, a glint of malice flickered in her eyes. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. A weary voice soon resonated from the other end. Hello, who is this? Lin Hauren. It's me, Xiaoling Yue. Her voice was frigid, devoid of warmth. Instantly, Lin Hauren's demeanor transformed. He became animated, as though rejuvenated. Lin Yue, you finally decided to contact me. Cut the chatter. Xiaoling Yue interrupted coldly. Do you want revenge? Do you wish for an opportunity? Absolutely. I dream of it. Lin Hauren gritted his teeth, exclaiming, that Luo Chuan. I will make him pay. Excellent. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Xiao Lingyue's lips. At the welcome party in 3 days, you will follow my instructions. She meticulously articulated her wicked plan over the phone. With each word, Lin Haoran grew increasingly exhilarated, ultimately succumbing to fits of laughter. After hanging up, Xiao Lingyue tossed her phone onto the table and approached the window, peering out at the brilliantly illuminated campus, her eyes brimming with resentment and madness. Luo Chuan, wait for me. The following day, at Jiangxing University, in a large lecture hall, Su Wanqing was delivering a course on classical literature, dressed in a tasteful cream-colored professional suit. Her long, raven hair was elegantly secured with a simple wooden pin, revealing her graceful, swan-like neck. Her expression remained cool and aloof, her voice clear and melodious as she elucidated the complexities of ancient texts. To all the students, Su Wanqing appeared as the ethereal, untouchable Ice Queen. Yet, only she knew the turmoil that brewed within her heart. Her gaze inevitably drifted toward the center of the first row, where Luo Chuan sat. He was neither reading nor paying attention to the blackboard. His eyes were fixated intently on Su Wanqing at the podium. His gaze, devoid of any crudeness, was instead rife with unabashed aggression and possessiveness. Su Wanqing felt increasingly uneasy under Luo Chuan's unwavering stare. Every time she made contact with Luo Chuan's gaze, vivid scenes from the previous night would uncontrollably resurface in her mind. The mere thought of these memories caused a flush of warmth to rise in Su Wanqing's cheeks, nearly disrupting her lecture. Luo Chuan's audacity quickly ignited discontent among the other students in the classroom. Whispers began to circulate from the back rows. Hey, look at that guy in the front row. He has got some nerve. Indeed, he hasn't taken his eyes off Professor Su since class began. And that lecherous look of his is far from innocent. Who does he think he is to gaze at Professor Su like that? Just wait. Professor Su is bound to lose her temper. This will be entertaining. Although their murmurs were soft, they resonated distinctly in the quiet classroom. And Su Wanqing was keenly aware of them. She paused her lecture, furrowing her brows and sweeping her gaze across the room. An instant hush fell over the class, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of how Su Wanqing would address the audacious student. The students who had been gossiping moments before wore expressions of gleeful expectation. However, the next event left the entire class utterly astonished. After surveying the room, Su Wanqing's gaze ultimately settled on Luo Chuan. Their eyes locked. Instead of retreating, Luo Chuan wore a faint smile, a mischievous expression that only the two of them understood. This smile shattered the calm facade Su Wanqing had desperately maintained, causing a wave of uncontrollable blush to spread across her exquisite cheeks. The entire class was left in a state of disbelief. What were they witnessing? The famously aloof professor, who had never shown any warmth towards male students, was blushing, all because of a single glance from this boy. In the suffocating silence, Su Wanqing abruptly averted her gaze, unable to bear looking at Luo Chuan any longer. Clearing her throat, she softly instructed, "Please remain quiet. Let us continue with the lesson." With that, she turned her back to the class, facing the blackboard, and did not look back again. The room was in shock. Was that it? No reprimand? No punishment? Just a blushing request for silence? This world was utterly absurd. When the bell rang signaling the end of class, Su Wanqing practically fled, clutching her lesson plan as she rushed out of the classroom. She hurried back to her office, slamming the door shut behind her, leaning weakly against the door. Her heart raced as if it were about to leap from her throat. Approaching the water cooler, she gulped down a glass of cold water in an attempt to cool her flushed cheeks. Su Wanqing, what is happening to you? He is your student. Su Wanqing gazed at her reflection in the mirror, her cheeks flushed and her eyes betraying a sense of disarray. A wave of helplessness washed over her as she realized that the image of Luo Chuan lingered incessantly in her mind. At that moment, her phone emitted a notification sound. Picking it up, she discovered a message from the official university WeChat account. Stars shine brightly, dreams take flight. Jiangxing University Annual Welcome Gala awaits your presence. At the end of the message was a list of distinguished guests, and her name stood prominently among them. Suddenly, a bold thought sparked within her. The gala required a male companion. The first and only name that surfaced in her mind was that of Luo Chuan. Once this notion took root, it became uncontrollable. Her heart began to race anew. She opened the chat window with Luo Chuan, her slender fingers hesitating on the screen for a considerable time. Ultimately, she steeled herself, biting her lip, and sent a message. "Do you have time for the welcome gala?" Almost instantaneously, a reply came. "Yes." Upon receiving Luo Chuan's response, Su Wanqing involuntarily inhaled deeply and sent another message. Could you be my partner? This time, there was a brief silence on his end. Just as she feared he would decline, a new message appeared. It would be my honor, Professor Su. With his affirmative response, a smile broke across Su Wanqing's face, momentarily dispelling her earlier self-reflection in front of the mirror. However, a pressing concern soon emerged in her mind. Given Luo Chuan's typically casual attire, he would undoubtedly appear out of place at such a formal event, perhaps even the subject of ridicule. This was an eventuality she could not allow. Thus, her resolve solidified. She opened her laptop and deftly navigated to a premier Italian luxury custom clothing website. On the night of the gala, the grand entrance of Jiangxing University was adorned with luxury cars and elegantly dressed guests. The student council president, Xiao Lingyue, donned an exquisite Chanel dress and impeccably applied makeup, standing at the entrance with her attendant, Wang Lu, welcoming the arriving guests in a manner befitting the hosts. At that moment, a figure clad in a simple white t-shirt and casual trousers entered their line of sight. It was Luo Chuan. Xiao Lingyue's expression soured instantly. Her eyes filled with disdain. Wang Lu, quick to grasp the situation, stepped forward in her high heels and blocked Luo Chuan's path. Hey, do you not realize that uninvited guests are not permitted? This is not a place for someone like you. Wang Lu's tone dripped with sarcasm and malice. Xiao Lingyue approached, arms crossed before her, regarding Luo Chuan with a condescending demeanor. Luo Chuan, you truly are an unwelcome specter, dressed like a market vendor. Are you attempting to sneak in for free food and drink? Please, do not tarnish our carpet. Many bystanders were drawn to the commotion, casting glances filled with schadenfreude. However, in the face of their mockery, Luo Chuan's expression remained unperturbed, even graced with a faint smile. He was aware that the main event was imminent. Indeed, just as Xiao Lingyue was about to unleash further insults, a voice as clear and cool as moonlight resonated from a distance. Who said he is an intruder? He is my invited companion. At this pronouncement, all eyes turned towards the source of the sound. Su Wanqing, resplendent in a moon-white off-shoulder evening gown, gracefully approached. The gown's flawless cut accentuated her devilishly alluring figure, with bare shoulders and collarbones as exquisite as the finest jade. Her long hair, meticulously styled, cascaded behind her, glistening, and a delicate hint of makeup adorned her face. In that moment, she resembled a celestial being descended from the moon palace, breathtakingly beautiful, rendering all the elegantly dressed women around her momentarily overshadowed. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Xiao Lingyue's complexion paled visibly, in both beauty and poise. She was utterly eclipsed by Su Wanqing. Without acknowledging anyone else, Su Wanqing strode directly to Luo Chuan's side, and, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, naturally intertwined her arm with his. This intimate gesture ignited the atmosphere once more. Following this, Su Wanqing presented an elegant black suit garment bag to Luo Chuan. Please change into this. I prepared it for you. Her voice carried a softness that even she was unaware of. Wang Lu glanced disdainfully at the bag, scoffing. What could be so special? Ignoring her, Luo Chuan offered a gentle smile to Su Wanqing, accepted the garment bag, and turned to enter the adjacent changing room. Minutes later, when the changing room door swung open once more, a tall figure emerged. In that instant, all noise and chatter ceased, replaced by expressions of shock and disbelief. The ordinary t-shirt that Luo Chuan once wore had vanished, replaced by a perfectly tailored, top-quality Italian bespoke suit. The deep black fabric accentuated his already statuesque physique, showcasing broad shoulders and a trim waist, revealing a flawless inverted triangle shape. Every detail of the suit emanated understated luxury, elevating his clean and refreshing aura to one of mature sophistication, imbued with a hint of languid nobility. A discerning young heir in the audience let out a piercing scream of astonishment. My heavens, that is indeed Zegna's globally limited edition, handcrafted to perfection. My father tried to order a set and had to wait 6 months. Even wealth cannot procure it. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The expressions on Xiao Lingyue and Wang Lu's faces were akin to those who had tasted something utterly unpleasant. Luo Chuan approached Su Wanqing, elegantly extending his arm. Understanding his intent, Su Wanqing gently placed her delicate hand upon his. Together, they strode into the resplendent gala like a king and queen, heads held high. As they entered the grand hall, hundreds of eyes converged upon the radiant couple. Their pairing was so exquisite that it rendered the surrounding ambience a mere monochrome backdrop. Luo Chuan remained oblivious to the world around him, leading Su Wanqing with poise to the front row of the guest seats. Su Wanqing could sense the fervent gazes surrounding them, which made her somewhat uneasy. However, as she felt the warmth of Luo Chuan's arm, her flustered heart miraculously found tranquility. The gala proceeded in an orderly fashion, with each performance taking the stage and then bowing out. Yet it was evident that the majority of the audience's thoughts were far from the acts. Their gazes would inadvertently drift towards the dazzling duo in the front row. Finally, the host approached the stage with a smile. Esteemed teachers and fellow students, the next performance is undoubtedly the highlight of our evening. Let us extend the warmest applause to our university's youngest and most beautiful distinguished professor, Ms. Su Wanqing, as she presents a captivating piano solo. As the words echoed, thunderous applause erupted. Everyone craned their necks, eagerly anticipating the performance of this icy goddess. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a sinister smile crept upon Lin Haoran's lips. His original plan was to present flowers to Su Wanqing after her performance and publicly confess to Shaolin Yue, intending to humiliate both Su Wanqing and Luo Chuan in this manner. Although the situation had deviated from his expectations, the plan remained intact. He was determined to demonstrate that no matter how beautiful Su Wanqing was, Shaolin Yue was the true star of the evening, under the watchful eyes of the audience. Su Wanqing rose. However, instead of proceeding directly to the grand piano at center stage, she turned to face Luo Chuan, her eyes as captivating as autumn waters, locking onto him. Then, in an unexpected turn of events that astonished all present, she smiled and extended her fair, slender hand towards Luo Chuan. Tonight, I wish to invite a special partner to join me in performing this piece. Su Wanqing's voice resonated through the microphone, reaching every ear in the hall. Together, let us complete this composition. Upon uttering these words, every individual present widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the spectacle unfolding before them. Professor Su had audaciously invited that man to join her on stage, and they were to play the piano together. Chapter 23, A Duet. This divine melody, composed solely for you. What absurdity is this? Can he even play the piano? Indeed, judging by his demeanor, he likely cannot even read sheet music. Wang Lu couldn't help but scoff. Yu Jia, look at this Su Wanqing. She has truly lost her mind. To elevate her pretty boy, she would go to any lengths. Just wait and see how she handles the chaos when he fumbles around up there. Shaolin Yue's expression softened slightly, her eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. She was well aware of Luo Chuan's past. He was nothing more than a worthless drifter. How could he possibly master such a refined instrument? He was inviting humiliation upon himself. However, in the face of Su Wanqing's invitation, Luo Chuan exhibited not a hint of hesitation. Calmly, he rose to his feet, grasping Su Wanqing's delicate hand, and together, they ascended the stage amidst the complex gazes of the crowd. They took their seats before the piano. Up close, the enchanting fragrance of orchids emanating from Su Wanqing enveloped Luo Chuan's senses. In that moment, a voice within his mind whispered softly, detected that the host is required to perform. The skill, mastery of divine instruments, has been activated. A faint smile graced Luo Chuan's lips. He turned to Su Wanqing, who appeared somewhat anxious, offering her a reassuring glance. Then, his fingers descended upon the black and white keys. With a resounding thud, an unprecedented, magnificent, and fervent prelude erupted from Luo Chuan's fingertips, brimming with dazzling technique. Even the very first note instantly captivated the audience's ears. What is this piece? Why does merely hearing the prelude send shivers through one's soul? Su Wanqing was also taken aback, but her extensive piano training allowed her to swiftly recover from her astonishment. She seamlessly integrated herself into the melody that Luo Chuan had initiated. In that moment, the hall was filled with a harmonious yet intense symphony. Their collaboration was flawless, at times akin to the gentle flow of mountain streams, and at others, reminiscent of galloping steeds, exuding grandeur. This was a celestial composition the world had never encountered. Everyone was enraptured, completely immersed in the performance. Shaolin Yue and Lin Haoran's faces had turned an alarming shade of deep crimson. They could scarcely believe that Luo Chuan could indeed play the piano, and so skillfully at that. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just then, the music surged into its climactic segment. It was a dazzling passage requiring extensive hand crossings. To avoid disrupting Su Wanqing's performance, Luo Chuan naturally leaned forward. Drawing closer to her, his right arm reached around from behind Su Wanqing, almost enveloping her entire exquisite form in his embrace. Su Wanqing's body stiffened abruptly. She could distinctly sense the searing warmth emanating from Luo Chuan, penetrating through the delicate fabric of her gown and radiating against her back. A clean, pleasant fragrance instantaneously enveloped her. At that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably, akin to a startled fawn, wildly pounding against her chest. The beauty of her already stunning face was suddenly graced with a captivating blush. Her fingers trembled slightly, almost causing her to misplay a note. Luo Chuan seemed to perceive her anxiety. He lowered his head, his lips drawing near to her translucent ear, and in a voice only they could hear, murmured, "Do not lose focus, concentrate on playing." The warmth of his breath brushed against Su Wanqing's most sensitive ear, sending an indescribable tingling sensation coursing through her entire being. Her body felt somewhat weak, and she bit her lip, summoning the last vestiges of her willpower to force her attention back to the keys. Finally, the last note fell, reverberating through the air. The hall was enveloped in profound silence. An agonizingly long 10 seconds passed before thunderous applause erupted like a tsunami. My heavens, it was utterly enchanting. This is the most beautiful piano piece I have ever heard in my life. Divine. It was simply a celestial performance. Who on earth is that man? They are such a perfect match. Luo Chuan and Su Wanqing stood up, bowing gracefully to the audience. Under the spotlight, they resembled a pair of true celestial lovers. Basking in the admiration and adulation of all, Shaolin US stared blankly at the two radiant figures on stage, then turned to glance at the pallid Lin Howren beside her, resembling a clown. An unprecedented wave of regret shattered her pride and self-esteem. How infuriating. The day after the gala, the entire Jiangxing University remained immersed in the lingering echoes of the previous night's piano performance. The divine forehand duet of Luo Chuan and Su Wanqing had gone viral across campus forums and major short video platforms. Terms like golden boy and jade girl, celestial couple, were employed by countless admirers to describe them. Su Wanqing sat in her office, gazing out at the dim, yellow sunlight, her lips involuntarily curling upwards. Her mind replayed the scenes from the night before over and over again, when Luo Chuan had drawn close from behind, enveloping her entirely in his embrace. She could vividly sense the clean, pleasant fragrance unique to youth that he exuded, and when he leaned in to whisper in her ear to stay focused, the warmth of his breath made her ears tingle, and her heart fluttered in response. Su Wanqing extended her hand, gently caressing her still warm earlobe, a charming blush rising to her cheeks. This Luo Chuan, despite being her student, persistently breached her emotional defenses with his domineering demeanor. At that moment, her thoughts were completely consumed by the image of Luo Chuan. Just as Su Wanqing's mind wandered into a realm of fanciful musings, the landline on her desk suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she noted it was the office of the dean. Stealing her emotions, she answered the phone. "Hello, Dean Zhang." A stern voice resonated from the other end. "Professor Su Wanqing, I need you to come to my office immediately." Without waiting for her response, the line went dead with a click. Stunned, Su Wanqing held the receiver, sensing something amiss in Dean Zhang's tone. Typically, he treated her, the highly esteemed professor he had recruited at great expense, with warmth and courtesy. Yet, the voice she had just heard was unmistakably different. Not daring to linger, she promptly rose and swiftly made her way to the dean's office. Chapter 24. Professor Su, you have been suspended. Pushing open the heavy wooden door of the dean's office, Su Wanqing found the atmosphere within even more oppressive. Dean Zhang sat behind his desk, his expression dark and foreboding. Across from him, on the sofa, sat a man in his 50s with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses, Zhao Heng, a senior professor at the institution. Su Wanqing recognized him. He had long harbored discontent towards her, the young upstart in a position of authority, having subtly undermined her at various meetings. At this moment, Zhao Heng leisurely sipped from a cup of hot tea, and a barely perceptible glimmer of triumph flickered in his eyes upon her arrival. "Dean Zhang, Professor Zhao," Su Wanqing greeted politely. "Professor Su has arrived. Please take a seat." Dean Zhang replied, his tone still icy. Su Wanqing settled onto the sofa opposite Zhao Heng. "Dean Zhang, you summoned me with such urgency. Is there an important matter at hand?" she inquired. Dean Zhang remained silent, merely gesturing with his eyes towards Zhao Heng. Zhao Heng set his cup down with a soft thud, retrieving a thick stack of printed documents from his briefcase and unceremoniously tossing it onto the coffee table before her. "Professor Su, your remarkable academic achievements at such a young age command our admiration," Zhao Heng began, his smile lacking sincerity, layered with false politeness. However, what do we, as scholars, value above all? It is integrity. It is the purity of academia. His voice suddenly escalated, growing sharp and piercing. Take a look for yourself. Examine the article you published in the World Literature Review regarding the deconstruction of postmodernism. What is truly going on? A heavy wave of despair washed over Su Wanqing as she extended her trembling hand to grasp the document. The first page was a copy of her own paper, while the second page contained an article from a renowned foreign academic journal authored by an American scholar named Robert Greene. The core arguments, structural framework, and even some pivotal evidence of both articles bore an astonishing resemblance. Notably, Professor Green's article had been published a full 3 months prior to Su Wanqing's. This appeared to be nothing short of blatant academic plagiarism. This cannot be. Su Wanqing's complexion turned ashen, and she rose to her feet in agitation. Academic plagiarism is a grave accusation that could obliterate a scholar's entire career. Su Wanqing realized she had fallen victim to a scheme. Impossible? Zhao Heng scoffed, his expression replete with disdain and contempt. Professor Su, the evidence lies before you. Do you still find it necessary to speak? Shall you claim that this is all mere coincidence? Such coincidences are unfathomable. Su Wanqing opened her mouth to respond, yet found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, it was too coincidental, so much so that she could not provide an explanation. She knew her innocence, yet lacked any evidence to substantiate it, while her adversary had meticulously prepared irrefutable proof sufficient to devastate her. This was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Observing Su Wanqing's distraught visage, Dean Zhang briefly displayed a flicker of sympathy, which was quickly supplanted by a stern demeanor. He rapped the table and declared in an authoritative tone, "Professor Su Wanqing, the truth will be investigated by a dedicated inquiry committee organized by the university. However, pending the results of this investigation, in order to uphold the academic reputation of Jiangxing University, the faculty has decided to suspend all your teaching and research activities immediately and place you on administrative leave." Administrative leave. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing felt a wave of disorientation. She could not recall how she exited the dean's office. The world around her transformed into shades of gray, rendering everything surreal. As she walked through the campus, passing students pointed and excitedly discussed the previous night's gala. Yet, these sounds morphed into the sharpest mockery in her ears. She returned to her solitary, empty apartment, collapsing heavily onto the soft sofa. A tide of negative emotions, anguish, helplessness, despair, overwhelmed her entirely. Having always been a prodigy, sailing smoothly through life, she had never encountered such a profound blow and humiliation. It felt as though her world had crumbled. Beneath this collapsing sky, she found herself utterly alone. Whom could she turn to? Her parents, far away at home? Informing them would only serve to heighten their anxiety and concern. Her colleagues at school? They were likely reveling in her misfortune behind her back. Just as Su Wanqing felt abandoned by the entire world, a figure unexpectedly emerged in her mind, Luo Chuan. He was the man who, with his ever-present mischievous grin, always managed to provide her with immeasurable comfort at the most critical moments. Once this thought took root, it became impossible to suppress. Hurriedly, Su Wanqing fished her phone from her bag, locating the contact labeled Du Chuan, her fingers trembling as she pressed the call button. The phone rang twice before being answered. On the other end, she heard Luo Chuan's familiar voice. "Hello, Professor Su." The instant she recognized his voice, all of Su Wanqing's strength and facade crumbled. Tears cascaded from her beautiful eyes like pearls released from a broken string, uncontrollable and free-flowing. Her voice, thick with sorrow, was laden with desperation. "Luo Chuan, do you have a moment? I've run into trouble." Luo Chuan, gripping his phone, felt his demeanor shift coldly at the fragmented, tearful confession. He needed no further inquiry to understand the gravity of the situation. For anyone who dared to touch his woman, it was simply 2 words: seek death. "Stay at home and do not go anywhere. Wait for me," he commanded before abruptly ending the call. Without a hint of hesitation, he seized the keys to his Koenigsegg and dashed out of the dormitory. The silver Koenigsegg Jesko let out a deep growl as it sped towards Su Wanqing's apartment. Chapter 25. Tears of the Goddess. "Do not fear. I shall be your shield tonight." Minutes later, the Koenigsegg executed a graceful drift and came to a halt beneath Su Wanqing's apartment. Luo Chuan turned off the engine and swiftly ascended the stairs. The door was unlocked, allowing him to enter without hesitation. The living room lay in darkness, the dim light casting shadows around the space. Luo Chuan's gaze immediately fell upon the fragile figure curled up on the sofa. Clad in the cream-colored professional dress she had worn earlier that day, her attire, which should have exuded competence and poise, now appeared crumpled and disheveled, reflecting her disarray. She hugged her knees tightly, burying her head deeply within them, her long, lustrous hair cascading messily around her face. An aura of heartbreaking vulnerability and helplessness enveloped her. At the sound of the door opening, Su Wanqing's body jolted. She slowly lifted her head, and upon seeing the tall figure standing at the entrance, her once vacant and lifeless eyes instantly filled with a dense mist of tears. She could no longer contain her emotions. Luo Chuan, the sound of Su Wanqing's voice was hoarse, tinged with boundless grievance. She staggered to her feet from the sofa, yearning to approach Luo Chuan, yet her legs, having curled up for an extended period, had grown numb. With a sudden misstep, she tumbled towards the ground. Luo Chuan's pupils constricted sharply. In a swift motion, he rushed forward, extending his powerful arm just in time to catch her fragile form before she fell. A faint scent of orchids immediately filled his nostrils as he cradled her delicate, boneless body in his embrace. The figure in his arms trembled uncontrollably. Su Wanqing tightly clutched the fabric of Luo Chuan's shirt, burying her tear-streaked, exquisite face deep into his broad and firm chest. The suppressed cries that had long been held back finally erupted at that moment, raw and heart-wrenching. She wept like a child who had suffered a tremendous injustice. Unreserved and soul-crushing, scalding tears quickly soaked the front of Luo Chuan's shirt. Luo Chuan remained silent. He simply wrapped one arm tightly around Su Wanqing's slender waist while using the other to gently caress her silky long hair, allowing her to vent her emotions freely in his embrace. He could distinctly feel the tremors of her fragile form, the hot tears she shed, laden with her grievances, scorching his skin. His heart ached in sympathy. The goddess he held in his palms had been so cruelly wronged. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Su Wanqing's sobs gradually subsided into intermittent sniffles. With a choked voice, she painstakingly relayed the events to Luo Chuan. Upon hearing the terms academic plagiarism and suspension investigation, Luo Chuan's expression turned even colder. Very well. These scoundrels certainly employed insidious tactics. For a scholar, this was akin to pulling the rug out from under them, a deliberate attempt to annihilate their career. Let it all out, Luo Chuan said, lowering his head to gently lift her tear-stained face with his fingers. He gazed into her swollen eyes, observing the remnants of tears on her cheeks, his tone imbued with undeniable authority and tenderness. Do not fear, I am here. They are merely a band of despicable clowns, and I shall make them witness their own disgrace, step by step, as they plummet into the abyss. Luo Chuan's words instantly dispelled all the chill and fear that had enveloped Su Wanqing's heart. She lifted her tear-filled gaze to meet his, captivated by the confidence in his eyes and the commanding aura that radiated from his face. An unprecedented sense of security, potent enough to ensnare her completely, enveloped her. In that moment, a singular thought resonated within Su Wanqing's heart. As long as this man stood by her side, even if the heavens were to collapse, he would shield her from it all. As Luo Chuan gazed at the ice goddess nestled in his embrace, her eyes brimming with trust and reliance, a surge of tenderness and protectiveness welled up within him. He extended his hand, gently wiping away the remnants of tears from Su Wanqing's cheek with the softness of his fingertips. His touch was delicate, caressing her exquisite, smooth skin, sending shivers down Su Wanqing's spine. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, radiating warmth. Enough of the tears, Luo Chuan's voice softened. Go take a hot shower. Wash away all the unhappy thoughts, and then get a good night's sleep. As he spoke, he assisted Su Wanqing in standing upright. Due to her recent sobs, her body felt somewhat weakened, and she leaned against him for support. The distance between them was negligible, their breaths audible in the charged atmosphere. The air thickened with unspoken tension as Luo Chuan's gaze fell upon the slightly open neckline of Su Wanqing's dress, revealing her delicately alluring collarbone and the breathtakingly pale skin beneath. He felt a dryness in his throat and shifted his gaze, his voice laced with persuasion. Be obedient. Tomorrow morning, when you awaken, the sun will rise as usual, and your world will be cleaner than before. Su Wanqing met Luo Chuan's fervent gaze and nodded gently. Her mind had ceased its rational functions, instinctively responding to his every command. She turned, taking unsteady steps toward the bathroom. After Su Wanqing entered the bathroom and closed the door, Luo Chuan remained in place, clearly hearing the sound of water cascading from behind the frosted glass. His eyes swept over the sofa, where remnants of Su Wanqing's curled form lingered. The air still imbued with her unique fragrance, a mixture of tears and the sweetness of orchids. The memory of Su Wanqing crying helplessly in his arms, trembling like a wilting flower, ignited an uncontrollable fury within him. Just then, a small crack appeared in the bathroom door. Su Wanqing peeked out. Her face, now slightly flushed from the steam, was breathtakingly beautiful, her eyes shimmering with a hint of shyness and embarrassment. Luo Chuan, her voice was barely above a whisper. I forgot to bring my change of clothes. Luo Chuan's gaze shifted slightly, recalling that Su Wanqing had come directly from school, still dressed in her professional attire. Where are your clothes? He inquired, unconsciously softening his tone. In the bedroom closet, Su Wanqing replied, her voice even quieter now, gesturing toward the bedroom. There's a pink suitcase inside, and my nightgown is in there. Understood. Luo Chuan nodded slightly and turned to head toward the bedroom. The layout of the bedroom was quite simple, featuring a large bed, a dressing table, and a white wardrobe. The entire room was imbued with a faint fragrance reminiscent of Su Wanqing. Luo Chuan opened the wardrobe and immediately spotted a pink suitcase. He unzipped it to reveal neatly folded garments within. His gaze fell upon a set of silk nightwear, a delicate lavender camisole dress, its fabric appearing sheer and smooth. Luo Chuan could almost envision the breathtaking sight of this nightwear adorning Su Wanqing's flawless figure. His throat involuntarily constricted. He picked up the nightwear and returned to the bathroom door, handing the garment through the gap. Su Wanqing swiftly extended a pale, slender arm to receive it. Then, with a decisive thud, she shut the door tightly, not daring to meet Luo Chuan's eyes throughout the entire exchange. Watching the closed door, a faint smile graced Luo Chuan's lips. Chapter 26. The Supreme Hacker. A Night of Transformation. He did not linger, turning away from the apartment suffused with an enchanting atmosphere. The moment the apartment door clicked shut, all traces of warmth and smiles vanished from Luo Chuan's face, replaced by an icy demeanor. He slid into his silver Koenigsegg Jesko and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared to life, and the silver specter tore through the night towards Jiangxing University. Upon returning to his single dormitory, Luo Chuan flung himself into his gaming chair. He powered up his top-of-the-line computer, the monitor's glow illuminating his exceptionally cold visage. At that moment, the system's notification chime echoed in his mind. Detection of host currently facing an information warfare dilemma. A swift solution is required. As the host's task progress meets the standard, a special reward skill has been activated. Supreme Hacking Technique. Skill description. The host will temporarily acquire cutting-edge hacking abilities that surpass the current technological level by at least 50 years. The digital realm will hold no secrets for you, as any firewall or data barrier will be rendered ineffective. A smirk curled at the corners of Luo Chuan's mouth. Excellent. Let me see just how much damning evidence you've left behind. His fingers lightly danced across the keyboard, effortlessly accessing the back end of Jiangxing University's internal staff system. Zhao Heng's name, age, ID number, home address, and contact information were all laid bare before him. Luo Chuan even took a moment to glance at Zhao Heng's resume. To his astonishment, he discovered that Zhao Heng was a member of the university's academic committee, wielding significant influence within the institution. The academic committee? After today, I wonder how you will navigate the academic circle. Luo Chuan sneered, and through Zhao Heng's personal information, he swiftly pinpointed the IP address of Zhao Heng's home network. The next step was crucial, the intrusion. In less than 30 seconds, bang. It was as if a crisp sound resonated in Luo Chuan's mind. The virtual barrier representing the firewall on the screen shattered instantaneously, transforming into countless data fragments. He had breached it. A window popped up on Luo Chuan's computer screen, revealing the desktop of Zhao Heng's personal computer. His face remained expressionless as he deftly maneuvered the mouse, initiating a search through Zhao Heng's files. He first opened the email application. In under 5 minutes, Luo Chuan uncovered precisely what he sought. It was a comprehensive record of correspondences between Zhao Heng and an American scholar named Robert Greene. The contents were appallingly detailed, chronicling the initial conspiratorial planning, followed by Robert's delivery of a pre-prepared paper to Zhao Heng, and subsequently, Zhao Heng's guidance of Su Wanqing's research direction, subtly coaxing her to produce a paper strikingly similar to Robert's. Every detail was crystal clear. The email attachments even included bank transfer records. Zhao Heng had generously paid Robert a bribe of $500,000 for this scheme of defamation. $500,000 to ruin my reputation? A flicker of disdain crossed Luo Chuan's eyes. He meticulously packaged and downloaded all the emails and transfer records. These constituted irrefutable evidence capable of sealing the fate of both Zhao Heng and the so-called foreign scholar. Yet, Luo Chuan was not inclined to halt there. He preferred to eliminate all roots of trouble. His gaze fell upon an encrypted folder labeled Personal Data on Zhao Heng's computer's D drive. Such encryption was as inconsequential to Luo Chuan as if it were non-existent. With a few keystrokes, he effortlessly cracked the folder's password. Upon opening the folder, the contents induced an even colder glint in Luo Chuan's eyes. This folder categorically housed all evidence of Zhao Heng's illicit earnings over the years. Misappropriation of research funds amounted to over 10 million. He had exploited his position to extort his graduate students, compelling them to work for him without remuneration, and even claimed their research achievements as his own, publishing them under his name. He engaged in the trade of academic papers, providing a full suite of services to wealthy yet talentless heirs, aiding them in acquiring degrees. There were even a few disturbing videos depicting him leveraging his role as a mentor to coerce and entice female students into inappropriate relationships with him. Each instance was shocking and appalling. This seemingly respectable old man, a university professor and academic authority, is, in truth, a complete scoundrel and a disgrace. Excellent. Splendid. Luo Chuan meticulously copied all the contents of the folder. He divided the evidence into several segments, packaging them into multiple distinct encrypted files. After completing this task, Luo Chuan accessed the web. He first anonymously sent the comprehensive chain of evidence regarding academic plagiarism and framing to the official email of the Disciplinary Committee of Jiangxing University. Subsequently, he dispatched the damning dossier of Zhao Heng's criminal activities to the reporting email of the Ministry of Education's inspection team, as well as to several renowned mainstream media outlets known for their incisive reporting and substantial influence. To ensure efficacy, Luo Chuan set a timed sending function for these emails directed at the media, scheduling them for precisely 8 o'clock the following morning. He intended for Zhao Heng to have no time to react, to be swiftly nailed to the pillar of historical disgrace. With all matters concluded, Luo Chuan's fingers danced over the keyboard one last time, erasing all traces of his intrusion in an instant, as if he had never existed at all. Chapter 27. The Truth Revealed. Professor Zhao, you are under arrest. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Su Wanqing's apartment. Having tossed and turned throughout the night, Su Wanqing awoke, sitting up from the soft embrace of her bed. She was clad in the delicate lavender silk camisole that Luo Chuan had brought her the day before. The gossamer fabric clung to her flawless curves, accentuating breathtaking contours. Her exposed shoulders and long, straight legs glimmered with a milky sheen in the morning light. Approaching the mirror, she gazed at her haggard reflection, and uncontrollably, the image of Luo Chuan resurfaced in her mind, along with his commanding words, "Tomorrow, the sun will rise as usual, and your world will be cleaner than before." Taking a deep breath, her proud silhouette rose and fell with the motion. She picked up her phone, uncertain of what awaited her, yet mustering the courage to open the university's official website and various major news portals. In the next moment, Su Wanqing was utterly stunned. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. The entire internet of Longhua had erupted overnight. Shocking scandal. Renowned Professor Zhao Heng of Jiangxing University exposed for academic fraud and framing. Irrefutable evidence. An anonymous email unveils all the filthy deals behind the academic titan. Ministry of Education outraged. An immediate special investigation team formed, vowing to get to the bottom of it. The dark path of Zhao Heng, embezzlement of research funds, exploitation of graduate students, and scandals of power and corruption. Each detail is utterly shocking. Headlines capturing the public's attention swiftly dominated the front pages of all websites. The academic scandal at Jiangxing University involving Professor Zhao Heng has led to his arrest, leaving Professor Su Wanqing in sorrow. Major media outlets launched simultaneous coverage in the morning, unveiling the complete chain of evidence provided by Luo Chuan without omission. From the email exchanges between Zhao Heng and the foreign scholar to the bank transfer records, and all the criminal evidence accumulated over the years, the narrative is coherent and the logic sound, with irrefutable proof accompanying each accusation. This is no mere academic misconduct. It is flagrant criminality. The online world erupted in outrage. Such a colossal scandal. The facade of this hypocritical beast has been shattered. No wonder Professor Su was suspended. She has been viciously framed. What are the higher-ups at the university doing? A thorough investigation is imperative. Such scum deserves far worse than mere punishment to quell public anger. My heart aches for my goddess. Justice must be served for Professor Su. A tsunami of public opinion surged forth, engulfing Jiangxing University and Zhaohong without mercy. Meanwhile, in the office of the dean at Jiangxing University, Dean Zhang and several leaders spent a sleepless night. They could not comprehend how matters had escalated to this extent. Just yesterday, they were merely suspecting Professor Su of possible academic misconduct, and now, in a single night, the blame had fallen squarely on Zhao Hong in a manner so severe it left no room for doubt. The evidence that had surfaced was alarmingly detailed and devastating. Dean, the calls from the Ministry of Education and the Municipal Bureau are overwhelming our office lines. A young administrative staff member rushed in, visibly flustered. Dean Zhang's complexion turned ashen. He realized the gravity of the situation had spiraled out of control. Conversely, in Zhao Heng's office, the atmosphere was drastically different. He was leisurely brewing a pot of fine Longjing tea, wearing a smug smile of confidence. Unaccustomed to following the news, he remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. In his view, that little girl Su Wanqing had surely been crushed by the school's suspension and was now weeping in some corner. In a few days, once the school's investigation concluded, she would be permanently branded with disgrace in the academic community. At that time, wouldn't the entire department be under his control? The thought brought Zhao Hong a wave of satisfaction as he lifted his teacup, ready to savor a delightful sip. Suddenly, the heavy wooden door to his office was violently kicked open. A group of uniformed police officers, their expressions grave, swiftly entered under the guidance of Dean Zhang and the disciplinary committee staff. Zhao Hong, we are from the Municipal Bureau's Economic Investigation Unit. You are now suspected of serious crimes, including embezzlement and fraud. Please accompany us for an investigation. The leading officer emotionlessly displayed his credentials along with an arrest warrant. The cold handcuffs clicked shut around Zhao Heng's hand, still holding a teacup. The cup shattered upon hitting the ground. Zhao Hong was rendered utterly bewildered. The triumphant smile on his face froze instantly, and his mind fell into a void. No, you must be mistaken. I am Zhao Hong. I am a professor at Jiangxing University. You should be arresting Su Wanqing. He shouted incoherently. However, his cries fell on deaf ears. Two officers, one on each side, lifted him from his chair and dragged him outside. The corridor outside the office was already filled with teachers and students who had rushed in upon hearing the news. They cast complex and disdainful glances at the once revered academic figure, now being dragged away like a defeated animal. Zhao Hong was completely shattered. His face turned ashen. His legs weakened, and he collapsed, being forcibly dragged out of the building by the police. His pitiful state was captured by countless mobile phone cameras. In the evening, Jiangxing University convened an urgent press conference. The president personally stepped forward, deeply bowing to the national media. He first expressed his profound sorrow over the school's management failures, then publicly announced Zhao Heng's dismissal from the faculty and pledged full cooperation with the judicial investigation. Finally, with an exceptionally sincere tone, he extended his deepest apologies to Professor Su Wanqing. We are immensely pained and guilty for the injustices suffered by Professor Su Wanqing. Effective immediately, we will restore all her rights and positions and sincerely request her to continue her contributions to Jiangxing University and our educational endeavors. In her apartment, Su Wanqing stared blankly at her phone screen, watching the live broadcast of the press conference. She observed the president's remorseful countenance, listening intently to every word he spoke. She glanced at the news notifications showcasing images of Zhao Hong, handcuffed and dragged away like a stray dog. Su Wanqing's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The villain who had wronged her received his just desserts. And all of this was merely a consequence of what Luo Chuan had said to her the night before. This man had truly turned her world upside down overnight. Overwhelmed with excitement, a warm flush spread across her exquisite face, her emotions surging dramatically. At this moment, her feelings for Luo Chuan transcended mere admiration and affection. It was an amalgamation of adoration, infatuation, dependency, and an overwhelming urge to devote oneself entirely to another. Su Wanqing could no longer contain herself. She grasped her phone, trembling as she dialed the number that had been etched in her heart. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Hello? came the languid yet profoundly reassuring voice of Luo Chuan from the receiver. The moment she heard that voice, Su Wanqing felt her entire body turn to jelly. Her own voice emerged, laced with a hint of allure she had not even realized she possessed. Luo Chuan, I'm at home. Can you come over? I want to see you. Now, immediately. The last 6 words slipped from her lips almost involuntarily, imbued with an undeniable air of command. After speaking, she found herself momentarily stunned, her exquisite face flushing a deep crimson. How could she speak to Luo Chuan in such a tone? Yet, on the other end of the line, Luo Chuan merely chuckled softly. The sound reverberated through the line, causing her heart to skip a beat. All right, I'll be there. After hanging up, Su Wanqing remained frozen in place, still clutching her phone. She gazed into the mirror at her reflection, clad in a light purple silk nightgown. Exuding an aura of languor, her cheeks flushed even deeper. No, she could not meet him like this. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Su Wanqing dashed back to her bedroom, hastily flinging open her wardrobe. She needed to change into something more suitable, to apply a light touch of makeup, to present herself in her most flawless state to the man who had turned her world upside down. Half an hour later, the doorbell chimed. Su Wanqing took a deep breath, her stunning figure responding to the moment. She approached the door and peered through the peephole, catching sight of the familiar silhouette that brought her comfort, standing serenely outside. Su Wanqing opened the door. Luo Chuan stood at the threshold, immediately noticing her. She had traded her languid sleepwear for a cream-colored house dress. The simplicity of the dress perfectly accentuated her golden proportions. Her lustrous black hair was casually swept back, revealing her elegantly sculpted alabaster neck. With a delicate touch of makeup enhancing her already breathtaking features, she appeared even more captivating. You're here. Su Wanqing's voice was soft, her gaze shy, avoiding direct eye contact with Luo Chuan. He nodded and stepped inside. As he entered the apartment, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. The dining table was adorned with a pristine tablecloth, showcasing several home-style dishes, accompanied by 2 elegant wine glasses and a bottle of already aerated red wine. In the very center of the dining table, 2 candles flickered, casting a warm, golden glow. A candlelit dinner. The corners of Luo Chuan's mouth lifted slightly. He had not anticipated that this usually aloof and proud-eyed goddess would possess such a charmingly feminine side. I casually prepared a few dishes. I hope they suit your taste, Su Wanqing said softly, following closely behind Luo Chuan. I like everything you make, Luo Chuan replied, turning to meet her gaze. His eyes were direct and intense, causing Su Wanqing's heart to race uncontrollably. Let's eat, she murmured, lowering her head as she swiftly approached the table, pulling out a chair for Luo Chuan. The two sat opposite each other. The candlelight danced, illuminating Su Wanqing's breathtakingly beautiful face. Her skin gleamed like porcelain, and her eyes sparkled as though filled with starlight. As she poured red wine for Luo Chuan, bending slightly, the neckline of her casual dress fell open due to gravity. Luo Chuan's gaze naturally drifted from her face downwards, captivated by the enticing shadow created by the deep cleft, intensified by the flickering candlelight. He felt his eyes grow warmer. Su Wanqing seemed to sense his gaze. Her pouring paused momentarily, a blush swiftly spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She quickly straightened up, placing the bottle down, too shy to meet Luo Chuan's eyes again. The dinner unfolded in relative silence, yet the air was thick with an indefinable, flirtatious tension. Su Wanqing barely touched her food, resting her chin on her hand, her enchanting eyes fixed on Luo Chuan, observing every movement he made as he ate and raised his glass. She felt as though she could never gaze enough at him. At last, the meal was finished. Su Wanqing took the initiative to clear the dishes while Luo Chuan reclined on the sofa, patiently waiting. Soon, she emerged from the kitchen, not turning on the lights. The living room remained dim, illuminated only by the 2 flickering candles. She settled beside Luo Chuan, the distance between them minimal. He could distinctly smell the delicate fragrance of orchids emanating from her, mingled with the fresh scent of her body wash, tantalizing his senses and stirring his hormones. Luo Chuan. Su Wanqing finally summoned her courage, turning to him, her autumn-like eyes earnestly locked onto his. He responded. Thank you. Her voice brimmed with an indescribable tenderness and profound affection. She understood that a simple thank you could hardly convey the overwhelming emotions surging within her. Thus, Su Wanqing undertook an action that took Luo Chuan by surprise. She approached Luo Chuan with a deliberate grace, her body slightly leaning forward. the breathtaking beauty of her exquisite face magnified within Luo Chuan's gaze. Then, Su Wanqing gently pressed her soft, cool lips, imbued with a hint of red wine fragrance, against his. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had come to a standstill. Luo Chuan could distinctly feel the electrifying softness and sweetness of her lips. He could even sense the delicate tremor of Su Wanqing's long eyelashes, quivering with tension as they brushed against his cheek. At that instant, a notification sound echoed in Luo Chuan's mind. Ding. Significant emotional fluctuation detected in target. Affection level is soaring. Ding. Su Wanqing's affection level, 5. Ding. Su Wanqing's affection level, 10. Ding. Current affection level of Su Wanqing, 95. Congratulations, host. You have reached an important milestone. Special reward unlocked. Charm Aura, Beginner. Charm Aura, Beginner. The host will gain a passive aura, making every action irresistibly attractive to the opposite sex, facilitating their fondness towards you. The kiss concluded, a fleeting touch, yet lingering in its aftertaste. Su Wanqing quickly retreated, too shy to meet Luo Chuan's gaze again. She curled up on the sofa, her cheeks, neck, and even her exposed forearms blushing a captivating pink. She resembled a ripe peach, exuding a sweet aroma that beckoned to be savored. Observing her bashful demeanor, Luo Chuan's lips curled into a possessive smirk. He extended his long arm and effortlessly pulled Su Wanqing's delicate form into his embrace, settling her upon his lap. Ah! Su Wanqing emitted a startled gasp, her body stiffening instantaneously. She could vividly feel the astonishing warmth radiating from Luo Chuan, along with the firm contours of his muscles through the thin fabric. What are you doing? Su Wanqing's voice trembled. Luo Chuan remained silent, one arm tightly encircling her slender waist while the other gently lifted her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Professor Su, you are playing with fire. Luo Chuan's voice was deep and husky, laced with an aggressive undertone. Since you ignited the flames, the next steps are beyond your control. With that, he lowered his head and kissed her fiercely once more. Chapter 29, When My Man, Is That Alright? Luo Chuan's kiss was domineering and forceful, imbued with an irresistible sense of possession. This was no mere teasing brush, but a tempest, intent on wholly engulfing Su Wanqing. Her mind blanked out entirely. Her slender arms, wrapped around Luo Chuan's neck, instinctively tightened, rendering her body utterly limp and powerless under the overwhelming aura of masculinity that enveloped her. She could only passively endure, allowing Luo Chuan to conquer her mouth, claiming every part of her being. The cream-colored home dress she wore now felt somewhat cumbersome. Luo Chuan's large hand, no longer content with merely embracing her delicate waist, began to roam across her exquisitely curved back, savoring the unparalleled smoothness and delicacy of her skin. The temperature of the air around them rose sharply, and under the dim candlelight, the atmosphere grew thick with an unresolvable tension. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Su Wanqing, on the verge of losing consciousness from lack of oxygen, felt Luo Chuan finally loosen his grip. A delicate thread of glimmer connected them, shimmering under the candlelight, before it elongated and ultimately snapped. Su Wanqing gasped for breath, her already enchanting face now flushed to the point of almost bleeding. A veil of dreamy mist clouded her beautiful, watery eyes, her gaze unfocused, clearly not yet recovered from the recent tempest. She lay completely limp in Luo Chuan's embrace, devoid of any strength. Luo Chuan, gazing at the alluring figure so willingly surrendered to him, felt his throat go dry. He knew that if he wished, he could transform this aloof ice goddess into his own tonight. However, just as he prepared to scoop Su Wanqing into his arms and carry her to the soft bed, she gently pushed against his chest. Her strength was negligible, almost imperceptible, yet Luo Chuan halted his actions. He lowered his head to meet her gaze, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Su Wanqing dared not meet Luo Chuan's fervent stare. Instead, she buried her face deep into his chest. Wait for me a moment. I have a gift to give you. With those words, she extricated herself from his embrace, scarcely daring to glance back at him, and stumbled toward the bedroom. Her retreating figure bore the unmistakable semblance of one fleeing in haste. Luo Chuan watched her vanish at the threshold of the bedroom, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. A gift? He was eager to discover what surprise this ice goddess would bestow upon him. He chose not to follow her, instead reclining once more on the sofa, lifting the glass of now cool red wine from the table, swirling it gently. The crimson liquid traced delicate lines against the glass, reminiscent of the captivating blush on Su Wanqing's cheeks. He could distinctly hear the soft rustling sounds emanating from the bedroom. The unmistakable noise of fabric brushing against itself, alongside the opening and closing of a drawer. In the stillness of the night, the sounds seemed to amplify exponentially, striking at Luo Chuan's heart time and again, igniting the flames within him with greater fervor. Time passed, second by second, and for Luo Chuan, those few minutes of waiting felt interminably long. At last, a soft click resonated as the bedroom doorknob turned gently from within. The door opened a crack, and Luo Chuan's gaze was immediately drawn to it. He set down his wine glass and instinctively straightened his posture. The door was gradually pushed open, and when he beheld the figure emerging, his breath halted entirely. It was Su Wanqing once more. Yet she appeared transformed from the woman who had donned a casual dress earlier. Now, she wore a silk qipao in shades reminiscent of ink and water, as if it had been tailored exclusively for her, clinging perfectly without a hint of excess wrinkle. The exquisite standing collar accentuated her elongated, alabaster swan neck, while a row of delicate frog buttons cascaded from the neckline to her waist, outlining her curvaceous form to perfection. The fullness of her bosom, the slenderness of her waist, and the pertness of her hips combined to create an alluring silhouette that would drive any man to madness. Yet, that was not the most lethal aspect. The true temptation lay in the high slit that extended to the very top of her thigh. As Su Wanqing moved, the slit tantalizingly revealed glimpses of her impeccably long and slender legs, now enveloped in exquisite black stockings. On her feet, she wore a pair of black stilettos with red soles, which accentuated the tautness of her calves and imbued her presence with an elevated, regal aura. Cold, intelligent, enchanting, and sensual, these seemingly contradictory qualities harmoniously coalesced within Su Wanqing at that moment, creating an irresistible allure capable of shattering any man's composure. Su Wanqing could distinctly sense Luo Chuan's gaze, burning like a flame, threatening to engulf her entirely. She was acutely aware of the impact her unfamiliar attire had on him. Each step she took was deliberate and laborious, her heels clicking crisply against the wooden floor. At last, she reached Luo Chuan, standing less than half a meter apart. He could even catch the rich fragrance of orchids emanating from her, intensified by her nervousness and shyness. Su Wanqing cast her eyes downward, her hands anxiously clutching the edges of her qipao, too timid to meet his gaze. From this day forth, Luo Chuan, will you be my man? The moment those words escaped her lips, they ignited all the desires simmering within Luo Chuan. Ding. Emotional peak detected for target Su Wanqing. Emotional threshold completely breached. Ding. Su Wanqing's affection level, 5. Ding. Current affection level for Su Wanqing, 100. Congratulations, host. You have thoroughly conquered the S-Class goddess Su Wanqing. The first page of the goddess collection, Ice Mountain Snow Lotus Su Wanqing, has been successfully illuminated. The system's notifications continued to echo, yet Luo Chuan was utterly unconcerned. In his world, there remained only this woman before him, clad in a black silk cheongsam, who had devoted herself entirely to him. He could no longer endure the anticipation. Suddenly, Luo Chuan rose from the sofa, extending his long arms to lift the exquisite beauty, ripe with allure, into a princess carry. Ah! Su Wanqing gasped, her body rising into the air as she instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Luo Chuan's neck. This position brought an unprecedented closeness between them. Su Wanqing could distinctly feel the remarkable change emanating from Luo Chuan, sending shivers down her spine. Her face was buried deep within his neck. Too afraid to glance at the world outside, Luo Chuan's voice had become barely audible to her. Chapter 30. Dare you challenge me? Cradling the fragrant softness of her figure, Luo Chuan reveled in the astonishing suppleness and elasticity. He leaned down to tenderly kiss Su Wanqing's heated earlobe, his voice husky as he spoke. Professor Su, it is now my turn to present you with a gift. With that, Luo Chuan carried Su Wanqing and strode purposefully toward the bedroom, filled with an intoxicating atmosphere. The fruits of victory lay just ahead. The grand harmony of life was on the verge of resounding its final symphony. However, just as Luo Chuan's foot was about to cross the threshold of the bedroom, a thunderous roar erupted from the motorcycle engines below the apartment, piercing the air with an audacious and wild intensity. The sudden cacophony shattered the exquisite ambience within the apartment. Luo Chuan halted abruptly. Who dared to intrude upon his moment of bliss? Seeking death, were they? A glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. In his embrace, Su Wanqing stiffened. The tender atmosphere that had enveloped them was instantly torn apart, her dazed expression regaining a hint of clarity, the seductive flush on her cheeks fading, replaced by a look of bewildered annoyance at the disruption. Before Luo Chuan could react, a vibrant, fiery, and somewhat untamed young voice rang out from below. Echoing throughout the entire community, Luo Chuan, I know you're up there. Don't be a coward. Get down here. Do you dare to accompany me to Panlong Mountain for a contest? These words exuded an unparalleled arrogance, delivered with an unmistakable commanding tone. Su Wanqing's expression shifted dramatically. She recognized the voice belonged to a young girl, and moreover, this girl was directing her challenge at Luo Chuan. An unprecedented sense of crisis and jealousy surged within Su Wanqing's heart. Instinctively, she tightened her embrace around Luo Chuan's neck. She nestled deeper into his arms, her astonishing softness pressing firmly against his chest through 2 layers of thin fabric, as if proclaiming her claim over him. Who was this woman? Luo Chuan, sensing the shift in the delicate figure in his arms, detected the tension in Su Wanqing's voice. He glanced down at her, noticing the unease and inquiry reflected in her beautiful eyes, which eased the irritation he felt at the interruption. He gently set Su Wanqing down and strolled to the window of the apartment. From this vantage point, the scene below was vividly apparent. There, in the vacant lot beneath the building, stood a strikingly sleek, jet-black heavy motorcycle. Beside it stood a woman who, upon removing her helmet and casually placing it on the seat, let her long hair cascade wildly in the night breeze. Her face was extraordinarily beautiful, yet exuded a fierce, aggressive allure. With delicate features, her eyes held an innate rebelliousness. She wore a simple, fitted white shirt and snug dark blue jeans. Yet this modest attire accentuated her perfectly proportioned figure beautifully. The combination of the white shirt and tight jeans showcased her long, shapely legs and well-defined curves, creating an impeccable silhouette. Standing there nonchalantly, one hand on her hip and the other holding her helmet, she radiated an aura that warned others to keep their distance, a powerful presence akin to a thorny flame-kissed rose, alluring, perilous, yet irresistibly tempting. As Su Wanqing beheld this striking woman, whose style starkly contrasted her own, yet equally possessed top-tier beauty and physique, her sense of danger reached its zenith, especially as she noticed the woman tilting her head back, casting a provocative gaze that seemed to pierce through the very window Su Wanqing occupied. She found herself unconsciously biting her lower lip. At that moment, an untimely notification chimed in Luo Chuan's mind. Ding! New S-level target detected. Target, Qin Ruoxi. Identity, sole heir of the prestigious Qin Group in Jiangcheng. At the age of 21, with an appearance score of 97 and a physique rated at 95. Her current favorability towards him stands at a mere 10, owing to his recent prominence overshadowing her and her inherent competitive spirit leading to her extreme displeasure. The main quest has been issued. Conquer the fiery rose, Qin Ruoxi. Illuminating the second page of the Goddess Compendium will yield extraordinary rewards. A wry smile graced Luo Chuan's lips as he contemplated Qin Ruoxi, the little princess of the Qin family, one of the 4 prominent families in Jiang City, renowned as a notorious vixen in the upper echelons of society. Luo Chuan, have you lost your voice, or has some siren drained you of your strength, rendering you incapable of descending the stairs? Qin Ruoxi, positioned downstairs, taunted him again as he remained unresponsive. Her words dripped with venom, laden with hostility. Upon hearing the term siren, Su Wanqing's complexion paled instantly. Luo Chuan, witnessing her reaction, felt a surge of compassion. He gently reached out, using his fingertip to caress Su Wanqing's cheek, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Wait for me here, do not fret, I will return shortly. With that, Luo Chuan turned, striding towards the apartment door without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 31, The Challenge. With Professor Su's grocery cart. As Luo Chuan exited the unit door of the apartment building, the night breeze swept past, carrying a hint of chill. Qin Ruoxi stood beside her black Ducati Diavel, arms crossed, her striking eyes fixed intently on the entrance. When she saw Luo Chuan truly emerge, a fleeting glimmer of surprise flickered in her gaze. She had anticipated him to cower, yet he dared to confront her. Qin Ruoxi's eyes began to unabashedly sweep over Luo Chuan, imbued with a judgmental air. Luo Chuan, in turn, scrutinized the woman before him with unmasked directness. His gaze traveled unabated from her fierce countenance down her elegant neck. lingering briefly on her chest before finally resting on her long legs, tightly encased in denim. This aggressive appraisal ignited an instantaneous reaction within Chin Ruashi. Her cheeks warmed, and her heart skipped a beat. Throughout her life, no man had dared to regard her in such a manner. The so-called affluent young masters had all feigned propriety in her presence, their eyes concealing greed, yet they never dared to be so brazen. But here stood Luo Chuan, unabashed and forthright in his scrutiny. A wave of inexplicable embarrassment surged within her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. Taking a step forward, she glared at Luo Chuan, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Keep that up, and I shall gouge your eyes out." Upon hearing those words, Luo Chuan's lips curled into a playful smirk. He withdrew his gaze and spoke with an air of indifference. "Your physique is commendable, yet regrettably, your intellect leaves much to be desired. You." Chin Ruashi's chest heaved with indignation, her already taut shirt now appearing even more precarious. Just as she was on the brink of a complete meltdown, a thunderous roar of an engine approached, crescendoing into a piercing sound. A fiery red Ferrari SF90 executed a flawless drift, coming to a halt not far away. As the car door swung open, a young man, clad in designer attire with impeccably slicked-back hair and an expression of self-satisfied charm, emerged from the vehicle. This individual was named Li Chengqian. As the heir to one of Jiangqing's four prominent families, the Li family, he had persistently pursued Xiao Lingyue with fervor. In his eyes, Luo Chuan, the unwanted son-in-law of the Xiao family, was nothing more than a complete waste. Upon exiting the car, Li Chengqian swiftly made his way to Chin Ruashi's side, not sparing Luo Chuan a single glance. Instead, he addressed Chin Ruashi directly. "Ruashi, what is there to discuss with such a worthless individual?" He turned to Luo Chuan, casting a condescending gaze filled with disdain and contempt. Isn't this Luo Chuan, the former son-in-law of the Xiao family? What's the matter? After being kicked to the curb by Xiao Lingyue, you've come here to beg for food and drink? Let me tell you, Professor Su is not someone you, a mere incompetent, can even dream of." Li Chengqian's voice boomed, attracting a gathering of curious students lured by the engine's roar. Upon hearing his words, a wave of suppressed laughter erupted from the crowd. So he is the infamous son-in-law, who supposedly lived off the Xiao family for a decade, akin to a pet. And now he dares to provoke Miss Chin? It seems he has a death wish. Chin Ruashi's anger intensified upon hearing these remarks. Standing alongside someone like Luo Chuan felt like a degradation of her stature. Impatiently, she waved her hand and coldly directed her words at Luo Chuan. "Enough of your nonsense. Luo Chuan, I shall ask you one last time. Will you compete on Panlong Mountain or not?" "Of course, I will compete," Luo Chuan replied, his tone remaining remarkably placid. The more nonchalant he appeared, the more infuriated Li Chengqian became. How dare this worthless individual attempt to pose a facade in front of him? With a derisive laugh, Li Chengqian pointed at Chin Ruashi's sleek black Ducati and mocked, "That devilishly beautiful Ducati of Ruashi's costs over 500,000 at the very least. With a few modifications, it could easily surpass 1,000,000. And what about you? Where's your car? Did you not bring out your wretched Koenigsegg today? Oh, I forgot. You must have rented it. Unable to afford today's rental fee, are we?" Everyone eagerly anticipated Luo Chuan's humiliation. They believed he would either concoct an excuse and flee in disgrace or awkwardly admit he had no car. However, Luo Chuan's response exceeded all expectations. Under the gaze of all present, Luo Chuan could hardly be bothered to acknowledge Li Chengqian. He merely extended a finger and casually pointed towards a vehicle parked nearby. It was a white, seemingly ordinary Volkswagen family car, the very one often used by Su Wanqing for errands and grocery shopping. Luo Chuan spoke with a nonchalant tone. "Let us use that one." Upon hearing his words, everyone fell silent, momentarily taken aback. The mocking smile on Li Chengqian's face froze in place. As they followed the direction of Luo Chuan's finger and caught sight of the humble grocery car, disbelief washed over them, making them question their own perceptions. A profound silence lingered for a solid 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, a burst of laughter erupted. "Ha ha!" Li Chengqian was the first to crack, clutching his belly as tears streamed down his face, nearly collapsing from laughter. The crowd immediately joined in, the sound of their raucous laughter echoing like thunder. "No way. Did I hear that correctly? He intends to race that Volkswagen against a Ducati? Has he lost his mind? This isn't a race. It's a suicide mission. This guy must be out of his wits. I'm astounded. This is too hilarious. The best joke of the year." I have to capture this moment and share it on the campus forum for everyone to witness this brave soul. The derisive laughter and scornful remarks reverberated around him. Yet, Chin Ruashi remained silent, feeling an unprecedented sense of humiliation surging within her. Her exquisite face flushed a deep crimson from sheer rage. To pit a grocery car against her modified Ducati was not mere provocation. It was a blatant insult. It was as if he was declaring, "You, Chin Ruashi, are not even worthy of driving a sports car." Luo Chuan. Chin Ruashi's voice emerged through clenched teeth, laced with an icy malice. "You are courting death." However, in the face of her seething fury and the surrounding mockery, Luo Chuan maintained an expressionless demeanor. He calmly regarded Chin Ruashi and spoke once more. "Location, Panlong Mountain. Time now. I am ready whenever you are." With that, Luo Chuan turned his back on both Chin Ruashi and Li Chengqian, striding purposefully towards the white Volkswagen family car. Chapter 32. The City's Laughingstock. Ex-wife Xiao Lingyue was in a frenzy. Luo Chuan's solitary figure appeared resolute under the stretch of the streetlights. The atmosphere at the scene was charged, igniting a fresh wave of laughter. "Ha, this is killing me. He is really going for it. He's genuinely going to drive that grocery car? This guy is truly courageous. I shall deem this an act of performance art for the year." His mind is definitely muddled. Assessment complete. Li Chengqian clutched his stomach, nearly doubled over with laughter. He felt he had never witnessed anything so absurd and comical in his life. To challenge Chin Ruashi's million-dollar modified Ducati with a grocery car worth less than 200,000? Absolutely outrageous. Li Chengqian laughed uncontrollably as he swiftly retrieved his latest model smartphone. He began snapping photos of Luo Chuan's back and the white Volkswagen with fervor, before promptly accessing the campus forum of Jiangxing University. As one of the fervent admirers of Xiao Lingyue, Li Chengqian harbored deep-seated animosity and disdain towards Luo Chuan, the former son-in-law. In his eyes, Luo Chuan was nothing but a complete failure, a mere sycophant reliant on the Xiao family. The audacity of this so-called dog to put on airs before him, while daring to pursue a goddess like Su Wanqing, was an opportunity Li Chengqian could not afford to miss. He intended to turn Luo Chuan into the biggest laughingstock in all of Jiangxing. With nimble fingers, Li Chengqian swiftly crafted a post, adorned with an exceedingly exaggerated and inflammatory title, and sent it out into the digital ether. A shocking laugh. The former son-in-law attempts to impress a beauty, dares to challenge the racing god of Panlong Mountain with a grocery car. Upon posting, a tidal wave of excitement erupted within the campus forum. Students at Jiangxing University, upon encountering such an explosive headline, went into a frenzy. In less than 5 minutes, the post views skyrocketed past 100,000, with replies exceeding 1,000. Challenging a Ducati with a Volkswagen? Does he think he is Takumi Fujiwara, capable of navigating through drainage ditches? Hilarious. And by the way, Takumi drives an AE86, which is rear-wheel drive. How can he even compete? Is he planning to break with his face? I can already envision tomorrow's headlines. A man perishes in a cliff dive at Panlong Mountain, all for a fleeting smile from a beauty. Young Miss Chin is the undisputed queen of our underground racing scene in Jiangxing. This fool is doomed. Everyone regarded Luo Chuan as a pitiful clown, utterly deranged in his quest for attention. Ridicule, insults, and scorn rained down upon him like a deluge. Meanwhile, at the Xiao family villa in Jiangxing, Xiao Lingyue paced restlessly in her expansive bedroom, clad in an ice-blue silk robe. The robe's hem trailed almost to the ground, while the deep V-neckline left her snow-white neck and delicate collarbone exposed to the air. Fresh from a shower, her damp hair cascaded loosely over her shoulders, with a few strands sticking to her smooth, full forehead. Her exquisitely beautiful face was devoid of makeup, yet still captivating, though her elegantly shaped brows were furrowed tightly, betraying her inner turmoil. Since the gala, that insufferable man, Luo Chuan, had invaded her thoughts incessantly. His intense focus while playing the piano, his domineering presence when confronting Lin Howren, and his uncanny compatibility with Su Wanqing haunted her mind like needles piercing her heart. Just as Xiao Lingyue was lost in her troubled reverie, her phone chimed, breaking the silence. It was a WeChat message sent by one of her plastic sisters, simple in content, containing merely a link to a campus forum post. Beneath the link, a gleeful remark followed. "Lingyue, take a look, your ex-husband is trending again, and this time he has truly lost all face, ha ha ha." Upon reading the term ex-husband, an inexplicable fury ignited within Xiao Lingyue. She clicked on the link, and as she discerned the title of the post, her once icy visage contorted into an expression of profound displeasure. She swiftly scrolled through the content of the post and the unseemly comments below. Rationality dictated that Luo Chuan was doomed this time. His defeat was inevitable, and he would be left utterly humiliated, a target of ridicule for all. This should have been a source of satisfaction for her. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Xiao Lingyue felt not the slightest thrill, but rather an overwhelming surge of agitation. The calm visage of Luo Chuan surfaced unbidden in her mind. Could this man truly engage in ventures lacking certainty? A ludicrous thought suddenly emerged from the depths of her heart. What if, just what if, he triumphed once more? The instant this thought took root, it spiraled out of control. Xiao Lingyue felt as though the air was being drawn from her lungs, the flames of jealousy once again raging fiercely within her. Why? Why was everything he did not for her? First it was Su Wanqing, and now this so-called Dragon Mountain speedster had appeared. How many secrets lay hidden from her? The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became, her ample bosom rising and falling violently, causing the collar of her robe to loosen further, revealing an astonishingly deep cleavage. She bit her lip fiercely, her nails digging painfully into the tender flesh of her palm. At that moment, she refreshed the post and beheld a new reply. Brothers, stop arguing. Miss Qin's exclusive team has commenced a live broadcast. If you want to see how that fool meets his end, hop on. Below, a link to the live streaming platform was attached. Instantly, Xiao Lingyue's breath quickened. Unaccountably drawn, she extended her fair, slender finger and pressed down heavily on the link. In the next second, the screen of her phone transitioned, and the live broadcast materialized. The scene depicted the legendary death track at Dragon Mountain. The night was deep, with the mountain winds howling. A sleek, jet-black Ducati motorcycle, resembling a demon from the abyss, stood alongside a white family car, both idling at the starting line. The stark contrast was laden with absurd drama. A stunningly beautiful woman straddled the motorcycle, donning a helmet, while Luo Chuan leisurely opened the door and settled into the driver's seat of the mundane vehicle. In the center of the live stream, a vivid crimson countdown has commenced its relentless ticking. Chapter 33, The Deadly Five-Fold Hairpin Turn. Is this a drainage ditch curve? Ha ha ha, my friends. Ensure your bets are placed wisely. I wager that grocery cart won't survive 3 turns. 3. You overestimate it. I bet it will plunge off the cliff at the first turn. Tomorrow we might as well go down to retrieve its remains. Young Masterly, your friend is quite the comedian. Such a scene is a rarity indeed. Li Chengxian leaned against his Ferrari, a smirk of unabashed mockery adorning his face. The title of the live stream, altered by him into a most scathing one. Read, The Suicide Chronicles of a Useless Son-in-Law. Witness the grocery cart plummet down Long Dragon Mountain. At this moment, the viewer count had surged beyond 500,000, with the barrage of comments cascading like an avalanche. Here it comes. The annual Best Clown performance is about to begin. Front row snacks of sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water for sale. By the way, has the host ensured that Volkswagen? The host's vision is too narrow. This isn't merely a competition. It's a form of performance art. I shall refer to it as the ultimate manifestation of someone with a voracious appetite for folly. Let us commence. I can hardly wait to witness the destruction of his vehicle and the demise of its occupant. In the Xiao family villa, Xiao Lingyue's frosty visage was marred by irritation. She could not fathom why she had been inexplicably drawn to this live stream. She should have been hoping for Luo Chuan's humiliation, wishing for him to be utterly shamed by the woman named Qin Ruoxi, ideally with both him and his vehicle rolling down the cliff, vanishing completely from her life. Yet, upon witnessing the distasteful comments streaming in, she felt not a shred of satisfaction. Instead, her heart was pierced by an unbearable glare. That man, regardless of his incompetence, still bore the title of the Xiao family's former son-in-law. His disgrace was, in essence, a tarnish upon her own reputation. Xiao Lingyue bit her lip, her beautiful eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Meanwhile, in an apartment within the university town, Su Wanqing was similarly engrossed in the same live stream on her tablet. Still clad in her ink-colored qipao, she curled up in a corner of the sofa. The snug fabric of her dress accentuated her tense, curvaceous form, eliciting a breathtaking silhouette. Her delicate hands were tightly clenched. She believed in Luo Chuan, unconditionally. Yet, reason whispered that the scene unfolding before her had transcended the realm of reason itself. At the starting line, Qin Ruoxi straddled her motorcycle, donning a full-face helmet. Her pert posterior and elegantly elongated legs formed an alluring curve that would stir desire in any man. She glanced back, through the visor of her helmet, casting a cold, disdainful look at Luo Chuan in the driver's seat. That gaze was akin to that directed at a corpse. At that moment, a provocatively dressed bunny girl stepped between the two vehicles, raising her starting pistol high. Bang! The gunshot shattered the night sky. Boom! Almost at the very moment the gunshot rang out, the engine of the Ducati Diavel emitted a thunderous roar, and the rear tire skidded against the ground, releasing a pungent cloud of blue smoke as the entire machine catapulted forward, accelerating from 0 to 100 kilometers in under 3 seconds. The sheer aesthetic of violent power set the live stream ablaze. Incredible! How magnificent! Young Mistress Qin is extraordinary. With such a start, the race was effectively concluded. What of that fool in the Volkswagen? Why the silence? Has he been utterly frightened? Under the gaze of all, the white Volkswagen leisurely illuminated its tail lights a full 2 seconds after the Ducati surged ahead, trailing behind at a snail's pace. That speed resembled an elderly gentleman taking a leisurely stroll after a meal. Hilarious. This is surely a participation in a senior sightseeing tour. Li Chengxian was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. From her rearview mirror, Qin Ruoshi could no longer discern the shadow of the Volkswagen. A smirk of extreme disdain curled at her lips. Competing against such rubbish was nothing short of tarnishing her vehicle's wheels. She aimed to complete the course at the utmost speed and return to the starting point, eager to relish the sight of that worthless wretch begging for mercy. With this thought, Qin Ruoshi abruptly twisted the throttle. The black machine released an even more strident roar, surging forward at speeds exceeding 200 kilometers per hour into the series of dark, winding curves ahead. At Longpin Mountain, the most perilous area, the 5 consecutive hairpin turns awaited. Here lay 5 interconnected bends, nearly 180 degrees in angle. The turns were sharp and narrow, with sheer cliffs devoid of guardrails bordering them. Even Qin Ruoshi instinctively eased off the throttle upon entering this zone, beginning to decelerate cautiously, preparing to navigate through with utmost steadiness. The racing cars of Li Chengxian and the others had already reduced their speeds to below 100 kilometers. However, just as all vehicles were slowing down, a gentle white light appeared like a ghost in everyone's rearview mirrors. It was the white Volkswagen. Not only did it not decelerate, but it was accelerating. Unbelievable. Has he lost his mind? What is he attempting? Li Chengxian stared in horror at the approaching white light in the rearview mirror, his scalp tingling with fear. He intends to commit suicide. He is undoubtedly rushing off the cliff to end his life. In the live stream, panicked screams erupted. Amidst the horrified gazes of all, that white Volkswagen, like a wild beast out of control, barreled towards the outer edge of the first hairpin turn at speeds exceeding 180 kilometers per hour. There lay not the racetrack, but a mountain wall, a drainage ditch. This is the end. The words echoed in everyone's mind simultaneously. Yet, in the next instant, a scene that would shatter all perceptions unfolded. With a resounding clang, the right 2 tires of the white Volkswagen precisely lodged themselves into the roadside drainage ditch. The vehicle suddenly tilted at an exaggerated angle, almost skimming the mountainside as it glided. The tires screeched against the concrete embankment, unleashing a cacophony of piercing wails and a dazzling display of sparks. Is this truly how one navigates a drainage ditch in reality? How on earth is this possible? This is far from a comic strip. It defies every law of physics. Before the spectators could fully grasp the magnitude of this astonishing scene, the white Volkswagen, propelled by the drainage ditch's gravitational pull, drifted around the bend at an inconceivable speed and angle, hugging the inner curve. Whoosh! It surpassed Li Chengxian's Ferrari. Whoosh! 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 In the subsequent 4 hairpin turns, Luo Chuan executed one miraculous maneuver after another, employing the same method. 5 seconds. Just 5 seconds. As that white Volkswagen burst forth from the final hairpin turn, it had left all the other sports cars trailing far behind. At this moment, only one target remained ahead: Qin Ruoshi's sleek black Ducati. Qin Ruoshi had just executed a stunning cornering maneuver, speeding through the last bend, ready to accelerate further. But at that instant, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of white in the rearview mirror, silently tailing her. A chill ran down her spine, her hair standing on end. Chapter 34. The rules of the road. Qin Ruoshi's mind went blank. How could this be possible? That white grocery getter, that damn man. How had he stealthily appeared behind her? In those 5 treacherous hairpin turns, she had exerted every ounce of her strength, meticulously calculating each corner and exit. Yet this man was faster than her, absurdly so. In a moment of sheer panic, Chin Ruashi's hands trembled on the handlebars, causing the front of the Ducati to sway violently. She let out a short gasp, straining with all her might to stabilize the bike. Had it not been for her years of experience, she would have plunged off the cliff with both herself and the motorcycle. Meanwhile, the instigator, that infernal white Volkswagen, leisurely matched her speed. On the narrow mountain road, a family car and a heavy motorcycle rode side by side, creating a surreal sense of pressure. Luo Chuan even had the audacity to lower his window. The evening mountain breeze swept into the car, tousling his hair. He turned his head, gazing calmly at the pretty face beneath the helmet beside him. He did not speak, and there was not a hint of provocation in his eyes, only a serene indifference, as if he were merely admiring the scenery by the roadside. Yet this very nonchalance, this ultimate disregard, shattered Chin Ruashi's pride more effectively than any scornful taunt could ever achieve. She, the Dragon Mountain speed demon, the undisputed queen of the underground racing scene in Jiangcheng, at this moment seemed no different from a mere stone or a tree in the eyes of this man. Chin Ruashi felt as though she were teetering on the brink of madness. An unprecedented wave of humiliation surged through her, and with a fierce twist of the throttle, the engine of her Ducati monster emitted a defiant roar as the vehicle surged forward, attempting to shake off the insufferable white Volkswagen beside her. Yet, no matter how hard she pushed her motorcycle to its limits, that white Volkswagen steadfastly maintained its position beside her, keeping a consistent lead of merely a car's length. It was akin to an adult accompanying a toddler as they played. This sensation drove Chin Ruashi to the edge of despair. In the livestream, 500,000 viewers had fallen utterly silent. The barrage of comments, akin to an avalanche, came to an eerie halt after witnessing the miraculous maneuvering of Luo Chuan through the bend. All eyes were wide, mouths agape, fixated on the screen, utterly captivated, even forgetting to breathe. Li Chengqian's Ferrari SF90 was stationed at the exit of the curve. He appeared dazed, the color drained from his face, leaving only an abyss of astonishment and dread. On the racetrack, this game of cat and mouse persisted. Luo Chuan seemed to have grown weary of the chase. He averted his gaze from the woman beside him, who was on the verge of collapse, and merely eased his foot onto the accelerator. The engine of the white Volkswagen emitted a low growl, utterly incongruous with its appearance. In the next moment, in Chin Ruashi's desperate gaze, that car transformed into a streak of white lightning, leaving her and her Ducati monster far behind. In the blink of an eye, only a diminishing tail light remained. Defeated, utterly vanquished, Chin Ruashi gradually released the throttle, allowing the motorcycle to decelerate and glide to a stop. She felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away in that fleeting moment. When she and Li Chengqian finally reached the finish line, moving like soulless husks, they beheld a scene that would be etched in their memories forever. Not far from the finish line, the white grocery getter was parked quietly at the roadside. Luo Chuan leaned casually against the front of the car, a freshly lit cigarette dangling from his lips. The pale smoke swirled around his face, enhancing the allure of his already handsome features with an air of mystery and nonchalance. He was waiting for them, adopting a victor's stance, leisurely enjoying the sight of a pack of defeated hounds. Humiliation. This was blatant, unadulterated disgrace. Li Chengqian trembled with rage, yet dared not utter a single word. The man before him had transcended the boundaries of his comprehension. Chin Ruashi gazed upon the scene, her chest rising and falling violently, her beautiful eyes ablaze with seething fury. Yet overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of helplessness, Luo Chuan caught sight of them. He removed the cigarette from his lips and flicked the butt away, its orange-red arc vanishing into the night sky. Straightening up, he opened the car door and returned to the driver's seat. Under the stunned gazes of all present, Luo Chuan restarted the vehicle and, at a leisurely pace akin to a stroll, became the first to cross the finish line. An eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. In the live stream, 500,000 viewers were rendered speechless. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Chin Ruashi slowly dismounted from her motorcycle, removing her helmet, her long hair billowing wildly in the mountain breeze. Luo Chuan also stepped out of the car. Ignoring everyone, he strode directly towards Chin Ruashi. Li Chengqian instinctively attempted to intervene, but an icy glare from Luo Chuan froze him in place, immobilized by fear. Luo Chuan approached Chin Ruashi, coming within a fist's distance. He could even detect the intensified fragrance of roses emanating from her, a result of her vigorous exertion. Qin Ruoshi held her proud head high, forcing herself to meet Luo Chuan's gaze. She could not afford to lose the race, nor could she concede any ground. However, Luo Chuan's subsequent actions shattered all her defenses in an instant. He reached out with such swiftness that she had no time to react. His slender, defined fingers grasped her smooth chin, compelling her to lift her head higher. His movements were domineering, imbued with an irresistible authority. Qin Ruoshi's body stiffened immediately. She could distinctly feel the searing warmth radiating from Luo Chuan's fingertips, along with the formidable aura surrounding him. An unprecedented current surged from her chin throughout her body, rendering her weak. Luo Chuan leaned slightly closer, his lips near her ear, speaking in a husky tone, laced with magnetism, audible only to the two of them. His breath caressed her sensitive earlobe, sending shivers down her spine. According to the rules of the road, the loser, Luo Chuan paused, a devilish smile curving his lips. Either kisses me or calls me master. Chapter 35. Call me master. The mountain wind howled, rustling the leaves. Yet it could not disperse the thick, stagnant air at the scene. Li Chengqian's complexion drained of color as he beheld the man who toyed with Qin Ruoshi. His heart racing, a wave of unprecedented terror surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He has lost his mind. This man is undoubtedly insane. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the 500,000 viewers erupted in chaos. After a brief pause of merely a tenth of a second, the barrage of comments flooded the screen at a frenzied pace. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Did I just hear what I think I heard? Kiss him or call him master. What audacity. Dominant. Absolutely dominant. Now this is what a real man is. In comparison to Li Chengqian, Luo Chuan seems utterly effeminate. How will Miss Qin decide? Choose swiftly. My anticipation is overwhelming. I wager 100 that Miss Qin will remain unyielding. After all, she is the little princess of the Qin family. The stakes are too low. I bet she will choose the first option. A mere kiss won't cost her anything. At this moment, all eyes and attention are riveted upon Qin Ruoshi. Her body is as rigid as a statue. She, Qin Ruoshi, the sole heir of the Qin group, a luminary in the elite circles of Jiangcheng, and the undefeated queen of the Panlong Mountain racetrack. Today, she has not only faced a crushing defeat in the competition, but now must make a choice before hundreds of thousands, between two humiliating options presented by this man. Qin Ruoshi's exquisitely beautiful face fluctuates between crimson and pale, her chest rising and falling violently from rapid breaths and intense fury. She yearns to resist. She longs to slap this man across the face. Yet, when she meets Luo Chuan's profound gaze, all her courage crumbles in an instant. What kind of eyes are those? Calm, indifferent, with a hint of elusive amusement. It seems that everything she takes pride in is merely a trivial game in his eyes. This feeling of being completely disregarded, treated as mere plaything, shatters her resolve more effectively than any venomous insult. Observing the tumult of emotions on Qin Ruoshi's face, Luo Chuan's smirk widens further. He grips her chin firmly, compelling her to lift her gaze higher. His thumb, coarse yet gentle, glides from her smooth jawline to the sensitive area beneath her earlobe. This gesture is laden with the utmost provocation and aggression. Qin Ruoshi trembles violently. An unfamiliar electric current surges from behind her ear, coursing through her body, rendering her weak and unsteady on her feet. Her cheeks flush a deep crimson, spreading to her alabaster neck. Luo Chuan leans down again, his lips almost brushing against her ear, whispering in a husky tone, "My patience is finite. Choose one." This seemingly casual statement utterly dismantles Qin Ruoshi's psychological defenses in that moment. Kiss him? In front of so many. To kiss the very man who has just trampled all her pride? She cannot bring herself to do it. Thus, only one final choice remains. Although that option is 1,000 times more humiliating than kissing him. With a bite of her lip, Qin Ruoshi slowly closes her eyes. A single crystalline tear, uncontrolled, slips from the corner of her eye, tracing the perfect curve of her cheek and landing on Luo Chuan's finger. It is scalding. At last, under the gaze of all, Qin Ruoshi's crimson lips part slightly. A barely audible sound struggled to escape her throat. The words master seemed to drain all strength from Qin Ruoshi's body. She swayed slightly, and had it not been for Luo Chuan still gripping her chin, she likely would have collapsed to the ground. It is done. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Luo Chuan's lips. Ding. S-level target Qin Ruoshi's affection level has increased. Current affection level 30. She harbors extreme fear and an inexplicable, elusive emotion toward you. Main quest: conquer the fiery rose. Completion level 30. The system's notification echoed in Luo Chuan's mind. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Gradually, he released his grip on Qin Ruoxi's chin. Just when everyone anticipated that he would turn and leave, Luo Chuan raised his hand and, with a frivolous yet somewhat affectionate gesture, gently patted the already flushed face of Qin Ruoxi twice. Clap, clap. The sound was soft, yet it reverberated in each person's ears like a thunderclap. This was no longer mere humiliation. It was taming, like training a disobedient yet remarkably beautiful pet. Good, Luo Chuan uttered, not sparing Qin Ruoxi another glance as he turned away, leisurely striding towards the white grocery van amidst a sea of stunned silence. Only when Luo Chuan's figure vanished behind the car door did the previously frozen air finally begin to circulate once more. Gulp. Someone, unsure of who, struggled to swallow. The next moment, the summit of Panlong Mountain erupted into chaos. Li Chengqian's legs buckled, and he plopped down onto the ground, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Meanwhile, the live stream was engulfed in a tidal wave of excitement. What on earth did I just witness? Oh my God. He slapped Miss Qin's face. And he even called her good. It's recorded. It's recorded. This video is destined to become the best scene of the year. The car god of Panlong Mountain publicly acknowledges his master, and even gets his face slapped. How explosive. Who is this man? I need all his information. From this day forth, he is my idol. This is exhilarating. He truly embodies the essence of a thrilling male protagonist. I can hardly contain my excitement. In the Xiao family's villa, Xiao Lingyue clutched her phone tightly, her knuckles whitening from the pressure. As she watched the live stream of Luo Chuan slapping Qin Ruoxi's cheek, her heart felt as if it were being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand, causing her to nearly gasp for breath. An emotion named jealousy ravenously consumed her reason. Meanwhile, in an apartment in the university town, Su Wanqing gazed at the frozen image on her tablet. Her once gentle and enchanting face now shrouded in a thick layer of frost. She extended her delicate, fair finger, capturing the moment when Luo Chuan struck Qin Ruoxi's cheek. Subsequently, she opened the chat window with Luo Chuan and sent the image. After completing this act, she discarded the tablet and buried herself deeply into the soft embrace of the sofa, tightly covering her head with a cushion. On Long Dragon Mountain, Luo Chuan started the white Volkswagen, departing amidst the awestruck gazes of those around him, ignoring the notification in his mind indicating the completion of his system task. He yearned to return to his apartment swiftly. Just then his phone chimed. He casually picked it up and discovered a message from Su Wanqing, a screenshot depicting the very moment he had captured of Qin Ruoxi's face. Beneath the screenshot lay a line of cold, emotionless text. You need not return. Chapter 36. The Iceberg Goddess's Punishment. The door is locked. Upon reading this, Luo Chuan instinctively rubbed his temples. The reason he had spoken to Qin Ruoxi in such a manner was because he was acutely aware that she would never kiss him. He merely wished to toy with her. Nevertheless, his subsequent actions had indeed crossed the line. He could vividly imagine Su Wanqing's emotions upon witnessing the live broadcast in the apartment. This woman, who usually appeared gentle and cultured, seemingly untouched by the mundane world, concealed beneath her icy exterior a fervent, spirited heart. However, the more she was angered, the more it signified her care for him. Reflecting on this, rather than feeling vexed, a smile involuntarily crept upon Luo Chuan's lips. He envisioned Su Wanqing's breathtakingly beautiful face and the stunning curves of her body accentuated by the ink-washed qipao she wore. A surge of warmth radiated from his lower abdomen. Thus, he pressed down hard on the accelerator, the white Volkswagen roaring to life as it sped toward the university town. 20 minutes later, Luo Chuan arrived at the foot of the apartment building. He had meticulously prepared an entire repertoire of justifications, confident that he could persuade Su Wanqing to surrender that very night. Soon, he stood before the apartment door. He retrieved the key Su Wanqing had entrusted to him before his departure, skillfully inserting it into the lock. Click. The key turned effortlessly, yet the door remained steadfastly shut. Luo Chuan's smile faltered slightly. He made another attempt, pushing against the door, but it remained resolutely closed, exuding a robust sense of resistance from within. In an instant, he understood. The door had been locked from the inside. The smile vanished from Luo Chuan's face, replaced by an expression of bemusement. This woman's jealousy was far greater than he had anticipated. Luo Chuan took a deep breath, raised his hand, and rhythmically knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Professor Su, open the door, I have returned. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly within the confines of the room. However, there was no response from within. The hallway echoed only with the sound of his own voice. Furrowing his brow, Luo Chuan was acutely aware that Su Wanqing was undoubtedly inside, listening. Professor Su, I know you are in there. Please allow me to explain. The apartment remained enveloped in silence. Luo Chuan's patience began to wane. He retrieved his phone and dialed Su Wanqing's number directly. Beep, beep, beep. The call barely rang twice before being mercilessly terminated by the other end. Undeterred, Luo Chuan tried once more, only to receive the same swift disconnection. He then opened WeChat, hastily composing a message to send. Professor Su, I was wrong, I truly was. Please let me in. I will accept any punishment you deem fit. The message was sent successfully, devoid of the ominous red exclamation mark indicating he had been blocked. Yet, it fell into the abyss, receiving no reply. Leaning against the cold wall, Luo Chuan felt a flicker of frustration for the first time. Forcing his way in was out of the question, as banging on the door would only infuriate Su Wanqing further. Yet, spending the night outside was simply not an option. Just as despair began to take hold, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He remembered he had a system. Luo Chuan immediately concentrated and thought, System. Is there a way for me to enter without damaging the lock? Ding. Detecting host's current predicament, locked outside by partner, urgently needing to enter the room for reconciliation. System store has detected a suitable product. Master unlocking skill, one-time use. Skill description, upon activation. The host will instantly grasp the principles and techniques for opening all types of locks worldwide, rendering them all accessible. Redemption price, 100 points. 100 points? Just to open a door? Luo Chuan mentally scoffed, wondering why it wasn't he being stolen instead. Despite the inner complaints, he unhesitatingly chose to confirm. Redeem. Load it for me immediately. Ding. Points, 100. Master unlocking skill successfully loaded. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge regarding locks fused seamlessly with his mind. Luo Chuan slowly opened his eyes, and, upon gazing at the tightly shut security door before him, his expression transformed entirely. Standing upright, he approached the door once more. He inserted the ordinary key into the lock once again. With a slight exertion of his fingers, he adjusted the position according to the lock structure. Then pressed the key inward while gently twisting his wrist to the right. Click. The deadbolt was released. A triumphant smile crept across Luo Chuan's lips. He turned the doorknob. Gently, and without a sound, pushing the door open just a crack. The entire apartment was shrouded in dimness, with only a hint of the city's neon lights filtering in through the living room's floor-to-ceiling windows. An oppressive atmosphere lingered in the air. The bedroom door was tightly shut, yet a faint warm yellow glow seeped through the crack beneath it. Faintly, Luo Chuan seemed to hear a delicate sound of sobbing. He knew that Su Wanqing must be quietly crying in the bedroom. With a silent sigh, Luo Chuan stealthily slipped into the room and quietly shut the apartment door behind him, ensuring no extraneous noise escaped. He removed his shoes, padding barefoot across the cold floor, taking careful steps towards the illuminated bedroom door. Chapter 37. I love you. Professor Su. The bedroom door was not fully closed, leaving a narrow gap. Luo Chuan drew in a breath so light it was almost inaudible as he approached the crack in the door. Peering through, he caught sight of a corner of the bedroom. Su Wanqing was curled up on the spacious bed, the expensive ink-washed qipao she wore slightly wrinkled from her movements. She lay on her side, facing away from the door, clutching a soft pillow tightly to her chest. Her beautiful shoulders quivered gently with each silent sob. A flicker of heartache and guilt crossed Luo Chuan's eyes. Resolute, he gently pushed the bedroom door open, stepping softly onto the cold floor as he made his way to the large bed. His movements were deliberate and silent. Su Wanqing remained oblivious to the presence behind her. Continuing to weep softly, Luo Chuan reached the bedside, his gaze lingering on the slight tremors of her back and the captivating curves of her body. Tightly enveloped in the qipao, his throat involuntarily constricted. He extended his arms and, from behind, tenderly enveloped both her and the pillow in his embrace. The warmth and strength of his presence, infused with a familiar and comforting scent, enveloped Su Wanqing instantly. Her body froze in shock, and her sobs ceased abruptly. In the next moment, she began to struggle violently. Let me go? Why have you come back? Su Wanqing's voice was filled with grievance. It was not that she truly believed Luo Chuan had been unfaithful with another woman. Rather, she was consumed by fear. Fear that everything Luo Chuan had done was a facade. Fear that his feelings for her were insincere. For a woman experiencing love for the first time, such emotions could be devastating. Desperate to push Luo Chuan away, she found herself firmly ensnared in his embrace, unable to move. I don't want to see you. Go away. Her struggles grew weaker, eventually devolving into feeble punches against his arms. Luo Chuan offered no explanation nor defense for himself. He merely rested his chin gently atop Su Wanqing's head, savoring the softness of her hair. Just as Su Wanqing was on the verge of complete collapse, Luo Chuan finally spoke. His voice was low and grave, imbued with an undeniable seriousness. Professor Su, I love you. These simple 6 words shattered the last remnants of Su Wanqing's struggles the moment they fell from his lips. Her body softened, immobilized, as she surrendered to Luo Chuan's embrace from behind. Warm tears surged forth uncontrollably once more. Sensing the shift within the woman in his arms, Luo Chuan recognized the moment had arrived. He turned, flipping Su Wanqing beneath him. In an instant, their positions were reversed. Su Wanqing lay on her back on the bed, her tear-streaked, beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and panic as they met Luo Chuan's gaze above her. He granted her no time to ponder or react. Lowering his head, he captured her tear-stained cheek with a fierce kiss, wiping away her tears. The salty taste ignited his taste buds and rekindled the long-suppressed flames within his heart. Su Wanqing's mind went blank. She wished to evade him, but Luo Chuan held the back of her head firmly, leaving her no escape. His kiss was domineering, forceful, filled with an aggressive fervor. He pried her lips apart, conquering her without granting a moment's respite. The fabric of her ink-washed qipao emitted a crisp sound of tearing amidst their passionate entanglement. The intricate fastenings were brutally torn open, revealing her alabaster skin beneath. Su Wanqing gasped, her body instinctively tensing in response to the sudden chill and an unprecedented sense of danger. Luo Chuan, no, her voice was tinged with a plea. Yet, her feeble resistance seemed utterly powerless against Luo Chuan, whose desires had been thoroughly ignited. Lifting his gaze, Luo Chuan beheld the woman beneath him, utterly flustered. Her lips slightly parted in panic, her chest heaving with quickened breaths. He offered her no further opportunity to speak. Once more he descended, addressing all her anxieties with his actions. The light in the bedroom had long since extinguished, enveloping them in darkness, the perfect catalyst. It amplified every sensation and devoured the last remnants of rational thought. Su Wanqing transitioned from initial resistance to an inability to endure, ultimately surrendering herself, actively responding to him. She lost track of time, an hour, 2 hours, or perhaps it felt as though a century had passed in that moment. As Su Wanqing's consciousness gradually faded, she intentionally wrapped her arms around Luo Chuan's neck, pressing her crimson lips to his. In a breathy whisper, she murmured almost dreamily into his ear, Luo Chuan, I love you too. As the night deepened and the storm subsided, Su Wanqing felt utterly exhausted, not even wishing to move a single finger. Drenched in a sheen of perspiration, she curled up in Luo Chuan's broad and warm embrace, drifting into a profound slumber. A delicate flush adorned her cheeks, and the corners of her lips slightly curled, as if she were lost in a beautiful dream. Luo Chuan lowered his gaze upon the woman who now completely belonged to him and gently pressed a kiss on her smooth forehead. He then cautiously withdrew his arm from beneath Su Wanqing, intending to check the time on his phone. However, the moment he illuminated the screen, his brows involuntarily furrowed. The display revealed a barrage of missed call notifications, over 20 in total, all from the same person, Xiaoling Yue. In addition to the missed calls, there were a dozen unread WeChat messages, all sent by her. The initial messages bore a commanding tone. Luo Chuan, return my call immediately. You have 10 minutes to appear before me. As the messages progressed, her tone grew increasingly impatient. Where have you been? Why are you not answering your phone? Luo Chuan, how dare you ignore my messages? The most recent message, sent half an hour prior, was strikingly simple and somewhat humble. Luo Chuan, I'm begging you. I have something very important to discuss with you. Tomorrow night at 7, at the Western Restaurant in Yunding Pavilion. Chapter 38. An invitation from the ex-wife? Apologies, but you must wait in line. Luo Chuan regarded the text with a smirk of derision. His gaze then shifted from the cold screen of his phone back to the warm body beside him. On one side lay the entangled and self-righteous past, and on the other, the tender and fragrant present he had just embraced. Was there truly any need for deliberation? By noon the following day, Su Wanqing stirred awake. Upon opening her eyes, she met Luo Chuan's gaze, which sparkled with affection. "Awake, Professor Su." His voice was laced with tenderness as he playfully ruffled her pert nose. Instantly, Su Wanqing's face flushed a deep crimson. The wild and embarrassing scenes from the previous night surged into her mind, making her wish to disappear into a crevice of the earth. She had indeed become involved with her student, surrendering her innocence so effortlessly. Burying her face into Luo Chuan's chest, she mumbled shyly, "Don't do this," her bashful demeanor leaving no trace of the ice-cold professor she once was. "All right, I shall heed the professor's wishes." Luo Chuan embraced her a little tighter, asking if she was hungry, as he had prepared breakfast for her. Su Wanqing softly acknowledged him, her heart bubbling with sweetness. The couple lingered in bed for a while longer until Luo Chuan gently assisted the tired Su Wanqing in getting up. After freshening up, Su Wanqing, clad in an oversized t-shirt, sat at the dining table, savoring the sandwiches and fried eggs that Luo Chuan had lovingly prepared. Enveloped in the warmth of love, she radiated a glow. Her skin was fair with a rosy hue, delicate and flawless, and every smile and frown she made was breathtakingly beautiful. Luo Chuan found himself entranced by her allure. "What are you staring at?" Su Wanqing, feeling a bit shy under his gaze, playfully shot him a glance. That single glance, brimming with charm, nearly stole Luo Chuan's breath away. Taking a deep breath to quell the fire within him, he smiled and said, "Professor Su, would you accompany me to a place tonight?" Su Wanqing looked up, puzzled. "There's a wonderful show to see," Luo Chuan replied mysteriously, winking at her. "You'll find out soon enough." Though unsure of Luo Chuan's intentions, Su Wanqing nodded eagerly without hesitation. "All right, I'll go with you." At that moment, her trust in Luo Chuan was absolute. She would unconditionally support whatever he wished to pursue. At 7 o'clock that evening, they arrived at the Yunding Pavilion Western Restaurant. As the most upscale dining establishment in Jiangcheng, it boasted an elegant ambience and exorbitant prices, making it the preferred venue for countless affluent individuals on dates. Xiao Lingyue had been waiting at the reserved window-side table, meticulously dressed in a haute couture white Chanel gown, her makeup flawlessly applied, exuding an air of cold elegance and nobility. She was confident that no man could resist her charm. However, as time ticked by and the clock struck 7:10, Luo Chuan's figure was still absent. Xiao Lingyue's expression darkened gradually, just as she was about to lose her patience and make a call to inquire. The door of the restaurant finally opened, revealing the figure she had been waiting for. Yet, Luo Chuan was not alone. He was accompanied by a woman whose beauty rendered all others in the vicinity pale by comparison. It was none other than Su Wanqing. Tonight, Su Wanqing wore a perfectly tailored black gown that accentuated her exquisite figure. Her subtle makeup was enough to captivate anyone, especially after being nurtured by Luo Chuan's affection. She embodied a perfect blend of the allure of a mature woman and the innocence of a young girl, radiating a magnetic charm. Upon seeing Xiao Lingyue, the gentle smile that had adorned her face instantly vanished, replaced by an air of lofty scrutiny. It was the unique presence of a university professor faced with their students, exuding both the authority of a mentor and a subtle hint of the triumph belonging to a victor. At that moment, Xiao Lingyue's mind went blank. She was stunned. How could she be here? Luo Chuan actually brought her to meet him. Before Xiao Lingyue could comprehend the situation, Luo Chuan had already led Su Wanqing directly to her table. Yet, he did not cast even a glance at Xiao Lingyue, as if she were merely an inconsequential backdrop. With utmost courtesy, Luo Chuan pulled out a chair for Su Wanqing, gently saying, "Professor Su, please sit here." Once Su Wanqing was seated, he took his place beside her, completely disregarding the visibly distressed Xiao Lingyue sitting opposite them. "Waiter, please take our order." Luo Chuan snapped his fingers, without even glancing at the menu. He ordered the most expensive dishes available, then turned to Su Wanqing with a soft gaze. "The Wellington steak here is delightful. Would you care to try it?" "Yes. I trust your judgment," Su Wanqing replied softly, her voice sweet as honey. Luo Chuan expertly instructed the waiter, "1 Wellington steak, medium rare, and please serve it cut." Xiao Lingyue, witnessing this scene of unabashed affection, felt jealousy almost consume her reason. Once, the man who had been utterly obedient to her, too timid to raise his voice, was now showering another woman with a tenderness she had never experienced. And that woman was her university professor. It was an utter humiliation. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiao Lingyue clenched her fists and spoke in a cold tone. Luo Chuan, what do you mean by this? Finally, Luo Chuan lifted his gaze, looking at her for the first time. His expression was one of indifference, distance, and an unmistakable hint of mockery. Oh, did you not invite me to discuss something? He said leisurely, wiping his hands with a napkin. I am here now. You may speak. Xiao Lingyue trembled with rage at his demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she forced down her anger. Luo Chuan, I know you are still upset with me. However, we are still married, and I am willing to grant you another chance. If you sever ties with this woman, I would consider. Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Chuan interrupted her with a derisive laugh, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He turned away, picked up his knife and fork, and offered a morsel of pepper sauce-coated beef to Su Wanqing, who naturally opened her mouth to take a bite, revealing a faint smile. After this intimate display, Luo Chuan elegantly wiped away an imaginary smudge from Su Wanqing's mouth with a napkin, the entire exchange radiating closeness. He then raised his head, looking at Xiao Lingyue, whose complexion had shifted from pale to green, then to black, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Miss Xiao, I believe you have misunderstood something. You wish to be my woman? Luo Chuan gestured towards the composed yet commanding Su Wanqing beside him, articulating each word with precision. I'm afraid I already have Professor Su. As Luo Chuan's gaze swept over Xiao Lingyue, it bore the disdainful look of one observing a mere jester. Why don't you wait in line behind? It depends on my mood. Chapter 39. A 50 million diamond ring. A proposal in the car. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Lingyue was utterly bewildered. Hugh? What a ridiculous notion. As she gazed at the affectionate couple before her, her mind drifted back to her earlier condescending demeanor, as if bestowing a favor. In that instant, her pride and self-esteem were trampled underfoot by Luo Chuan's nonchalant manner. For the first time, she truly comprehended the agony of a heart wrenched with jealousy, the madness of envy consuming her. After dining, Luo Chuan took Su Wanqing's hand, walking out of the Yunding Pavilion Western restaurant without a backward glance. Behind them lay a suffocating silence. Xiao Lingyue sat alone at the table, becoming the focal point of all eyes in the room. Those gazes held sympathy, pity, yet predominantly, they reveled in her misfortune, deriving amusement from her plight. The once exquisitely beautiful visage of the proud young lady of the Xiao family, now drained of color, became a ghastly white. How could she, the revered goddess of Jiangqing, the dream of countless men, be reduced to competing for a man's attention? And worse, be subjected to his whims? What humiliation! It was an affront 1,000 times worse than receiving a public slap. The hushed whispers and pointed fingers of the onlookers made it impossible for Xiao Lingyue to endure another moment in that place. With a dazed spirit, she rose and fled the restaurant, collapsing into her pristine, white Panamera. Once the door was shut, she severed herself from the cacophony of the outside world. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, her hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Her esteemed lineage, her acclaimed beauty, her amassed wealth, all rendered worthless beneath Luo Chuan's casual remark, crushed to oblivion. A scream, filled with resentment and regret, echoed within the confines of the car. She had lost, completely and utterly. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Su Wanqing wore a complex expression. After a moment's hesitation, she could not suppress the urge to softly inquire. Luo Chuan, did you really just say she should queue? The underlying question was whether he intended to seek other women. Su Wanqing, aware that men could take multiple wives, especially someone like Luo Chuan, felt a twinge of unease at the thought of her man being intimate with another woman. What if one day he deemed her no longer captivating and chose to cast her aside for someone else? The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her heart. Luo Chuan, not responding immediately to Su Wanqing's concerns, turned to observe her exquisite face tinged with unease, and suddenly smiled. Then, with a swift turn of the steering wheel, he veered off the main road, bringing the car to a stop by a secluded riverside. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the gentle caress of the river breeze and the distant glow of the city's neon lights. Just as Su Wanqing was about to inquire about his intentions, Luo Chuan had already unfastened his seatbelt and leaned closer. He remained silent, merely opening the storage compartment in front of the passenger seat. Su Wanqing observed his actions with curiosity. In the next moment, Luo Chuan retrieved an exquisite blue velvet box from the compartment. Upon sighting the box, Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. Luo Chuan turned to face her once more, his expression transforming into one of utmost seriousness and solemnity. Before Su Wanqing's eyes, he slowly opened the box. A soft click resonated through the air. The instant the box was unveiled, a dazzling brilliance illuminated the dim confines of the car. It was a diamond ring, a ring of unimaginable grandeur. The main diamond was perfectly shaped like a pigeon's egg, its cut reaching the pinnacle of craftsmanship, refracting a dreamlike spectrum of colors even in the car's faint light. At that moment, Su Wanqing's breath came to an abrupt halt. Her mind went blank, leaving her trance fixed upon the ring, enveloped in the aura of opulence that surrounded it. Luo Chuan held the ring aloft, his profound gaze fixed firmly upon Su Wanqing's eyes. "Professor Su, I am aware of the thoughts that occupy your mind." A gentle smile graced Luo Chuan's lips. "This ring is called commitment and is valued at 50 million. Now, I wish to propose to you with it. Su Wanqing, will you marry me?" Boom. Each word Luo Chuan uttered sent tumultuous waves crashing through Su Wanqing's heart. 50 million. A proposal. Su Wanqing was utterly bewildered. She gazed at Luo Chuan's handsome visage, mere inches away, and the unyielding affection reflected in his eyes dissolved all her anxieties and doubts in that instant. The happiness arrived too suddenly, too intensely. Warm tears could no longer be contained, pouring forth from her beautiful eyes. She remained silent, merely nodding gently. Luo Chuan smiled. He tenderly took Su Wanqing's soft, fair left hand and slowly placed the 50 million worth of commitment upon her ring finger. The ring fit perfectly, neither too big nor too small. The icy sensation traveled through her fingers, yet it made her heart feel ablaze. As she beheld the resplendent diamond ring adorning her finger, she felt as though she were caught in a dream. Luo Chuan, captivated by her tear-streaked yet breathtakingly beautiful visage, could no longer contain the flames of his desire. He pulled Su Wanqing into his embrace. Su Wanqing gasped, and in the next moment, her tear-stained lips were captured by Luo Chuan in a fervent kiss, one filled with possession and proclamation. All of Su Wanqing's responses were caught in her throat, escaping only as intermittent whimpers. The temperature within the vehicle surged sharply at that moment. Soon, Su Wanqing felt her body weaken, utterly losing the capacity to resist, surrendering entirely to Luo Chuan's advances. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, clumsily responding to him. Their garments were shed, and as they adjusted their positions, the car began to sway gently. Time became irrelevant as the storm gradually subsided. Su Wanqing breathed lightly, her skin glistening with a sheen of perspiration, curled up in Luo Chuan's embrace, her face adorned with a flush of satisfaction. "Luo Chuan, you are the most incorrigible student I have ever encountered, bar none." Her words seemed reproachful, yet they were laced with a playful charm. Luo Chuan perceived the underlying affection, smiling slightly as he replied, "Professor Su, while the title of a bad student is indeed fitting, isn't it time to change it?" At this remark, Su Wanqing's heart tightened. "Professor Su?" Luo Chuan probed, met with her silence. Su Wanqing, "Oh," he continued to tease, and just as he was about to articulate the complete phrase, Su Wanqing finally responded. Her expression was one of extreme shyness, her voice soft and murmurous. "Old husband, you are insufferable." The moment those words slipped from her enticing, moist lips, the flame within Luo Chuan ignited uncontrollably once more. Luo Chuan's reaction startled Su Wanqing, but before she could process it, he assertively pressed on. "Just this once, all right?" Su Wanqing implored helplessly. Luo Chuan smiled gently. "All right, I shall heed my wife's wishes." Chapter 40. The Iceberg Goddess's Ring. The fiery rose steals a person in public. The following day, at Jiangxing University, as Su Wanqing entered the lecture hall carrying her teaching materials, the hundreds of students within fell silent in an instant. Today, Professor Su seemed somewhat different from her usual self. She still wore that form-fitting professional skirt suit, her expression as cold and devoid of excess emotion as ever. However, everyone keenly sensed an indescribable allure about her. She resembled an exquisite orchid, thoroughly nourished by dew, so stunning that it was difficult to gaze directly upon her. Before long, a sharp-eyed student discovered the most significant change. "Look at Professor Su's left hand. Holy cow, a ring. Professor Su is wearing a ring on her ring finger. This means she's taken." My heavens! My youth has come to an end. Who is the scoundrel responsible? Hearts shattered among the boys. While the girls fixated with curiosity on the simple, yet exquisitely designed platinum ring on Su Wanqing's ring finger, wildly speculating about the identity of the mysterious man. Only Xiao Lengyue wore a face of fluctuating emotions. In a seemingly inconspicuous corner, Luo Chuan observed the woman on the podium, who had become the center of attention. A proud smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. This ring, he had deliberately placed on Su Wanqing's finger that morning. The extravagant $50 million promise was too ostentatious for her everyday wear. However, this modest $100,000 plain band not only exuded elegance, but also served as a proclamation of his ownership to the world. On the podium, Su Wanqing felt the mixed gazes of shock, heartbreak, and envy from her students, particularly the aggressive and possessive heat of a piercing gaze that made her cheeks flush slightly. She forcefully suppressed her embarrassment, cleared her throat, and spoke in a voice colder than usual. Class begins. These two simple words momentarily quelled the commotion in the classroom. As she opened her lesson plan and commenced her lecture, she was acutely aware that her concentration was far from complete. Last night's wild scenes replayed uncontrollably in her mind. The domineering kiss from Luo Chuan, the heat of his body, and her own shameful postures beneath him. Especially when she had been utterly conquered by him, shamefully whispering husband in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. She felt her body still soft and yielding even now. Su Wanqing could only rely on her formidable willpower to maintain an appearance of composure, reciting the lesson plan word for word. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan, with a contented expression, rested his chin on his hand, relishing the beautiful sight that was unmistakably his. He relished watching Su Wanqing, who was clearly flustered, yet desperately trying to feign calmness. Just as the atmosphere grew subtly tense, a thunderous bang erupted. The heavy wooden door of the lecture hall was violently kicked open from the outside, crashing against the wall. The sudden noise startled everyone. Hundreds of eyes turned in unison towards the entrance. There stood a strikingly beautiful yet domineering figure, silhouetted against the light, Qin Ruoxi, the famed racing goddess of Panlong Mountain. What was she doing at our school? A wave of exclamations surged through the crowd. Unfazed by the attention, Qin Ruoxi swept her fiercely penetrating gaze around the classroom before locking onto Luo Chuan with precision. The humiliation of losing the competition and being compelled to utter those two words in front of hundreds of thousands had been the greatest affront of her life. She would not yield. How could she? This man named Luo Chuan had stripped her of her dignity, and she would make him pay back 100-fold for that. Who was she, Qin Ruoxi? The cherished daughter of the Qin family, adored by all. To pursue a man was a privilege unparalleled for him. She was determined to show everyone today how the man who triumphed over her on the racetrack had succumbed to her charms. Once she grew weary of him, she would cast him aside like refuse. With her resolve firm, Qin Ruoxi strode forward, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. As she made her way directly toward Luo Chuan, she paid no heed to Su Wanqing at the podium, nor did she notice the astonished students around her. Under the gaze of all, Qin Ruoxi approached Luo Chuan's desk. She halted, looking down upon him with an air of superiority, her red lips curving into a smile of assured victory. Luo Chuan regarded the woman before him, his brow slightly furrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated her arrival at the school. Meanwhile, Su Wanqing at the podium felt her expression grow cold, watching Qin Ruoxi boldly approach her man in her classroom. The fingers gripping her lesson plan turned pale from exertion. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, Qin Ruoxi made a bold move that left the entire room gasping. She pointed a finger at Luo Chuan and, with an undeniable and regal tone, proclaimed loudly, "Luo Chuan, I like you. I want you to be my man." A profound silence enveloped the classroom at that moment. All the students' minds momentarily ceased to function, mouths agape in disbelief at what they had just heard. Qin Ruoxi continued her declaration, her voice infused with dominance and possessiveness. "Now, immediately, come with me." The room erupted in chaos. This was no mere confession. It was an outright claim. At the podium, Su Wanqing regarded the imperious Qin Ruoxi and then glanced at the ring on her own ring finger, a symbol of commitment. The frost on her face crystallized to its utmost degree. The once gentle glimmer in her beautiful eyes was now replaced with boundless hostility. How dare she intrude on her territory and claim her man? Chapter 41. The Ice Queen vs. the Volcano. The teacher's absolute domination. Confronted by Su Wanqing's gaze, Qin Ruoxi showed no sign of retreat. She simply crossed her arms and raised her chin slightly, locking eyes with Su Wanqing at the podium. Her expression brimming with provocation and certainty of victory. To her, Su Wanqing was merely a bookish beauty, and faced with her overwhelming advance, she believed the other could only respond in panic, her complexion paling, unable to mount any effective counterattack. However, Su Wanqing's response exceeded Qin Ruoxi's expectations entirely. At the podium, Su Wanqing's frigidly beautiful face bore no sign of disturbance. She merely cast a cold glance at Qin Ruoxi before picking up the microphone from the podium. A faint crackle of electricity filled the air. Su Wanqing's clear and chilling voice resonated through the classroom's sound system, reaching the ears of every individual present. This lady. The designation of Su Wanqing instantly delineated the boundary between herself and Qin Ruoxi. She refrained from addressing her as a classmate. For Qin Ruoxi was not a student of Jiangxing University, nor did she refer to her as Miss Qin, as she scorned the acknowledgement of her identity. Firstly, according to the institution's regulations, individuals not enrolled in the university are prohibited from entering academic areas without prior permission. Your current actions have thus transgressed these rules. Su Wanqing's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The smile on Qin Ruoxi's face faltered slightly. She had not anticipated that Su Wanqing would invoke the regulations. Moreover, Su Wanqing afforded her no opportunity to retort, continuing, "It is currently my teaching time. Your abrupt entrance and loud commotion have significantly disrupted the normal teaching order, impeding the learning of hundreds of students present." Su Wanqing escalated what should have been a dispute between two women into a matter of public order and academic integrity. This maneuver rendered Qin Ruoxi utterly passive. Her complexion began to darken, and although she opened her mouth to counter, she found herself at a loss for words. Yet, Su Wanqing's onslaught was far from over. She grasped the microphone and gracefully descended from the podium, exuding the mature aura of a woman in a position of authority, elegant and dignified. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor resonated throughout the room. Her gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately resting on Qin Ruoxi. The look in her eyes transformed from one of feminine hostility to that of a professor scrutinizing a student who had erred. "Classmates, please set aside your textbooks for a moment. We shall examine a rather vivid negative example." The words elicited a collective gasp from the students. A negative example? What could that possibly entail? Amidst the puzzled glances, Su Wanqing extended her slender, fair finger, pointing directly at Qin Ruoxi. "Observe the attire of this young lady." In an instant, hundreds of eyes converged upon Qin Ruoxi. Today, she had donned an exceedingly provocative outfit, a bright orange, form-fitting crop top that fully revealed her flat-toned abdomen and perfect abdominal muscles. The lower half consisted of an extremely short pleated mini skirt, beneath which were encased her long, slender legs in white thigh-high stockings. Such an ensemble, combined with Qin Ruoxi's exquisite physique, would undoubtedly incite frenzy among men in both racing circuits and nightclubs. However, in the solemn and prestigious lecture hall of Jiangxing University, juxtaposed against Su Wanqing's impeccably tailored professional attire, Qin Ruoxi's flamboyant outfit appeared discordant, verging on frivolous and indecorous. Su Wanqing's voice resonated once more, imbued with a scholarly detachment. In psychology, an individual's attire serves as an external manifestation of their inner world and self-perception. In various circumstances, selecting appropriate attire is not only a demonstration of self-respect, but also a mark of deference towards others and the environment. The choice of this lady, adorned in such revealing clothing within a solemn classroom, reveals two significant truths. Su Wanqing paused, her icy gaze locking onto Qin Ruoxi's eyes, now ablaze with indignation. Firstly, there exists a dissonance in her self-awareness as she attempts to attract attention through a superficial and ostentatious manner. Secondly, her inner void is profoundly evident. Lacking genuine refinement and depth, she resorts to this shallow facade to shield her fragile self-esteem. Su Wanqing's words were piercingly incisive. Without uttering a single vulgarity, she employed the most articulate language to diminish Qin Ruoxi's once proud physique and audacious attire, reducing them to mere acts of crass attention-seeking. This was no mere humiliation. It was a relentless disrobing of Qin Ruoxi's pride and dignity, laid bare for all to witness. A ripple of laughter erupted from the crowd, the first to succumb to the amusement unknown. Soon, The classroom was awash with suppressed snickers. Indeed, Professor Su speaks truth. The students' gazes towards Chin Ruashi had irrevocably transformed, shifting from awe and envy to mere spectacle and disdain. They now perceived this so-called Dragon Mountain racing goddess as nothing more than a mindless beauty, a tempestuous woman wreaking havoc in the academic sphere. As Chin Ruashi absorbed the sharp laughter surrounding her, feeling the unabashed scorn directed her way, she stood in stunned disbelief. Her stunning visage, once radiant, now flushed with anger and humiliation, resembled a deep shade of burgundy. Her pride in her lineage, her beauty, and her physique all appeared so pale and ludicrous in the face of Su Wanqing's undeniable intellect and commanding presence. In a fit of rage and embarrassment, Chin Ruashi sought the gaze of the silent man who had remained aloof throughout the ordeal. Yet, when her eyes met Luo Chuan's, she found him regarding her with a look of helplessness, tinged with reproach, as if to say, "Why have you come here to make a scene?" Chapter 42. Enough of this. Come with me. Chin Ruashi felt as though her lungs might burst with indignation. She could not comprehend. She was utterly bewildered. How could she possibly fall short compared to that woman who feigned superiority? Despite her open expressions of affection, this man not only failed to reciprocate, but dared to admonish her. How could this be justified? A surge of unprecedented fury and grievance ignited within her, obliterating all remnants of rationality. At that moment, the tempestuous temperament of the young lady erupted in full force. If reasoning failed, then the most primal means would suffice. Luo Chuan. Chin Ruashi let out a sharp scream, abandoning all semblance of composure and decorum as she rushed towards Luo Chuan. "I care not for the sanctity of teaching order. You shall accompany me today." Her voice was piercing, imbued with an undeniable authority. This scene rendered all present utterly astonished. None could have anticipated that events would escalate to such a degree. Chin Ruashi was indeed prepared to see someone in the midst of class. Su Wanqing's icy gaze flickered with a hint of anger, her hand stealthily reaching for her phone in her pocket, ready to call for campus security at any moment. Meanwhile, the previously silent Xiao Lunyue witnessed the unfolding drama, her eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. Part of her wished for Chin Ruashi to succeed in taking Luo Chuan away, allowing Su Wanqing to experience the humiliation of having her man snatched publicly. Yet, simultaneously, an inexplicable irritation welled up within her. Why was it that this man was perpetually surrounded by such remarkable women? The more she pondered, the more discomfort she felt, culminating in a dull ache in her abdomen. On the other side, as Chin Ruashi's hand reached out, poised to grasp Luo Chuan's arm, he finally sprang into action. His movement was so swift that none in attendance could fully comprehend what had transpired. A sharp gasp escaped Chin Ruashi's lips as she felt an overwhelming force emanating from her wrist. Before she could react, her body was propelled forward uncontrollably, only to be hoisted upward with remarkable ease. In the blink of an eye, amidst the astonished gazes of hundreds of students, an astonishing tableau unfolded. Luo Chuan, with a single hand, effortlessly lifted the voluptuous Chin Ruashi and, in one fluid motion, tossed her over his shoulder. It was a display of raw strength, executed with a simplicity that astonished all witnesses. "Hey, what are you doing? Put me down." Chin Ruashi's mind went blank, quickly engulfed by an unprecedented wave of humiliation. She had never experienced such disgrace in her life. Flustered and enraged, her legs, enveloped in white thigh-high stockings, flailed helplessly in the air, while her fists rained down upon Luo Chuan's sturdy back like a barrage of raindrops. "Luo Chuan, you scoundrel! You bounder! Release me at once." However, her feeble struggles were akin to a kitten's playful scratching, utterly inconsequential to Luo Chuan. He stood resolute, his stride unwavering, bearing the squirming and vociferously protesting Chin Ruashi upon his shoulder. The lecture hall was engulfed in a profound silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The exceedingly short pleated skirt worn by Chin Ruashi flipped completely upwards due to her movements, revealing the lace-trimmed, white safety shorts beneath. The taut fabric accentuated the breathtaking curve of her hips with remarkable clarity, coupled with her long, fair legs clad in white knee-high socks. The scene left all onlookers utterly astounded. Luo Chuan, carrying Chin Ruashi, paid no heed to the stunned students around them. He turned his gaze towards the equally bewildered Su Wanqing at the podium, offering her a reassuring glance that seemed to convey, "Do not worry, I shall handle this." As Su Wanqing met Luo Chuan's confident eyes and glanced at Qin Ruoxi, who was throwing a tantrum like a child upon his shoulder, her previously anxious heart finally settled. Without further delay, Luo Chuan strode forward, bearing Qin Ruoxi amidst the silence of hundreds of watchful students, making his way towards the back door of the classroom. Luo Chuan, I command you to put me down. Did you hear that? You are doomed. I will never let you off. Qin Ruoxi's shouts, initially filled with fury, gradually morphed into a hint of sobbing. Yet, Luo Chuan remained impervious to her cries. He continued to carry the proud Dragon Mountain car god out of the auditorium, disappearing from view as the crowd of students observed in stunned silence. Once Luo Chuan and Qin Ruoxi's figures vanished entirely, the classroom erupted as if a play button had been pressed. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! What did I just witness? Luo Chuan actually carried Qin Ruoxi away. How incredible! This is truly remarkable. This is what a real man looks like. Did anyone record that moment? It's the best scene of the year. The Dragon Mountain car god forcibly taken away in public. If this news gets out, the whole of Jiang City will explode. I still have so much to learn. I never knew women could pursue like this. What are you talking about? Clearly, the Dragon Mountain car god was pursuing him. The students erupted in frenzied discussions, each wearing expressions of excitement and disbelief. Xiao Lungyue sat in her seat, gazing in the direction Luo Chuan had departed, her mind blank. She replayed the scene of Luo Chuan's overwhelming display of dominance in her head. A tumultuous blend of jealousy, envy, and even a tinge of yearning surged within her heart, feelings she could scarcely articulate. She was reluctant to admit how undeniably captivating such a Luo Chuan was to her. Meanwhile, at the podium, Su Wanqing observed the students below, who had completely lost interest in the lesson. With a gentle sigh, she recognized that it was futile to continue the class. The students had lost their motivation to learn, and she was equally concerned about the outcome for Luo Chuan and Qin Ruoxi. She required time to adjust her mindset and come to terms with Luo Chuan's second woman. Ultimately, Su Wanqing picked up the lesson plan and, in a tone that seemed calm, announced that today's class would end early. Chapter 43, The Little Wildcat, Unyielding? I shall make you submit. Luo Chuan carried Qin Ruoxi on his shoulder, completely disregarding the flurry of soft punches that fell like raindrops against his back. His steps were steady as he strode purposefully along the tree-lined path of Jiangxing University. Luo Chuan, put me down at once. You are doomed. I, Qin Ruoxi, swear that I will not let you off the hook. I will ensure you cannot survive in Jiangxing. Qin Ruoxi's voice brimmed with fury and humiliation. Her long, slender legs, clad in white knee-high socks, kicked aimlessly in the air, unable to even graze the hem of Luo Chuan's clothing. The position in which she found herself, hoisted over his shoulder, was exceedingly embarrassing. Students passing by were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld this striking scene. Did I see that correctly? Is that not Luo Chuan? And he has on his shoulder the legendary Qin Ruoxi. My heavens, what is happening? Is he forcefully abducting a damsel? No, it is the forcible capture of a goddess. How domineering, how manly. This is truly the idol of all men. Whispers and gasps echoed around them. Luo Chuan remained oblivious to all that surrounded him, his goal clear. He continued to carry Qin Ruoxi, traversing a significant portion of the campus, finally halting before an independent sports hall. This was the venue for the school's mixed martial arts club. As it was not a time for club activities, the entire arena was exceptionally quiet. Luo Chuan kicked open the ajar door and entered, still carrying Qin Ruoxi. With a loud thud, he placed her down from his shoulder, unceremoniously tossing her onto the large blue mat in the center of the arena. The mat was quite springy, and Qin Ruoxi was thrown into a daze. She quickly scrambled to her feet, her long hair disheveled from the earlier struggle, her beautiful face alight with fury. Luo Chuan, Qin Ruoxi shrieked, no longer concerned about her appearance as she lunged towards him with fervor. Having trained in free fighting since childhood, her skills far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. With lightning speed, she launched herself at him, a fierce gust of wind following her. However, to Luo Chuan, her movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. Just as her fingers were about to grasp his collar, he merely leaned slightly to the left, effortlessly evading her aggressive advance. Qin Ruoxi, missing her target, stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Regaining her footing, her anger intensified. Unyielding, she turned and executed a swift high kick, her legs soaring high and straight. The white knee-high socks tracing a breathtaking arc through the air, her skirt billowing as she displayed an enchanting sight. If this kick were to land, an ordinary man would either perish or sustain serious injuries. Yet, Luo Chuan merely took 2 steps back and effortlessly evaded it once more. Qin Ruashi was relentless, her assault becoming increasingly ferocious. Whip kick, elbow strike, spinning kick. She unleashed the full extent of her martial arts prowess, her figure twisting and turning on the mat, leaving a trail of fragrant air in her wake. However, no matter how fierce or swift Qin Ruashi's attacks were, Luo Chuan managed to evade each one with ease. After several exchanges, Qin Ruashi leaned on her knees, panting slightly. How is this possible? How can this be? Luo Chuan regarded her exhausted state and leisurely spoke. Are you done making a fuss? His voice was calm, yet it pierced deeply into Qin Ruashi's proud heart. You. Qin Ruashi was so infuriated that words escaped her, and she could only glare fiercely at Luo Chuan. Unbothered by her gaze, Luo Chuan sauntered to the side of the boxing ring, lazily leaning against the ropes, a wicked smile playing on his lips. I know you're not convinced, he said, looking at Qin Ruashi. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Just the 2 of us. Let's have a proper match right here. Upon hearing this, a flicker of doubt crossed Qin Ruashi's eyes. Luo Chuan continued. We'll set some rules on this boxing ring. If you win, I will grant you one condition, whatever it may be. I shall not refuse as long as it is within my power. But if I win, he paused, his gaze turning aggressive. You will have to obediently follow my commands. If I tell you to go east, you cannot go west. No more reckless antics like today. Qin Ruashi was momentarily stunned by his words. She stared at Luo Chuan as if he were a fool. Did this man not realize he was up against a black belt expert? He had managed to evade earlier, perhaps due to mere agility, in a direct confrontation. How could he possibly be her match? He was courting disaster. With this thought, the discouragement in Qin Ruashi's heart ignited into a fierce fighting spirit. This was her sole opportunity, a chance to redeem herself and decisively trample this man beneath her feet. A confident smile, reminiscent of the Dragon Mountain's racing champion, returned to Qin Ruashi's face. She gradually straightened her posture, puffed out her chest, and coldly addressed Luo Chuan. This is your word. Very well. I accept your wager. Her eyes shone with an unwavering determination. Luo Chuan, don't say I didn't warn you. I am a black belt trained in martial arts for 10 years. When the time comes, don't find yourself on your knees, begging for mercy. Chapter 44, Sweat-Drenched Garments, Lethal Curves. Faced with Qin Ruashi's warning, Luo Chuan merely shrugged and assumed his position. Observing this, Qin Ruashi immediately adopted a standard fighting stance. Her fiery gaze was fixed intently on the nonchalant man before her. Luo Chuan, I shall warn you one last time, she stated, her voice icy and laced with unmasked threat. Kneel down and apologize, and I might consider going easy on you. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will leave here on your own 2 feet today. She possessed this confidence. A decade of rigorous training and her black belt were her greatest prides, second only to racing. She firmly believed that no man of her age could surpass her in barehanded combat. Luo Chuan regarded Qin Ruashi's self-assured demeanor with a faint smile. He did not even bother to adopt a defensive posture, remaining in his languid stance with his hands tucked in his pockets, leaning against the ropes of the boxing ring. Such contempt was more infuriating to Qin Ruashi than any vicious taunt. You seek your own demise, she cried out in fury, no longer willing to engage in idle chatter with Luo Chuan. With a sudden spring from the mat beneath her feet, she charged towards him with ferocity, executing a rapid front kick that sliced through the air, aimed directly at his chest. Had the kick connected, even a bull would have been toppled. However, just as Qin Ruashi's toes were about to graze the fabric of Luo Chuan's shirt, he moved. His motion was so subtle it was nearly imperceptible. A slight shift to the right allowed him to evade the lethal strike at an astonishing angle. Qin Ruashi missed her mark, the force of her kick causing her to stumble. Though startled, her prowess as a fighter enabled her to react swiftly. She forcefully twisted her torso, regaining her balance, and with the momentum from her rotation, delivered a powerful spinning back kick aimed squarely at Luo Chuan's temple. The transition was executed with such speed and ferocity that it afforded him no time to react. Yet, Luo Chuan simply took a leisurely half-step back. This minor retreat was neither excessive nor insufficient. Qin Ruashi's heel, capable of shattering stone, merely skimmed past the tip of Luo Chuan's nose. Twice, 2 consecutive, determined strikes had been evaded by Luo Chuan in a manner that felt almost humiliating. Qin Ruashi's complexion darkened significantly. She was thoroughly incensed, her onslaught becoming more frenzied and intense. Straight punches, hooks, knee strikes. Qin Ruashi unleashed the full extent of her combat skills, her form fluidly maneuvering across the mat, each move targeting Luo Chuan's vital points. Her exquisitely short, pleated skirt swept gracefully with every lift of her leg in turn, revealing the allure concealed beneath. Modestly clad in white safety shorts, laid bare before Luo Chuan. Yet, regardless of how fierce and swift Qin Ruashi's assaults were, Luo Chuan remained unperturbed, effortlessly maneuvering within mere inches. Her fists grazed past his ears, her legs brushed against his cheeks, and her elbows threatened his chest with a mere centimeter to spare. This seemingly insignificant distance, however, loomed like an insurmountable chasm. The more Qin Ruashi fought, the more her frustration mounted. Despite her utmost efforts, it felt as though he was merely toying with her, unwilling to exert even a finger. As time ticked away, her stamina waned rapidly. Beads of perspiration began to dot her forehead, and her breathing grew increasingly labored. Soon, the sweat dampened her hair, clinging to her face, which glowed with a captivating flush from exertion. Streams of moisture trickled down her alabaster neck, and before long, her black crop top was thoroughly soaked, the thin fabric adhering to her skin, accentuating her breathtakingly full silhouette with startling clarity. She gasped for breath, her proud chest heaving, creating waves of exhilaration. Yet, despite her fatigue, she refused to relent, embodying a pride that would not allow her to concede defeat. After several more exchanges, her speed visibly diminished. Each punch and kick became feeble and ineffective. She was on the verge of collapse, barely able to maintain her footing. Ultimately, after executing another high kick, her body faltered, and she lost her balance, tumbling onto the mat. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan remained unfazed, devoid of sweat, his breath still long and steady. With a thud, Qin Ruashi fell heavily onto the soft mat. She struggled to rise, but her limbs felt as though they were laden with lead, rendering her utterly powerless. All she could do was lie there, gasping for air, surrendering to the sweat that thoroughly drenched her attire. She had lost, more thoroughly and absurdly than on the Panshan mountain racing track. In racing, she had been defeated. In combat, she had also succumbed. Everything she once took pride in now seemed laughable, pitifully fragile in the presence of this man. Gradually, she lifted her head, her eyes reflecting disbelief tinged with despair as she gazed upon the man advancing towards her. Was he truly human? Chapter 45. A humiliating position, complete surrender. Luo Chuan's footsteps were light and steady. He approached Qin Ruashi and came to a halt before her. His expression was devoid of any emotion. He spoke in a voice that was calm to the point of being frigid. The warm-up is over. These 5 simple words resonated in Qin Ruashi's ears like a thunderclap. A warm-up? She had exerted herself to the utmost, pouring every ounce of strength into the effort, yet he deemed it merely a warm-up? An unprecedented surge of rage and humiliation instantaneously shattered the fragile psychological defenses of Qin Ruashi, which were already on the verge of collapse. You. Just a single word escaped Qin Ruashi's lips as she attempted to voice her thoughts. But in that moment, Luo Chuan moved. Qin Ruashi barely registered a blur before the man who had stood before her seemed to vanish in an instant. Her mind went blank, leaving no room for reaction. In the next heartbeat, an irresistible force surged from her wrist. Luo Chuan had, without her noticing, appeared behind her like a specter. With effortless ease, he captured both of her wrists with a single hand. Qin Ruashi let out a short gasp. Instinctively, she attempted to brace herself against the ground. But her wrists were firmly held by Luo Chuan, rendering her immobile. Just as her face was about to meet the icy softness of the mat, Luo Chuan's other hand and leg expertly pinned her body in place. He completely controlled her with his arm and knee. Ultimately, under the gaze of Qin Ruashi, filled with terror and disbelief, Luo Chuan pressed her down onto the soft mat in an exceedingly humiliating position, her back facing down, her upper body firmly restrained, unable to move. Her hips, positioned as they were unavoidably elevated. The pleated skirt, already short to an extreme, lost its function in this position, flipping upwards and exposing the lace-trimmed, white safety shorts beneath. The taut fabric accentuated the perfectly rounded curve of her backside. Her long, slender legs, encased in white knee-high socks, trembled slightly from a mix of tension and embarrassment. Humiliation. Qin Ruashi's face was pressed firmly against the soft mat, allowing only a series of incoherent whimpers to escape her lips. She could distinctly feel Luo Chuan's searing body heat and the aggressive male aura emanating from behind her, enveloping her entirely. She longed to struggle, to resist. Yet, her body was locked in place by Luo Chuan's remarkably skilled fighting technique, rendering her utterly powerless to move even an inch. She resembled a prey ensnared by a hunter, utterly stripped of any capacity for resistance. Just as Qin Ruashi was on the verge of being completely engulfed by a profound sense of shame, Luo Chuan leaned down. He brought his lips close to her ear, his warm breath caressing the sensitive lobe, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Then, she heard his voice, raspy yet imbued with an irresistible magnetism, whispering softly beside her. "Do you yield?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Ruashi's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Two crystalline tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, swiftly soaking the blue cushion beneath her. Humiliation, unwillingness, shock, rage, an array of complex emotions wove frantically in her mind, leaving her thoughts in disarray. She wished to protest, to declare her defiance. Yet the overwhelming, indomitable power emanating from the man behind her relentlessly shattered her will. In that moment, she truly grasped the essence of despair. Luo Chuan observed the woman beneath him, shaking violently, yet still refusing to speak, and a wider smile curved at the corners of his mouth. He tightened his grip on her wrist slightly. A mere syllable escaped his lips, yet it carried an irresistible pressure. At that instant, the psychological defenses of Qin Ruashi crumbled completely. She had never endured such profound humiliation in her life, nor had she ever imagined that one day she would be so effortlessly subdued by a man in such a manner. Ultimately, amidst the endless shame and an inexplicable thrill, she summoned every ounce of strength within her and, with great difficulty, uttered a single word through clenched teeth. Yield. That word seemed to drain her of all vitality. And in that very moment, as the word escaped her lips, a notification echoed in Luo Chuan's mind. Ding. S-rank target Qin Ruashi's favorability has significantly increased. Current favorability, 70. She feels awe and an instinctive desire to submit to you. Main quest, conquer the fiery rose completion rate, 80. Success. A satisfied smile graced Luo Chuan's lips as he gradually released his hold on Qin Ruashi. Chapter 46. From now on, I will listen to you. Luo Chuan rose, looking down upon the woman who remained motionless in her shameful posture, her shoulders still slightly trembling. Freed from the overwhelming pressure, Qin Ruashi felt as if her bones had turned to jelly, collapsing weakly onto the cushion. Her mind was a blank slate. She dared not look at Luo Chuan. Instead, lowering her head, her long hair cascading down in disarray, she now longs to find a crevice to burrow into, wishing never to encounter this devilish man again. However, it is evident that Luo Chuan has no intention of letting her off so easily. Just as Qin Ruashi prepares to rise from the mat, a shadow looms before her. Instinctively, she raises her gaze and meets Luo Chuan's eyes, which are tinged with a hint of mockery, yet exude an undeniable aura of dominance. Is this the end? Upon hearing those words, Qin Ruashi's body trembles violently. She bites her lip, unable to utter a sound, observing her blend of fear and defiance. The corners of Luo Chuan's mouth curve into a broader smile. He slowly crouches down, extending his hand to gently grasp her delicate chin between his fingers, forcefully lifting her face to meet his gaze. "Look at me," he commands, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Compelled to lock eyes with him, Qin Ruashi sees her own disheveled appearance reflected in his pupils. Tears of shame can no longer be contained, cascading from her beautiful eyes. "Why are you crying?" Luo Chuan's brows furrow slightly. "I have triumphed. You have failed. Is that not a natural outcome? Or do you believe that the word submission was uttered too lightly, and wish for me to remind you of that previous position?" At his words, Qin Ruashi's body quakes violently. That position is a nightmare she could never forget. "No, please." Her voice quivers, laced with desperation. "No." A cruel smirk graces Luo Chuan's lips. "Then it depends on your performance." He releases her chin and gently traces her tear-stained, alluring lips with his fingers. This action is rife with exquisite provocation and humiliation. Qin Ruashi's entire being freezes. She can distinctly feel the searing heat emanating from his fingertips, electrifying her senses. One word of submission is insufficient. Luo Chuan's voice, like a devil's whisper, caresses her ear. "From now on, what should you call me?" Qin Ruashi's mind erupts in a cacophony. She gazes upon Luo Chuan's handsome face, mere inches away, and the unabashed aggression and possessiveness in his eyes spawn an unprecedented terror deep within her. She understands what this man desires. He seeks not only to conquer her body, but to utterly annihilate her will. Qin Ruashi parts her lips, yet finds her throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, unable to utter a single word. Forcing her to speak those two words feels more torturous than death. Luo Chuan's patience appears to be waning. He retracts his fingers, and his gaze instantly turns frigid. It seems you have yet to learn your lesson. With that, he prepares to impose his will once more, intending to return Qin Ruashi to that previous position. Witnessing Luo Chuan's actions, Qin Ruashi's psychological defenses crumbled utterly in that moment. No, I will speak. I will speak, she cried out, her voice laced with palpable terror. Luo Chuan halted his movements, his expression impassive as he regarded her, awaiting her next words. An oppressive silence enveloped the entire martial arts hall, broken only by Qin Ruashi's stifled sobs echoing in the vast venue. A myriad of complex emotions whirled chaotically in her mind, ultimately coalescing into a profound emptiness. Slowly, she closed her eyes, two streams of tears cascading down her beautiful cheeks. Amidst the boundless darkness and an inexplicable flutter within her, her lips trembled slightly as she emitted a sound softer than a whisper, struggling to articulate two words through her clenched teeth. Master, I will obey you from now on. The utterance seemed to drain her of all vitality. At that very instant, a notification tone resonated in Luo Chuan's mind once more. Ding. S-Class target Qin Ruashi's favorability has increased again. Current favorability, 90. Main quest, conquer the fiery rose completion, 100. Quest completed. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the divine level reward. Skynet system. Skill description. The Skynet system can connect to and invade any electronic device with internet access worldwide, including but not limited to satellites, surveillance systems, smartphones, and computers. Under the Skynet system, the entire Earth will be transparently one-sided to the host, devoid of any secrets. A gentle smile graced Luo Chuan's lips as he gazed upon the thoroughly tamed young lady beneath him, his desire for conquest satiated like never before. He reached out, tenderly wiping away the tears from Qin Ruashi's face, and then, as if comforting a newly subdued pet, he gently tousled her long hair. Good girl. A mere word elicited another involuntary shudder from Qin Ruashi. She slowly opened her eyes, meeting Luo Chuan's smile, one that incited both love and resentment within her. Deep down, she realized that she might never escape the grasp of this man throughout her lifetime. Luo Chuan stood, casting her one last glance. Get up and tidy yourself. I will be waiting for you outside. With that, he slipped his hands into his pockets, strolling leisurely towards the exit of the martial arts hall, leaving the entire space for this young lady, who needed time to accept her new reality. Chapter 47. Professor Su's Indulgence. Compensate me well tonight. In the expansive martial arts hall, only Qin Ruashi remained. It was unclear how much time had passed before she gradually stirred. Bracing herself with her arms, she slowly rose from the mat, her body now entirely weakened. A cascade of disheveled hair tumbled over her shoulders, framing a strikingly beautiful face adorned with traces of unshed tears, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. She stood there, lost in a fog of thought. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ruashi slowly smoothed her tousled clothing and hair, acutely aware that Luo Chuan awaited her outside. With a heavy heart, she stepped through the entrance of the martial arts club. Indeed, Luo Chuan stood not far from the doorway, under the shade of a tree, his hands tucked into his pockets, gazing at her with an air of calm. Upon meeting his gaze, Qin Ruashi's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively lowered her head. Unable to meet his eyes, the fiery rose that had once dominated the long Dragon Mountain racetrack, the Qin family heiress who boldly snatched others' belongings in the lecture hall, now resembled a chastened pet, awaiting its owner's judgment, her demeanor surprisingly meek. Let us go, Luo Chuan uttered softly, turning towards the faculty office building without further ado. Qin Ruashi bit her lip, remaining silent as she quietly followed in his wake, deliberately maintaining a distance of 2 or 3 steps behind him. Her head bowed and hands anxiously clutching the hem of her skirt, devoid of the former bravado of the long Dragon Mountain racing champion. Inside Su Wanqing's private office, she stood by the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, cradling a steaming cup of coffee, gazing pensively at the scenery outside. A soft knock echoed at the door. "Come in," she called, her voice composed. The door creaked open, and Luo Chuan entered first, followed by a visibly anxious figure with her head down, Qin Ruoshi. Upon seeing the poised Su Wanqing, Qin Ruoshi's already heightened nervousness escalated. Su Wanqing's gaze lingered on Qin Ruoshi for scarcely a moment before shifting away. Fully aware that their joint appearance signified Luo Chuan's acquiescence to Qin Ruoshi's desire to be his partner. Her attention then turned to Luo Chuan. "Is the issue resolved?" Su Wanqing inquired softly. "Yes, it has been resolved," Luo Chuan affirmed with a nod, stepping closer to Su Wanqing and naturally enveloping her in his embrace. Witnessing this display, Qin Ruoshi trembled slightly, sinking her head lower. Nestled against Luo Chuan's broad and warm frame, Su Wanqing found solace in his reassuring presence, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Her gaze then returned to the flustered figure of Qin Ruoshi standing at the doorway. This time, Su Wanqing's eyes bore a scrutinizing look. "Miss Qin," Su Wanqing's voice regained its icy tone. "If you wish to follow Luo Chuan, you may." Upon hearing this, not only Qin Ruoshi, but even Luo Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Su Wanqing would so readily accept Qin Ruoshi's presence. Su Wanqing continued, "However, you must remember 3 rules." Qin Ruoshi instinctively lifted her gaze towards Su Wanqing. "First, you are not to disrupt my classes in any manner. Second, you must recognize your place. Third, and most importantly, matters must be approached in an orderly fashion. Henceforth, you must stand behind me." Su Wanqing's words served as both a reprimand and a warning to Qin Ruoshi, while simultaneously conveying a form of acceptance. The composure, the confidence, and the poise with which she spoke left Luo Chuan momentarily entranced. Truly, she was his woman. Qin Ruoshi stood frozen, her expectations of facing a tempest of humiliation and reproach shattered. She had never anticipated such a response from Su Wanqing. Gazing at the elegant woman before her, exuding an air of intellectual beauty, and then at the man who held her in his embrace with a look of indulgence, an emotion akin to envy blossomed within Qin Ruoshi. Perhaps only a woman of such caliber deserved to stand beside this man. Under the overwhelming aura of Su Wanqing, all of Qin Ruoshi's pride and resentment dissipated into nothingness. After a brief silence, she found herself nodding obediently to Su Wanqing. "I understand, Professor Su." Witnessing Qin Ruoshi's complete submission, a satisfied smile finally graced Su Wanqing's face. She waved her hand at Qin Ruoshi. "All right, you may leave now." "Yes." Qin Ruoshi felt as though she had been granted a reprieve, bowing slightly to Su Wanqing and Luo Chuan before hastily exiting the office. As the door closed behind her, the space was left with only Luo Chuan and Su Wanqing. The atmosphere in the office instantly became charged with intimacy. Su Wanqing slowly extricated herself from Luo Chuan's embrace, gracefully moving to her desk. With an elegant turn, she leaned against the edge of the table, her long, slender legs crossed, glistening alluringly under the light. She regarded Luo Chuan, her previously frosty eyes now veiled with a sheen of moisture, brimming with irresistible allure. Seeing Su Wanqing in this state, Luo Chuan's throat involuntarily tightened. He recognized that the magnanimous Professor Su had vanished. Now before him stood a petite woman poised to confront him. Indeed, Su Wanqing's voice emerged, imbued with a languid yet plaintive tone as she began to speak. In the radiant embrace of the day, Su Wanqing remarked, "Lo Chuan, you have basked in glory outside and flaunted your prowess long enough." With a playful flick of her tongue, she delicately caressed her luscious crimson lips. "Now, should it not be my turn?" Her gaze, imbued with a mischievous yet enchanting glimmer, locked onto Lo Chuan. Each word she uttered, "You must compensate me well when we return home tonight," was steeped in exquisite provocation. In that moment, Lo Chuan felt the fervor within him ignite, blood surging with a fervent intensity. Unable to restrain the flames of desire coursing through him, he leapt forward, sweeping Su Wanqing into his arms and placing her upon the expansive desk. "Ah!" Su Wanqing gasped in surprise. Her coffee-scented lips soon captured by Lo Chuan in a kiss that bore an almost audacious fervor. "Professor Su, you are playing with fire in the office." Chapter 48. The Crisis of the Qin Family. A few mornings later, sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a golden patch of light upon the soft bed. Lo Chuan slowly opened his eyes to behold the serene and exquisite visage of Su Wanqing. Curled beside him, Her raven locks cascaded like a waterfall across the pillow, long lashes fluttering gently in the morning light, her breath even and soft, with a subtle smile gracing her lips. A warmth surged within Lo Chuan as he gently traced the flawless contours of her face with his fingertips, cautious not to disturb the goddess cradled in his embrace. In recent days, he had truly experienced the essence of a tender haven, a hero's grave. While Su Wanqing exuded an air of icy intellect as a professor in public, at home she transformed into a warm spring, capable of melting any heart. Leaning down, he placed a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead. At that moment, the tranquility of the morning was abruptly shattered by the buzzing of the phone on the bedside table. Frowning slightly, Lo Chuan picked up the device to see the caller ID, Qin Ruoxi. He had assumed she had refrained from seeking him out due to fear. Glancing back at the peacefully sleeping Su Wanqing, he quietly rose and stepped onto the balcony before answering the call. Hello? Lo Chuan's voice was calm. Lo Chuan. Qin Ruoxi's voice trembled, unable to articulate further as she succumbed to muffled sobs on the other end. Lo Chuan's brow furrowed deeper. What had transpired? He inquired in a low tone. Take your time, do not rush. After several deep breaths, Qin Ruoxi managed to steady her emotions, speaking in fragmented phrases. Something has happened. Lo Chuan. Our family, we may be doomed. A shipment of goods I sent overseas has been seized by a group of unidentified pirates on the high seas. Upon hearing those words, Luo Chuan's gaze instantly sharpened. The goods? Yes, it is our company's latest batch of chips. Qin Ruoxi's voice brimmed with despair. The value of that shipment exceeds 3 billion. Moreover, it was meant for a highly significant overseas client. Now that the goods are lost, we not only face an exorbitant penalty exceeding 5 billion, but our family's long-standing business reputation is also at stake. As Qin Ruoxi reached the end of her statement, she could no longer contain her emotions, bursting into tears. This was the first time in her life that she encountered a crisis so immense it could topple her entire family. The first and only person she thought of for assistance was Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan remained silent, listening intently to the weeping voice of Qin Ruoxi on the other end, his expression becoming profoundly contemplative. Pirates? In this era, those audacious enough to seize 3 billion worth of chips on the high seas could never be mere common pirates. There must be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes. Have you discovered who is responsible? Luo Chuan's tone was icy. My father has leveraged all his connections to investigate and has finally uncovered a clue. Qin Ruoxi's voice trembled. All the evidence points to the Li family. The Li Qingqian's family? Yes, it is indeed them. Qin Ruoxi's voice seethed with animosity. They have always sought to usurp our family's assets, and this time, they have gone all out. However, we are unable to find direct evidence. Even reporting to the police would be futile. A glimmer of cold fury flashed in Luo Chuan's eyes. Luo Chuan, I truly do not know what to do. Qin Ruoxi's voice was rife with helplessness and pleading. Can you possibly assist me? When Qin Ruoxi uttered this plea, she held little hope in her heart. After all, this was no ordinary brawl. It was a commercial warfare involving billions of funds, a life-and-death struggle between two colossal families. She was uncertain of Luo Chuan's background, but she felt that even he might be powerless against such a grave crisis. Her call was more of an instinctive reaction born from despair. However, Luo Chuan's response was completely unexpected. Understood. His voice was calm, yet exuded an undeniable confidence. Await my news. Stop crying. With me around, the Qin family will not fall. Those two simple sentences instantly quelled all of Qin Ruoxi's panic and despair. She held her phone in a daze, even forgetting that she was still crying. At that very moment, as Luo Chuan spoke, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the target, Qin Ruoxi, is in a family crisis, leading to absolute reliance on the host. Triggering hidden mission. Turn the tide. Task. Assist the Qin family in resolving this crisis. Locate the stolen goods, and ensure that the mastermind pays a heavy price. Luo Chuan ended the call and turned to return to the bedroom. Su Wanqing, unbeknownst to him, had already awakened, leaning against the headboard with a hint of concern in her beautiful eyes as she gazed at Luo Chuan. Was that Qin Ruoxi on the phone? She inquired softly. Yes. Luo Chuan replied with a nod. Is something wrong? Your tone suggests it's quite serious. There was no trace of jealousy on Su Wanqing's face, only genuine concern for Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan approached the bedside and gently embraced Su Wanqing, succinctly recounting the troubles faced by the Qin family. After listening, A semblance of seriousness crossed her exquisite features. This situation seems challenging. What are your plans? Do not worry, I will handle it. Luo Chuan placed a light kiss on Su Wanqing's crimson lips, then turned to get dressed. Professor Luo, I won't be attending class today. Please excuse me. Are you going out? Yes. A cold gleam flickered in Luo Chuan's eyes. Naturally, he would protect his woman. Chapter 49. Do not cry. I am here. Also, you smell wonderful. A low growl emanated from the silver-gray Koenigsegg parked downstairs. Without hesitation, Luo Chuan pressed the accelerator to the floor. The powerful thrust propelled the supercar, transforming it into a silver flash that tore through the morning streets, racing towards the location provided by Qin Ruoxi. Luo Chuan's expression remained impassive. The Li family? Li Chengqian? Excellent. Some individuals never learn. If one lesson is insufficient, then it's time to send them on their way. Half an hour later, at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Jiangqing, the location was quite remote, rarely frequented by anyone. The Koenigsegg executed a graceful drift, coming to a steady stop at the factory's entrance. As the car door swung open, a familiar voice, tinged with sobs, reached Luo Chuan's ears from a distance. Luo Chuan. Turning around, he saw Qin Ruoxi stumbling towards him. The woman before him was a stark contrast to the proud firebrand he remembered. Dressed in loose gray casual wear, devoid of makeup, her long hair was hastily tied back, appearing somewhat disheveled. Her stunningly beautiful face was streaked with tears, her once captivating eyes now swollen and bloodshot, reflecting an overwhelming sense of despair. She resembled a bird caught in a torrential downpour, utterly lost and helpless. Upon reaching Luo Chuan, she could no longer contain her emotions. Grasping his arm with desperation, her entire being trembled violently, tears cascading from her eyes. Luo Chuan, my father was so enraged that he spat blood, and the bank has also called to demand repayment. I truly do not know what to do. As Qin Ruoxi spoke, her voice broke, and she nearly collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by fear and helplessness. In response to Qin Ruoxi's breakdown, Luo Chuan reached out gently, tenderly wiping the tears from her face. His voice was calm. Do not cry, he said, gazing into her eyes, each word deliberate. As long as I am here, the sky will not fall. With that, he offered no further opportunity for her to speak, swiftly opening the passenger door of his Koenigsegg, and half lifting, half placing the utterly weakened Qin Ruoxi inside. With a solid thud, the door closed, sealing them off from the outside world. Luo Chuan returned to the driver's seat and started the car, yet he did not drive away immediately. The interior was enveloped in silence, save for Qin Ruoxi's muffled sobs echoing in the confined space. She remained lost in overwhelming fear and despair, murmuring to herself, "What should I do? What should I do?" Luo Chuan turned to look at Qin Ruoxi, her tear-streaked face evoking a sense of poignant tenderness, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. He remained silent, suddenly leaning closer to her. Startled by his unexpected movement, Qin Ruoxi instinctively recoiled. Her tear-stained eyes filled with panic and confusion. "What are you doing?" she stammered. Luo Chuan offered no reply. His handsome visage loomed larger in her view. In that moment, her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively closed her eyes, anticipating a kiss. However, the expected kiss never arrived. In the next instant, Qin Ruoxi felt a warm hand boldly slip into her loose neckline. Boom. Her mind went blank in that moment. She abruptly opened her eyes, her pupils dilating. Frozen in place, forgetting to breathe. She could distinctly feel Luo Chuan's warm hand resting upon her soft skin, even gently kneading it. Time appeared to come to a standstill. All her tears, fears, and despair were suddenly eclipsed by a far more intense and overwhelming emotion, shame, anger, and a flicker of something indescribably profound. Stirring from the depths of her soul, her cheeks flushed with a visible crimson, spreading all the way to her ears. Luo Chuan's actions did not last long. Just as Qin Ruoxi was on the verge of an explosive outburst fueled by indignation, he withdrew his hand. Then, under her incredulous gaze, Luo Chuan brought the very hand that had just committed a transgression to his nose, inhaling gently. Ah, the scent of milk. At this utterance, Qin Ruoxi was rendered utterly speechless. She gazed at Luo Chuan's nonchalant visage, plunged into an unprecedented state of bewilderment. How dare this man engage in such brazen behavior at a time like this? Do not worry, Luo Chuan said as he turned his head and restarted the car. His eyes calmly fixed ahead. Wasn't he at just 30 billion worth of goods, along with the Li family? Such a trivial matter. I shall assist you in resolving it. The Koenigsegg roared to life, swiftly disappearing into the depths of the factory. Meanwhile, in the passenger seat, Chin Ruashi's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart raced, and she had completely forgotten her surroundings. Upon hearing his words, a tempest of emotions surged within her. A trivial matter? This calamity, capable of plunging the entire Chin family into ruin, was reduced to mere triviality by this man. Although Chin Ruashi found this absurd, a voice within her insisted that Luo Chuan might indeed possess such capabilities. Chapter 50. The Master Hacker. In 3 minutes, breach everything. The car sped along, ultimately arriving not at any destination but directly at the entrance of the most prestigious affluent district in Jiang City, before the gates of the Chin family estate. When the ostentatious Koenigsegg came to a halt, the security guards were left in stunned silence. They certainly recognized that vehicle. Even more astonishing was the sight that met their eyes when the car door swung open. Their usually haughty young lady, Chin Ruashi, emerged with flushed cheeks and averted gaze, resembling a timid bride who had just been bullied. Ignoring the bewildered stares of the guards, Luo Chuan strode over to Chin Ruashi, grasped her delicate hand, and pulled her into the estate. Luo Chuan, what are you doing? Chin Ruashi's heart raced even faster. Instinctively, she tried to resist. But Luo Chuan's grip was unyielding. Luo Chuan offered no response, leading her through the expansive garden directly into the grand villa that resembled a palace. The servants within the villa were left agape at this scene. Luo Chuan remained oblivious to their astonishment as he guided Chin Ruashi to the study on the second floor of the villa. With a decisive slam, he shut the study door behind them. Releasing Chin Ruashi's hand, he made his way to the imposing rosewood desk, settling into the leather chair that belonged to the head of the Chin family. Bring me a laptop. Chin Ruashi stood in place, gazing at the man who had audaciously assumed the position of her father, her heart a tumult of emotions. She bit her lip, and ultimately retrieved the latest ultra-thin laptop from a nearby cabinet, placing it before Luo Chuan. He opened the laptop and powered it on. Rather than immediately commencing his tasks, he turned and beckoned Chin Ruashi with a simple gesture, urging her to come closer. A slight tremor coursed through her body, and inexplicably, she found herself taking steps toward Luo Chuan. Just as she reached the desk, he suddenly extended his arm, pulling her into his embrace. "Ah," she gasped, losing her footing and nearly collapsing. Yet, instead of hitting the cold floor, she landed securely in a broad and solid embrace. Luo Chuan had drawn her onto his lap. The intimacy of the position was overwhelming, bordering on scandalous. Chin Ruashi's entire being froze, acutely aware of Luo Chuan's strong arm encircling her waist, his searing warmth and assertive aura penetrating through the thin fabric of her clothing. Her cheeks flushed once more. "Do not move," Luo Chuan's voice resonated in her ear. Following his command, he paid no further attention to the nearly overwhelmed young lady in his grasp. His expression shifted to one of intense focus, and a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashed in his deep-set eyes. "Initiate the Skynet system. Grant me access to your company's internal security network," Luo Chuan stated nonchalantly. At that moment, Chin Ruashi's mind had become a muddled mess. Perched on his lap, inhaling the scent that brought both comfort and anxiety, she instinctively recited a complex series of passwords. As soon as he gained access, Luo Chuan's fingers began to move. They danced across the keyboard, creating an array of ethereal shadows, so swift they were nearly indistinguishable. In Chin Ruashi's widened eyes, the laptop screen became inundated with incomprehensible streams of green data. The top-tier firewall, crafted at the expense of millions by the Chin Group, was rendered utterly trivial before Luo Chuan, torn apart in an instant. Next, the internal network of the Li Group fell prey to the same fate, swiftly dismantled. Following that, the maritime dispatch system of the open sea, along with surveillance networks of port facilities, even military-grade reconnaissance satellites floating in space, succumbed in rapid succession. Time ticked away. In the study, the only sounds were the sharp clicks of the keyboard and the mounting rhythm of Chin Ruashi's heartbeat. Seated on Luo Chuan's lap, she felt his steady heartbeat and watched in awe as his miraculous operations unfolded on the screen. In less than 3 minutes, a resounding clap echoed through the room. Luo Chuan's fingers gently tapped the enter key, causing the data streams on the screen to vanish in an instant. In their place appeared an exquisitely detailed maritime chart, marked with coordinates of latitude and longitude. On this chart, in a remote archipelago, a glaring red that was pulsating incessantly. Found it. Luo Chuan's voice was remarkably calm as he leaned closer, his lips nearly brushing against Qin Ruashi's earlobe. Your cargo is here. Qin Ruashi's body jolted, her gaze fixed on the unambiguously precise location displayed on the screen, leaving her utterly bewildered. Found it. Just like that? Her father had leveraged all his connections, expending millions of funds and enlisting the world's foremost investigative team. Yet after days and nights of relentless searching, they had yielded no leads. Yet now, Luo Chuan had effortlessly resolved the matter in less than 3 minutes? This was entirely beyond her comprehension. However, this was not the conclusion. Just as Qin Ruashi was lost in her astonishment, Luo Chuan's fingers moved once more. He typed the final command on the keyboard. Shortly thereafter, a compressed file, secured by 3 layers of encryption, appeared on the desktop. This is a gift for you. A cold smirk graced Luo Chuan's lips. The Li family's accumulated criminal evidence over the years, ranging from tax evasion and commercial fraud to contract killings, any single piece of which was enough to obliterate their entire lineage. Boom. At that moment, it felt as if Qin Ruashi's mind had been struck by a divine thunderbolt. She finally understood why Luo Chuan had deemed it a trivial matter. In the presence of this man, the so-called commercial warfare and familial strife were merely a jest. Slowly, Luo Chuan closed the laptop, casting his gaze upon the woman in his arms, who had become utterly dazed, and smiled with satisfaction. Now, send this to your father. Inform him that the matter has been resolved. Chapter 51. The Qin family, in turmoil. In the conference room at the top of the Qin Group's headquarters, the atmosphere was tense. The large oval conference table was filled with the core executives and board members of the Qin family. Each face bore an expression of profound silence. Seated at the head of the table was Qin Jinxiong, a man who had dominated the business landscape of Jiangcheng for half a lifetime. Yet at this moment, he appeared exceedingly haggard. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, his eyes shot through with blood vessels, and within a few short days, half of his hair had turned white. Before him lay a document titled Qin Group Bankruptcy Protection Plan. His lifetime of hard work, the empire he had built, was on the verge of being concluded by his own hand. Qin Jinxiong's hand trembled slightly as he picked up the pen from the table, the tip hovering above the signature line, yet he found himself unable to bring it down. Mr. Qin, do not hesitate any longer, sign it. A silver-haired director sighed. If we continue to delay, the bank's relentless pressure will crush us. Applying for bankruptcy protection now will at least allow us to preserve a semblance of vitality. Indeed, old Qin, we have done all we could. It is all that wretched Li family's fault. Sooner or later, we will settle this score with them. The meeting room resonated with a chorus of suppressed discussions, infused with resentment and fury. Qin Jinxiong closed his eyes, a grim smile etching his face. Settle the score? With what could he do so? Once the Qin family collapsed, the Li family would pounce like sharks sensing blood, devouring them until not a morsel remained. He slowly opened his eyes, void of hope, a mere ash gray reflected in his gaze. Enough. It is all over. Qin Jinxiong halted his indecision, gripped his pen tightly, and let the tip descend heavily onto the paper. Just at that critical juncture, a crisp notification sound rang out abruptly in the silent meeting room. It was his personal laptop, resting on the table, alerting him to a new email. All action ceased as everyone turned in unison to the device. Qin Jinxiong paused, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. At such a moment, could any miracle possibly occur? He set down the pen and, clinging to the faintest glimmer of hope, reached out to open the email. The sender was his daughter, Qin Ruashi. The email bore no text, only an encrypted compressed file. A sense of foreboding gripped Qin Jinxiong's heart. Could Ruashi have landed herself in trouble again? Furrowing his brow, he entered the password and extracted the file. Within the package were 2 subfolders. One was titled Cargo Location and Counterattack Plan. The other was labeled Evidence Against the Li Family. A sudden jolt of adrenaline surged through Qin Jinxiong. Trembling, he clicked on the first folder. Inside lay an astonishingly detailed maritime map, with a glaring red dot clearly marking an uninhabited island at the edge of international waters. Beside the dot, a line of small text read, Coordinates, XXXXXX, cargo located here. Following this was a lengthy PPT presentation titled Qin Group's Counterattack Strategy. It detailed everything from how to contact international mercenary groups to retrieve the cargo, to leveraging media influence, and even uniting with other companies oppressed by the Li family to deliver a devastating blow to their stock market. Each step was meticulously outlined, leaving no room for error. The entire plan was intricately woven together, ruthless to the core. As Qin Jinxiong beheld this impeccably crafted strategy, he was rendered speechless. He abruptly rose from his chair, the sudden motion toppling the seat behind him. Crash! Everyone in the conference room was taken aback by his sudden action. Old Qin, what is wrong with you? Qin Jinxiong paid no heed to anyone, his breath quickening, his eyes fixed intently on the computer screen. How can this be possible? The quality of this proposal surpassed his comprehension entirely. This could not possibly have been crafted by his daughter. Suppressing the tumultuous shock within, he trembled as he moved the mouse to the second folder labeled Evidence of the Li Family. Taking a deep breath, he clicked it open. In an instant, a dense list of files filled the entire screen. Detailed accounts of tax evasion by the Li Group over the past decade. Complete audio and video evidence of commercial fraud and asset embezzlement from partners by the Li Group. Transfer records and phone call recordings of Li Jianguo, chairman of the Li Group, hiring assassins to kill business rivals. One after another, each document felt like a powerful bomb. Any single piece of evidence here could utterly destroy the Li family, consigning them to eternal ruin. Qin Jinxiong's eyes instantly reddened. His hand holding the mouse began to tremble violently. He felt as though his blood was ablaze. Suddenly, Qin Jinxiong burst into maniacal laughter, his voice filled with long-suppressed madness and murderous intent. The laughter sent chills down the spines of everyone in the conference room. Old Qin, are you all right? Ignoring their concerns, Qin Jinxiong seized his phone from the table and quickly dialed his daughter Qin Ruoshi's number. The call connected swiftly. Ruoshi, my dear daughter. Qin Jinxiong's voice became hoarse with excitement. I received what you sent. Quickly tell Dad, who is helping us. Before he could finish, a strange sound suddenly came from the other end. No. The voice belonged to his daughter, filled with suppressed gasps and an indistinct hint of tears. The joyful smile on Qin Jinxiong's face froze instantly. He hastily inquired, Ruoshi, what is wrong? You don't sound right. Are you unwell? There was a 2-second silence before Qin Ruoshi's voice emerged, laced with shame and panic. And no, Dad, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. Just proceed as planned. I have to hang up. The call was abruptly terminated. Holding the phone, Qin Jinxiong stood in a daze, confusion etched across his face. But the situation left no room for further contemplation. He lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of the stunned board members. The weariness that had once plagued him was now replaced by a fierce determination and a chilling intent. He seized the bankruptcy proposal from the table and, before the eyes of all present, tore it into shreds. Relay my orders. Qin Jinxiong's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning within the conference room. All departments, immediately cancel your leave. Activate the highest level of combat readiness. Counterattack. Commence now. Meanwhile, in the study of the Qin family manor, Qin Ruoshi's cheeks flushed crimson as she sank into Luo Chuan's embrace. She had nearly been mortified moments earlier. Her father's call had come at the most inopportune moment, and that scoundrel Luo Chuan, upon hearing the phone ring, not only did he not cease his mischief beneath her clothing, but he intensified it instead. The arm encircling her waist tightened further, while his other hand teasingly pinched the soft flesh at her most sensitive spot. It was that very action that elicited a sound from her that was utterly mortifying. What's wrong? Luo Chuan leaned down, his lips brushing against Qin Ruoshi's ear, his warm breath causing her earlobes to flush even deeper. A call from your father has made you this anxious? His voice, laced with a raspy chuckle, was imbued with a magnetic allure. Qin Ruoshi trembled at his words, feeling as though she might melt within the embrace of this man. She bit her lip, unable to speak, and buried her face deep into Luo Chuan's chest. Observing the little wildcat he had completely tamed, Luo Chuan's smile widened. He reached out. With a resounding snap, he closed the laptop. The crisp sound made Qin Ruoshi shudder once more, for she understood precisely what this man intended. Luo Chuan spoke no further. He gently lifted Qin Ruoshi's chin with one hand, compelling her to meet his gaze. As she looked up at him, her eyes filled with shyness, panic, yet tinged with anticipation, Luo Chuan slowly lowered his head and captured her luscious red lips in a kiss. All of Qin Ruoshi's protests were silenced. Her mind went blank, and instinctively she wrapped her arms around Luo Chuan's neck, clumsily responding to his advances. Outside, the sunlight poured in perfectly. In the study, the languid atmosphere gradually mingled with the scent of dew. Chapter 52. Wait, we're going to be late. After their encounter, Luo Chuan drove the silver-gray Koenigsegg, a streak of light against the night, racing towards Su Wanqing's apartment. He remained oblivious to the fact that behind one of the windows on the second floor of the villa, Qin Ruoshi was wrapped in a blanket. Leaning weakly against a pillar, her bare feet planted on the ground. Her eyes, filled with a myriad of complex emotions, gazed longingly in the direction he had departed, remaining fixed for quite some time. How could Professor Su endure his fervor for so long? By the time Luo Chuan returned to Su Wanqing's apartment, it was already deep into the night. He had assumed that Su Wanqing had already succumbed to slumber. However, the moment he unlocked the door, he was greeted by the warm glow of the living room lights. Su Wanqing was indeed awake, clad in a delicate silk nightgown, quietly seated on the sofa. Engrossed in a book, the soft illumination cast a gentle sheen upon her flawless profile, enveloping her in an aura of intellectual allure. Upon hearing the door creak, Su Wanqing lifted her gaze. As her eyes fell upon the weary man standing at the threshold, a tender warmth instantly infused her previously cool demeanor. "You're back?" she inquired softly, setting down her book and rising. On the dining table, a bowl of steaming rib soup awaited him. A wave of warmth surged through Luo Chuan's heart. He stepped forward, enveloping Su Wanqing in his embrace, burying his face in her fragrant hair and inhaling deeply. "Have you been waiting long?" His voice carried a hint of huskiness. "Not at all," she replied, leaning against his broad, warm chest, basking in the sense of security emanating from him. "You should wash up and then enjoy the soup." That night, they engaged in no further activities. Luo Chuan simply held Su Wanqing tightly, drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtain's gap and graced Luo Chuan's face, he slowly opened his eyes. The space beside him was already vacant. Yet the air lingered with the enchanting fragrance that was uniquely hers. Stretching, he sat up and exited the bedroom, immediately spotting Su Wanqing at the entrance, preparing to leave. Today, Su Wanqing was dressed impeccably. A well-tailored white blouse accentuated her breathtaking curves, each button fastened meticulously to the top, exuding an air of modesty that paradoxically heightened her allure. Her lower half was adorned with a fitted black pencil skirt that perfectly embraced her shapely form. Below the hem, her long legs, encased in nude stockings, were straight and flawless. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly pinned up, revealing her long, graceful neck. She radiated a unique charm that was both aloof and enticing, embodying the essence of the Ice Queen goddess of Jiangxing University. Luo Chuan felt his throat tighten involuntarily. Just then, as Su Wanqing bent slightly to slip into a pair of black high heels by the shoe cabinet, that seemingly innocuous motion ignited every flame within him. Due to the act of bending over, the exquisite curve of her perfectly shaped derriere, tightly encased in a figure-hugging skirt, was instantly accentuated to an exquisite degree. The breathtakingly rounded contour was enough to drive any man to madness. At that moment, Luo Chuan's breath became heavy. Silently, he emerged from the bedroom, akin to a predator poised to pounce, inching closer to the defenseless beauty by the entrance. Su Wanqing was utterly engrossed in her attempt to slip her delicate foot into a pair of exquisite high heels. Yet, in the next instant, she felt a sudden tightening of her body as a pair of strong, powerful arms enveloped her slender waist from behind. Immediately, an overwhelming aura of aggressive masculinity enveloped her entirely. Su Wanqing let out a short gasp, her body freezing in place. Without needing to turn around, she already knew who the audacious man behind her was. "Stop it." Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed crimson at an observable pace. She twisted her body, attempting to escape Luo Chuan's embrace, her voice tinged with embarrassment and irritation. "I'm going to be late." However, her feeble struggles had no effect on Luo Chuan. Not only did he refuse to loosen his grip, but he also tightened his hold on her. He leaned in, his lips brushing against her sensitive earlobe, the warm breath sending a shiver through her body, rendering her half weak. In a husky tone, Luo Chuan whispered into her ear, "It's fine, I'll make it quick." With that, he gave her no chance to resist, and with a sudden surge of strength, he lifted her entirely off the ground. Luo Chuan, put me down." Su Wanqing was in complete disarray, her long legs, clad in flesh-colored stockings, flailing helplessly in the air, while her small hands pounded against Luo Chuan's sturdy arms. In that moment, all traces of the icy, aloof professor vanished, revealing a woman who appeared utterly wronged. Seeing this, Luo Chuan couldn't help but smile slightly. Carrying the enchanting beauty who was struggling in his arms, he strode back towards the bedroom with long strides. After all, if he were to hasten. Luo Chuan glanced down at Su Wanqing's captivating face, which was flushed with embarrassment, his voice imbued with an undeniable dominance. 10 minutes will suffice. As soon as he finished speaking, the bedroom door was slammed shut with his foot. Bang! Later, when the bedroom door swung open once more, Su Wanqing leaned weakly against the doorframe, her stunning visage still flushed from earlier. The teacher's outfit she wore was now a wrinkled mess, and her once neatly pinned hair hung down in disarray. She shot a fierce glare at the man who was now lounging back on the bed, a mischievous smile playing on his lips as he regarded her. Ultimately, Su Wanqing had no choice but to rearrange her disheveled attire and tousled hair, grasp her handbag, and rush out of the house as if fleeing. Liao Chuan lay on the bed, observing the hasty retreat of Su Wanqing, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips. He picked up his phone and casually browsed through the news. A bold headline immediately captured his attention. The Qin Group will host a grand banquet at the Hyatt Hotel tomorrow evening, attended by all the elite of Jiang City. Indeed, it seemed the Qin family was moving swiftly. Chapter 53, The Banquet of Hegemony. The ignorant Li Chengqian. Under the night sky, Jiang City shimmered with brilliance. The Hyatt Hotel, being the most prestigious seven-star establishment in the city, had been entirely reserved by the Qin family. At the entrance, luxury cars gathered, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Ferraris, those seldom-seen symbols of affluence now filled the parking lot. Nearly all members of Jiang City's high society had received invitations from the Qin family. Inside the banquet hall, the air was thick with the mingling of fragrances and the clinking of glasses. Guests clustered in small groups, whispering to one another. However, a veil of confusion and curiosity lingered on nearly every face. What exactly was the Qin family up to? Just days ago, there were rumors of their financial collapse. Yet here they were, hosting such an extravagant affair. Who knows? I heard a shipment of chips they were sending overseas was hijacked by pirates. The penalties alone could bury them. I've also heard that the Li family is behind it. Look, none of the Li family members are here today. Doesn't that imply their guilt? I suspect the Qin family is merely putting on a facade, attempting a final struggle to attract investors and fill their financial gaps. The murmurs rose and fell, with few harboring optimism for the Qin family. To them, the Qin family's commercial empire appeared precariously poised on the brink of collapse. Just then, the grand gilded door of the banquet hall creaked open from the outside. A figure clad in fiery red instantly seized the attention of everyone present. It was Qin Ruoshi. She wore a custom-made red strapless evening gown, the vibrant hue accentuating her porcelain skin, rendering it even more luminous. The bold cut of the gown hugged her breathtakingly perfect silhouette. The subtle rise and fall of her cleavage with each breath was enough to leave any man parched. Beneath her slender waist lay the alluring curvature of her hips, and the high slit of her skirt revealed glimpses of her long, graceful legs. Each step imbued with exquisite temptation. Her face was adorned with delicate makeup, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, and her stunning features bore a hint of the pride and icy elegance characteristic of the Qin family's heiress. The moment she made her entrance, the other women in the banquet hall faded into insignificance. However, in this moment, Qin Ruoshi paid no heed to the astonished gazes surrounding her. Her exquisite eyes swiftly scanned the crowd, seemingly in search of someone. When her gaze fell upon an inconspicuous corner, her previously aloof visage blossomed into a captivating smile, one that could make the flowers wither in envy. She lifted the hem of her skirt and hurried towards that corner. All eyes in the venue instinctively followed her graceful figure. Curiosity piqued about the kind of man who could elicit such a demure demeanor from this proud young lady. Soon, they beheld him. The man sat quietly on a sofa in the corner, dressed in rather ordinary casual attire, contrasting sharply with the impeccably tailored suits of the successful individuals throughout the banquet hall. Yet, simply by his presence, he exuded an aura of uniqueness that rendered him the undeniable focal point of the world around him. It was Luo Chuan. Why have you only just arrived? I've been waiting for you for so long, Qin Ruoshi said as she approached Luo Chuan, her voice laced with an unintentional hint of charm and reliance. Without hesitation, she settled beside him, her curvaceous form pressing closely against his arm, a display of intimacy that shattered the hearts of the wealthy suitors harboring fantasies about her. Luo Chuan remained silent, naturally wrapping his arm around Qin Ruoshi's delicate waist. For a brief moment, she stiffened, a charming flush creeping onto her cheeks. Yet she offered no resistance, instead leaning further into his embrace. At that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the banquet hall. Li Chengqian, accompanied by a few sycophants, swaggered in with an air of arrogance. Upon entering, he spotted Qin Jinxiong, surrounded by admirers, and the man closely nestled against his daughter. A flash of jealousy and resentment flickered in Li Chengqian's eyes. Cradling a glass of red wine, he sauntered over, his face adorned with an unabashedly mocking grin. "Oh, isn't this Mr. Qin? What is this? Is your company on the brink of bankruptcy, yet you still find the time to host a banquet? Planning to wrap this up and flee abroad?" Li Chengqian's voice resonated loudly, brimming with provocation, instantly capturing the attention of everyone nearby. Qin Jinxiong's expression darkened, and Qin Ruoxi sprang to her feet, ready to confront Li Chengqian. However, before she could utter a word, Luo Chuan gently pulled her back down. He remained composed on the sofa, not even sparing a glance at Li Chengqian, instead leisurely raising a glass of red wine from the table, swirling it gently. "Luo Chuan." Li Chengqian's face instantly turned a shade reminiscent of liver, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Luo Chuan, unleashing a torrent of invective. "You worthless scoundrel. A dog cast out by the Xiao family, now reduced to playing the gigolo for the Qin family? Let me tell you, do not revel in your triumph. Once I bring the Qin family to its knees, you will be my next target. And as for that wretched Qin Ruoxi, I shall make her kneel before me, begging for mercy." Before Li Chengqian could finish his tirade, a sharp crack resounded through the banquet hall. Luo Chuan had struck. No one discerned his movement. They merely blinked. And suddenly, the once-seated Luo Chuan stood before Li Chengqian. A distinct five-finger mark marred Li Chengqian's face, leaving him dazed as he spun around twice before collapsing to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone was taken aback, rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Luo Chuan, having shaken his hand, gazed down upon the crumpled Li Chengqian with palpable disdain, akin to observing a filthy insect. He then slowly turned away, returning to his seat on the sofa, wrapping his arms around the astonished Qin Ruoxi, whose wide eyes mirrored her shock. "Oh!" Qin Ruoxi gasped softly, her body succumbing to a sudden weakness. Chapter 54. A live broadcast, the collapse of the Li family. This man, perpetually formidable and utterly unreasonable. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with a myriad of emotions. "You dare strike me? How could you dare?" At that moment, Li Chengqian finally regained his senses. Jolted by the pain and dizziness, supported by a few sycophants, he rose from the floor, pointing an accusatory finger at Luo Chuan, his voice a frenzied roar. "I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. And the Qin family. You shall all await your doom." Before Li Chengqian could articulate further threats, a cacophony erupted at the entrance of the banquet hall. A stunningly graceful figure emerged, surrounded by a flurry of flashing lights, slowly making her way inside. Draped in a moon-white mermaid gown adorned with countless shimmering diamonds, she sparkled under the lights as if she had donned an entire galaxy. Her face was a paragon of beauty, with delicate brows like distant mountains, eyes as clear as autumn waters, and lips resembling cherry blossoms, stunning enough to take one's breath away. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled, revealing a long, graceful swan-like neck, exuding an air of noble elegance, as though she were a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. It was Lumingli. Heavens! It was indeed Lumingli. What could have brought her here? The Qin family must possess remarkable influence to have invited this top-tier movie star as a guest performer. A wave of suppressed gasps swept through the crowd. Lumingli, the undeniable queen of the Chinese entertainment industry, the national goddess. Her presence instantly elevated the ambience of the banquet hall to an entirely new echelon. The moment Li Chengqian laid eyes on Lumingli, his gaze became fixed. The resentment and fury that once lingered in his eyes were swiftly supplanted by an overwhelming desire and possessiveness. He cast aside thoughts of the Luo Chuan and the Qin family, straightened his disheveled collar, and, suppressing the pain etched across his face, forced a smile he believed to be charming. He approached Lumingli, wineglass in hand. "Miss Lu, greetings. I am Li Chengqian from the Li Corporation." Adopting the demeanor of a successful individual, he extended his hand. "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, and seeing you today, it is evident that you are a paragon of beauty. Might I have the honor of inviting you for a drink?" Lumingli regarded the man before her, whose face resembled a swollen visage, and a flicker of barely perceptible disdain crossed her cool, clear eyes. She merely nodded politely, showing no intention of shaking his hand. "I apologize, Mr. Li, but I must prepare for my performance soon." With that, she turned to gracefully sidestep past Li Chengqian. Publicly rebuffed, Li Chengqian's countenance darkened instantly, feeling the scornful gazes of those around him. At that moment, Lu Mingli's gaze inadvertently swept to the corner of the banquet hall. She froze, captivated by the man seated quietly on the sofa. Clad in ordinary casual attire, he appeared out of place amidst the gathering. Yet, his aura of serene command rendered him as striking as the moon in the night sky. Lu Mingli's professionalism kept her from revealing any unusual response. Yet a profound curiosity about the enigmatic man stirred within her. Witnessing Lu Mingli's attention gravitate towards Luo Chuan ignited an explosion of jealousy and rage within Li Chengqian. Rejected by Qin Ruoxi, publicly humiliated by Luo Chuan, and now ignored by Lu Mingli, each affront had driven him to the brink of madness. "What are you staring at?" Li Chengqian snarled, his expression contorted with fury as he pointed a menacing finger at Luo Chuan. "You, hiding behind a woman. What do you think you are? Let me tell you, the Qin family is doomed today. You are doomed as well. Not even Jesus can save you." At his words, a collective gasp filled the air. However, in the face of Li Chengqian's frenzied outburst, Luo Chuan remained utterly impassive, too indifferent to even rise. He simply turned his head, offering a faint smile to Qin Jinxiong in the distance. "Uncle Qin, we may begin." Qin Jinxiong had eagerly awaited this moment. Upon hearing those words, a cold smile graced his lips as he nodded firmly. In the next instant, a soft sound resonated through the hall. In the grand banquet hall, all the enormous LCD screens showcasing promotional videos of the Qin Corporation suddenly plunged into darkness. A wave of astonishment swept through the room, leaving everyone bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Before they could comprehend the situation, the screens flickered back to life simultaneously. However, this time, what appeared was not the promotional material of the Qin Corporation, but a shocking green candlestick chart. Beside the chart, a bold headline declared, "Li Corporation 600XXX, real-time stock price." The green line representing the stock price was plummeting at an almost vertical angle, cascading downwards like a waterfall from the heavens. The crowd gasped in disbelief. The stock had hit its limit down. No, it was continuously plummeting. My goodness, what was happening? Had the Li family stock collapsed? Quick, check your phones. In a reflexive motion, all the business magnates in the hall fished out their mobile devices. In that very moment, a cacophony of vibrations erupted. Everyone's phones buzzed frantically, inundated with breaking news alerts from various financial apps. A stunning scandal. Li Corporation accused of financial fraud and insider trading. Evidence is conclusive. The Securities Regulatory Commission issues emergency announcement, launches investigation into Li Corporation. All executives have been restricted from leaving the country. Thunderous action. Police have raided the headquarters of Li Corporation. Chairman Li Jiangguo has been detained. 1 alert. 2 alerts. 3 alerts. The entire banquet hall erupted in chaos. Li Chengqian stared in disbelief at the stock price on the screen, which had dwindled to a mere line, then glanced at the alarming headlines on his phone. His face turned as pale as a sheet, devoid of color. He trembled violently, muttering to himself, "No, this cannot be happening. It's absolutely impossible." At that moment, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed his father, Li Jiangguo. Trembling, Li Chengqian pressed the answer button. A heart-wrenching scream filled the line. His father's voice laden with despair and terror. "Chengqian, run. It's over. Everything is over. You must run." With a thud, the phone slipped from Li Chengqian's trembling hands and fell to the ground. Weakness overtook him, and he collapsed onto the cold floor, his gaze vacant. It was over. Everything was over. The illustrious Li family, which had thrived for decades, had been utterly annihilated in mere minutes. In the banquet hall, every pair of eyes was filled with fear, shock, and disbelief, all converging upon the sofa in that corner. Lu Mingli was equally taken aback. Covering her crimson lips with her hand, her cool eyes now filled solely with boundless astonishment. Before her stood a man, still domineering, cradling the breathtaking woman in his embrace. A glass of red wine gently swaying in his hand. Chapter 55, An Eye for an Eye. Qin Ruoxi felt herself melt into his arms, her stunningly beautiful face radiating an unparalleled pride. She reveled in the sensation of the man's strong, powerful arm encircling her waist. basking in the warmth of his presence that both reassured her and made her heart race, her mind a void. This was her man. In the blink of an eye, he had reduced a once mighty family to nothingness. What sheer dominance! What immense power! Not far away, Lu Mengli's cool gaze now reflected a profound astonishment. She had encountered countless so-called wealthy heirs and influential figures, yet she had never seen a man like Luo Chuan. Clad in the most ordinary casual attire, he outshone all the impeccably dressed successful individuals present by 1,000-fold. Lu Mengli's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. At that moment, Luo Chuan moved. He released his hold on Qin Ruoxi and slowly rose from the sofa, striding purposefully toward the pitiful figure of Li Qingxian, who lay in a puddle of muck on the floor. His steps were light and steady. Luo Chuan halted before Li Qingxian, looking down at him with an impassive expression. His deep-set eyes held an extreme coldness, devoid of emotion. You have meddled with my woman's family. I shall annihilate yours. Luo Chuan's voice was calm, as if stating the most ordinary of facts. This was, indeed, fair. Having uttered these words, Luo Chuan spared Li Qingxian another glance, as if he were merely crushing an ant underfoot before turning away nonchalantly. At that moment, every breath in the room ceased. The onlookers gazed at Luo Chuan's retreating figure, their eyes filled with primal fear emanating from the depths of their souls. Brutal, utterly ruthless. This was no mere business retaliation. This was a complete and utter dimensional strike. However, what transpired next nearly made the eyes of all present bulge from their sockets. Luo Chuan turned around, not returning to his seat, but instead walking directly to Qin Ruoxi. At that moment, she remained seated on the sofa, her blushing face tilted upward, gazing at Luo Chuan with an almost obsessive expression. Luo Chuan said nothing. He merely extended his hand, seizing Qin Ruoxi's smooth, rounded arm with a firm grasp, and then, with a sudden force, he pulled her close. Qin Ruoxi let out a brief gasp, her entire being uncontrollably pulled from the sofa. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the elite gathered, the Qin family, and the top-tier actress Lu Mengli, Luo Chuan forcefully drew Qin Ruoxi's soft, fiery form into his embrace. He then lowered his head and pressed his lips against her luscious, crimson ones. In an instant, Qin Ruoxi's eyes widened in shock. Her mind momentarily short-circuited. She could vividly feel the man's kiss, imbued with aggression and possessiveness, overwhelming in its dominance and rawness. He pried open her lips, plunging deep, desperately claiming every inch of sweetness within. All of Qin Ruoxi's restraint and pride crumbled before this kiss, utterly obliterated. Her body melted into a puddle, the initial shock and bewilderment swiftly replaced by a more intense, fervent emotion. No longer did she ponder or hesitate. She extended her delicate, fair arms, rose onto her toes, and with every ounce of her strength, embraced Luo Chuan's neck, clumsily yet passionately responding to his fervent advances. The banquet hall fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood as if ensnared by a spell, staring blankly at the couple lost in a fervent kiss at the center of the hall. The man, domineering and assertive, the woman, radiant and enchanting. This scene was indelibly etched into the minds of all present, destined to be an unforgettable memory. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. As the kiss came to an end, Luo Chuan gradually released Qin Ruoxi. At this moment, her cheeks flushed crimson, her beautiful eyes veiled with a misty haze, breathing heavily. She was entirely draped against Luo Chuan. Had he not held her waist with his arm, she might have collapsed to the floor. Luo Chuan gently wiped away a glistening silver strand from the corner of her lips. Then, raising his gaze, he turned to the utterly dazed Qin Jinxiong nearby. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Luo Chuan's mouth. Uncle Qin, I believe no one will dare to covet your family any longer. Qin Jinxiong's body trembled slightly. He understood that from this day forth, the Qin family had firmly latched onto a true dragon's leg. He hastened to Luo Chuan, his face adorned with immense respect and gratitude, nodding earnestly. Mr. Luo's kindness will be eternally remembered by the Qin family. From now on, should Mr. Luo require anything, our entire family is at your service, unhesitatingly. The farce in the banquet hall concluded with Li Qingxian being dragged away by two uniformed personnel. The ground lay in disarray as the guests looked on at the Li family's eldest son, dragged away like a forlorn creature, while they cast glances at Luo Chuan, who still held Qin Ruoxi possessively in his embrace. Awe and trepidation filled their gazes, for they understood that from this night onward, The dynamics of Jiang City would undergo a profound transformation. Qin Jinxiong, his face aglow with excitement, diligently managed the ensuing affairs, continually toasting Luo Chuan with the utmost respect. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxi remained nestled in Luo Chuan's arms, her exquisite face still flushed from the domineering kiss they had just shared. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of infatuation as she gazed at Luo Chuan, her heart racing uncontrollably. As the banquet finally drew to a close, the guests departed with complex emotions. Qin Jinxiong intended to arrange the finest accommodations for Luo Chuan, but was halted by Qin Ruoxi. "Dad, I can take him back to my place," she declared, her cheeks burning. Qin Jinxiong paused for a moment before breaking into a knowing smile, patting Luo Chuan's shoulder. Their understanding unspoken. Luo Chuan made no objection. Qin Ruoxi took the initiative, grasping his large hand, their fingers entwined. Chapter 56. Luxury cars and goddesses. Instead of returning to her bedroom, she drove swiftly to a secluded building deep within the estate. After dual verification of her fingerprint and iris, a massive alloy gate ascended silently. Before Luo Chuan appeared an expansive private garage, akin to a premier automobile showroom. A collection of top-tier supercars, including Pagani, Bugatti, and Lamborghini Veneno, stood impeccably lined up in the brightly lit garage, each vehicle polished to perfection, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the lights. This was the secret haven of Qin Ruoxi, the racing queen of Panlong Mountain. Qin Ruoxi led Luo Chuan to a spacious leather sofa at the center of the garage. She urged him to sit while she remained standing before him, motionless. The garage was tranquil, filled only with the soft sounds of their breathing. With her head lowered, she nervously clutched the hem of her evening gown, her fair teeth biting down on her lower lip. Her body trembled slightly, as if she were on the verge of making a significant decision. Luo Chuan quietly observed her, saying nothing and offering no encouragement. Time slipped by, and eventually, Qin Ruoxi seemed to gather her resolve. She suddenly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting a mix of determination and shyness. "Please wait for me here," she instructed, her face aflame. With that, she turned and hurried into a changing room tucked away in the corner of the garage. A hint of amusement curved Luo Chuan's lips as he leaned back on the sofa, patiently awaiting her return. 2 minutes later, the door to the changing room was gently pushed open. When the figure reappeared before Luo Chuan, his breath caught in his throat. Before him stood Qin Ruoxi, having exchanged her elegant evening gown for a strikingly scant and sensual racing girl uniform. The upper half consisted of a tight red corset that barely concealed her most vital areas, unabashedly showcasing her breathtaking curves and flawlessly smooth abdomen. The lower half was a white ultra-short pleated skirt, so brief that it almost revealed the scenery beneath. Her long, slender legs were adorned with white silk thigh-high stockings, and above the lace-trimmed tops lay expanses of delicate, snow-white skin, exuding a deadly allure. Fiery, sexy, untamed. This ensemble highlighted Qin Ruoxi's figure to perfection. Luo Chuan's gaze instantly turned heated. Sensing the aggressive intensity of his stare, Qin Ruoxi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. With her hands clasped nervously behind her back, she approached Luo Chuan step by step, twisting her fingers in tension. Just as he anticipated her to speak, she unexpectedly performed an action that took him by surprise. She retrieved 2 pom-poms from the side and, to the rhythm of a melody she hummed, began to dance a provocative and spirited racing cheer routine before him. Twisting her waist, swaying her hips, and lifting her chest, each movement was imbued with exquisite seduction. Her body was both supple and resilient. With every motion, the breathtaking expanse of her whiteness rose and fell, tracing enchanting curves that stirred the senses. Her long legs, encased in white stockings, kicked high and squatted low. Each action tested Luo Chuan's limits of restraint. As the dance reached its climax, Qin Ruoxi spun around, presenting her back to him, then suddenly bent forward. The ultra-short pleated skirt instantly lifted, revealing the most enigmatic view beneath. Luo Chuan's breath became labored. Qin Ruoxi gradually straightened, turned to face him, discarded the pom-poms, and, under the gaze filled with possessiveness, slowly sat upon him. Her eyes sparkled with allure. Summoning all her strength, she managed to utter with great difficulty, "Please enjoy me, master." Boom. Luo Chuan could no longer contain the flames within him. Qin Ruoxi let out a short gasp, and in the next moment, he swept her off her feet. Striding toward the cold Lamborghini parked nearby, he placed her atop the frigid hood of the car. The biting cold caused Qin Ruashi's body to shudder violently. Yet what followed was the man's even more fervent and domineering encroachment. The sound of tearing fabric echoed in the air. Qin Ruashi's mind went blank. All she could do was extend her arms, tightly embracing Luo Chuan's neck, surrendering to this man who roamed and claimed her body. In the garage, only the sound of stifled gasps and the rhythmic slight swaying of the sports car remained. Time slipped by unnoticed until a familiar notification tone resonated in Luo Chuan's mind once more. Ding. S-level target Qin Ruashi's affection level has reached 100. Loyalty locked. The fiery rose illustration has been illuminated, as Luo Chuan felt the delicate figure in his arms, now completely limp and curled like a kitten. A satisfied smile graced his face. He leaned down and gently placed a kiss on Qin Ruashi's smooth forehead. Then, with tender care, he used his fingertip to wipe away the tear stains at the corners of her eyes. At that moment, the phone he had casually tossed onto the sofa vibrated abruptly, shattering the tranquility of the garage. Luo Chuan's brow furrowed slightly. Who could be calling at this hour? He carefully lifted Qin Ruashi's soft body, laying her gently on the nearby leather sofa, covering her with a blanket to obscure her alluring springtime glow. After ensuring she was comfortable, he picked up the phone to check the caller ID, an unfamiliar number. Hello? Luo Chuan's voice was calm. There was a brief silence on the other end before a voice filled with helplessness emerged. It was a soft, anxious tone laced with an inexplicable familiarity. Is this Mr. Luo Chuan? Luo Chuan raised an eyebrow. He felt he had heard this voice before. Yes. Upon hearing his affirmative response, the woman on the other end seemed to clutch onto the last thread of hope. Mr. Luo, please help me. I beg you, save me. I am Lumingli. We met at the Qin family's banquet. Lumingli, the image of the stunningly elegant figure, revered and admired at the banquet, instantly flashed in Luo Chuan's mind. Chapter 57. The actress's predicament. She had reached the pinnacle upon debut, sweeping every film festival award both domestically and internationally with her flawless beauty and innate acting talent, becoming the youngest Grand Slam actress in the entertainment industry. Remarkably, throughout her career, she had never been embroiled in any scandal. Her private life as pristine as a blank sheet of paper, revered by countless fans as the true national goddess. Yet at this moment, the goddess on the other end of the line was filled with despair. Mr. Luo, I know this request is sudden, but I truly have no other options left. Lu Mingli's voice trembled with a hint of tears as she recounted the unfolding events. Earlier today, following the dinner, a deluge of scandalous accusations about her suddenly inundated the internet. Countless marketing accounts and online trolls synchronized their narratives, asserting that her remarkable achievements were solely the result of compromising her own body and engaging in sordid transactions with various powerful capitalists. They even fabricated numerous distasteful photographs and chat records. The emergence of these allegations instantly ignited a firestorm online. Rather than providing clarification, Lu Mingli's management company exerted pressure on her, compelling her to hold a press conference tomorrow afternoon to publicly admit her purported wrongdoings in an effort to quell the rising tide of public opinion. They want to see me destroyed. Lu Mingli's voice was filled with sorrow and indignation. Once I concede, my life will be irrevocably shattered. Mr. Luo, having seen you at the banquet, I know you are no ordinary person. I implore you, you are my only hope. Lu Mingli found herself in a dire predicament. In that realm rife with capital and darkness, she, a powerless woman, was at constant risk of being devoured. Her attendance at the Qin family banquet that evening was coerced by her company, who insisted she apologize to a certain influential figure seeking to exploit her. It was there that she witnessed Luo Chuan's enigmatic prowess. In her despair, she clung to a lingering hope and, through connections with the Qin family, obtained Luo Chuan's phone number. Luo Chuan listened quietly, his face betraying no emotion. He did not inquire about who was orchestrating the scheme or the background of the parties involved, for such details held no significance for him. He simply replied, "Understood. Remain at home before 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Do not go anywhere. Await my call." With that, Luo Chuan hung up the phone, offering no further words. On the other end, Lu Mingli stood frozen, clutching her phone and listening to the dial tone, utterly bewildered. Was it truly that simple? She had braced herself for rejection or a barrage of unreasonable demands. Yet, she could hardly fathom that Luo Chuan's response would be so nonchalant. In the garage, Luo Chuan set down his phone and turned to find Qin Ruashi had awakened, her thin blanket having slipped partially, revealing an expanse of flawless, delicate skin. Reclining on the sofa, her beautiful eyes gazed intently at Luo Chuan, possessing a hint of possessiveness that she herself had not even recognized. Who was that on the phone? Qin Ruashi's voice was soft and languid. Observing her in such a state, Luo Chuan's lips curled into a playful smile. He did not answer her question, but stepped closer, towering over her. What is the matter? Luo Chuan reached out, gently grasping her delicate chin, compelling her to lift her gaze to meet his. Are you jealous? Upon hearing those words, Qin Ruashi's body trembled involuntarily. Her cheeks instantly flushed a deep crimson. She bit her lip, her gaze evasive, her voice barely audible, akin to the faintest whisper of a mosquito. I didn't. Luo Chuan offered a slight smile, releasing her hand, his fingertip gently tracing the luscious curve of her red lips. It's all right. You will soon grow accustomed to it. As he uttered these words, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Beep. Detected S-grade target Lu Mengli in dire straits, establishing absolute dependency on the host. Triggering hidden mission, goddess rescue plan. Objective, Lu Mengli. Identity, national goddess. The youngest Grand Slam actress in the entertainment industry. Age, 25. Beauty score, 99. Physique score, 97. Current favorability, 30. Respect and admiration. Mission content. Assist Lu Mengli in clearing her name, resolving this scandalous crisis, and ensure that the puppeteer pays 100-fold for their transgressions. Mission reward. Cash 10 billion. Divine skill, turning stone to gold. Entertainment version. Turning stone to gold. Entertainment version. Any entertainment project, including but not limited to films, television series, songs, and variety shows, that the host invests in, reviews, or participates in will inevitably become a phenomenal success, achieving results far exceeding industry averages. A flicker of amusement danced in Luo Chuan's eyes. It seemed that the overly tranquil Chinese entertainment industry was due for a change in strategy. The following morning, Luo Chuan awoke in Qin Ruashi's bed. He retrieved his phone, first checking the response from Su Wanqing after reporting to her last night. Understood. A mere 3-word reply, evidently indicating that Su Wanqing harbored some ulterior motives. Luo Chuan chuckled helplessly and began to peruse the news. As expected, today's headlines were monopolized by the scandal surrounding Lu Mengli. National actress's persona crumbles. The pure jade maiden revealed as a depraved socialite. Irrefutable evidence. Lu Mengli's intimate photos with multiple tycoons exposed. Starshine Entertainment will hold an emergency press conference today at 3 p.m. at the International Convention Center, where Lu Mengli will personally address the public and offer her apologies. Online, the uproar was deafening. Countless uninformed netizens and detractors unleashed a torrent of venomous insults and attacks on Lu Mengli's social media accounts, as if she had committed some heinous crime. Luo Chuan observed these reports, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. He merely raised his hand, glancing at the exquisite Patek Philippe watch worth millions adorning his wrist. At 10 in the morning, there remained 5 hours until the press conference at 3 o'clock. That was ample time. Luo Chuan switched off his phone and turned towards the bathroom. As he emerged from his shower, clad in fresh attire, Qin Ruashi was busily bustling about in the kitchen, preparing breakfast for Luo Chuan. Upon seeing him, her cheeks flushed with warmth as she approached, holding a plate of slightly charred fried eggs and a cup of steaming milk. Luo Chuan, it's time for breakfast, she called out, resorting to his name since she seldom uttered those two affectionate words unless engaged in a more intimate context. Luo Chuan said nothing. He merely took a seat at the dining table and consumed the rather unremarkable meal with an impassive demeanor. Once finished, he wiped his mouth with a napkin and stood up, heading towards the garage. Are you leaving? Qin Ruashi inquired cautiously, trailing behind him. Was his succinct reply. He pressed the button to open the garage and approached the silver-gray Koenigsegg, pulling the door open. I have some buzzing flies to attend to, he stated, settling into the driver's seat and starting the engine. The Koenigsegg emitted a deep growl, akin to an arrow released from a bow, vanishing in an instant from the manor's premises, leaving Qin Ruashi standing alone, gazing in the direction of his departure. Chapter 58. No nonsense, just acquisition. Luo Chuan parked the car steadily by the riverbank and turned off the engine. The river breeze wafted through the partially open window, carrying a hint of morning chill that tousled the strands of hair falling over his forehead. He then reached out and opened the storage compartment in front of the passenger seat, retrieving an unremarkable black laptop. Placing it on his lap, he powered it on. As the screen illuminated, it revealed not a conventional operating system interface, but a stark black background with a command prompt window flashing a green cursor. His fingers danced casually over the keyboard. "Skynet system, activate," Luo Chuan silently intoned. In the next moment, a subtle glimmer of golden data streams flickered within his profound gaze, unnoticed by others. His fingers moved with purpose. Tap, tap, tap. A flurry of crisp keystrokes resonated within the tranquil confines of the vehicle. On the obsidian screen of the laptop, a torrent of green code cascaded down like a waterfall. Command: retrieve artist Lu Mengli. Command: correlate with her agency. Command: target locked on Xinhui Entertainment Media Company, Limited. In less than 3 seconds, the target was precisely identified. Command: infiltrate. Xinhui Entertainment, a prominent name in the domestic entertainment industry, had undoubtedly invested heavily in a security system touted as impregnable. However, this firewall, which appeared insurmountable to ordinary hackers, was as fragile as a mere sheet of tissue paper in the presence of Luo Chuan. A soft pop echoed in the air. The data stream on the screen momentarily stuttered, and then a clear notification materialized at its center. Permission acquired. From start to finish, the entire process took less than a minute. Luo Chuan's gaze remained undisturbed as he began to peruse all internal documents of Xinhui Entertainment. The company's equity structure, the financial statements from the past 5 years, contracts of all the artists, correspondences between executives, and even the unsavory secrets hidden within each of their computers. Luo Chuan's attention ultimately settled on the personal folder of General Manager Zhang. He opened the folder, revealing unsightly photographs, recordings of illicit transactions, and the complete chat history detailing the conspiracy against Lu Mengli orchestrated by him and the so-called director Wang behind him. So it was. A glint of cold murderous intent flickered in Luo Chuan's eyes. He refrained from exposing these materials immediately, instead methodically packaging and encrypting all incriminating evidence. Having completed this task, Luo Chuan promptly picked up his phone and located a contact saved under the name Uncle Qin, dialing the number. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Qin Group, in the office of the chairman on the top floor, Qin Jinxiong was vigorously attending to paperwork. Following the thrilling banquet from the previous night, the entire Qin family had not only averted catastrophe, but had also ascended to unprecedented heights in both reputation and status within Jiangqing. Just then, his personal phone on the desk rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing son-in-law displayed on the caller ID, Qin Jinxiong's body jolted, and he quickly set down all his tasks, answering the call with utmost respect and urgency. "Hello? Son-in-law, what is it?" Qin Jinxiong was well aware that Luo Chuan's call indicated the necessity of some urgent matter. "Uncle Qin, there is something I would like your assistance with." Luo Chuan's tone was courteous. "Of course. Just say the word." Qin Jinxiong responded readily, assuring him that the Qin family would handle it with utmost diligence. "Very well," Luo Chuan replied nonchalantly before continuing. "Xinhui Entertainment, an entertainment company. I require the complete share transfer agreement to be presented to me before lunch today. Additionally, their general manager, surnamed Zhang, along with the so-called director Wang behind him. Everything that could potentially ruin their reputations has already been sent to your email. How you choose to utilize it is up to you. To acquire a publicly listed company valued in the tens of billions, and to complete a full share acquisition within mere hours. For any business magnate, this would seem an almost insurmountable task. What was even more alarming was that Luo Chuan had already prepared all the dirt on the other party. What could this signify? This implies that at the very moment he received the call, Luo Chuan had already thoroughly investigated Xinhui Entertainment, leaving no stone unturned. Qin Jinxiong inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions surging within him. "Rest assured, you shall witness what you desire before lunch." "Very well." With that, Luo Chuan abruptly ended the call. Qin Jinxiong held his phone, staring blankly for several moments before regaining his composure. He swiftly opened his email, and upon discovering the encrypted file, his breath caught in his throat as he extracted its contents using the password provided by Luo Chuan. The revelations contained within were far more explosive and perilous than he had anticipated. He pressed the intercom button on his desk. "Notify immediately the financial department, legal department, investment department, all core members, assemble in my office within 1 minute. Furthermore, alert the public relations department to prepare a press release." Qin Jinxiong's voice resonated like thunder throughout the upper echelons of the Qin Corporation. At 2:55 in the afternoon, Only 5 minutes remained until the public apology press conference for Lu Mengli hosted by Xinhua Entertainment. Within the office of Xinhua Entertainment Media Company, the general manager, a portly middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, contentedly adjusting his luxurious Armani suit. He was Zhang Heng, the general manager of Xinhua Entertainment. At this moment, a ruthless smile adorned his face as he gazed out at the cityscape resembling a matchbox. Envisioning Lu Mengli's impending public disgrace and her desperate pleas for mercy before the nation. Huh, you little wretch. Zhang Heng extracted a high-end cigar from the box on his desk, and his secretary, understanding the cue, approached with a seductive sway, pressing her ample bosom against his back as she extended her delicate hand to light his cigar. Zhang Heng took a deep puff, releasing a thick cloud of smoke, his eyes gleaming with avarice and lewdness. Dare to challenge me? You ought to reconsider your own insignificance. Once this press conference concludes, I shall see how you maintain your airs of superiority before me. At that time, I will pin you to the desk, teaching you the meaning of propriety. Chapter 59. 5 minutes before the press conference, the entire company was flabbergasted. Several high-ranking executives and the head of the public relations team crowded into the office, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles. Zhang, you are truly sagacious. That little wretch Lu Mengli deserves to be dealt with. Relying on her fleeting fame, she dares to disregard both you and Chairman Wang, truly courting her own demise. Indeed, after today, she will become a pariah, a target for all. At that point, she will be at your mercy, Zhang. Here is the speech we hastily prepared overnight for your review. A public relations director, bowing and scraping, presented a document emblazoned with the bold, prominent title, Apology Statement regarding the misconduct of our artist, Lu Mengli. Zhang Heng casually glanced over it, nodding in satisfaction. This statement was piercingly incisive, insinuating Lu Mengli's indiscretions in her private life and her unscrupulous pursuit of resources. Ultimately, it conveyed a tone of profound regret, acknowledging the company's lax oversight of its artist and expressing a willingness to bear full responsibility, while announcing Lu Mengli's indefinite suspension from public appearances. With this strategic maneuver, it seemed Lu Mengli would never regain her footing. Well executed, Zhang Heng tossed the speech onto the table and playfully patted the PR director's face, assuring him that rewards would come once the matter was resolved. Thank you, President Zhang. Thank you, President Zhang. The room filled with expressions of gratitude and flattery. Zhang Heng reveled in the sensation of absolute control. Casting a glance at his Rolex watch, he noted it was nearly 2:57 p.m. Time to head to the venue. He extinguished his cigar and, with a wave of his hand, prepared to lead his entourage to the press conference. However, at that moment, bang! The heavy wooden door of the office was violently flung open from the outside. Zhang Heng's chief secretary, a typically astute and capable young man, rushed in, his face pale as a sheet, nearly dropping his tablet in the process. His voice, now trembling with sheer terror, was unrecognizable. President Zhang, something terrible has happened. The suddenness of the scene left everyone in the office bewildered. Zhang Heng's brow furrowed instantly, his expression darkening with irritation at the disruption. What is the panic? Is the sky falling? He snapped impatiently. Can't you see I'm about to leave? Whatever it is, we can discuss it after the press conference. No. It's urgent, President Zhang. The secretary, on the verge of tears, trembled as he raised the tablet before Zhang Heng. The company, it's gone. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Heng was momentarily stunned, then fury engulfed him. What the hell are you babbling about? You must be out of your mind. He snatched the tablet from the secretary's hands, continuing to berate him. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the screen, all words of anger fell silent in an instant. The tablet displayed an email recently sent to all company employees, with the alarming subject line written in striking red, notification of management changes and immediate personnel appointments at Xinhua Entertainment. The sender was identified as Qin Group, chairman's office. At that moment, Zhang Heng's mind felt as if it had been struck by a celestial thunderbolt. His pupils constricted violently, rendering him frozen in place, even forgetting to breathe. Trembling hands reached out to open the email's body. Notification: as of this moment, the Qin Group has completed a 100 acquisition of Xinhua Entertainment Media Company, Limited. The original board of directors of Xinhua Entertainment has been dissolved, and all management authority has been assumed by the Qin Group. After careful consideration, the following personnel changes are effective immediately. 1. Zhang Heng is relieved of his position as general manager, effective immediately, and the legal right to pursue all violations and misconduct during his tenure is retained. 2. Vice Presidents Li and Wang are also relieved of their positions. A series of familiar names, all of whom were his trusted confidants. Zhang Heng's face turned as pale as a sheet in an instant, devoid of any color. Large beads of cold sweat erupted from his forehead. In the office, the executives who had once flattered him now stared at the email's contents. Resembling ducks caught by the throat, mouths agape but unable to utter a sound. The entire office was enveloped in a grave silence. No, this is impossible. Zhang Heng shook his head frantically, murmuring to himself. This cannot be true. What about Director Wang? How could he possibly agree to this? It must be a hoax. Grasping at the last vestiges of hope, he fumbled for his phone, hastily dialing the number of his greatest ally, Director Wang. However, the voice that greeted him was not the familiar one he expected, but a cold, emotionless mechanical female voice. We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. Zhang Heng, defiant against fate, dialed repeatedly. Yet each attempt yielded the same result. He had been blocked. Thud. The phone slipped from Zhang Heng's feeble grip, falling onto the expensive carpet. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the cold floor, eyes vacant, face ashen. It was over. Everything was over. The position he had struggled for half a lifetime to attain, all that he possessed, had disintegrated into nothing within mere minutes. Meanwhile, at the International Convention Center's press conference, countless journalists had set up their cameras, and numerous flashes aimed at the empty podium. The online streaming room was inundated with millions of viewers, the barrage of comments filled with schadenfreude and venomous curses directed at Lu Mengli. Everyone eagerly awaited how the former national goddess would descend from her pedestal and publicly apologize. Time ticked away, second by second. At precisely 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the conference host took a deep breath and, armed with a prepared speech, stepped onto the podium. He forced a professional smile before the multitude of cameras. Dear friends in the media and esteemed viewers tuning into the live broadcast, good afternoon. The host had yet to finish his statement when a cold, unfamiliar voice suddenly echoed through the tiny earpiece nestled in his ear. Discard the script in your hands. Now, heed my instructions. I will recite a line, and you shall repeat it. The smile on the host's face instantly froze. He instinctively felt the urge to voice his concerns. But the next words transmitted through the earpiece nearly froze the very blood in his veins. If you wish to avoid the same fate as your former boss, Zhang Heng, comply with my directives. A chill of cold sweat drenched the host's back in that moment. He suppressed the tumultuous storm within and, facing the camera, managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a voice so unfamiliar even to himself, reciting the earth-shattering opening statement that could reshape the entire entertainment industry. First and foremost, on behalf of Starshine Entertainment and our new parent company, the Qin Group of Jiangqing, I must announce a matter of great significance. All recent negative remarks regarding our top-tier artist, Miss Lu Mengli, are of an exceedingly malicious nature, orchestrated and premeditated defamation. The moment these words left his lips, silence enveloped the room. Chapter 60. Her backing is beyond your imagination. After a collective 3 seconds of shock, the hundreds of journalists present erupted into chaos. What? Did I hear that correctly? Did he just say malicious defamation? This script is all wrong. Aren't we supposed to publicly apologize and announce Lu Mengli's suspension? Has Starshine Entertainment lost its mind? The Qin Group? Which Qin Group? The commercial giant of Jiangqing? What does this have to do with them? Countless reporters, akin to sharks sensing blood, frantically aimed their cameras at the host on the podium. A flurry of flashes turning the venue into a veritable daybreak. Simultaneously, in the online streaming room, the millions of viewers eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama were utterly bewildered. The screen, once filled with schadenfreude and venomous curses, was now inundated with a tsunami of question marks and exclamations of disbelief. What the heck? Did I enter the wrong stream? Has the host mixed up the scripts? This twist is too rapid. My back is about to break. The Qin Group? No way. The Qin family of Jiangqing? Lu Mengli's backing is the Qin family? This revelation is monumental. Hold on, everyone. Just a moment ago, we were condemning her, and now it's a complete turnaround. This operation deserves full marks. The entire internet was plunged into a state of frenzy, paralyzed by the host's brief yet impactful statement. In Lu Mengli's private apartment, she donned a simple home outfit, devoid of makeup, her exquisite visage lacking any trace of color. She sat there, dazed and motionless on the couch, cradling her legs, her gaze vacant as she stared at the live broadcast flickering on the television screen. Her phone had long since powered down, for she dared not look, dared not confront the deluge of vitriol, nor witness how those who once adored her had turned against her, assailing her with the most venomous of words. She had braced herself for the worst, prepared to face the demise of her career, ready to confront the moment of her plummet from the heights to the depths. Yet, when she heard the host utter that malicious slander, Lu Mingli was rendered utterly speechless. A flicker of incredulity ignited in her once dull eyes. Then, upon hearing the name of the Qin group, her body jolted. The figure of that man immediately flashed in her mind. It was him. It had to be him. In an instant, tears welled up in Lu Mingli's eyes. She extended her small, icy hands, trembling with anxiety, to stifle her sobs. Yet the large tears cascaded uncontrollably from her beautiful eyes, like pearls straying from a broken string. At the press conference, amidst the thunderous chorus of doubts from the audience, the host forced himself to regain composure. Once the tumult had subsided slightly, he raised the microphone again. The cold, steady voice in his earpiece resumed. Clearing his throat, he addressed the crowd. You have not misheard. I shall repeat it. All recent negative statements regarding our top artist, Miss Lu Mingli, circulating online are malicious fabrications, deliberately propagated by unscrupulous individuals. Our company, along with our new parent company, the Qin Group, will spare no effort to protect the personal reputation of Miss Lu Mingli. The host's voice rose sharply, imbued with an unprecedented strength and decisive resolve. From this moment forward, for all individuals, media accounts, and news organizations involved in the planning, creation, and dissemination of these rumors, the legal department of the Qin Group will formally initiate lawsuits against you. We have identified all your true identities. Subpoenas will soon be delivered to you. We seek no apologies and will not entertain any form of reconciliation. Our sole aim is clear. At this juncture, the host paused slightly. That is to drive you to bankruptcy and see you imprisoned for life. Boom. These words struck like a divine thunderbolt, crashing down upon the heads of everyone present. Ruthless. Extremely ruthless. This was no mere public relations statement. It was a declaration of war against all who had participated in this frenzy of public opinion. The journalists who had just reveled in schadenfreude, disseminating related scandals, now wore pale faces, cold sweat soaking their backs. A realization dawned upon them. The legal department of the Qin Group is notorious throughout Jiangxing and even across the nation as an indomitable force. Should they set their minds on litigation, one's life would essentially be irrevocably altered. In the live stream chat, after a brief silence, a tempest of fervor erupted. Goodness, what a paradigm shift. Now, this is top-tier public relations. No nonsense. Let us get straight to it. Absolutely formidable. How amusing. Those detractors and marketing accounts in the front row must be scrambling to delete their Weibo posts overnight. Too late. Haven T, you heard they've already secured evidence? Prepare for the summons, huh? So who exactly is backing Lu Mingli? The Qin family is willing to go to such lengths for her. This connection is astonishingly robust. In a matter of mere minutes, the tide of public opinion had undergone a dramatic 180-degree turn. Within Lu Mingli's apartment, she stared blankly at the screen displaying that immensely powerful statement, tears blurring her vision. In that moment, her heart was utterly tumultuous. The host, observing the media rendered speechless below, continued, I understand that mere words without action are futile. You must be curious about the orchestrator behind this farce. So now, I invite you to witness something truly intriguing. With that, the host slowly turned, extending a hand towards the massive LCD screen behind him. At that instant, the gaze of every attendee, along with billions of online viewers, converged upon the screen. The next moment, the screen illuminated brilliantly. Chapter 61. The proactive Lu Mingli, a series of shocking contents began to scroll across the screen. The first to appear was a specially processed phone recording. The voice is crystal clear. Old Zhang. That little wretch Lu Mingli still refuses to yield? A voice, somewhat aged yet laden with the authority of a superior, resonated. Indeed, Mr. Wang. That little vixen, completely lacking in self-awareness. She insists on putting on an act of purity before us. This was the sycophantic yet venomous voice of Zhang Hong. Huh. Then let us not be merciful. Mr. Wang's voice dripped with coldness. I have already assembled the trolls and marketing accounts on my end. You send over those forged photos and chat records from before. Remember, the louder the commotion, the better. We must ensure she is utterly disgraced, unable to rise again in this lifetime. Understood. Just watch, Mr. Wang. Once she becomes the pariah of society, she'll have no choice but to kneel before us in supplication. I will ensure she serves you well. Ha ha ha. Splendid, splendid. The recording concluded, leaving the entire venue in a profound silence. Immediately, several clear screenshots of bank transfers appeared on the screen. The sender was a shell company owned by the esteemed Mr. Wang, while the recipients were several notorious leaders of online trolls in the country. The amounts were substantial, and the timing perfectly coincided with the eruption of scandalous information. The chain of evidence was complete, lucid, and irrefutable. If the host's earlier remarks were merely a bombshell, then what was now displayed on the screen was a nuclear bomb capable of annihilating everything. Boom. Hundreds of media reporters at the scene, after a brief silence, went into a frenzy. The sound of camera shutters filled the air, and flashes erupted like a storm, as if they might tear the very ceiling apart. Incredible. A sensational scoop. The former general manager of Xinhua Entertainment and the shadowy financier conspired to frame their own artist. Hurry. Publish the article. Seize the headlines. This news could bring our website's server to its knees. How dark it is. The entertainment industry is utterly corrupt. This is simply despicable. In the online live stream, millions of viewers erupted in chaos. No way. No way. No way. I am still too young. This plot twist has me on my knees. This is no mere collapse. This is an explosion of filth. Zhang Heng and that Mr. Wang must pay. My heart aches for my wife, Meng Li. How much humiliation has she endured? Peaceful Jiangqing, stop playing dead. Hurry and arrest them. The evidence is right in front of you. Qing Group is formidable. This maneuver deserves to be called a masterpiece. No more talk, just bring out the solid proof. Absolutely magnificent. The former general manager of Xinhua framed Lu Mengli. Mr. Wang should exit the entertainment industry. Sympathy for Lu Mengli. Qing Group fiercely protects its own. Each shocking phrase surged to the top of various platforms' trending lists in a matter of seconds, like a whirlwind. The police's official Weibo account swiftly released a statement, announcing that a formal investigation had been initiated regarding the matter. The massive shadowy hand that once sought to push Lu Mengli into despair was, within these brief moments, struck down into the depths of hell by Luo Chuan in the most direct and brutal manner, before the eyes of the entire nation. In Lu Mengli's private apartment, she sat in a daze, staring at the evidence scrolling across the television, observing the comments online that shifted from vitriol to sympathy and support. She could no longer contain her emotions. Sobbing, Lu Mengli buried her face deep into her knees, crying heartily. She wept for a long time, until she had released all her grievances and fears, before slowly lifting her tear-streaked face. She picked up her phone, her hands trembling as she selected a highlighted number, took a deep breath, and then dialed. The call was quickly connected. Hello? Just hearing that voice made Lu Mengli's heart skip a beat inexplicably. Mr. Luo. Lu Mengli's voice was laced with a poignant nasal tone and a hint of sobbing, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. It's me, Lu Mengli, she said, her heart brimming with emotion. Luo Chuan's tone remained remarkably calm, as if he had anticipated her call. Upon hearing his serene response, a warm wave of relief washed over Lu Mengli. Mr. Luo, I am uncertain how to express my gratitude. If it weren't for you, my life would have truly been ruined. I would like to speak with you in person, if that is permissible. At the coffee shop near our company. I will reserve a private room and await your arrival. As she uttered these words, Lu Mengli felt a surge of anxiety. She feared that Luo Chuan might decline her invitation. However, on the other end of the line, Luo Chuan simply replied, all right. 1 hour later, in a luxurious coffee shop. Within the VIP suite on the top floor, Lu Mengli sat nervously opposite Luo Chuan. She had changed into a pristine white dress, yet her red, swollen eyes betrayed her distress, rendering her somewhat pitiable. Luo Chuan sat quietly, cradling a cup of Americano, his gaze calmly fixed on the bustling street outside. Not uttering a word. The more silent he was, the more anxious Lu Mengli became. The atmosphere in the room felt stiflingly tense. Eventually, summoning all her courage, Lu Mengli broke the silence. Mr. Luo, I know that a mere thank you cannot repay your kindness. She lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes unblinking as they locked onto Luo Chuan's, radiating a fierce determination. I also understand that a man like you is likely surrounded by women. Miss Qin is beautiful and accomplished. Upon hearing this, Luo Chuan raised an eyebrow, turning his head to meet Lu Mengli's flushed face, which bore the marks of her anxiety. Though her heart raced at his scrutiny, she did not falter. Gradually, she stood up and approached Luo Chuan. Then, under his mildly perplexed gaze, she performed an unexpected act that even took him by surprise. She knelt before him, her knees weakening beneath her. Raising her flawlessly sculpted face, her eyes shimmering with longing, she spoke in a tone that bordered on humble, yet was infused with an intense yearning. "Mr. Luo, I have nothing left but myself. I wish to be your second wife, if you would allow it." Luo Chuan was taken aback by her boldness. He had merely intended to use this opportunity to subtly advance his relationship with the star, never anticipating that Lu Mengli would be so forward. In that very moment, a notification echoed in Luo Chuan's mind. Ding! S-level target Lu Mengli has developed a significant dependence and affection for the host, resulting in a substantial increase in favorability. Current affection level 60. Luo Chuan gazed at Lu Mengli, who was kneeling before him, and an amalgamation of emotions surged within him. An affection level of 60 indicated that Lu Mengli did not harbor profound feelings for him. Rather, her sentiments stemmed from a momentary impulse, a desperate quest for a formidable ally that clouded her judgment. Thus, he extended his hand, intending to assist Lu Mengli to her feet. However, at that very moment, bang! The door to the private room, which had not been locked, was forcefully pushed open. A figure of striking beauty, exuding an air of intellect and restraint, appeared at the threshold. The newcomer donned a well-tailored white shirt and a black pencil skirt, her long, slender legs encased in nude stockings, perfectly proportioned and striking. It was Su Wanqing, who had been left waiting by Luo Chuan for 2 days. At this moment, her gaze was icy as she silently observed Luo Chuan and Lu Mengli, her lips sealed in silence. Upon seeing Su Wanqing, Lu Mengli's mind went utterly blank, and she instinctively rose, feeling exceedingly awkward. Luo Chuan's heart tightened, yet he swiftly composed himself and addressed her with a calm demeanor. "Professor Su, what brings you here?" Su Wanqing did not immediately respond to Luo Chuan's inquiry. Instead, she gracefully advanced, her long legs carrying her closer. She approached the sofa and cast a glance at the flustered Lu Mengli, whose face was flushed and demeanor unsettled. Su Wanqing recognized Lu Mengli, the national superstar whose film she had watched and admired for both her talent and beauty. Yet now, this celebrated actress had been reduced to a position of utter humility, kneeling before her man. A complex whirlwind of emotions surged within Su Wanqing. Yet she refrained from making any accusations. Simply, she shifted her gaze from Lu Mengli back to Luo Chuan, her tone devoid of discernible emotion. "I sent you a message, but you did not reply. I was a bit concerned, so I came to check on you." Her voice was calm, as if she were recounting the most ordinary of occurrences. "It is commendable that you are so willing to help others." As she spoke, she performed a natural gesture, lifting her fair, porcelain-like right hand to gently tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. In that unguarded moment, a dazzling light caught Lu Mengli's eye. A ring. A meticulously crafted platinum ring of considerable value rested quietly on Su Wanqing's ring finger. Lu Mengli's body trembled violently, her pupils constricting in an instant. She was not foolish. She swiftly comprehended the significance of the ring. It dawned on her that she was not merely the so-called second, but rather the third. This realization stirred a tinge of bitterness within Lu Mengli's heart. Luo Chuan, perceptive as ever, recognized the unspoken tension between the two women. He offered no further explanation, merely shifting his gaze to the utterly disheartened Lu Mengli and spoke in an undeniable tone. "I have acquiesced to your request." At the sound of these words, a faint glimmer reignited in Lu Mengli's dimmed eyes. She abruptly raised her head, looking at Luo Chuan in disbelief. However, Luo Chuan no longer regarded her. Rising from the sofa, he seized the smooth, delicate wrist of Su Wanqing beside him. Su Wanqing's body stiffened slightly. "We are going home." Luo Chuan's voice was low, imbued with an unwavering dominance. Before she could react, he pulled her slender figure, striding purposefully towards the door of the private room, leaving Lu Mengli to watch their departing silhouettes with a complex array of emotions. Upon arriving at Su Wanqing's apartment, the door was slammed shut with a resounding thud by Luo Chuan's foot. Su Wanqing had yet to change her shoes when Luo Chuan forcefully pushed her against the cold door. Su Wanqing let out a short gasp, and just as she attempted to utter something, his lips, filled with aggression and possessiveness, sealed her mouth. This kiss was domineering, ruthless. and exuded an air of conquest. Luo Chuan pried open Su Wanqing's lips, plunging in fervently, desperately savoring every inch of sweetness, as if he sought to consume her entirely. Initially, she struggled symbolically, her small hands pounding against Luo Chuan's solid chest. Yet, her feeble strength was utterly futile against him. Soon enough, her body softened, her gaze grew hazy, and she found herself wrapping her arms tightly around Luo Chuan's neck, passively enduring his tempestuous onslaught. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. As the kiss concluded, Su Wanqing's cheeks flushed crimson. Leaning against the door while gasping for breath, her once clear eyes now veiled in a misty haze. Luo Chuan lowered his head, resting his forehead against hers. His warm breath cascading over her face. "Are you feeling jealous?" His voice was hoarse, tinged with a hint of mischief. "I am not." Su Wanqing averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes, defiantly retorting. Luo Chuan chuckled softly, reaching out to grasp her delicate chin, compelling her to turn and meet his gaze. "It seems I have neglected Professor Su these past few days." A wicked smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Tonight, I shall make amends." Before she could finish her sentence, Luo Chuan offered no opportunity for her to speak further. With a sudden surge of strength, he lifted Su Wanqing effortlessly, cradling her in his arms. "Ah, Luo Chuan, put me down," Su Wanqing exclaimed, her panic palpable. Ignoring her pleas, Luo Chuan carried the struggling beauty in his embrace, striding purposefully towards the bedroom. That night was one of tumultuous passion, as Luo Chuan, in the most direct and assertive manner, made the aloof ice queen of a professor truly comprehend the essence of a man's compensatory affection. It was not until the late hours of the night that the sounds within the bedroom gradually subsided. Su Wanqing lay languidly in Luo Chuan's embrace, utterly exhausted. Incapable of even raising a finger, her complaints silenced. Chapter 63. The professor's heartfelt bento the next morning. Luo Chuan awoke to the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. As he opened his eyes, warm sunlight streamed through the gaps in the bedroom curtains, casting golden rays throughout the room. Sitting up, he felt invigorated. Although he did not see Su Wanqing in the bedroom, faint sounds of clattering pots and pans emanated from the kitchen. A smile crept across his face. He threw back the covers, padded barefoot to the bathroom for a quick wash, and made his way towards the kitchen. As he approached the doorway, the tantalizing scent of cooking intensified. Leaning against the doorframe, he observed the busy silhouette of Su Wanqing within. Clad in a casual floral long dress, she exuded a nurturing aura characteristic of a devoted wife. A pink cartoon apron adorned her waist, and her lustrous black hair was casually tied back with a simple hair tie, revealing her delicate neck. Morning light poured through the kitchen window, enveloping her in a soft halo, radiating the gentle charm of a homemaker. This image was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor as the composed, intellectual, and meticulous Ice Queen professor on the podium. A wave of profound satisfaction surged within Luo Chuan. He no longer concealed his footsteps, striding confidently into the kitchen. Su Wanqing was intently focused on the eggs sizzling in the pan, oblivious to the approach of the man behind her. It was not until strong arms gently encircled her slender waist that she stiffened in surprise, letting out a short gasp. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle, but the familiar scent enveloped her entirely. Luo Chuan rested his chin on her smooth shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "Professor Su, what delectable dish are you preparing?" he asked, his voice low and husky, imbued with the languor of the morning. Feeling the solid chest of the man pressed tightly against her back, Su Wanqing's previously stiff body quickly softened. A charming flush spread from her snow-white neck to the roots of her ears. She did not turn around, but bowed her head, softly replying, "I just made a simple breakfast." Luo Chuan chuckled lightly. His hands, which were wrapped around Su Wanqing's waist, began to wander mischievously upwards. Su Wanqing's breathing gradually became more rapid. At that moment, Luo Chuan's gaze was drawn to two exquisite thermos lunchboxes on the stove. What is this?" Luo Chuan inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's delicate face turned even redder, and she shyly bit her lower lip. "I thought after your class at noon, we could have lunch together in the office," she said, her voice laced with an inviting tone. She worried that Luo Chuan might decline her suggestion. However, what she received was not an answer from him. Luo Chuan directly released his hold on her and turned her around to face him. Before Su Wanqing could react, Luo Chuan lowered his head and fiercely kissed her slightly parted lips, which had opened in surprise. Su Wanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. This kiss, like the one from last night, was filled with dominance. All her restraint and shyness crumbled before this kiss, leaving her utterly defenseless. She quickly surrendered, extending her delicate, soft arms to wrap around Luo Chuan's neck, passionately responding to the man. As the kiss concluded, Su Wanqing melted into Luo Chuan's embrace, gasping for breath. Luo Chuan smiled. He could never tire of this version of Su Wanqing. Before long, it was noon. After finishing his last class of the morning, Luo Chuan declined several classmates' invitations to lunch and headed straight to the office building where Su Wanqing was. His heart brimmed with anticipation. The thought of sharing a meal in her office, enjoying the lovingly prepared bento she made, filled him with contentment. Arriving at Su Wanqing's office door, he found it slightly ajar, not fully closed. A smile graced his face as he chose not to knock, but pushed the door open directly. The sight before him warmed his heart. Su Wanqing had already laid out the meals from the thermos boxes neatly on her spacious desk, for dishes and a soup, all richly aromatic and visually appealing. Quietly seated behind her desk, Su Wanqing's face, typically cool and stunning, immediately blossomed into a smile that could make flowers wither upon witnessing its beauty when she saw Luo Chuan enter. "You have arrived. Come and take a seat. The dishes are still warm." Su Wanqing's voice carried a hint of tenderness and anticipation, a nuance she herself was unaware of. The scene was imbued with warmth. Luo Chuan's spirits lifted instantaneously, and with a smile, he nodded and approached her. He then pulled out the chair opposite the desk, preparing to sit down. However, just as he was about to make contact with the chair, a sudden creak of the door interrupted the moment. At that instant, a youthful and vibrant figure appeared at the office door, Qin Ruoshi. Today, she donned a JK uniform highly favored by male university students, complemented by white stockings, which elevated her allure to another level. Upon entering, she tentatively inquired, "Professor Su, have you seen Luo Chuan around campus today?" Yet, before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon the intimate exchange between Luo Chuan and Su Wanqing at the desk, as well as the neatly arranged lunch boxes that unmistakably suggested a couple's meal. In an instant, the smile on Qin Ruoshi's face froze, and the air in the office became utterly still. Chapter 64. A Scene of Conflict? At that moment, Qin Ruoshi felt an overwhelming pang of regret. How foolish she had been to directly seek someone in Su Wanqing's office. Luo Chuan's silence in responding to her was clear. He was undoubtedly with Su Wanqing. Now, she realized she had only invited her own discomfort. "I just happened to pass by and thought I'd check in, but I forgot you were dining. I suddenly recalled I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. Please, enjoy your meal." After uttering these words, Qin Ruoshi dared not steal another glance at Luo Chuan. She turned to escape the suffocating atmosphere. However, just as she pivoted, a cool yet gentle voice called out from behind her. It was Su Wanqing. Qin Ruoshi's body stiffened, her heart sinking. This was it. She could almost foresee the impending confrontation, perhaps some cold jibes asserting dominance or warnings to remind her of her place. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ruoshi braced herself for the storm. Yet, Su Wanqing's subsequent actions and words left both Qin Ruoshi and Luo Chuan momentarily stunned. Rising from her expansive office chair, Su Wanqing bore not an ounce of hostility, but instead greeted them with a warm and gentle smile that felt like a refreshing breeze. "You've come all this way. Why rush to leave?" As she spoke, she moved gracefully to the corner of the office, retrieving a brand new set of chopsticks and bowls from the cabinet. She approached Qin Ruoshi, gently placing the bowl and chopsticks into her slightly cold hands. "Let's eat together." Su Wanqing's voice was soft and soothing. "I accidentally made too much today, and I can't finish it alone. I was just pondering how to manage this. Your arrival is fortuitous. You can help me resolve this dilemma." At these words, Qin Ruoshi was utterly taken aback. She opened her mouth, gazing incredulously at the woman before her, who possessed an ethereal grace, yet emanated a warmth that was almost overwhelming. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. What is this situation? This is not how the script is written. Shouldn't it be a fierce battle of wits, with me being cast out in disgrace? Luo Chuan, witnessing this scene, was equally astonished. Su Wanqing, observing Qin Ruoshi's dazed expression, couldn't help but chuckle softly. She reached out, taking hold of Qin Ruoshi's wrist, and guided her to the office desk, gently pressing her shoulder to encourage her to sit in the adjacent chair. "Please, take a seat. There's no need to stand." Su Wanqing's tone resembled that of a gentle older sister caring for a shy younger sibling. Qin Ruoshi, still somewhat bewildered, sat down, her mind struggling to grasp the unfolding events. Just then, another astonishing moment occurred. After returning to her own seat, Su Wanqing began to serve food from her own and Luo Chuan's lunchboxes, using serving chopsticks to place a third of each dish into the pristine empty bowl before Qin Ruoshi. Sweet and sour pork, cola chicken wings, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and a vibrant stir-fried vegetable dish quickly formed a small mountain in Qin Ruoshi's bowl. "Please eat up, otherwise it will get cold," Su Wanqing said with a smile. Hearing this, Qin Ruoshi gazed at the colorful and aromatic dishes in her bowl, then glanced at Luo Chuan, who was calmly enjoying his meal. After a brief hesitation, she finally picked up her chopsticks and delicately selected a piece of sweet and sour pork closest to her, cautiously placing it into her mouth. In the next instant, her eyes lit up. Delicious. Incredibly delicious. The pork was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, enveloped in a perfectly balanced sweet and sour sauce that was rich, yet not overwhelming at all. This flavor surpassed anything she had ever tasted in those Michelin 3-star restaurants by 1,000-fold. Qin Ruoshi could no longer concern herself with propriety. She transformed into a voracious eater, swiftly devouring the food in her bowl. So delectable. Truly delightful," she exclaimed, her words somewhat muffled as she savored each bite. "Professor Su, your cooking is absolutely marvelous. Have you secretly taken culinary courses at New Oriental? Your skills are simply extraordinary." Upon hearing Qin Ruoshi's spontaneous praise, Su Wanqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her smile was like a gentle spring breeze, causing a profusion of blossoms to bloom, illuminating the entire office with a newfound radiance. Qin Ruoshi's petite face flushed crimson as she savored the last morsel of rice, even licking her lips with lingering delight. She then lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with near reverence as she looked at Su Wanqing, exclaiming, "Professor Su, may I come here for meals every day?" Observing Qin Ruoshi's adorable demeanor, Su Wanqing's smile softened even further. She extended her hand, delicately wiping away a grain of rice that clung to the corner of Qin Ruoshi's mouth. "Of course," Su Wanqing replied gently. "As long as you don't mind my simple cooking, you are welcome to come anytime." With this affirmative response, Qin Ruoshi was so elated that she nearly leapt from her chair. At that moment, she felt that the enchanting Professor Su, with her beauty, grace, and tender nature, was nothing short of a celestial being descended to earth. Luo Chuan, witnessing this intimate scene between the two, felt a plan he had long contemplated surface in his mind. He slowly set down his chopsticks, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and smiled as he tentatively proposed, "I have a suggestion, though I am unsure if it is appropriate to voice it." Hearing Luo Chuan's words, both Su Wanqing and Qin Ruoshi instinctively halted their actions, turning their gazes toward him in unison. "Please, go ahead," Su Wanqing encouraged. "I could purchase a larger estate for us all to reside in. What do you think?" The moment these words left his lips, the smiles on Su Wanqing and Qin Ruoshi's faces froze in disbelief. They stared at Luo Chuan, their beautiful eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. Qin Ruoshi's wide, expressive eyes were round with shock, her rosy lips parted slightly, momentarily forgetting to lower her chopsticks. Even the typically composed Su Wanqing showed a hint of surprise on her otherwise flawless face. Her hand paused mid-air, and a complex emotion flickered in her clear eyes. A peculiar silence enveloped the office, punctuated only by the faint sounds of their breathing. Luo Chuan did not rush them. He remained quietly seated, his gaze shifting between the two exquisite faces before him. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Ruoshi finally emerged from her stupor. She instinctively turned to seek Su Wanqing's opinion, her eyes searching for reassurance rather than looking at Luo Chuan. Su Wanqing, sensing the inquiry in Qin Ruoshi's gaze, gently lowered her chopsticks and met her questioning, slightly anxious eyes. A tender smile blossomed on Su Wanqing's face as she nodded without hesitation. "I have no objections." Chapter 65. Deep Sisterly Bond. One have no objections. Upon hearing Su Wanqing's agreement, Qin Ruoshi blurted out, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she nodded vigorously. Luo Chuan, observing the scene before him, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After finishing their meal, Qin Ruoshi completely set aside her reservations. She enthusiastically linked her arm with Su Wanqing's, practically draping herself over her. Even her form of address shifted. "Sister Su, do you have classes this afternoon?" Qin Ruoshi inquired, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Su Wanqing shook her head, a hint of fondness gracing her smile. I have no classes this afternoon. That's wonderful. Qin Ruashi clapped her hands in excitement. Let us go shopping together. I know a new Chanel flagship store has opened at the Guojin Center. I'll take you in my sports car. Seeing Qin Ruashi's vibrant demeanor warmed Su Wanqing's heart, and she readily agreed. All right. Subsequently, under Luo Chuan's watchful gaze, the two stunning goddesses, hand in hand, departed the office, engaged in lively conversation. One exuded a cool intellect, while the other radiated youthful exuberance. Their breathtaking silhouettes instantly captured the attention of everyone in the corridor, provoking waves of admiration and excitement. Luo Chuan smiled faintly as he watched them leave. He refrained from following as a chivalrous guardian because he had more pressing matters to attend to. Taking out his phone, Luo Chuan located the contact number of the head of the most prestigious real estate agency in Jiangcheng and dialed. The call was answered almost immediately. Hello, Mr. Luo. Good day. This is Xiao Lin. How may I assist you? A voice, both exceedingly respectful and somewhat astonished, resonated from the other end. This golden saleswoman, named Lin Man, had caught a distant glimpse of Luo Chuan at the Qin family's gala. At that time, he had casually conversed with her boss, and the following day, her boss had issued a stern command to treat Luo Chuan like royalty, ensuring that any need he had was met without delay. Lin Man never imagined she would one day receive a call from this elusive figure. I would like a manor. The finest manor in Jiangxing. It should be quiet. Offer excellent privacy, preferably nestled by the mountains and water, complete with a private helipad and an expansive garage. Price is not an issue. After conveying his requirements, Luo Chuan added, I wish to view it immediately. Upon hearing this series of demands, Lin Man gasped in astonishment. Her heart raced uncontrollably. A top-tier manor with a private helipad. In all of Jiangxing, only a handful could meet such criteria. Each estate is truly exorbitant. Lin Man suppressed the tumultuous shock within her heart and, with a voice that trembled with excitement, exclaimed, Yes, yes, Mr. Luo. Our company possesses an exquisite estate that perfectly meets all your requirements. The owner, eager to emigrate, is reluctantly parting with it. I will immediately head to the school gate to fetch you. With a mere, indifferent response, Luo Chuan hung up the phone. Half an hour later, a sleek black Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a halt on a picturesque hillside in the suburbs of Jiangxing. Lin Man personally opened the rear door, respectfully inviting Luo Chuan to alight. Before him lay an estate of astonishing grandeur, sprawling across a vast expanse. The manor was nestled against the mountains, overlooking a shimmering vista of the river, boasting an unparalleled geographical and feng shui position. The Gothic architectural style infused the space with an artistic essence that harmoniously intertwined the classical with the contemporary. A sprawling garden, an outdoor swimming pool, tennis courts, and a golf course were all present in abundance. Mr. Luo, this is Guolan number 1. Lin Man proudly accompanied Luo Chuan, elaborating as they walked. The entire estate spans over 50,000 square meters, with the main building covering 3,000 square meters, featuring 15 luxurious suites, a private media room, a gym, and a wine cellar. Behind the manor lies a dedicated helipad, capable of accommodating 3 private helicopters. Additionally, an underground garage can house over 50 supercars, equipped with top-tier security systems and maintenance teams. Having concluded her presentation in one breath, Lin Man cautiously scrutinized Luo Chuan's expression. However, his face betrayed no emotion. He merely cast a casual glance around before nodding, his tone as flat as if he were purchasing a mere cabbage at a market. Then this is the one. How much are you willing to offer? Lin Man instinctively inquired, immediately regretting her question for its folly. Luo Chuan did not respond, but instead took out his phone and, in her presence, dialed another number. Hello, Uncle Qin. I need a favor. I want Guolan number 1. Please advance the payment and ensure all the paperwork is completed within an hour, transferring ownership to my name. With that, Luo Chuan hung up the phone. The entire exchange flowing seamlessly without a hint of hesitation. Lin Man, standing beside him, was utterly astounded. Her mouth agape, she felt her mind faltering. That was a prime estate valued at 15 billion. Just like that, with a single phone call, it was settled? He didn't even inquire about the price? Is this the realm of the ultra-wealthy? Gazing at Luo Chuan's impeccably handsome profile, her eyes reflected a profound sense of awe and admiration, emanating from the depths of her soul. Having completed his task, Luo Chuan did not leave immediately. As dusk approached, he strolled leisurely to the outermost viewing platform of the estate, hands tucked into his pockets, gazing at the distant sun gently sinking beneath the horizon of the river. The orange-red afterglow cast a magnificent golden hue over the entire sky and the river's surface. The evening breeze caressed the stray strands of hair on Luo Chuan's forehead, bestowing upon him an ethereal aura. At that moment, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar, yet somewhat solitary and exquisite figure on a nearby path by the river. It was Lu Mengli. Chapter 66. An encounter at dusk. Luo Chuan raised his brow slightly. Without hesitation, he took strides towards Lu Mengli, lost in her own thoughts. Lu Mengli remained oblivious to his approach. Her heart was in turmoil. She had yet to fully recover from the impact of a recent event, and Luo Chuan's image lingered persistently in her mind. What was she pondering? A deep, magnetic voice suddenly resonated in Lu Mengli's ears. Startled, she jolted, lifting her gaze to find herself face to face with an impeccably handsome countenance, leaving her momentarily speechless. Mr. Luo? A blush crept across Lu Mengli's delicate face as she fumbled to tuck a wind-tousled strand of hair behind her ear. What are you doing here? Luo Chuan's calm gaze rested on her slightly flushed visage. I just purchased a house on the mountain and came down for a stroll. His tone was nonchalant, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Yet, to Lu Mengli, this revelation was akin to a thunderclap. You bought a house on the mountain? Instinctively, she raised her head to glance at the magnificent estate halfway up the mountain, resembling a mythical castle, residing in a nearby upscale apartment. She was well aware of what the Guanlan No. 1 estate represented, a coveted dream for all the affluent in Jiang City, yet seemingly unattainable. How could Luo Chuan, with such nonchalance, declare that he had acquired it? Once again, Lu Mengli found herself profoundly astonished by Luo Chuan's unfathomable capabilities. So it was like this. Lowering her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, she confessed, I live nearby and enjoy wandering here when I have free time. Observing her demeanor, Luo Chuan gently inquired, Are you still troubled by that matter? Lu Mengli stiffened slightly, remaining silent as she lightly bit her lower lip. Her silence spoke volumes. Luo Chuan chose not to pursue the topic further, instead shifting to a different question. Did you used to live here? Lu Mengli paused, taken aback by Luo Chuan's sudden inquiry. Nevertheless, she nodded earnestly. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in her gaze. I am not a native of Jiangqing. When I first arrived here, I was quite destitute and could only afford to reside in the dilapidated urban village across the river. Lu Mengli extended her delicate fingers, pointing towards the distant, dimly lit residential area that had begun to glow under the night sky. At that time, I would run to various filming sets daily, auditioning and often falling victim to deceit and scorn. During my most impoverished days, I couldn't even afford a bowl of instant noodles. The highlight of my day was taking the ferry across the river for just 1 yuan after work to sit here for a while, gazing at the lights of the towering buildings across the river and the beauty of this house on the hill. I told myself that one day, I would have a home of my own here. As she spoke, Lu Mengli's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she offered a self-deprecating smile. Forgive my rambling. These are merely old tales. The journey from being an insignificant and powerless individual to her current stature was fraught with unspoken hardships known only to her. Luo Chuan listened quietly, his expression inscrutable. He offered no words of consolation but reached out, gently lifting Lu Mengli's delicate chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. All that is in the past, he declared, his voice low and resonant. Xinghui Entertainment is now my company. From this moment forth, all top-tier resources in Huaxiao will be prioritized for you. I will ensure you receive every accolade you desire, allowing you to stand upon the grandest stage in the world. Everything you once yearned for will be doubled in the future. At his words, Lu Mengli was momentarily stunned. She gazed dumbfounded into Luo Chuan's deep, starry eyes, unable to contain her tears, which cascaded down like a string of broken pearls. Mr. Luo, overwhelmed by an immense wave of happiness and emotion. She found herself at a loss for words, instinctively stepping back to regain her composure. Yet, she forgot she stood on the uneven cobblestone path. Oh, Lu Mengli's heel inadvertently slipped on a loose stone, sending her tumbling backward. Just as she braced for an intimate encounter with the cold ground, a strong, firm arm encircled her slender waist, yanking her back with startling force. Lu Mengli's soft form collided securely into a remarkably solid and warm embrace. In that moment, her heart skipped a beat. She lifted her gaze and found herself locked in Luo Chuan's profound eyes, the distance between them negligible. each able to distinctly feel the warmth of the other's breath. The evening breeze by the riverside gently tousled their hair. The sky was awash with hues of orange-red as the setting sun cast an enchanting glow over the world. Luo Chuan lowered his gaze to the exquisite face nestled in his arms, adorned with tears like pear blossoms, evoking a deep stir within him. He refrained from uttering another word and, instead, inclined his head to capture the slightly parted, rosy lips that trembled with nervousness, seizing the moment with a fervent kiss. Lu Mengli's eyes widened in astonishment as her mind blanked in an instant. All she could perceive was the man's domineering yet tender assault, coupled with the frantic beating of her heart, as if it were about to leap from her throat. Soon, she clumsily shut her eyes, extending her arms to wrap around Luo Chuan's neck, hesitantly responding to the man who had utterly bewitched her. At that very moment, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in Luo Chuan's mind. Ding! S-rank target Lu Mengli's affection level has significantly increased. Current affection level, 70, deeply affectionate. National goddess progress, 70. Time slipped away, and the kiss, potent enough to stir the river to boil, finally came to an end. Lu Mengli languidly leaned against Luo Chuan's embrace, her face flushed and breathing heavily, her beautiful eyes veiled with a dreamy mist, rendering her irresistibly alluring. The night had fully descended. The distant city lights twinkled, mingling with the stars above. However, just then, his phone, nestled in his pocket, vibrated unexpectedly, shattering the intoxicating atmosphere between them. Chapter 67. I took Sister Sue for a drive. Will you be lonely tonight? The sudden interruption jolted Lu Mengli from the reverie of their kiss, her cheeks flushing even deeper. She hastily extricated herself from Luo Chuan's hold, lowering her gaze in embarrassment as she adjusted her slightly disheveled attire, unable to meet his eyes. Luo Chuan leisurely retrieved his phone from his pocket. The screen illuminated with a message from Qin Ruoshi. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a photograph. The backdrop featured a flamboyant red Lamborghini, parked atop a scenic overlook. Qin Ruoshi and Su Wanqing sat side by side in the driver and passenger seats. Qin Ruoshi flashed a playful peace sign at the camera, her face radiating with youthful exuberance and a carefree smile. Beside her, Su Wanqing bore a genuine smile, her typically cool demeanor softened by the car's wild allure, exuding a captivating charm. Beneath the photo, a caption read, I took Sister Sue for a drive at Panlong Mountain. The night view here is breathtaking. We will not return tonight. Will you feel lonely at home by yourself? A playful smile accompanied this message. Luo Chuan shook his head in amusement as he read it. His slender fingers swiftly tapped the screen, replying with a single word, roll. Meanwhile, atop Panlong Mountain, Qin Ruoshi sat in a red Lamborghini, holding her phone and chuckling at Luo Chuan's blunt response. Rather than being upset, she burst into laughter. Sister Sue, look, he told me to roll. She brought the phone screen closer to Su Wanqing, like a child showcasing a treasure. Su Wanqing glanced at the word roll, and a trace of a helpless smile appeared on her exquisitely beautiful face. Turning her gaze out the window at the brilliant galaxy formed by countless lights, she sighed softly. Ruoshi, what kind of person do you think Luo Chuan is? Her voice was gentle, as if she were asking Qin Ruoshi, or perhaps herself. Upon hearing this question, the smile on Qin Ruoshi's face faded slightly. She opened the convertible roof of the sports car, allowing the cool night breeze to tousle their hair. After a moment of contemplation, she replied earnestly, I think he is like the sun in the sky. Sometimes, when you are close, he feels domineering and scorching, even frightening. Yet once he departs, the world seems cold and dark, making you long to draw near him for warmth and security. Su Wanqing listened quietly to Qin Ruoshi's description, a flicker of agreement shining in her clear eyes. Indeed, Su Wanqing's gaze became somewhat dreamy. He was precisely that sort of person, capable of evoking both love and fear, yet utterly impossible to leave behind. The two women fell into a brief silence, both ensnared by thoughts of the same man. The wind atop the mountain picked up, growing stronger. Suddenly, Qin Ruoshi seemed to recall something. She leaned closer to Su Wanqing's ear, wearing a mysterious yet slightly shy expression, and whispered in a tone meant solely for their ears, Sister Sue, what do you think about him in that regard? Is he particularly impressive? Su Wanqing. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's previously composed face flushed crimson, as if it could bleed. Qin Ruoshi's cheeks also turned red. She stuck out her tongue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, I just feel like he has endless strength, leaving me feeling as though I can't get out of bed for days after he has done with me. As her voice dwindled to a whisper, the air inside the car became increasingly awkward and heated. Images that made Su Wanqing shy began to surface uncontrollably in her mind, and she felt her body growing warm. Two exceptionally radiant goddesses, both blushing, exchanged glances, each at a loss for how to continue the conversation. Ultimately, it was Qin Ruashi who could no longer endure the awkward atmosphere. She abruptly slapped the steering wheel, forcefully redirecting the topic. "Oh, enough of that. Sister Su, hold on tight. Let me take you on a true experience of speed and passion." With that, Qin Ruashi offered no chance for Su Wanqing to respond and pressed the accelerator to the floor. Roaring to life, the Lamborghini's powerful engine unleashed a deafening growl, akin to an arrow released from its bow, propelling them forward in an instant, leaving behind a graceful crimson silhouette along the winding mountain road. "Ah!" Su Wanqing let out a brief gasp, instinctively gripping the armrest beside her. Soon, her exclamation transformed into a thrilling scream, echoing across the summit of Panlong Mountain. By the riverside, Lu Mengli naturally noticed the message on Luo Chuan's phone screen. With her keen intellect, she instantly comprehended its implications. It signified that Luo Chuan was free tonight, a rare opportunity indeed. Lu Mengli's breath quickened as her mind waged a battle. Reason advised her to maintain composure, to avoid appearing overly eager. Yet, her emotions clamored fervently, urging her to seize this chance. In the end, emotion triumphed over reason. Lu Mengli lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a daring resolve. She looked at Luo Chuan, and, in a tone that was both suggestive and subtly insinuating, her voice trembling slightly, she said, "Mr. Luo, your newly acquired villa is so spacious. It must have a piano, right? I would love to play a song for you." The underlying message was unmistakable. A woman, under the cover of night, inviting a man to his vast, empty mansion under the pretense of playing piano, carries an implication that any reasonably astute man would understand. Luo Chuan, observing Lu Mengli's blend of anticipation, shyness, and a hint of nervousness, felt a stirring in his heart. He reached out, gently brushing the tip of her delicate nose. "Very well, it would be my honor." With that, Luo Chuan no longer hesitated. He took her slightly trembling, soft hand in his. Lu Mengli's body quivered at the contact, yet she did not pull away. Instead, she instinctively tightened her grip on his hand. Hand in hand, Luo Chuan and Lu Mengli made their way toward the grand villa nestled on the mountainside, step by step. Chapter 68. The heartfelt melody on the piano. The interior of the villa was adorned with opulence to the highest degree. The resplendent crystal chandelier, the mirror-like marble floor, and the priceless artworks adorning the walls all served to highlight the owner's nobility. However, at this moment, Lu Mengli was utterly devoid of interest in appreciating these opulent displays. Her entire focus was fixated on the hand that Luo Chuan held firmly in his grasp. The warmth of his palm permeated through her skin, sending continuous waves of heat that rendered her heart unable to find tranquility. "Mr. Luo, where are we going?" Lu Mengli's voice quivered slightly, barely perceptible. Luo Chuan did not turn to face her, merely responding in a calm tone. "Did you not wish to play the piano for me?" Without pausing his stride, he led Lu Mengli through the spacious living room and pushed open a heavy pair of double doors. Beyond the doors lay an intimate concert hall capable of accommodating hundreds. At the heart of this hall stood a pure white Steinway grand piano, quietly bathed in soft light. Lu Mengli's breath caught momentarily at the sight of the instrument. As an artist, she recognized its worth. This piano was a limited edition from Steinway, valued at over 10 million, a masterpiece that wealth alone could not procure. And now, it sat here so casually. Luo Chuan released Lu Mengli's hand and stepped forward, gently lifting the piano lid. "Go ahead." He turned to her, gesturing with an inviting motion, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Taking a deep breath, Lu Mengli stepped gracefully towards the piano and seated herself elegantly. As her fingers brushed the cool, familiar black and white keys, her entire demeanor transformed. The confidence and poise characteristic of a national treasure returned to her. She closed her eyes, gathering her emotions. In the next moment, a stream of fluid, lyrical notes began to flow from her fingertips. The melody was enchanting and nuanced. It did not rely on intricate techniques, but was imbued with the most sincere emotions. It conveyed the hardships and grievances she endured while struggling alone, the despair and helplessness she faced when maliciously harmed, and the profound gratitude and budding affection she felt after being rescued by Luo Chuan. As the final notes resonated, lingering in the air, Lu Mingli slowly opened her eyes, a thin veil of mist clouding her beautiful gaze. Applause broke the silence, soft, sincere claps from Luo Chuan, who wore an expression of genuine admiration. That was splendid. With his affirmation, an indescribable sweetness surged within Lu Mingli. Just as she was about to humbly offer a response, Luo Chuan had already moved beside her, sitting closely on the piano bench. The distance between them instantly transformed into an exceedingly intimate closeness. Lu Mingli could distinctly perceive the comforting yet captivating masculine scent emanating from Luo Chuan. "You play beautifully," Luo Chuan reiterated, turning his head to fix his profound gaze upon Lu Mingli's exquisite face, mere inches away. "As a token of my gratitude, allow me to offer you a song." With that, a subtle shift in his thoughts occurred. System, exchange for a divine love song suitable for this moment. Ding. Divine love song light successfully exchanged. Musical score and vocal techniques have been imparted. In an instant, a melody of unparalleled beauty, accompanied by deeply heartfelt lyrics, took shape within Luo Chuan's mind. A gentle smile graced his lips as his long fingers casually rested upon the black and white keys. In the next moment, a tender yet powerful prelude resonated throughout the entire concert hall. Lu Mingli's eyes widened in astonishment. Merely the prelude had utterly stunned her, a professional musician. What celestial melody is this? Luo Chuan turned to meet Lu Mingli's gaze, and his magnetic voice began to unfold. "Having traversed the vast sea of humanity and witnessed the dust of the world, I thought this heart would never open for anyone again, until you appeared, like a light illuminating the monochrome of my world." Luo Chuan's voice seemed imbued with a magical power capable of penetrating the soul. Every word struck the softest chords of Lu Mingli's heart. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She stared at Luo Chuan, feeling as though her breath was about to cease. Luo Chuan's singing continued, building in emotion, rising to greater heights, more fervent. "You are the only light in my life. The distant shore I long to reach. For you, I would don armor. For you, I would withstand all tempests. Fear not, for I shall illuminate your future." As the final lyric was sung and the last note fell, an eerie silence enveloped the concert hall. Luo Chuan slowly withdrew his hand, remaining silent as he gazed deeply into Lu Mingli's eyes, which sparkled like the starry sky. Lu Mingli's lips quivered, desperate to articulate something, yet no words escaped her. In that fleeting moment, the system's prompt echoed again in Luo Chuan's mind. Ding. S-rank objective Lu Mingli has developed profound love and dependence on the host. Affection rating surges. Current affection level, 80, devoted. National Goddess Collection progress, 80. Luo Chuan extended his hand, gently wiping away the traces of tears on Lu Mingli's face, and leaned down to whisper in her ear, in a voice only she could hear, "This song is for you. It is called Light. In the future, it shall assist you in ascending to the pinnacle of the music realm." Upon hearing these words, Lu Mingli could no longer contain herself. She lifted her head, instinctively wrapped her arms around Luo Chuan's neck, and boldly pressed her lips against his. A flicker of amusement sparkled in Luo Chuan's eyes as he immediately transformed from the passive to the active, fervently reciprocating the ardor of this woman. The two shared a passionate kiss, their breaths growing heavier, as the air around them began to heat up dramatically. In the throes of their impassioned embrace, Lu Mingli's body surrendered completely, nearly collapsing against Luo Chuan. As her delicate elbow inadvertently slipped downward, it landed heavily upon the piano keys. Bang! A jarring yet oddly intimate cacophony erupted within the tranquil concert hall. Startled, Lu Mingli instinctively sought to withdraw, but Luo Chuan chuckled softly, tightening his embrace. He leaned down, whispering near her crystalline ear, "It seems my other little companion is also quite eager." With that, Luo Chuan hesitated no longer. With a sudden surge of strength, he swept Lu Mingli into a possessive princess carry. Lu Mingli let out a brief gasp, instinctively clutching Luo Chuan's neck tighter. Without pause, Luo Chuan turned and strode purposefully toward the master bedroom. This night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 69. The Billion Reward. The following morning, Luo Chuan slowly opened his eyes. Rather than rising immediately, he turned his head to gaze quietly at the woman nestled in his embrace. Lu Mingli was still in deep slumber. After a night of fervor and indulgence, Her already captivating visage now bore an enchanting allure. Her long lashes resembled delicate fans, casting soft shadows upon her eyelids, while the corners of her mouth curved upward slightly. She slept soundly and sweetly, akin to a docile kitten curled up in Luo Chuan's arms, her alabaster arm instinctively wrapped tightly around his waist. Observing Lu Mengli in this state softened Luo Chuan's heart. He reached out, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Detection of S-class target. Lu Mengli's affection for the host has reached 100, unwavering until death. The National Goddess Codex has been successfully illuminated. Congratulations to the host for completing the S-class strategy mission. The ultimate reward is being dispensed. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, 10 billion Dragon Kingdom currency. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, Divine Skill, Turning Stones to Gold, Entertainment Edition. Luo Chuan's thoughts stirred slightly, prompting him to delve into the details. Skill name, Transmutation of Entertainment, Entertainment Edition. Skill effect, the host can transform any unpublished entertainment work, including but not limited to scripts, songs, novels, etc., through this skill. Once transformed, the work will automatically complete all details, optimize all flaws, elevate its quality to the pinnacle of historical standards in that field, and carry an aura of inevitable success, ensuring that upon release, it will create a phenomenon of sensational impact. Skill consumption. Each use consumes 1 million cash from the host. Skill note. Wealth, fame, and influence are at your fingertips. Please, dear host, indulge in the thrill of creating legends. Meanwhile, Lu Mengli's eyelashes fluttered gently before she slowly opened her eyes. Wu Luo Chuan, Lu Mengli murmured, her voice laced with the languor and raspiness of someone just awakened, sounding exceptionally alluring. Upon focusing on the handsome face before her, the wild and embarrassing memories of the previous night surged into her mind like a tidal wave. Lu Mengli's delicate face flushed crimson, and instinctively, she wished to bury her face in the blankets, too shy to meet Luo Chuan's gaze. Awake? Luo Chuan chuckled softly, reaching out to cup Lu Mengli's petite, exquisite chin, compelling her to look at him. Lu Mengli's eyes darted away, her words stumbling, radiating a shy and dependent demeanor akin to that of a tender woman. It dawned on her that she had completely lowered her defenses and reservations in Luo Chuan's presence. What? Feeling bashful? The smile on Luo Chuan's lips deepened as he leaned down and gently kissed Lu Mengli's smooth forehead. You were not like this last night at the piano. I wasn't. Lu Mengli was nearly overwhelmed by shame at Luo Chuan's words, playfully thumping her tiny fist against his sturdy chest, as if in a flirtatious pout. Luo Chuan seized her mischievous hand and, with a swift motion, pinned her beneath him. His gaze burned intensely into Lu Mengli's, causing her heart to skip a beat. Without needing Luo Chuan to speak, she was acutely aware of his intentions. After a morning of vigorous activities that could make the bed tremble, Lu Mengli lay limply in Luo Chuan's embrace, utterly devoid of energy, not wishing to move even a finger. They lingered in tender intimacy for some time until Lu Mengli finally regained a semblance of strength. Nestling against Luo Chuan, she whispered, Luo Chuan, I wish to return home for a bit. Luo Chuan's brow arched slightly. Upon seeing his expression, Lu Mengli feared he might have misconstrued her intent and hurriedly clarified. I don't mean to leave. I wish to return home to pack my belongings and then move in with you. By the end of her statement, Lu Mengli's voice had dwindled to a near whisper, and a charming blush adorned her cheeks. The thought of willingly cohabitating with a man was once unfathomable for her, the previously reserved and demure individual. Yet now, she found herself wholly willing, yearning to remain close to Luo Chuan every fleeting moment. Upon hearing Lu Mengli's explanation, Luo Chuan's expression softened instantaneously. He reached out, affectionately brushing his fingers against her delicate nose. All right. With Luo Chuan's consent, a smile blossomed on Lu Mengli's face. She struggled to sit up from the bed, beginning to search for her scattered garments. Luo Chuan leaned back against the headboard, leisurely admiring the enchanting scene before him. Once Lu Mengli managed to clothe herself amidst her flurry, Luo Chuan gradually descended from the bed. He approached her, extending his hand to tidy her slightly disheveled collar. Then, lowering his head, he bestowed upon Lu Mengli a deeply passionate kiss. It was not until she felt weak and breathless from the kiss that Luo Chuan finally released her. Go. His voice carried a gentle rasp. Return soon. Lu Mengli nodded earnestly, rising onto her toes to quickly peck his lips once more before reluctantly departing the grand estate. After bidding Lu Mengli farewell, Luo Chuan felt an abundance of energy within him. He glanced at the sun-drenched, shimmering outdoor pool, and a smile crept across his lips. Just the remedy I need. Casually donning a pair of swim trunks, he strode out of the villa. Standing by the pool's edge, he performed a few simple stretches, revealing his impeccably sculpted physique. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself into the water with a powerful kick. Splash! What a refreshing sensation. Luo Chuan swam freely, relishing the way the water whisked away the lingering heat from his body, his spirits soaring to new heights. This outdoor pool was almost exaggeratedly large, nearly rivaling that of a standard competition pool. After swimming a couple of laps, just as he emerged from the water to catch his breath, a melodious voice filled with playful teasing rang out from the shore. Playing alone is rather dull, isn't it? Upon hearing the voice, Luo Chuan paused momentarily. Slowly, he turned his head towards the source of the sound. There, at the pool's edge, stood Qin Ruoxi, her chin resting on her smooth, porcelain-like hand, grinning as she crouched there. Today, she wore a breezy, cream-colored spaghetti strap dress, the hem barely concealing her modesty. She squatted there, utterly unguarded, her long, straight legs, dazzlingly white, laid bare before Luo Chuan. A gentle breeze wafted through the mountains, stirring her skirt and the ends of her hair. Qin Ruoxi's gaze was fiery and direct, unabashedly sweeping over Luo Chuan's well-defined upper body, her lips curling into a playful smile. Chapter 70. The mundanity of cohabitation. Luo Chuan floated in the cool water of the pool, his hands resting on the edge, gazing at Qin Ruoxi, who was beaming brightly on the shore. What brings you here so early? He inquired. Upon hearing his words, Qin Ruoxi's smile grew even more radiant. Maintaining her squatting position, she rested her chin on her knees, tilting her head to look at him. I have fewer belongings, so I packed quickly, she replied, her beautiful eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. Sister Su is rather meticulous and has more to bring. She probably won't arrive for a while. After she spoke, she deliberately flashed Luo Chuan a knowing grin. Observing her demeanor, Luo Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, understanding the little schemes playing in her mind. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Ruoxi stood up before him. To his astonishment, she directly reached for the zipper on the side of her skirt. With a soft sound, the zipper was swiftly pulled down to its end. Luo Chuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, not expecting Qin Ruoxi to wear her swimsuit as underwear. However, in the next moment, when she casually removed the strapless short dress and tossed it onto a nearby lounge chair, his pupils dilated in shock. For a fleeting instant, his mind went completely blank, because underneath, Qin Ruoxi wore nothing at all. Qin Ruoxi seemed to anticipate Luo Chuan's reaction. Her face bore no trace of embarrassment, only pride. On the other side of the estate, a taxi came to a steady stop at the grand entrance of number 1 Guanlan. The door opened, and Su Wanqing stepped out, pulling along a delicate suitcase. She lifted her gaze, taking in the magnificent estate, akin to a mythical castle, and a complex array of emotions flickered in her clear eyes. There was anticipation, shyness, and a hint of longing for the future. From this day forth, this would be her home. Su Wanqing took a deep breath to calm her excited heart, then stepped forward towards the heavy, intricately carved iron gate. She extended her slender hand and entered the numerical code Luo Chuan had sent her into the keypad. Ding! Verification successful. With a soft sound, the heavy gate slowly swung open. Su Wanqing pulled her suitcase and entered the estate. She surveyed her surroundings, the expansive garden, the meticulously manicured lawn. Everything exuded an aura of tranquility and beauty. Luo Chuan. Su Wanqing called tentatively, but no response echoed back. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. She retrieved her phone and sent a message to Luo Chuan. I have arrived. After sending it, she stood still, awaiting a reply. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Her phone remained silent. Luo Chuan did not respond. Su Wanqing's brow furrowed slightly. Where could that guy have gone? After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to explore the interior of the house herself. She tugged her suitcase through the garden and entered the opulently decorated main villa. Luo Chuan, are you home? She called out as she walked, yet the villa remained eerily vacant, her voice the only sound reverberating through the halls. Setting her suitcase down in the living room, she began her search within the villa. She first checked the grand hall on the first floor. No one was there. Next, she visited the gym and the game room, but still found no one. As she passed the music hall, Her footsteps momentarily hesitated. Pushing open the door, she beheld a pure white Steinway piano. For some inexplicable reason, the exquisite visage of Lu Mengli suddenly flashed in her mind. Shutting the music hall door, she resumed her search throughout the villa. Just as she was about to ascend to the second floor, a faint sound drifted from the direction of the backyard, a sound reminiscent of water, accompanied by the laughter of a woman. Su Wanqing froze instantly. Without hesitation, she pivoted and swiftly moved toward the source of the sound. Navigating through a long corridor, she arrived at a massive floor-to-ceiling glass door. Beyond the glass lay an outdoor swimming pool, glimmering under the sunlight. Su Wanqing extended her hand to grasp the cool door handle, and the glass door silently swung open. In the next moment, as her gaze fell upon the scene by the pool, her pupils dilated involuntarily. There, not far from the pool, the water rippled, and the tableau was utterly inappropriate for children. Su Wanqing stood there, frozen in place. Meanwhile, within the pool, Qin Ruashi's body tensed instantly. "Luo Chuan, let go of me!" Qin Ruashi exclaimed in a flurry of panic, her urgency palpable. Yet, Luo Chuan seemed oblivious to her pleas. Luo Chuan not only did not release his grip, but rather extended his other hand, drawing Qin Ruashi's delicate form even closer, pressing her firmly against him. The sight nearly brought Qin Ruashi to tears, her heart racing with shock. Had this man lost his mind? Meanwhile, Su Wanqing wore a bittersweet smile of resignation. She had anticipated such scenarios upon learning they would be living together, yet she did not expect it to unfold on the very first day. With a gentle sigh, she spoke softly, "I will go to my room to organize my belongings." After a brief pause, her gaze swept over Qin Ruashi's panicked face before she added, "Please conclude your business swiftly." With that, Su Wanqing said no more and cast them one last glance before turning away to head back toward the main building of the villa. The entire exchange felt effortless, as if carried by a gentle breeze. By the poolside, Qin Ruashi stood dazed, watching Su Wanqing's retreating figure, her mind in disarray. "Why are you still in a daze?" Luo Chuan's teasing voice broke through her thoughts. He leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her smooth forehead. "Sister Su has spoken, urging us to hasten our conclusion. We cannot keep her waiting, can we?" Without affording Qin Ruashi a moment to respond, he swept her into a new round of playful skirmish, splashing water that leapt higher in the pool. Chapter 71. Private Cinema. Half an hour later, in the dining room on the second floor of the villa, Luo Chuan and Qin Ruashi were properly dressed and seated at the table. The long dining table was adorned with several exquisite breakfast dishes that were truly enticing. Golden, crispy toast, perfectly poached eggs, slices of bacon, and a small serving of vegetable salad accompanied by a warm glass of milk. Su Wanqing sat at the head of the table, elegantly cutting her egg with knife and fork. The atmosphere in the dining room felt somewhat quiet, yet subtly tense. Qin Ruashi kept her head bowed, scarcely daring to breathe, her grip on the cutlery tight as she hesitated to begin her meal. Occasionally, she would lift her gaze, cautiously stealing glances at Su Wanqing's expression, which remained composed and serene. Eventually, Qin Ruashi took a deep breath and rose from her seat. Balancing her plate, she took small, tentative steps to sit beside Su Wanqing. "Sister Su," her voice was barely above a whisper, filled with guilt and anxiety. "I was wrong." Upon hearing Qin Ruashi's words, Su Wanqing set down her knife and fork. Su Wanqing turned her head and gazed at Qin Ruashi's pitiful appearance, and within her cold, clear eyes, a trace of helpless amusement finally emerged. She remained silent, merely extending her hand to retrieve a tissue, gently wiping the corner of Qin Ruashi's mouth. It appeared that in her nervousness, Qin Ruashi had inadvertently smeared a bit of white milk on her lips during her earlier drink, a detail she had overlooked. Suddenly, Qin Ruashi leaned forward, wrapping her arms around Su Wanqing's arm, burying her small face into Su Wanqing's shoulder, and began to act coy. "Sister Su, please don't be angry," she implored, her voice dropping to a whisper meant only for their ears, her cheeks flushed. "Rest assured, I promise I won't compete with you tonight, nor will I disturb you." Upon hearing these words, a faint blush crept onto Su Wanqing's icy visage. She playfully tapped Qin Ruashi's smooth forehead with her delicate finger. "You do talk too much. Hurry and finish your breakfast, it's getting cold." Seeing Su Wanqing finally smile, Qin Ruashi felt an immense relief wash over her, returning the gesture with a radiant grin. Just as the atmosphere in the dining room turned harmonious, a crisp chime echoed from the villa's entrance. Qin Ruashi paused momentarily. "Huh? Who could it be at this hour? I'll go see." With that, she strode towards the door, pressing the intercom button. The surveillance footage promptly appeared on the wall-mounted LCD screen. Outside the door stood a woman, clad in a white dress, her face concealed by sunglasses and a mask, tightly wrapping herself in an air of mystery as she nervously clutched a suitcase. Although her face was obscured, Chin Ruashi recognized her instantly by her graceful figure and distinctive aura. Without hesitation, she pressed the door release button, aware of Luo Chuan's assistance to Lu Mengli. As the door swung open, Lu Mengli hesitantly removed her sunglasses and mask, revealing her flawless, enchanting features. Her voice was soft. "Miss Chin, hello. Why call me Miss Chin? That feels too formal. Just call me Ruashi." Chin Ruashi replied, extending her hand to assist Lu Mengli with her suitcase. Lu Mengli instinctively intended to decline, but at that moment, her gaze drifted through the open villa door, landing on Su Wanqing seated in the dining room. Lu Mengli paused, slightly taken aback. Before Luo Chuan could speak, Chin Ruashi swiftly seized the suitcase, grasped Lu Mengli's hand, and pulled her into the villa. "Welcome home, our superstar. I absolutely adore your films. Particularly that film, Qingqing Snow. I have watched it 5 times." Lu Mengli, feeling somewhat bewildered, was led into the dining room by Chin Ruaxi. Upon seeing Lu Mengli, Su Wanqing's face lit up with a gentle smile. She gracefully rose from her seat, gesturing elegantly toward the vacant spot beside her, as well as the 4th breakfast that had been prepared long ago, still steaming. Su Wanqing's voice was soft and soothing to the ears. "Miss Mengli, we are about to dine. Please come and take a seat. It should suit your palate." Lu Mengli, gazing into Su Wanqing's sincere eyes and then at the exuberant Chin Ruaxi, felt her initial nervousness and unease dissipate like mist. A warm current surged within her, and somewhat flustered, she nodded at Su Wanqing and Chin Ruaxi before timidly sitting down in the empty chair. Luo Chuan remained silent, merely smiling as he poured a cup of warm milk for Lu Mengli with his own hands. The atmosphere at the dining table was harmonious. Chin Ruaxi had completely transformed into Lu Mengli's #1 fan, chattering incessantly. "Sister Mengli, was it particularly arduous to perform wire work while filming that martial arts movie? I heard you didn't even use a stunt double." Lu Mengli smiled shyly and replied softly, "It's manageable. You don't feel the strain once you get used to it." "Wow, you are so dedicated." Chin Ruaxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "And when you filmed the kissing scene with that actor, Li Tianwang, did you really kiss him? Did he have bad breath?" Su Wanqing, who was sipping her milk, nearly spat it out upon hearing that question. She quickly grabbed a napkin to dab her mouth and shot an exasperated glance at Chin Ruaxi. Lu Mengli's face flushed instantly, and she awkwardly shook her head. No, we used a different angle for that." Luo Chuan found Chin Ruaxi's antics amusing and shook his head with a smile. He reached out and placed a piece of fried egg in her mouth to silence her incessant chatter. "Even during meals, you cannot be quiet." With her mouth full of egg, Chin Ruaxi protested in a muffled voice, causing both Su Wanqing and Lu Mengli to burst into laughter. Soon, the sumptuous breakfast came to an end. Chin Ruaxi wiped her mouth and suddenly had a spark of inspiration. She slammed her hand on the table and excitedly proposed, "Since we have no plans for today, why not go to the cinema in the manor? How about watching Sister Mengli's breakout film, Suddenly Turning Back, Never Seeing You Again?" Su Wanqing nodded with a smile. "That's a splendid idea. I also adore the cinematography of that film." Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Lu Mengli shyly nodded in agreement. Luo Chuan observed the expectant expressions on the 3 women's faces and stood up with a smile. "Then let us go. I will take you there." With that, Luo Chuan led the way toward a certain direction in the villa. Chin Ruashi, Su Wanqing, and Lu Mengli, 3 unparalleled goddesses, each possessing their own unique charms, intertwined their arms like intimate sisters, following closely behind Luo Chuan. They traversed a lengthy corridor adorned with an array of abstract paintings, eventually halting before the entrance of a private cinema. Luo Chuan extended his hand, pressing his fingerprint against the scanner beside the door. Beep. Identity verification successful. Welcome, master. As the glass door slid open, the interior scene was unveiled before them. Wow! Chin Ruashi exclaimed, her voice laced with anticipation. Luo Chuan stepped forward and activated the light switch on the wall. With a click, soft illumination instantly filled the space. However, upon surveying the sight before them, all 3 women, fiery Chin Ruashi, serene Su Wanqing, and demure Lu Mengli, were rendered speechless, their eyes reflecting an unmistakable shock. Even Luo Chuan himself raised an eyebrow at the astonishing scene. In this so-called private cinema, there were no rows of traditional seating. Instead, lavish leather sofas, clearly of substantial value, encircled a massive screen. At the very center of the cinema, the most conspicuous feature was a brand-new, extravagantly large circular bed, lavishly draped in thick white velvet, capable of comfortably accommodating 7 or 8 individuals. This bed stood prominently before a colossal screen that spanned an entire wall. Luo Chuan couldn't help but internally scoff, remarking on the playful extravagance of the estate's previous owner. Chapter 72. Watching a movie together, the group shared an unspoken understanding. Refraining from discussing the cinema's layout, Luo Chuan was the first to take a step forward, naturally gravitating to the grand bed, where he casually settled at the head of it. Su Wanqing followed closely, shedding her shoes and padding over with her delicate, fair feet. She gently leaned against Luo Chuan's shoulder, seeking the most comfortable position. Qin Ruoxi grasped Lu Mengli's hand, the two leaning against each other, exuding an air of intimacy. Lu Mengli wore a faint smile, radiating relaxation. Subsequently, Luo Chuan reached for a tablet on the bedside table, operating it with a few taps. Gradually, the cinema's lights dimmed, and the enormous screen flickered to life. The film's opening credits appeared. Suddenly looking back, you were nowhere to be found. This film was Lu Mengli's magnum opus, the very work that earned her the prestigious title of Best Actress. As the melancholic yet melodious background music began to play, the movie officially commenced. The storyline, while not overly complex, unfolded with captivating allure. The narrative unfolds the poignant tale of two high school sweethearts, whose mutual affection was thwarted by misunderstandings and youthful shyness, ultimately preventing them from uniting. Years later, fate orchestrates their reunion at a class gathering. The man has achieved great success in his career, while the woman has blossomed into a renowned designer. Just when everyone anticipates a rekindling of their past romance, a harrowing truth emerges. The female protagonist is gravely ill and has little time left. Her sole reason for attending the reunion is to catch one last glimpse of the man who occupied her heart throughout her youth. The film's pacing is deliberately measured, yet its visual storytelling is imbued with artistic flair, capturing the essence of youthful longing, the sorrow of unrequited love, and the bittersweet joy and despair of their reunion. The performance of Lu Mengli is nothing short of extraordinary. She portrays the female lead with a facade of forced smiles, while her eyes betray a deep well of sorrow and affection, masterfully conveying complex emotions. Each subtle expression and inadvertent gesture draws the audience into an atmosphere suffused with melancholy. The theater is enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the dialogue and haunting background music. Time ticks away, and the plot gradually builds to its climactic moment. In a hospital room, the female protagonist lies on her bed, pallid and devoid of color, her life nearing its end. The male lead holds her hand, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly utters, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why?" She gazes at him, a serene smile gracing her lips as she summons her last ounce of strength to gently caress his cheek. "I didn't want you to see me like this. I want you to remember me as the girl in the white dress with a ponytail, smiling at you in the sunlight. Promise me, forget me, and live well." As her words fade, her hand falls limply to her side, and her beautiful eyes close forever. On screen, the male lead cradles her cold body, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. At that moment, an uncontrollable wave of sobs erupts in the theater. It is Qin Ruoxi, weeping uncontrollably, her tears cascading like pearls strung loose. While crying, she reaches out and clings tightly to Lu Mengli's arm, burying her face in her shoulder. "It's so tragic, how can this be? Sister Mengli, you are so pitiful." Lu Mengli gazes at the character she embodies on screen, a flicker of complex emotions illuminating her eyes. She extended her hand, gently patting Qin Ruoxi's back, softly comforting her. There, do not cry. It is all a fabrication, merely a performance." Qin Ruoxi buried her head in Lu Mengli's embrace, her voice trembling as she replied, "I know it is fake, yet I cannot help myself." Meanwhile, on the other side, the usually strong and composed Su Wanqing found her eyes reddening, a thin veil of moisture clouding her clear gaze. Luo Chuan reached out, clasping Su Wanqing's slightly cool hand, which trembled with emotion. He tightened his embrace, pulling her closer, allowing her to lean entirely against him. A slight shiver coursed through Su Wanqing's body as she turned her head, gazing at Luo Chuan's sharply defined profile, a wave of indescribable warmth swelling within her. Soon, the film concluded, the closing theme began to play, and the credits rolled upon the screen. The lights in the cinema gradually brightened once more. Chin Ruashi continued to sob, while Lu Mingli gently dabbed her tears with a tissue. After a while, Chin Ruashi's emotions finally began to settle. With puffy, red eyes, she looked at Lu Mingli, her gaze brimming with admiration and awe. Sister Mingli, your performance was simply outstanding. Truly, it was remarkable. Upon hearing Chin Ruashi's praise, a hint of bashfulness crossed Lu Mingli's face, and she humbly replied, "It is not as exaggerated as you say. The script was well written." Chin Ruashi shook her head vigorously, insisting earnestly, "No, it was your performance that made it special. No one else could evoke that feeling." After she spoke, a sudden thought struck her. "Sister Mingli, with your remarkable acting skills, have you taken on any new films recently? I wish to see you on screen again." Upon hearing this question, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in Lu Mingli's beautiful eyes. She let out a soft sigh, shaking her head with a touch of resignation. "Good scripts are a rare find. I have perused several recently, yet they all seemed lacking. I have not encountered one particularly suitable. Hence I have not accepted any new roles." Lu Mingli's tone was imbued with a longing for a worthy character, tinged with the regret of an actress. Just as Chin Ruashi and Su Wanqing were about to offer her words of comfort, Luo Chuan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke with a calm demeanor. "It is merely a script. I shall write one. Is that not sufficient?" As his words echoed, an immediate silence enveloped the cinema. Su Wanqing, Chin Ruashi, and Lu Mingli turned in unison, their three pairs of eyes wide with astonishment. "What? Do you not believe me?" Luo Chuan raised an eyebrow. No. Chin Ruashi was the first to react, hurriedly shaking her head in explanation. "Of course I believe you." She paused for a moment. "I just find it a bit sudden. You never mentioned that you were capable of writing scripts." Su Wanqing gently adjusted her glasses, saying, "I am more aware than anyone of your literary prowess. I am confident that the script you produce will be exceptional." Upon hearing Su Wanqing's words, Lu Mingli nodded in agreement. Luo Chuan chuckled, reassuring them, "Rest assured. The script I write will undoubtedly achieve great success." After exiting the private cinema, the time was already nearing noon. Su Wanqing glanced at her phone and then turned to Luo Chuan, expressing a hint of regret. "Luo Chuan, I have classes this afternoon and need to head to school early to prepare my lesson plans, so I cannot accompany you." Luo Chuan nodded, reaching out to smooth some disheveled strands of hair from Su Wanqing's face. "Be careful on the way," he said. A gentle smile graced Su Wanqing's face as she stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed Luo Chuan on the lips before turning to leave. Once Su Wanqing's figure had completely vanished from sight, Luo Chuan turned to face the still-standing Chin Ruashi and Lu Mingli. "Today, since there is nothing else planned, shall we first go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate?" Luo Chuan's words were delivered casually, as if he were merely inquiring about lunch plans. However, to the ears of the two women, it was akin to a thunderclap. Lu Mingli excitedly covered her mouth with her small hand, her beautiful eyes instantly misting over with a thin veil of tears, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Meanwhile, Chin Ruashi, after a brief moment of surprise, exhibited a trace of subtle disappointment in her gaze. She pouted slightly and murmured under her breath, "But Sister Su already has the ring you gave her, and we have nothing yet." Although Chin Ruashi's voice was barely a whisper, Luo Chuan heard it clearly, observing the slightly aggrieved expression on Chin Ruashi's face. Luo Chuan couldn't help but smile knowingly, understanding her unvoiced thoughts. He shook his head with amusement, uttering no further words, simply gesturing for the two to follow him. "Come with me." With that, Luo Chuan turned and walked toward the living room of the villa. Chin Ruashi and Lu Mingli exchanged glances before obediently following. Upon returning to the living room, Luo Chuan walked straight to an ornate redwood cabinet that exuded a sense of antiquity. He opened one of the drawers, and in the next moment, two exquisite velvet boxes appeared before them. Luo Chuan retrieved the boxes and, in the presence of Chin Ruashi and Lu Mingli, slowly opened them. The instant the boxes were unveiled, two brilliant beams of light captured the attention of Chin Ruashi and Lu Mingli. In the box on the left, there lies a ring meticulously carved from exquisite red crystal, its surface shaped into a rose, shimmering with an enchanting and captivating luster under the light. In contrast, the box on the right holds a ring fashioned entirely from premium mutton fat white jade, the stone smooth and delicate, exuding a gentle glow. Though the design of the ring is simple, it emanates an understated opulence. These two rings were prepared by Luo Chuan when he purchased this estate, each valued at over 8 figures. Luo Chuan picked up the red crystal ring and took Qin Ruoxi's hand. "This ring, with its fiery rose, is perfect for you," he remarked as he gently slid the ring onto her ring finger. It fit her perfectly. Qin Ruoxi gazed at the stunning ring adorning her finger, utterly mesmerized. At that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably. Subsequently, Luo Chuan took the white jade ring and grasped Lu Mengli's delicate hand. "This ring, warm and reserved, is just like you," he said, his voice rich with charm, as he carefully placed the white jade ring on Lu Mengli's ring finger. After completing this gesture, Luo Chuan lifted his gaze to the two women, now completely dazed, and asked with a smile, "Shall we go and register our marriage now?" Qin Ruoxi snapped back to reality. Gazing at Luo Chuan's handsome face, adorned with a hint of mischief, an indescribable sweetness and excitement surged within her. In the next moment, she could no longer contain her emotions. She leaped forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Luo Chuan's neck, and rose on her tiptoes to plant a fervent kiss on his cheek. The sound was crisp and resonant. "Luo Chuan, I am utterly in love with you." Qin Ruoxi's cheek pressed against his, like a clingy little kitten, nuzzling against him, her voice brimming with happiness and contentment. Meanwhile, Lu Mengli silently admired the warm, white jade ring on her finger, a subtle smile curling her lips. Her heart, too, was filled with immense joy. When Qin Ruoxi finally released her embrace around Luo Chuan's neck, Lu Mengli, blushing, took a small step forward. Unlike Qin Ruoxi's boldness, she shyly rose on her tiptoes and gently placed a kiss on the other side of Luo Chuan's face, light and soft, like a feather. Half an hour later, a sleek black luxury sports car came to a steady stop at the entrance of the Jiangxing Civil Affairs Bureau. The car door swung open, and Luo Chuan, accompanied by Qin Ruoxi and Lu Mengli, walked side by side into the service hall. However, as soon as they entered, a sharp and jarring argument echoed through the air. "Divorce. This marriage must end today." Not far away at the divorce processing window, a woman clad in an elegant designer suit, adorned with exquisite makeup that rendered her akin to a corporate executive, was mercilessly chastising a man before her. The man, dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, bowed his head, appearing somewhat submissive. The woman continued with a tone laced with disdain and contempt. "Look at yourself, earning merely a few thousand a month. What can you provide for me? What kind of life can you offer? I tell you, Wang Hao, I've had enough. I am only 30. My life is just beginning. I want a new man, a capable one, who can grant me a good life." As her agitation escalated, spittle nearly flew onto the man's face. Just then, her peripheral vision caught sight of Luo Chuan, who had just entered the hall. Her words abruptly ceased. Upon beholding Luo Chuan's extraordinarily handsome visage and the indescribable air of nobility that surrounded him, her expression transformed from one of anger and bitterness to an instant display of sycophantic smiles. Without a moment's thought, she abandoned her unfinished divorce proceedings. Strutting in her high heels and swaying her hips, she approached Luo Chuan with haste. Casting an alluring glance, she coyly inquired, "Handsome, are you alone? Do you need a wife? Consider me. I'm not clingy and I guarantee to take good care of you." Chapter 74. Boy help boy. The woman's words were brazen and direct, causing Qin Ruoxi, standing beside Luo Chuan, to feel her face harden at once. How dare this woman, who seemingly appeared from nowhere, openly seduce Luo Chuan in front of his two legitimate partners? Qin Ruoxi's fiery temper flared instantly, and she was ready to confront this audacious woman with a couple of sharp slaps. However, before she could take a step forward, Luo Chuan gently restrained her with a hand. His expression remained neutral as he regarded the woman, suddenly finding the situation amusing. He was not angry. Rather, he spoke in a calm tone, asking, "What gives you such confidence?" The woman was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning of his words. Luo Chuan's gaze swept over her before indicating Qin Ruoxi and Lu Mengli beside him, continuing in an emotionless tone, "What I mean is, what leads you to believe that you possess more charm than either of them?" Upon hearing this, the woman finally diverted her attention from Luo Chuan, glancing at Qin Ruoxi and Lu Mengli. Just a single look caused her pupils to involuntarily constrict. Her mouth involuntarily fell agape, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. "Lu Mengli," the woman exclaimed in a shrill voice. Instantly, her complexion shifted to one of distress, a vivid display of red and white. Yet, the fierce pangs of unwillingness and jealousy compelled her not to retreat immediately. Gritting her teeth, she sought to assert herself. She puffed out her chest and managed to conjure what she deemed an alluring smile directed at Luo Chuan. Handsome, while they may be youthful and beautiful, I am not lacking either. At 30, I am a mature woman who understands the needs of men far better, possessing a charm of my own. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing her words, Luo Chuan could no longer suppress a derisive laugh. He had lost all interest in even glancing at this self-satisfied woman. Without hesitation, he stepped past her and approached the man, who had been staring blankly at the divorce window, lost in despair. The man, named Wang Hao, was this woman's husband. Luo Chuan halted before Wang Hao and asked in a calm tone, "Do you wish for her to regret her actions?" Wang Hao, momentarily bewildered by the unfamiliar voice, lifted his gaze. "Do you wish for her to regret it? Do you?" Of course he did. It was a desire that haunted his dreams. Soon, his chest began to heave with emotion, and his eyes turned red with rage. He nodded vigorously, gritting his teeth, managing to force out a few words. "I do. I have always wanted to." His agitation was palpable as he looked at Luo Chuan, his voice hoarse and strained. Why? Why can women wield such power in this society? Why do they get to enjoy everything without a care, while we men are treated as mere pawns, ordered about at their whim? Is it merely because there are more of them? I have had enough. I have long had enough. Luo Chuan regarded Wang Hao's outburst with a serene expression. He nodded thoughtfully and casually replied, "I can assist you. I will provide you with 1 million in cash, along with a position at the Qin Group. Would this be sufficient to help you stand tall and ensure she pays for her actions today?" Wang Hao stood there in a daze, staring at Luo Chuan as if he were hearing things. 1 million? A job at the Qin Group? Was this a dream? Not far away, that woman's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the words Qin Group. That was a premier conglomerate, renowned throughout Jiang City and even the entirety of Long Country. Wang Hao's lips trembled as he gazed at Luo Chuan, his voice quaking with disbelief. Why? Why do you wish to help me? He could not fathom why this unfamiliar man was bestowing such significant advantages upon him. As Luo Chuan observed the astonished and bewildered expression on Wang Hao's face, a faint smile crept onto his lips. He extended his hand, gently patting Wang Hao's shoulder. "Consider me your confidant, dear brother. Remember, boy helps boy." With that, Luo Chuan made no further delay and turned toward the marriage registration window. "My name is Luo Chuan. Directly proceed to the finance department of the Qin Group and mention my name for the transaction." Wang Hao stood there dazed, as the phrase "boy helps boy" echoed in his mind. This simple statement, uttered by a man, brought tears to the eyes of Wang Hao, who was nearing 30. A profound warmth surged through his heart. Indeed, there are still good people in this world. In the next moment, Wang Hao abruptly turned around. He gazed at the woman, who was equally stunned and yet to regain her composure. No longer did his eyes reflect the previous humility and timidity. Instead, they were filled with an unprecedented determination and cold resolve. Wang Hao approached the woman, towering over her, and articulated with deliberate clarity, "The marriage must be dissolved. From this moment forth, you are to vacate my world." The woman was taken aback by Wang Hao's sudden assertiveness, instinctively wanting to retort. However, he did not grant her that opportunity. Pointing at her, he unleashed all the grievances and indignities he had endured over the years in that moment. "What are you? Do you truly believe you are something remarkable? Huh? A woman who worships wealth. You are not even worthy to carry my shoes. Planning to cling to a wealthy man now? Wanting to cast me aside? Let me tell you, it is too late. From now on, you walk your path, and I shall tread mine. We owe each other nothing." Wang Hao's rebuke resonated throughout the entire office hall. The woman was left utterly humiliated, her face pale, unable to utter a single word. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan had arrived at the marriage registration window with Qin Ruoshi and Lu Mengli. Not far away, the piercing sounds of their quarrel lingered in the air. Qin Ruoshi, listening to the commotion, couldn't help but smile with a hint of schadenfreude. Leaning closer to Luo Chuan's ear, she whispered, "Luo Chuan, you are truly wicked." Luo Chuan chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. After all, it is only natural for a man to assist another man. Chapter 75. 2 marriage certificates. Behind the marriage registration window sat a young female staff member, clad in uniform, who looked at Luo Chuan with a professional smile. "Good afternoon. Are you here to register your marriage?" The staff inquired, smoothly handing out the necessary forms and a pen. A glimmer of uncontainable excitement flickered across Qin Ruashi's face as she promptly seized a pen, ready to begin filling out the documents. Luo Chuan neatly arranged the 3 identification cards in the designated slot at the counter. "Yes, we are here to register our marriage," he replied in a rather monotone voice. The staff nodded with a smile, lowering her gaze to verify the trio's identities. According to national law, due to the imbalance in the male-to-female ratio, men are permitted to establish marital relationships with multiple women, provided they have the latter's consent. However, it is generally customary for a man to register with just one woman at a time, making Luo Chuan's situation, accompanied by 2 wives, quite extraordinary. Curiosity swelled within the staff. She was eager to discover the significance of this remarkable individual. Lifting the top identification card, she read the name, Qin Ruashi. Her fingers hesitated momentarily upon recognizing the name, the beloved princess of the Qin family, renowned throughout Jiangxing. It was evident that the man before her held a noteworthy status. Maintaining a professional demeanor, she proceeded to the second identification card. Loomingly, upon seeing the name and photo, the seasoned staff member froze in disbelief. Her eyes widened, and her mouth fell open in astonishment, her expression betraying an undeniable shock and incredulity. Loomingly, the national goddess, the sensational star, Loomingly? Startled, she abruptly lifted her gaze, darting between Loomingly's stunning face and the photo on the ID. It was indeed her. In a moment of uncontrollable excitement, the staff let out a short, sharp gasp, her face flushed with exhilaration as she appeared somewhat flustered. "Miss Loomingly, I'm your fan. I absolutely adore the films you've starred in. I can sing every one of your songs." At that moment, the staff had transformed into a fervent admirer, her words tumbling out in a jumbled rush. Qin Ruashi found amusement in her reaction and gently nudged Loomingly with her elbow. Loomingly responded with a warm, slightly apologetic smile. "Thank you for your support. However, could you please keep today's events a secret?" "Of course, absolutely." The staff quickly regained her composure, realizing that her prior response had been somewhat overzealous. She promptly nodded vigorously, assuring in a tone almost akin to an oath, "Rest assured, I shall never speak a word of it. Not even a single syllable." The staff member's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she cautiously retrieved her notebook from the drawer, pleadingly inquiring, "Could you possibly grant me your signature?" Observing her pitiable demeanor, Loomingly's smile softened further. She nodded, accepted the pen and notebook offered by the staff, and meticulously inscribed her name upon the page. "Thank you. Thank you so much." The staff member treasured the signed notebook, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Following this small interlude, the subsequent procedures unfolded with remarkable smoothness. Under the warm and attentive guidance of the staff, the 3 swiftly completed all necessary formalities. The final step was to take the wedding photograph. "Mr. Luo, Miss Qin, please come this way." The staff led Luo Chuan and Qin Ruashi to a backdrop of vibrant red fabric. They sat side by side. "Please lean in a bit closer and smile," the photographer suggested. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruashi's face immediately lit up with a dazzling smile. She instinctively leaned toward Luo Chuan, her head tenderly resting against his shoulder. Click! The flash illuminated the scene, capturing the first wedding photograph in a timeless moment. Next, it was Luo Chuan and Loomingly's turn. Loomingly's disposition was less exuberant than Qin Ruashi's. She simply sat quietly beside Luo Chuan, adorned with a gentle smile. Her expression was soft, her clear eyes shimmering like stars in the night sky. Luo Chuan sensed a slight stiffness in Loomingly's posture, and, positioning his hand out of the photographer's view, he gently grasped her small hand resting on her lap. Loomingly shivered slightly. Turning her head, she was met with Luo Chuan's encouraging smile, which filled her heart with warmth, allowing her to relax entirely. She gazed at the camera, her smile blossoming into something more captivating and genuine. Click! The second wedding photograph was successfully captured. Moments later, 2 pristine red booklets, still imbued with the scent of ink, were solemnly presented to Luo Chuan by the staff. Meanwhile, Qin Ruashi and Loomingly each received their own marriage certificates. "Mr. Luo, Miss Qin, Miss Lu, congratulations to the 3 of you on your joyous union, and may you share a harmonious life together," the staff offered with sincere blessings. "Thank you," Luo Chuan nodded, before turning to lead Qin Ruashi and Loomingly out of the Civil Affairs Hall. As they stepped through the door, the sun shone brightly outside. Qin Ruashi and Loomingly walked ahead. Qin Ruashi was engrossed in her marriage certificate, flipping it over and over, her smile unwavering. Sister Mengli, let me see yours. Qin Ruoxi leaned closer to Lu Mengli, her curiosity piqued by the marriage certificate in her hands. Lu Mengli also wore a radiant smile as she opened her certificate, placing it side by side with Qin Ruoxi's. The two crimson marriage certificates bore distinct photographs. One depicted a girl with a beaming smile, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. The other featured a girl with a gentle demeanor, embodying tranquility. The sole similarity was the handsome man in both images and the profound love mirrored in the depths of the girl's eyes, nearly overflowing. From now on, we are truly one family. Qin Ruoxi joyfully linked her arm with Lu Mengli's, and the two chatted animatedly, their heads leaning together like sisters. Luo Chuan followed behind them, observing their figures with a faint, involuntary smile gracing his lips. He chose not to disturb them. Instead, Luo Chuan quietly retrieved his phone from his pocket and skillfully dialed a number. The phone rang only once before being answered. A familiar voice, cool yet tinged with warmth, resonated on the other end. Hello, Luo Chuan? Luo Chuan spoke slowly, adopting a calm tone. Professor Su, the two of us just completed our marriage registration. Chapter 76. Special skincare products. Though his voice was soft, in the stillness outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, it was clear enough for Qin Ruoxi and Lu Mengli to hear. They both halted in unison, turning their heads to fixate on Luo Chuan, who was on the phone. Right, they have registered, but Su Wanqing hasn't yet. A moment of realization passed between them, each catching a glimmer of surprise in the other's eyes. They had been so absorbed in their own joy that they almost overlooked this significant matter. On the other end of the line, Su Wanqing displayed no signs of surprise or displeasure upon hearing Luo Chuan's words. Her voice remained gentle, even carrying a hint of playful amusement. I see. She replied softly, then teasingly inquired, So, Mr. Luo, when do you plan to take care of this paperwork with me? Upon hearing her words, a broader smile spread across Luo Chuan's face. He could easily envision Su Wanqing adjusting her delicate frame glasses, a charming smile gracing her lips. Anytime you wish. He answered without hesitation. Just say the word, Professor Su, and I will be there immediately. Such a tease. Su Wanqing chuckled lightly on the other end of the line. Luo Chuan glanced at Qin Ruoxi and Lu Mengli, then spoke into the phone. I shall not return to the manor for lunch. I plan to head to the university. I wonder if Professor Su will welcome me? Of course. Are you not my student? Su Wanqing's voice brimmed with delight. Haha, indeed. I shall see you shortly. Yes. I shall see you soon. Luo Chuan ended the call and tucked his phone back into his pocket. He approached Qin Ruoxi and Lu Mengli, effortlessly wrapping an arm around the slender waists of both women. I won't be returning for lunch. I will accompany Professor Su for a meal. Allow me to escort you two back to the manor. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxi promptly and carefully stowed her marriage certificate into her bag. She turned around, wrapped her arms around Lu Mengli's neck, and with a playful grin directed at Luo Chuan, said, You needn't concern yourself with us. Go on and enjoy your time with Sister Su. A mischievous smile danced across Qin Ruoxi's face. Today, dreamy sister and I shall indulge in our own little world. We intend to shop and feast. Lu Mengli, embraced by Qin Ruoxi, could not help but smile indulgently at her words. Observing the close bond between the two women, Luo Chuan nodded. Very well, just be safe while you enjoy yourselves. Feel free to call me if you need anything. He drove them back to the villa at the manor, watching the two women hand in hand, akin to sisters, as they entered the villa. Luo Chuan then prepared to head towards Jiangxing University. However, he did not opt for the understated yet luxurious black sedan. Instead, he parked in the garage and switched to a bright yellow Lamborghini Murcielago, a car that had long been dormant in the corner. With an engine roar that could stir the heart of any man, the vibrant supercar surged forth from the manor like a bolt of lightning, racing towards Jiangxing University. Meanwhile, at Jiangxing University, within the College of Language, Literature, and Journalism, Su Wanqing had just concluded her preparations for class and was ready to head downstairs. Her spirits were high, and a gentle smile graced her lips throughout. Among those preparing for class today, besides Su Wanqing, were a few other professors. One of them, a female professor named Zhang Lin, who shared a close rapport with Su Wanqing, gathered her belongings and approached her side. Zhang Lin gazed at Su Wanqing's flawless, porcelain-like complexion with a tinge of envy in her eyes. Wanqing, why do I feel like you have become more beautiful lately? Zhang Lin leaned closer, scrutinizing her skin, marveling. Just look at your complexion. It is so dewy that one could almost squeeze water from it. Have you been using some special skincare products? Do share your recommendations. As Zhang Lin spoke, she reached out her hand, intending to pinch Su Wanqing's face to feel that exquisite texture. Su Wanqing smiled and deftly sidestepped Zhang Lin's playful grasp. She gently adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Special skincare products? Indeed, they existed, and they were truly one of a kind in the world. As Su Wanqing observed the curious Zhang Lin, she was about to articulate her thoughts when a male student, wearing black-framed glasses and appearing somewhat frail, stepped in front of them, cradling a stack of books. The young man appeared anxious, his gaze evasive. He longed to glimpse Su Wanqing's face, but hesitated. After taking a deep breath, as if summoning tremendous courage, he stammered, "Professor Su." Both Su Wanqing and Zhang Lin paused, momentarily taken aback. Su Wanqing regarded the young man with a calm demeanor, patiently awaiting his next words. Under her steady gaze, the boy's face flushed crimson, and beads of sweat formed on his brow from nervousness. He swallowed hard before continuing, stumbling over his words. "I am Li Ming, a sophomore at the academy. I have always held a keen interest in ancient language and literature, and I have read many of your published papers. I truly admire you. I wanted to inquire if there are any research projects available for undergraduates to participate in. I wish to seize this opportunity. I assure you, I am willing to undertake any arduous tasks without causing you any trouble." Li Ming expressed his plea in one breath, then fixed his hopeful and beseeching gaze on Su Wanqing, awaiting her response. Zhang Lin, standing nearby, instinctively glanced at Su Wanqing upon hearing Li Ming's words. She was aware that Su Wanqing had recently initiated a new project concerning the organization of classical literature, which was just beginning and in dire need of assistance. Ordinarily, a student volunteering would be a positive development. However, Su Wanqing's expression remained impassive, her cool gaze betraying no emotion. She regarded Li Ming with indifference and slowly replied, "I currently do not have any research projects." Chapter 77. An unusual gaze. That simple, straightforward statement felt like a death sentence to Li Ming. The expectation and hope etched on his face instantly froze, shattering in an instant. "And no?" he echoed numbly, his arms instinctively dropping, nearly letting the heavy volumes he held tumble to the ground. His eyes dimmed, and he appeared as though all vitality had been drained from him. "I am sorry for disturbing you, Professor Su," he murmured, his voice barely audible. He bowed to Su Wanqing and Zhang Lin before turning away, his steps heavy with despondency. His silhouette appeared steeped in solitude and disappointment. Zhang Lin observed Li Ming's departing figure before turning her gaze towards the perpetually indifferent Su Wanqing, her face etched with confusion. It was only when Li Ming's form had completely vanished at the corridor's end that Zhang Lin could no longer restrain herself. "Wanqing, why are you deceiving him?" she inquired, leaning closer to Su Wanqing and lowering her voice. "Isn't your project on the Shanhai Jing beasts in need of an assistant to organize the materials? I think this young man shows genuine intent. Wouldn't it be beneficial to let him try?" Su Wanqing turned away, proceeding towards the stairwell, and replied in an unruffled tone. "His gaze towards me is inappropriate." "Inappropriate?" Zhang Lin nearly burst into laughter at this reasoning. She hurried a few steps to catch up with Su Wanqing, adopting a teasing tone. "My beautiful professor, you truly underestimate yourself, don't you? With your striking beauty and grace. What man could possibly look at you in a proper manner? All those male teachers at the school, don't they all stare at you in awe? And the students, behind the scenes, call you the ice goddess, treating you as the dream woman. You can't reject all male advances based on that, can you?" Just as Zhang Lin finished her sentence, Su Wanqing abruptly halted. Turning to face Zhang Lin, a flicker of light momentarily danced in her typically cool eyes, and her lips curled ever so slightly into a faint smile, one tinged with sweetness and pride. "There is one man who is different." "Huh?" Zhang Lin was taken aback, her mind momentarily blank as she processed the unprecedented expression on Su Wanqing's face. In the next instant, her curiosity ignited. Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, akin to discovering a new continent, as she seized Su Wanqing's arm. Wanqing, you indeed have a situation." Zhang Lin's face radiated excitement as she pointed to the elegantly simple yet refined ring adorning Su Wanqing's ring finger, her voice rising in pitch. "I knew it. When did you start wearing a ring? Quickly tell me. Did that special man give it to you? Are you truly married? The call you received in the office, where you smiled so sweetly, was it from your husband?" Zhang Lin bombarded her with a volley of questions. "What does your husband do?" He must be extraordinary to melt the ice around you. That man is incredibly fortunate to have married such a perfect woman. In the face of Zhang Lin's relentless barrage of gossip, Su Wanqing did not directly respond. She merely gently extricated her arm from Zhang Lin's grasp and continued down the stairs. I'm leaving. It's time to get off work. Hey, don't go. You haven't told me anything yet. Zhang Lin was unwilling to let her go and hurriedly pursued her. The two chatted amiably as they exited the teaching building. However, as they stepped through the grand entrance, their footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Before them lay a throng of students, densely packed in layers, nearly blocking the path entirely. Everyone craned their necks, holding up their phones, eagerly capturing photos and videos of the spectacle at the center of the crowd, their voices resounding with exclamations and discussions. Wow! Whose car is that? It's absolutely stunning. A Lamborghini Aventador. That must be worth over 10 million. The vibrant yellow supercar stood elegantly amidst the chaos, its aggressive lines exuding power, gleaming under the sunlight. Su Wanqing stood quietly, her gaze piercing through the bustling mass, fixating on the striking Lamborghini. She recognized it immediately as Luochuan's vehicle. Zhang Lin could not help but scoff, a hint of disdain crossing her features. TSK. Today's youth certainly have a penchant for extravagant displays. She nudged Su Wanqing with her elbow, her tone laced with the certainty of experience. Wanqing, do you believe that the owner is yet another aimless rich heir parading around in his family's luxury car to attract female students? I've encountered many like him. Aside from having a bit of money, their minds are utterly vacant, devoid of substance. Zhang Lin's voice dripped with scorn. Su Wanqing furrowed her brows. Not out of concern for Zhang Lin's remarks, but simply because she disliked the sensation of being gawked at. To approach the car, they would have to navigate through the dense crowd, braving the weight of countless gazes. Standing there, Su Wanqing appeared somewhat hesitant and awkward, observing her friend's unease. Zhang Lin assumed she was intimidated by the scene and offered a reassuring smile. It's all right, Wanqing. We can simply go around the side. Let us ignore these people. As she spoke, Zhang Lin prepared to guide Su Wanqing around the edge of the crowd. At that moment, a familiar voice, laced with warmth, unexpectedly resonated from behind Su Wanqing. Professor Su. The voice, though soft, distinctly reached the ears of both Su Wanqing and Zhang Lin. Su Wanqing's body stiffened slightly as she turned around. In the next instant, Luochuan's handsome face came into her view, dressed in casual attire and adorned with a gentle smile. He stood there with an air of nonchalance, resembling an utterly ordinary college student. Upon seeing Luochuan, a captivating light suddenly sparkled in Su Wanqing's typically cool eyes. The aloofness and indifference that adorned her face vanished without a trace in that fleeting moment. In its place blossomed a smile, tender and genuine to the utmost degree. What brings you here? Su Wanqing's voice was soft, imbued with a hint of joy and playful reproach that she herself had not fully realized. Zhang Lin, standing nearby, was rendered utterly speechless upon witnessing the smile that illuminated Su Wanqing's face. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape, as an expression of incredulity washed over her features. Was this truly the same ice-cold goddess, Su Wanqing, whom she had always known to be detached from the mundane world? How could she possibly smile so gently at a male student? In that instant, Zhang Lin's mind blanked, her gaze shifting between Luochuan and Su Wanqing, as her perception of reality faced a profound upheaval. Just as Zhang Lin was lost in her thoughts, Su Wanqing, with a sidelong glance at the gathering crowd that was steadily increasing, experienced a fleeting thought. In the next moment, she stepped forward, seamlessly positioning herself beside Luochuan. Turning her head, she addressed the still-dazed Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin, I just remembered that I have an academic project to discuss with Luochuan. We shall take our leave now. Without pausing for Zhang Lin to respond, Su Wanqing subtly signaled to Luochuan, Luochuan, let us find a quieter place to converse. Of course, Professor Su, Luochuan replied, understanding her cue. He smiled and nodded, then followed closely behind Su Wanqing as they walked side by side in the opposite direction of the crowd, leaving Zhang Lin alone, resembling a petrified statue, rooted in place. Her mind continued to replay the scene that had just unfolded. Su Wanqing's gentle smile, the calm gaze of the male student, and the palpable atmosphere of unspoken understanding between them that seemed impenetrable by any outsider. What on earth is happening? The relationship between this male student, Luochuan, and Su Wanqing is undoubtedly far more intricate than a mere student-teacher bond. Outside Jiangxing University, within a private dining room of an elegantly appointed Chinese restaurant, Su Wanqing had already ordered several exquisite dishes tailored to Luo Chuan's tastes. After returning the menu to the waiter, she turned to face Luo Chuan, her demeanor relaxed in the absence of outsiders. Lifting her teacup, she took a delicate sip before looking at Luo Chuan, her eyes sparkling as she inquired with a smile. Luo Chuan, I have recently acquired a new research project concerning the digital organization and study of classical literature. Would you be interested in participating? Her eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as she continued. This project will be exclusively for the two of us. If the project's outcomes are favorable, I can assist you in securing a spot for further studies, allowing you to directly become a graduate student under my guidance. Su Wanqing's tone was imbued with anticipation. She genuinely hoped that Luo Chuan could be involved. This would grant them ample opportunities to spend time together openly. However, upon hearing Su Wanqing's words, a look of slight discomfort crossed Luo Chuan's face. He deliberately sighed and, with a tone of resignation, replied, Professor Su, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you. It is merely that I have been rather occupied lately. As you know, my obligations are numerous, and I may not be able to dedicate much energy to this project. While speaking, he shook his head with a seriousness that seemed exaggerated. Observing Luo Chuan's feigned demeanor, Su Wanqing quickly grasped that he was teasing her. A charming smile graced her lips, and a glint of mischief sparkled in her clear eyes. She was not angered. Instead, she nodded gently and, with an air of sudden realization, said leisurely, Well, that is true. After all, managing 3 wives does indeed require considerable energy. Luo Chuan nearly spewed the tea he had just sipped upon hearing Su Wanqing's unexpected remark. He was caught off guard, coughing repeatedly, his handsome face flushing with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that the usually composed and gentle Professor Su could deliver such a surprising jab. As Su Wanqing beheld Luo Chuan's flustered expression, the amusement in her eyes deepened. She reached out, retrieving a tissue from the box on the table, and gently offered it to him. All right, I shall cease my teasing. She continued, You need not worry about the project. I can manage most of the work. You can merely hold a nominal role and occasionally visit my office so we can discuss the project's progress. Luo Chuan accepted the tissue and dabbed at the corner of his mouth. As he gazed at Su Wanqing's beautifully serene face, filled with warmth, his previously dormant romantic thoughts stirred once more. A playful smirk crept onto his face as he leaned in slightly, lowering his voice to ask softly in her ear, Professor Su, I just want to confirm, is this meeting, well, formal? Upon hearing Luo Chuan's suggestive question, a delicate blush instantly graced Su Wanqing's fair cheeks. Amused yet exasperated, she shot him a glare, then playfully swatted his arm. Not formal. Their lunch concluded amidst a subtly flirtatious atmosphere. As Luo Chuan and Su Wanqing walked side by side along the tree-lined path back to Jiangxing University, silence enveloped them, yet an unspoken understanding flowed gently between them. Upon returning to the office, Su Wanqing unlocked the door with her key. Please, step inside and take a seat. There is still some time before the afternoon class, she said, gracefully gesturing for Luo Chuan to enter first. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Chuan strode into the office, with Su Wanqing following closely behind, her hand poised to close the door. However, just as her fingers grazed the doorknob, a warm, powerful hand descended over hers from behind, swiftly shutting the door with a definitive click and locking it securely. A slight shiver coursed through Su Wanqing's body. She could sense the searing warmth emanating from the man standing behind her without even turning around. In that instant, her heart skipped a beat. Luo Chuan extended his arms from behind, gently encircling her delicate waist, resting his chin on her fragrant shoulder. He leaned in closer, his lips brushing against her ear as he asked in a voice imbued with magnetism, Professor Su, shall we commence the academic conference now? The warmth of his breath caressed her sensitive earlobe, rendering her limbs slightly weak. A blush spread rapidly from her cheeks to her alabaster neck. Don't be silly. This is an office, she attempted to protest half-heartedly, raising her hand to push away the arms that encircled her waist. Yet, her feeble resistance was insignificant against Luo Chuan's strength. Not only did he not relent, but he also turned her to face him directly. Their eyes met. Gazing into Su Wanqing's shimmering orbs, which sparkled with shyness and tension, Luo Chuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Isn't the office thrilling? He teased, without granting her a moment to respond. He lowered his head and captured her long-desired soft lips in a fervent kiss. Su Wanqing's protests and words were silenced, dissolving into a muffled whimper. Before long, she felt herself lifted effortlessly, her body cradled in Luo Chuan's arms. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, fearing she might tumble. In the next heartbeat, she realized her back was pressed against a hard, cool surface. As she opened her dazed eyes, she discovered that Luo Chuan had set her upon the expansive mahogany desk. The ensuing academic conference on the digital organization and research of classical literature was both intense and profound, extending until just moments before the bell signaled the start of the afternoon class. Chapter 79, Senior Mai at 2:30 in the afternoon. The largest lecture hall at Jiangxing University was filled to capacity. Professor Su Wanqing's appreciation of ancient language and literature was among the most sought-after elective courses in the entire university. As the start time approached, the lecture hall buzzed with eager students. All the students gazed expectantly towards the podium. At last, accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels striking the floor, a figure clad in professional attire gracefully entered the classroom. It was Su Wanqing. However, today, the Su Wanqing who stood before them appeared somewhat different from her usual self. Observant classmates noted that her gait seemed somewhat stiff, her steps slower, lacking the usual poise and elegance. Most strikingly, when she positioned herself behind the podium, she instinctively extended a hand to gently grasp its edge, as if that was the only way to steady herself. "Hello, class. Let us commence our lesson." Su Wanqing opened her lesson plan, her voice maintaining its characteristic coolness, yet upon closer listening, one could detect a hint of fragility and hoarseness. The students in the classroom, witnessing Su Wanqing's demeanor, grew increasingly concerned, and whispers soon spread like wildfire among them. "What's the matter with Professor Su today? She seems unwell. Indeed, her complexion appears off. Perhaps she didn't rest well? Her voice sounds strange, a bit hoarse. Could it be a cold? Oh dear, even in sickness. Our goddess exudes such a sense of fragility. It pains my heart to see her like this. Did you notice how she has been leaning on the podium while teaching? Is she unable to stand steadily?" Various murmurs quietly echoed throughout the corners of the classroom. Seated in the back row by the window, Luo Chuan observed everything unfolding. "Ill? A cold? No, none of that." Professor Su had merely participated in a highly demanding academic symposium that required immense energy. The conference had been exceedingly successful, yielding fruitful results. However, the after-effects were slightly more pronounced than anticipated. Luo Chuan rested his chin on one hand, his gaze appreciatively fixed on the captivating scene at the podium, his mood quite pleasant. After indulging in this moment for a while, he unconsciously glanced out the window. The sunlight outside was just right, with a few sparrows chirping merrily on the branches, brimming with vitality. Luo Chuan quietly savored this rare moment of tranquility. But just then, a faint scent of cosmetics unexpectedly wafted into his nostrils. Luo Chuan instinctively frowned. He was certain that the seat beside him had been vacant moments ago. When had someone arrived? He turned his head reflexively to look at the neighboring seat. A mere glance caused his pupils to constrict sharply. To his astonishment, a girl had taken the seat next to him. She possessed long, sleek black hair and was adorned in a strikingly familiar Japanese school uniform that perfectly accentuated her slender figure. Her profile was exquisitely delicate, her skin radiant with a luminescent glow. For a brief moment, Luo Chuan's breath was suspended as he immediately recognized the origin of the girl's attire. It was the classic school uniform of the female protagonist from a phenomenally popular youth romantic comedy anime. The name of that protagonist, eternally cherished by countless otaku, was the ethereal Mai-senpai. Just as Luo Chuan was engulfed in astonishment, the girl, dressed as Mai-senpai, seemed to sense his gaze. Slowly, she turned her head. Her beautiful eyes, clear yet imbued with a hint of aloofness, met Luo Chuan's directly. Their eyes locked. Ding. New target detected for pursuit. Name: Xiao Yu Wei. Identity: third-year student at Jiangxing University. Age: 21. Attractiveness: 93. Figure: 90. Current affection level: 0. Strangers. Mission description: despite a troubled family life and hardships, she yearns for light even while mired in darkness. Please assist the host in saving her and illuminate a new goddess profile. Reward for pursuit: unlock skill to eavesdrop on others' thoughts using points. The system's notification jolted Luo Chuan back to reality. Eavesdropping on thoughts? This skill seemed rather intriguing. Meanwhile, sitting beside him, Xiao Yue felt a faint blush creep onto her cheeks from the proximity of eye contact with a stranger. A bit flustered, she averted her gaze and broke the silence. "Hello, did I disturb you?" Her voice was melodious, akin to a clear spring in the mountains. Upon hearing Xiao Yue's words, Luo Chuan realized his earlier behavior might have been somewhat impolite. He withdrew his gaze, offering a gentle smile and shaking his head. "No, please don't misunderstand. I merely thought your portrayal of my senpai was remarkably accurate." Xiao Yue's eyes lit up at Luo Chuan's recognition of her character. "You also like my senpai?" Seeing her excitement, Luo Chuan's smile deepened. "I've seen a bit," he nodded, extending his hand. "Hello, I am Luo Chuan, a freshman." "Hello." Xiao Yue quickly reached out her hand, lightly shaking Luo Chuan's before retracting it shyly. Her hand was soft, carrying a slight chill. "I am Xiao Yue, a third-year student in the literature department. You may call me senpai." After her introduction, she regarded Luo Chuan with a mix of curiosity and intrigue, appraising him from head to toe. "I believe I've heard your name before, and you do seem quite familiar," Xiao Yue mused, tilting her head in thought. Suddenly, her expression brightened as realization dawned upon her. "Ah, I remember now. You are the very same junior who carried the esteemed Miss Qin Ruashi out of the classroom." Xiao Yue's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly enough for several rows of students nearby to hear. In an instant, a multitude of curious glances turned toward this corner. However, Luo Chuan remained unfazed. He merely gazed at Xiao Yue and inquired about the curiosity that lingered in his mind. "Sister, may I ask why you have donned such an outfit for class?" Luo Chuan was indeed intrigued. After all, appearing in cosplay attire in Professor Su Wanqing's rigorously academic classroom was undeniably conspicuous. Upon hearing Luo Chuan's question, a hint of embarrassment flitted across Xiao Yue's face. She playfully stuck out her tongue and quietly explained, "Well, this afternoon, there is a grand comic convention at the exhibition center, and I've made plans with friends to attend. After this class ends, I'll be heading straight there, and time is rather tight. I simply cannot return to my dorm to change, so I have no choice but to appear like this." As she spoke, Xiao Yue cautiously glanced towards the podium, anxious that her attire might displease Professor Su Wanqing. A comic convention? Upon hearing those words, Luo Chuan felt a flicker of interest. He recalled that among Professor Su Wanqing's personal interests were anime and attending comic conventions. "Sister, you must be quite familiar with comic conventions, right?" Luo Chuan asked. "Absolutely." The moment the topic of her expertise arose, Xiao Yue's confidence surged. "I have attended nearly every comic convention in Jiangxing, and I am well aware of which events are featured and which booths offer the best merchandise." "That is splendid." Luo Chuan seized the moment to produce his phone, opening the WeChat QR code interface before presenting it to Xiao Yue. "I have a friend who also adores visiting comic conventions but has yet to find an opportunity. I was wondering if, during the next convention, you could accompany us." Chapter 80. Attending the comic convention. Luo Chuan's reasoning was perfectly sound. Xiao Yue, upon hearing his words, harbored no doubts whatsoever. For someone like her, a fervent enthusiast of the subculture, having an additional companion to explore the convention with was undoubtedly a delightful prospect. She readily nodded and took out her own phone. "Sure, no problem, leave it to me." As she spoke, she skillfully opened WeChat to scan Luo Chuan's QR code. With a soft beep, a notification promptly appeared on Luo Chuan's screen indicating a successful addition of friends. He tucked his phone back into his pocket. However, at that very moment, Professor Su Wanqing's melodious and composed lecture unexpectedly paused. The entire lecture hall was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence, as all the students instinctively raised their heads. In the classroom, Su Wanqing stood quietly behind the podium, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on a corner in the last row. The focus of her attention rested upon Luo Chuan, who had just exchanged WeChat contacts with a striking cosplayer. Consequently, all the students followed Su Wanqing's line of sight and turned to observe the corner at the back of the classroom. In the next moment, whispers surged through the crowd like a tidal wave. "Goodness, what is happening in that corner? Look at that girl. What is she wearing? She resembles a character from an anime." A bespectacled student, clearly an avid aficionado of the second dimension, gasped upon recognizing Xiao Yue, his eyes widening with excitement as he lowered his voice to his companion. "It's Senior Mai. Oh my, this senior's cosplay of Mai is strikingly accurate. Her figure, her aura, she seems like she stepped right out of an anime." "Which Mai senior? But isn't that guy next to her Luo Chuan? The new student?" Yes, that's him." Has he stirred up trouble again? I recall that last time, Miss Chinruashi was carried out of Professor Su's class by him. Professor Su is renowned for her strictness and her disdain for any mischief in her classroom. Last time, even someone as prominent as Chinruashi faced her direct reprimand. The cosplaying girl is likely to be in deep trouble today. Various murmurs echoed throughout the classroom, with nearly everyone relishing the unfolding drama, watching with glee as Luo Chuan and Xiao Yue occupied the last row. Meanwhile, the center of attention, Xiao Yue, was thoroughly flustered. Her complexion drained of color. Her beautiful eyes filled with panic. She nervously clutched the hem of her clothing, her body trembling slightly, too afraid to even take a breath. However, Luo Chuan, seated beside her, remained composed in the face of the collective gaze of the class and Su Wanqing's cold scrutiny. Unbeknownst to anyone, he subtly conveyed a fleeting look to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing, perched at the podium, perceptively caught the glance Luo Chuan directed her way. Upon noticing the subtle expression on his face, a fleeting sense of helplessness flickered across her usually composed eyes, unnoticed by others. In the next moment, just as the entire class anticipated an imminent storm, Su Wanqing executed an utterly unexpected maneuver. She nonchalantly averted her gaze, as if nothing had transpired moments before. With a delicate motion, she adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose, and, in a voice devoid of emotional fluctuation, calmly announced, "Everyone, please turn to the next slide of the PPT. We shall continue our discussion on the use of metaphor in the Book of Songs." The entire class was left in a state of bewilderment. Was that it? No reprimand? No naming names? Even a single word of criticism was absent. This was entirely inconsistent with Professor Su's usual demeanor. The expressions of disbelief were etched on the faces of all the students as they exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the situation. Seated beside Luo Chuan, Xiao Yue felt as though all her strength had been sapped away upon hearing Su Wanqing resume her lecture, and she exhaled deeply in relief. The class swiftly drew to a close. As the bell rang, Xiao Yue immediately gathered her belongings and whispered to Luo Chuan, "I must leave now. The comic exhibition is about to commence," before hastily slipping out of the classroom. Luo Chuan observed her hurried departure with a faint smile gracing his lips. He did not rush away. Instead, he leisurely organized his things before stepping forward towards the office he had come to know so well. Luo Chuan pushed open the office door and entered. At that moment, Su Wanqing was seated behind her desk, organizing her lesson plans for the afternoon class. Luo Chuan shut the door behind him and approached Su Wanqing directly. Before she could inquire, he wore a friendly smile and remarked, "Professor Su, I presume you wish to know what transpired in class just now?" Su Wanqing gazed at Luo Chuan's handsome face, adorned with a smile, and simply nodded in response. Luo Chuan pulled over a chair and naturally settled beside her. He looked at Su Wanqing and explained in a candid tone, "The senior just now is named Xiao Yue. She is attending a large comic exhibition today, and due to time constraints, she came to class in that outfit. I thought, since you also enjoy anime and visiting comic exhibitions, I would ask for her contact information to inquire about the specifics of the event. If you're interested, we could attend together." Luo Chuan's explanation was entirely reasonable, devoid of any concealment. Su Wanqing listened quietly to his account, and once he finished, she smiled gently and replied, "All right." Chapter 81. A date half an hour later. At the Jiangxing International Exhibition Center, Luo Chuan's bright yellow Lamborghini slowly came to a halt in the parking lot. The moment they stepped out of the car, they were met with a wave of intense heat. The expansive plaza outside the exhibition center was now teeming with a sea of humanity. The crowd was a dense mass, with heads bobbing in every direction. Young people donned an array of extravagant costumes, their faces adorned with intricate makeup, embodying various anime or gaming characters, radiating vibrancy. Additionally, many individuals wielding long-lens cameras maneuvered through the throng, seeking out their desired subjects for photography. Su Wanqing stood at the edge of the crowd, instinctively gripping Luo Chuan's hand tighter, unconsciously leaning closer to him. Sensing her anxiety, Luo Chuan turned his head, offering her a reassuring smile as he said, "Professor Su, I am here with you." Upon hearing his words, Su Wanqing felt her tension dissipate significantly. She lifted her gaze to admire Luo Chuan's handsome profile and gently nodded in response. Hand in hand, Luo Chuan effortlessly maneuvered through the throng of people, heading toward the entrance of the exhibition center. Inside the vast venue, An array of booths and stalls divided the space into distinct thematic areas, each adorned with unique decorations. Enormous anime posters, life-sized character standees, and large screens looping classic scenes captivated the eye, creating a dazzling spectacle. Su Wonking was completely enthralled. The aloof and ethereal Professor Su from school seemed to vanish, replaced by a curious young girl filled with wonder. As they passed a stall selling figurines, Su Wonking suddenly halted in her tracks, her gaze fixated on an exquisitely crafted anime character figurine displayed in a glass case. To her astonishment, this character's figurine had already reached its third generation. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she tugged at Luo Chuan's sleeve, whispering with enthusiasm, "Look, the details are so much better than the previous 2 generations." Following her gaze, Luo Chuan smiled and nodded. "Do you like it? If you do, I'll buy it for you." No. Su Wonking quickly waved her hands. "I still have some money." Seeing her resolute demeanor, Luo Chuan refrained from insisting further, and they continued their exploration. Before long, a sweet aroma wafted through the air. Su Wonking's nose twitched as she instinctively glanced in the direction of the scent. There, not far away, a food stall was preparing takoyaki and cotton candy. Luo Chuan noticed her interest and inquired, "Would you like some?" A faint blush crept across Su Wonking's cheeks as she shyly nodded. "Just wait," Luo Chuan said, releasing her hand and approaching the stall. Moments later, he returned with a steaming portion of takoyaki and a pink, fluffy cotton candy. He offered the cotton candy to Su Wonking, who accepted it with delight, her face lighting up with a genuine smile. Carefully, she leaned in and took a small bite of the enormous cotton candy. The sweet flavor instantly melted on her palate. "Delicious," she exclaimed, her eyes narrowing into joyful slits. As Luo Chuan observed the contentment radiating from her, he picked up a bamboo skewer and offered a takoyaki to Su Wonqing's lips. "Do try this," he urged. Without hesitation, Su Wonqing parted her small mouth and savored the delicacy. The 2 of them continued to share the treat, alternating bites until not a morsel remained. After their delightful repast, they were drawn towards a raucous cheer emanating from nearby. It was a basketball game booth, boasting an array of enticing prizes, the grandest of which was a nearly 1-meter-tall limited edition plush toy. "Excuse me, how do we play?" Luo Chuan inquired directly. The proprietor gestured towards the rules sign. 20 yuan for 10 balls. Sink all 10, and the grand prize is yours. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chuan scanned the payment code and proceeded to take a basketball. Without a glance at the hoop, he effortlessly tossed the ball. The basketball traced a perfect arc through the air. Swish! It went straight through the net. He followed with the second, third, and fourth balls. Luo Chuan resembled an emotionless shooting machine, each shot landing solidly in the hoop. 10 balls, and not a single miss. The surrounding crowd erupted into a fervent chorus of cheers and applause. The booth owner's face turned a shade of green, begrudgingly handing over the largest plush toy to Luo Chuan. Clutching the enormous toy, Luo Chuan returned to Su Wonqing. "Professor Su, I have not failed you." Su Wonqing gazed at the plush creature, which was larger than her upper body, and then at Luo Chuan. The joy in her eyes was nearly overflowing. Just as the 2 were relishing this rare moment together, a sudden burst of exclamations erupted from a nearby photography area, far more intense than before. The space was enveloped by a throng of admirers, densely packed. The flashing lights illuminated the area as if it were daylight, accompanied by an array of awestruck comments and discussions from the crowd. "My goodness, that senior from the Mai department is simply extraordinary. She looks just like the real deal. Such an exquisite aura. That figure, those long legs. I declare her the goddess of today's comic convention." Luo Chuan and Su Wonqing exchanged glances, instinctively intrigued by the murmurs. "Shall we go take a look?" Luo Chuan suggested. In the next moment, a striking figure emerged into their view. At the center of the crowd stood a girl clad in a Japanese school uniform, her long, raven hair cascading elegantly. She posed with remarkable professionalism for the surrounding cameras, her face adorned with meticulous makeup, exuding confidence and vivacity with every movement. Under the multitude of flashing lights, she seemed to radiate brilliance. It was none other than Xiao Yue. Su Wonqing gazed at Xiao Yue before her, her eyes reflecting genuine admiration. The cosplay was indeed remarkable. Su Wonqing couldn't help but express her heartfelt praise. At that moment, Xiao Yue had just completed a series of poses for the shoot. In the brief interlude, she instinctively turned her head, her gaze casually sweeping over the crowd. In the next instant, her eyes froze. She spotted Luo Chuan in the crowd, alongside him, Su Wanqing, who was savoring a pink cotton candy. A sudden buzzing filled Xiao Yue's mind, plunging it into a void. Professor Su, what is she doing here? And why is she standing beside Luo Chuan as if they were a couple on a date? Chapter 82. 50,000 each. It seemed that Luo Chuan had also noticed Xiao Yue's gaze. He immediately smiled, taking Su Wanqing's hand, and naturally approached Xiao Yue. As the pair drew closer, Xiao Yue's heart raced uncontrollably. She felt flustered, her breath becoming cautious. Professor Su, what brings you here, Junior? Xiao Yue's voice quivered slightly. Her head bowed in nervousness, unable to meet Su Wanqing's eyes. Luo Chuan, noticing Xiao Yue's apprehension, softened his smile further. Senior, you needn't be so tense. He gestured towards Su Wanqing beside him, introducing her in a relaxed tone. Allow me to formally introduce Su Wanqing, who is also an avid anime enthusiast. We came here specifically to explore the comic convention today. As Luo Chuan finished speaking, Su Wanqing smiled and nodded at Xiao Yue. Her gaze lingered on Xiao Yue, her clear eyes filled with sincere appreciation. Xiao, your cosplay is fantastic. Su Wanqing's voice was gentle, devoid of the usual coolness and distance she exhibited in class. She continued, I personally adore the premise from the original novel. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yue abruptly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief. The overwhelming surprise instantly dispelled the tension and unease within her. She looked at Su Wanqing, her face lighting up with a genuinely radiant smile. Professor Su, I had no idea you also enjoyed the series. Finding a kindred spirit, Xiao Yue became animated. I agree that the pacing of the original novel is far superior to the anime, especially in its nuanced portrayal of the character psychology. Su Wanqing nodded in agreement, smiling. Indeed, the anime had to omit many details due to length constraints, which is quite unfortunate. The surrounding photographers, witnessing this extraordinary scene, were momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, she resembled a lofty flower in full bloom, radiating the aura of a goddess in cosplay. How could she suddenly be engaged in such a spirited conversation with a woman who appeared to be a teacher? Luo Chuan, observing the lively exchange between the two, suggested with a smile, there are too many people here. Let us find a quieter place to converse. Absolutely, Xiao Yue replied without a moment's hesitation. Her mind was entirely consumed with the prospect of discussing anime insights with Professor Su, and she had completely forgotten about the photo session. Politely bowing to the surrounding photographers, she apologized, saying, I have something to attend to. I will have to conclude today's shoot here. She then eagerly followed Luo Chuan and Su Wanqing towards the lounge area of the venue. The three found a cozy corner in the lounge where they could sit down. Luo Chuan thoughtfully procured 3 beverages for them, dissolving any remaining awkwardness. The shared interest between Xiao Yue and Su Wanqing surged forth like a floodgate opened, leading to an unrestrained exchange. They transitioned from discussing Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai to Steins Gate, and from the action sequences of Bone Studio to the delicate emotions portrayed by Kyoto Animation. Their words flowed swiftly, their eyes sparkling with the thrill and joy of discovering a kindred spirit, which was impossible to conceal. In that moment, the invisible barrier of teacher-student dynamics that had existed in Xiao Yue's mind dissipated entirely. She realized that without the professor's aura, Su Wanqing was, in fact, a remarkably gentle, insightful, and engaging older sister figure. Her fondness for Su Wanqing soared to new heights within mere minutes. Luo Chuan sat quietly beside them, refraining from interrupting, merely smiling as he observed the dialogue between the two women. The atmosphere in that corner of the lounge was harmonious. However, just then, a discordant burst of laughter unexpectedly pierced through the air from a nearby distance. The voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it carried an unmistakable intent to be heard. Look, it's Xiao Yue again. How dedicated she is. A girl clad in a Lolita dress, heavily made up, spoke in a sarcastic tone to her companion. Another girl, adorned in flamboyant attire, chimed in with a voice brimming with disdain. Indeed, I've heard her family is impoverished to the point where they can barely afford her tuition. She relies on flaunting herself at conventions to attract wealthy suitors. Otherwise, how could she afford those exorbitantly priced cosplay costumes? A third girl's voice dripped with sharp malice. What a farce. I doubt she even purchased that outfit. It must be rented. With her pitiful appearance, attempting cosplay is utterly laughable. Look at her now. She latched onto another man. He may look decent, but I suspect the woman beside him is in on the scheme, trying to help her ensnare him. She seems so demure, yet turns out to be just as despicable. How revolting. These remarks echoed through the air. In the blink of an eye, the radiant smile that adorned Xiao Yue's face vanished entirely. Her complexion turned pale at an alarming rate as her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging painfully into the tender flesh of her palms. A tremor coursed through her body. Beside her, Su Wanqing also heard the vulgarities that pierced the air. An icy frost enveloped Su Wanqing's gentle and intellectual visage, her brows furrowing tightly together. As a teacher, she could not abide such baseless malice. Just as she prepared to rise and confront the situation, a warm, strong hand gently pressed against the back of her hand. Turning to see Luo Chuan shaking his head, she found a hint of calming serenity in his gaze. "Allow me to handle this," he said, releasing her hand and slowly rising to his feet. Under the watchful eyes of Su Wanqing and Xiao Yue, a subtle, playful smile danced upon Luo Chuan's lips as he strode directly towards a group of girls nearby, who were still chattering away with scornful remarks. Engrossed in their conversation, the girls remained oblivious to his approach. Honestly, she is only fooling those sheltered boys. She really thinks of herself as a goddess. She ought to take a good look in the mirror at her own worth, one girl remarked. How much do you think she earns spending a night with that pretty boy? At most. Before she could finish her sentence, a languid male voice interrupted from above them. "Excuse me, may I interject?" The three girls froze momentarily, instinctively gazing upward. As they caught sight of Luo Chuan's handsome face up close, their eyes brightened. Particularly, the girl in the frilly Lolita dress, heavily made up, did not conceal her interest. Ignoring their gazes, Luo Chuan surveyed the trio from head to toe with unabashed scrutiny, akin to selecting goods at a market. Finally, a slight smirk graced his lips as he spoke. "I couldn't help but overhear your lively discussion. It seems you are quite knowledgeable about pricing. How about this? I'll make an offer." Extending his right hand, he spread his fingers wide. "For a night spent with me, each of you would earn 50,000. What do you say?" As his words lingered in the air, the atmosphere in the lounge seemed to freeze. The expressions on the three girls' faces transformed dramatically. They first appeared stunned, then a wave of indignation washed over them, their faces flushed with humiliation. The girl with the fiery temper, adorned in a flamboyant manner, was on the verge of exploding with anger, exclaiming, "What do you think you are?" However, before she could utter her insults, she was abruptly restrained by a more astute girl dressed in a Lolita skirt. The Lolita girl exchanged a knowing glance with her companion, signaling her to refrain from impulsiveness. 50,000 yuan. That was no trifling sum. Furthermore, the man before them was strikingly handsome and possessed an extraordinary aura, clearly not an ordinary individual. The Lolita girl quickly calculated in her mind, her anger dissipating in an instant, replaced by an alluring smile. She cast a flirtatious glance at Luo Chuan, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Oh dear, you are truly generous. We were merely jesting, please don't be upset." As she spoke, she deliberately accentuated her curves, as if fearing Luo Chuan might retract his offer. "With such sincerity, we are undoubtedly willing. When shall we go?" "We can leave right now." Observing her companion's reaction, another girl quickly chimed in, eagerly affirming, "Yes, yes. Dear sir, our services will surely satisfy you." Their gazes were filled with unabashed greed and desire, as if they could already see the 50,000 yuan beckoning them. Nearby tourists, who had noticed the unfolding scene, displayed expressions of disdain and amusement. Luo Chuan regarded their impatient and grotesque faces with an increasing sense of cold amusement. The perception of oneself shapes the reality one encounters. To them, perhaps everything could be quantified in monetary terms. Luo Chuan's expression remained unchanged as he silently observed them, refraining from speech. The Lolita girl, noticing his silence, assumed he was reconsidering the price due to its height. She grew anxious and quickly spoke again, her tone laced with eagerness and flattery. "What is the matter, dear sir? Is it too expensive? The price is negotiable." She bit her lip, seemingly resolved. "How about this? 40,000. No, 30,000. 30,000 will do. We are all at your service." For the sake of money, she had completely relinquished her dignity. Yet, in response to their expectant gazes, Luo Chuan slowly shook his head. Under their increasingly tense scrutiny, he finally spoke once more. His voice remained calm, but his words struck like the sharpest slap, harshly landing on the faces of the three girls. "No, it is not that I find it expensive." A mocking smile curled at the corners of Luo Chuan's lips. I simply find that I would rather tear the 50,000 yuan into pieces and scatter it on the ground for the dogs than stoop to seek the company of individuals as vile in spirit as you. Because, quite frankly, you are unworthy. Upon finishing his words, Luo Chuan was so disinterested that he could hardly bear to cast them another glance. As if even a fleeting look would tarnish his vision, he turned on his heel and strode back towards Su Wanqing and Xiao Yue. In that moment, the world seemed to fall into a hushed silence. Only the three girls remained frozen in place, their expressions shifting from anticipation to bewilderment, then to shock, ultimately transforming into profound humiliation and indignation. The scornful, mocking, and schadenfreude-laden gazes from the surrounding crowd pierced them like countless searing needles, leaving them utterly exposed. Their cheeks fluctuated in color, now pale, now flushed, and ultimately turning a deep shade reminiscent of liver. The girl in the Lolita dress could no longer withstand the public humiliation and let out a piercing scream before covering her face and fleeing the crowd without a backward glance. The other two girls, unable to endure any longer, hurriedly bowed their heads and, amidst the pointed fingers and whispers of the onlookers, slinked away in disgrace. Thus, the farce came to an end. Luo Chuan returned to his seat as if nothing had transpired, casually resuming his position. Su Wanqing regarded Luo Chuan, her clear eyes harboring a trace of a gentle smile that no one else could discern. Opposite her, Xiao Yue sat, staring blankly at Luo Chuan, her eyes slightly reddened, glistening with unshed tears. It was the first time a boy had so unreservedly stood up for her in such a forceful manner. A warm current of indescribable emotion began to flow gently within her heart. Ding. Xiao Yue's affection level, 30. Current affection level, 30, grateful. The system's notification echoed in Luo Chuan's mind. Xiao Yue sniffed, her voice tinged with a thick nasal tone as she quietly spoke to Luo Chuan. Thank you, Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan observed her demeanor and nonchalantly waved his hand. It was merely a small effort. You need not take it to heart, senior. He paused, fixing his gaze upon her eyes, his tone becoming more earnest. However, senior, from what I gathered, it seems you may truly be facing some difficulties. If you trust me, perhaps you could share them. Professor Su is here as well. Maybe we can assist you. Luo Chuan's tone was sincere, devoid of any hint of condescension or pity. Su Wanqing nodded in agreement, casting an encouraging glance at Xiao Yue. Indeed, if you have any challenges, do speak up. It is far better to seek help together than to shoulder everything alone. Xiao Yue lifted her gaze, meeting Luo Chuan's genuine and open eyes, then glanced at Su Wanqing's gentle and encouraging expression. She bit her lip tightly, torn by inner conflict. Chapter 84. With me here over the years, she had borne far too much on her own. In the confines of her school, she strives to uphold the vibrant image of a senior student, diligently pursuing her studies, juggling part-time work, and managing the demands of club activities. Yet upon returning to that so-called home, she is forced to confront a man who only knows how to drown himself in alcohol and hurl the most venomous words at her. She feels akin to a tautly pulled violin string, on the verge of snapping at any moment. No one is aware of the countless nights she has spent alone, curled up and weeping silently. Nor does anyone know the hidden sorrows and struggles concealed beneath her seemingly glamorous cosplay attire. She has grown accustomed to bearing the weight of everything alone, donning a mask of strength before others. However, the arrival of Luo Chuan and Su Wanqing has unveiled a different realm of possibilities for her. Xiao Yue bites her lip tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. She desperately attempts to stifle her tears, but the rebellious droplets roll down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string, splattering onto the hem of her exquisite school uniform, creating darkened splotches. Seeing Xiao Yue in such distress, Su Wanqing's heart aches. She reaches out, gently pulling Xiao Yue into her embrace. As Su Wanqing softly strokes Xiao Yue's quivering back, her voice is tender. It's all right, let it all out if you wish to cry. Unable to hold back any longer, Xiao Yue buries her face deep into Su Wanqing's arms, and the suppressed cries that have lingered for so long finally erupt. She sobs heart-wrenchingly, as if she is releasing all the grievances and suffering she has endured over the years along with her tears. Luo Chuan remains silent, seated quietly nearby, allowing space for the two. He understands that what Xiao Yue needs most at this moment is an unreserved outlet for her emotions. After what feels like an eternity, Xiao Yue's cries gradually diminish into sporadic sobs, her emotions finally beginning to settle. She lifts her head from Su Wanqing's embrace, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. A bit embarrassed, she accepts the tissue offered by Su Wanqing to wipe away the traces of her tears. Taking a deep breath, her voice thick with emotion, she begins to recount her story in fragmented words. Actually, what those people said earlier is true. My family background is indeed quite poor. Xiao Yue's gaze dims, her voice tinged with emptiness. When I was very young, my mother ran away with a man and never returned. After that, my father completely changed. As she speaks, a complex expression of pain and nostalgia crosses her face. You may find it hard to believe, but my father was once a highly skilled woodcarver. However, ever since my mother left, he has not touched those carving tools again. He began to drink incessantly throughout the day, depleting all the family savings and accruing a mountain of debt. He vented all his frustrations upon me, blaming me for being a burden that caused my mother to leave him. Tears streamed down Xiao Yue's cheeks once again, unbidden. Whenever he was intoxicated, he would strike me, hurl insults, and use the most abhorrent language to demean me. My university tuition was earned through relentless toil, juggling 3 jobs each day. My passion for cosplay and attending comic conventions stemmed from the solace I found in escaping the harshness of reality, where I could experience fleeting moments of joy. The funds for my costumes were meticulously saved, often from frugal living, at times subsisting on merely 1 meal a day. Xiao Yue's voice grew increasingly faint, laced with despair. Su Wanqing listened intently, her heart aching profoundly, as she grasped Xiao Yue's icy hand, wishing to impart strength. Luo Chuan's brow furrowed tightly. Just as the atmosphere in the break area thickened with heaviness, an abrupt, jarring ringtone pierced the silence. Xiao Yue's body stiffened as she slowly lowered her gaze to the phone resting beside her. The bold characters flashing on the screen burned into her vision like a searing brand. Father. The phone continued to ring incessantly, each tone more urgent than the last. Yet, Xiao Yue remained transfixed, her hand trembling violently around the device, hesitating to press the green answer button. Observing her distress, Luo Chuan's expression remained composed. Without uttering a word, he reached out, and, before Xiao Yue could react, decisively took the ringing phone from her quivering grasp. Then, under the astonished gazes of Xiao Yue and Su Wanqing, he effortlessly pressed the answer button and activated the speakerphone. The moment the call connected, a drunken, belligerent roar erupted from the phone's speaker, reverberating throughout the break area. You wretched girl, where the hell have you been? Why are you only answering the phone now? What about the money for this month? Where's the cash I demanded? I warn you, if you don't transfer 5,000 yuan to my account today, I will come to Jiangxing University and create a scene. You will be utterly humiliated in front of all your classmates and teachers. Xiao Yue and Su Wanqing were momentarily stunned into silence by the sudden outburst, unable to react. Xiao Yue's face turned an alarming shade of pale, her body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. Yet, Luo Chuan, holding the phone, displayed no signs of disturbance. Luo Chuan merely held his phone a bit further from his ear. As the man on the other end of the line exhausted his tirade and began to gasp for breath, Luo Chuan spoke in a tone devoid of any emotion. Uttering slowly into the receiver, "There is no money." The other party seemed momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a response. Before the man could unleash another fit of rage, Luo Chuan continued in that same calm voice. "However, we will return shortly. We can discuss matters in person." With that, Luo Chuan afforded no opportunity for a reply, his fingers swiftly pressing the end call button. The world around him fell into an immediate silence. Luo Chuan placed the phone back on the table and lifted his gaze to meet the pale face of Xiao Yue. "Senior, avoidance will not resolve the problem." His voice, though soft, carried an irresistible force. "We will accompany you back." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yue's body trembled violently, her eyes, now red and swollen, filled with fear and resistance. No. Her voice quivered. "He is drunk. He is a madman now. You cannot go. He will harm you." Beside her, Su Wanqing looked at Luo Chuan with concern. Though she knew of his capabilities, the unpredictable nature of a drunken man could lead to any number of unforeseen circumstances. Observing the terror in Xiao Yue's expression, Luo Chuan offered a reassuring smile. He extended his hand, gently patting her shoulder. "Do not worry, senior." His gaze was calm and resolute. "With me here, nothing will go awry." Chapter 85. Usury for reasons unknown. The moment Xiao Yue gazed into Luo Chuan's eyes, Her racing heart began to miraculously settle. She looked at him, her lips moving slightly before she finally nodded gently. Let us go? Luo Chuan rose, naturally taking Su Wanqing's hand, then gestured to Qiao Yue. The three departed from the exhibition center, returning to the parking lot. The bright yellow Lamborghini roared to life, soon speeding away towards Qiao Yue's residence. As the car progressed, the surrounding scenery began to transform. Towering skyscrapers gradually faded away, replaced by dilapidated old residential buildings. The roads narrowed, and the walls lining the streets were marked with weathered blemishes. This was the old district of Jiangxing, a place overshadowed by the rapid modernization of the city. Just as the Lamborghini turned into a narrower alley, an old van suddenly emerged from a side road, blocking the path ahead. Luo Chuan's expression hardened. With a gentle press of the accelerator, he brought the car to a steady halt. In the next instant, the van's door swung open with a loud clang. A group of 7 or 8 unruly youths, adorned with a haphazard array of tattoos upon their arms, descended from a vehicle wielding steel pipes and baseball bats. Their faces, twisted into malevolent grins, encircled Luo Chuan's Lamborghini. Inside the car, Qiao Yue's countenance paled, her fear palpable. It's them, she uttered, her voice trembling, recognizing the notorious loan sharks. The leader, a blonde ruffian, approached the driver's window, tapping sharply on the glass with his steel pipe. Hey, you inside, get out. Luo Chuan's expression remained unperturbed as he turned to Su Wanqing beside him and Qiao Yue in the back seat, softly instructing, stay in the car, do not move. He then opened the door and stepped out. The gang's demeanor shifted to one of arrogance and disdain upon seeing the strikingly handsome young man in casual attire emerge from the luxury vehicle. Well, look at this rich kid driving a Lamborghini, the blonde thug sneered, gesturing with his steel pipe towards Luo Chuan and then towards Qiao Yue. A lewd grin spreading across his face. That one shows us money. Are you here to pay her debt? Another thug chimed in. Boss, why waste time talking? This kid looks soft. Let us drag him out and give him a beating. We'll seize the car and take the 2 lovely ladies inside for our enjoyment. Their vulgar remarks caused Su Wanqing to furrow her brows in dismay. Luo Chuan, unfazed, simply rolled his wrists, producing a series of crisp, cracking sounds. He then raised his gaze, meeting the blonde thugs with a calm inquiry. Are you done? The thug, unnerved by Luo Chuan's composed demeanor, erupted in rage. You dare act tough with me? He bellowed, raising the steel pipe to strike Luo Chuan's head. Today, you'll learn the meaning of pain. Inside the car, Qiao Yue's heart nearly stopped in terror, instinctively covering her mouth. Yet, Luo Chuan remained unfazed. At the last moment, he sidestepped to the left, evading the lethal blow with ghostly precision. In a flash, his right hand shot out, fingers gripping the thug's wrist like a vice. With a sickening crack that echoed through the narrow alley, the thug's malevolent grin froze, replaced by a grimace of agony. Before he could utter a scream, Luo Chuan delivered a swift knee strike to his abdomen. With a thud, the blonde thug doubled over and was propelled backward, colliding with his 2 companions. Thus, chaos erupted. The figure of Luo Chuan seamlessly melded into the throng of ruffians. A mere 10 seconds later, as the dust in the alley began to settle, Qiao Yue and Su Wanqing finally perceived the scene before them. The 7 or 8 ruffians, who had earlier exuded arrogance, now lay sprawled on the ground. Each one bore the marks of their defeat, with bruised faces and broken limbs. Writhing in agony upon the cold pavement, none able to rise. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan stood unscathed, his attire devoid of even a single crease. As if he had not engaged in any altercation at all, he stepped forward, slowly approaching the yellow-haired thug, whose right arm was grotesquely contorted at an unnatural angle. Clearly broken. As he beheld Luo Chuan advancing, fear unprecedented filled his eyes, akin to witnessing a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Do not come closer. Who on earth are you? Luo Chuan offered no reply. Instead, he extended his foot, gently pressing down on the thug's intact left hand. Crack! The sound of bones splintering echoed sharply. The yellow-haired thug emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. With a slight exertion of his toes, Luo Chuan ground down, looking down upon him with icy detachment as he asked, Which company do you work for? Who is your boss? The excruciating pain rendered the thug's consciousness hazy. He dared not conceal any information, hastily responding in a quavering voice, I work for Filong Finance. Our boss is called Long Gu. Having acquired the desired information, Luo Chuan withdrew his foot with satisfaction. He did not spare a glance at the pitiful lot on the ground, turning instead to return to the vehicle. The thugs, witnessing Luo Chuan enter the car, scrambled back to their dilapidated van, fleeing in a panic, and with a press of the accelerator, they vanished at the end of the alley. Not even a single harsh word was uttered as they departed. Inside the car, silence enveloped them. Xiao Yue stared vacantly at Luo Chuan's profile. Ding. Xiao Yue's favorability level, 20. Current favorability, 50. Deep trust. Luo Chuan restarted the engine, and the Lamborghini slowly passed the site of the earlier confrontation, ultimately halting before the most decrepit building at the end of the alley. He turned off the ignition and glanced at Xiao Yue. Senior, we have arrived. As she beheld the familiar dilapidated structure, her body involuntarily trembled once more. Chapter 86. The True Father. The three exited the vehicle and entered the building. The corridor was dimly lit, suffused with a persistent dampness and a musty odor, mingled with the acrid scent of refuse, provoking a sense of nausea. The walls were adorned with dark greenish-black mold and a haphazard array of graffiti, while the cement floor beneath was riddled with pits, each step eliciting a sticky sensation beneath their feet. Su Wanqing followed closely behind, her delicate brows furrowing at the dismal surroundings. It was difficult for her to fathom that someone as vibrant and cheerful as Xiao Yue had grown up in such an environment. Xiao Yue's home was on the 5th floor, devoid of an elevator. By the time the trio arrived at the weathered iron door, a fine sheen of cold sweat had formed on Xiao Yue's forehead. She fumbled in her pocket for the key, attempting several times to insert it into the lock, but to no avail. Luo Chuan extended his hand, gently covering hers, and took the frigid key from her grasp. "Allow me," he said, as he inserted the key into the lock and gave it a gentle turn. With a soft click, the heavy iron door creaked open. In that instant, a stench far more potent than the one in the hallway, a noxious blend of alcohol and rotting food, suddenly surged forth from within. Su Wanqing instinctively covered her mouth and nose with her hand. The scene inside was nothing short of shocking. The cramped living room was cluttered with an array of debris and refuse. Overturned bottles littered the floor, and open takeout boxes revealed food long past its prime, now spoiled and moldy. A middle-aged man, his hair streaked with gray and his frame emaciated, lay slumped on the sofa like a rag doll. His face was unnaturally flushed, his gaze bleary, and he clutched a half-empty bottle of erguoto liquor. Upon hearing the door open, the man slowly raised his head, squinting through intoxicated eyes toward the entrance. The moment he recognized Xiao Yue standing at the threshold, accompanied by Luo Chuan and Su Wanqing, a grotesque rage flashed across his alcohol-soaked visage. "You wretched girl, you dare return." The man, Xiao Yue's father, Xiao Jinhua, struggled to sit upright on the sofa. His eyes were fixed on Luo Chuan, filled with unabashed malice and disdain. "What? Have you already found yourself another man so soon?" Xiao Jinhua's voice was hoarse and grating, each word dripping with venom. "Look at this fellow, dressed as if he is wealthy. How much have you sold yourself for this time?" As he berated her, he swayed unsteadily to his feet, snatching an empty liquor bottle from the coffee table and pointing it at Luo Chuan, spewing vile insults. "Let me tell you, don't think that finding a pretty boy will keep you from paying me. If you don't hand over the money today, I'll take him down with you." Xiao Yue trembled at her father's menacing demeanor, instinctively retreating behind Luo Chuan and clutching the hem of his shirt. Su Wanqing, upon hearing the foul tirade, felt her usually composed expression harden. As a teacher, she could not abide such degradation of a child's dignity. As Su Wanqing was about to step forward to argue, a gentle hand obstructed her path. It was Luo Chuan. He shook his head at Su Wanqing, signaling her to refrain from acting impulsively. In the face of Xiao Jinhua's threatening and abusive words, Luo Chuan neither displayed anger nor offered a rebuttal. His gaze scarcely lingered on Xiao Jinhua, instead drawn to an old photograph framed upon the wall. The image, now yellowed with age, depicted a man clad in pristine work attire, holding a carving knife and an unfinished wooden sculpture. A confident smile adorned his face, his eyes sparkling with aspirations and fervor for the future. This man, though sharing a few similar features with the present-day, haggard and inebriated figure before him, was imbued with a spirit that was worlds apart. Luo Chuan shifted his attention back to the man brandishing the bottle and cursing vehemently. Amid Xiao Jinhua's increasingly frenzied rants, Luo Chuan finally spoke. "The man in that photograph must be Xiao Yue's true father, is he not?" His gaze bore a hint of inquiry as it rested upon Xiao Jinhua. "And who are you?" As Luo Chuan's words hung in the air, The atmosphere in the room seemed to solidify. Xiao Jinhua's raving abruptly ceased. The bottle he had intended to hurl at Luo Chuan froze midair, his face contorted with a grotesque mask of rage and despair. The murky depths of his eyes fixated on Luo Chuan, his mouth slightly agape, producing incoherent sounds from his throat, yet no words emerged. The aged photograph and that seemingly innocuous question ruthlessly pierced through the thick facade he had constructed with alcohol and degradation, reaching deep into the wounds he dared not confront. The pride of yesteryears, the dreams once cherished, the spirited version of himself. Time appeared to stand still in that moment. The only sound that filled the room was the increasingly labored breathing of Xiao Jinhua. After what felt like an eternity, the heavy bottle slipped from his rigid grasp, crashing to the floor in a cacophony of shattering glass. Fragments scattered, reflecting shards of light in the dimness. Xiao Jinhua remained frozen, his murky eyes locked on Luo Chuan, his body trembling violently, issuing unintelligible growls from his throat. Luo Chuan chose not to cast another glance at Xiao Jinhua. He turned and gently supported the now pale-faced Xiao Yue, whose fear rendered her speechless. "Senior, let us depart from this suffocating place." Xiao Yue instinctively nodded, still in a daze, allowing Luo Chuan and Su Wanjing to guide her out of the stifling room. Once back in the car, the bright yellow Lamborghini emitted a low growl as it swiftly departed from the dilapidated old town. The car drove steadily towards the affluent district of Jiangqing, heading towards Yunding Mountain. After half an hour, the sleek vehicle came to a smooth halt in the expansive courtyard of Villa No. 1 at the summit. Luo Chuan assisted the still visibly shaken Xiao Yue out of the car. Su Wanqing stepped forward, gently taking Xiao Yue's icy hand. "Yue, you've had a fright today. Let me take you to a guest room to rest. Just sleep well and don't think about anything." Xiao Yue lifted her gaze to meet the tender, beautiful face before her, glanced at the composed Luo Chuan beside her, and with her eyes glistening, she nodded slightly. Su Wanqing supported Xiao Yue as they entered the villa. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered, and Qin Ruoshi's voice, imbued with a hint of laziness and delight, came through the receiver. "Luo Chuan, you're back?" "Yes, just arrived home," Luo Chuan replied calmly. "Please come to the study. I need to discuss something with you." Sensing the seriousness in Luo Chuan's tone, Qin Ruoshi immediately set aside her playful demeanor. "All right, I'll be there shortly." A few minutes later, in the study on the second floor of the villa, Luo Chuan sat on the main sofa while Su Wanqing and the newly arrived Qin Ruoshi took their seats on either side of him. Su Wanqing had already settled Xiao Yue, though a hint of concern still lingered on her face. Qin Ruoshi, her curiosity piqued, looked at Luo Chuan and inquired directly, "What happened?" "It seems Wanqing is not in the best of spirits." Luo Chuan did not withhold any details, recounting his encounter with Xiao Yue at the comic convention, along with everything that transpired thereafter. As he narrated the events, Qin Ruoshi's expression shifted. Upon hearing of Xiao Yue's alcoholic father who had not only verbally abused his daughter, but also amassed a mountain of high-interest debt, a cold glint flashed in Qin Ruoshi's eyes. With a resounding thud, she slammed her palm on the redwood desk and rose to her feet. "Is that all?" Her voice brimmed with unmasked fury. "That drunkard, Xiao Jinhua, and that wretched company, Filong Finance, I will call right now and ensure they are completely erased from Jiangqing. I guarantee that by the time the sun rises tomorrow, there will be no trace left of their existence." Qin Ruoshi's solution was simple, direct, and ruthlessly blunt, perfectly aligning with her modus operandi. Hearing this, Su Wanqing furrowed her brow slightly. While she too disdained Xiao Jinhua's actions, she ultimately disagreed with such extreme measures. Just as Su Wanqing opened her mouth to voice her thoughts, Luo Chuan raised his hand first. He shook his head at Qin Ruoshi, disapproving of her proposal. "Sit down." Observing Luo Chuan, Qin Ruoshi's formidable presence instantly diminished, and she obediently resumed her seat. Luo Chuan gazed at Qin Ruoshi and Su Wanqing, slowly articulating, to simply eliminate the problem through brute force, or to offer that inebriate a sum of money to silence him, are both the most elementary and ultimately futile methods. His eyes swept across the faces of his two wives as he continued to elucidate. "What we must undertake is not merely the resolution of a nuisance. Xiao Jinhua is, indelibly, the father of Xiao Yue, a fact that remains immutable. Even if we were to eliminate him today, this matter would eternally remain a hurdle in Xiao Yue's heart. Bestowing him with money would merely address the symptoms rather than the underlying issue, likely exacerbating his descent into depravity. At this juncture, Luo Chuan paused, his tone growing increasingly earnest. Therefore, our objective is not to dispose of him, but to redeem him. We must help the former woodcarver, Qiao Jinhua, rise anew and transform back into a proper father. This, indeed, would be the most beneficial assistance for Qiao Yue. We must address the root of the problem, not merely its superficial manifestations. Luo Chuan's words enveloped the study in a profound silence. Su Wanqing regarded him, her clear eyes brimming with admiration and agreement. After a brief contemplation, Qin Ruoxi too grasped Luo Chuan's intent. Though her temperament was fiery, her intellect was far from dull. Nodding in acknowledgement, she conceded, "Luo Chuan, you are correct. I have underestimated the complexity of the situation." Observing that both women comprehended his perspective, a faint smile graced Luo Chuan's face. He turned to Qin Ruoxi, assigning her the subsequent task. "There is a matter that requires your attention. Utilize all your connections and channels to assist me in investigating a particular individual." Instantly, Qin Ruoxi straightened in her seat, her expression sharpening with focus. "Who shall I investigate?" Luo Chuan's gaze deepened. "It is Qiao Yue's father, Qiao Jinhua. I wish to uncover what he was engaged in prior to his descent into alcoholism, the experiences he has endured. I require the most comprehensive documentation of his relationships and past experiences, especially the complete truth surrounding the incident that led to his downfall." Upon receiving this assignment, a slight smile played upon Qin Ruoxi's lips. "Consider it done, Luo Chuan." She retrieved her phone, promptly dialing a number. "Immediately. I need you to investigate an individual named Qiao Jinhua. I require all records from the past 20 years delivered to my email before dawn." After terminating the call, Qin Ruoxi signaled an OK gesture to Luo Chuan. All set. The following day, in the study of Villa No. 1 on Yunding Mountain, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued. Luo Chuan sat upon the sofa, holding the very documents that Qin Ruoxi had procured. The folder contained a modest amount of material, comprising only a few slender sheets of paper. The first page displayed a black and white identification photograph of a man, alongside his basic personal information, Qiao Jinhua. The man in the photograph appears to be just in his early 30s, remarkably handsome, with an expression imbued with the focus and confidence characteristic of a craftsman. His eyes shine with a brightness that seems almost luminous. This is in stark contrast to the gaunt, bleary-eyed drunkard they encountered yesterday, two entirely different individuals. The records clearly state, Qiao Jinhua, once a remarkably gifted young woodcarver from Jiangxing. At the age of 25, his piece titled Rebirth won first prize at the National Youth Arts and Crafts Competition. The old photograph that Luo Chuan and the others discovered in that dilapidated house was taken shortly after Qiao Jinhua's triumph, capturing him in high spirits. Holding his trophy and artwork. At that time, he was the most dazzling rising star in the local handicraft scene. His aspiration was to establish a brand of Chinese aesthetic home decor, merging traditional woodcarving techniques with modern design concepts, allowing this ancient craft to radiate anew in the contemporary era. Upon reading this, Su Wanqing could not help but emit a soft sigh, realizing that Senior Qiao's father had once been such an impressive figure. Luo Chuan's expression remained unchanged as he gently turned to the second page of the document. This page detailed the life-altering upheaval that led to Qiao Jinhua's complete downfall. Just as Qiao Jinhua's career was flourishing, having secured his initial funding and preparing for a grand undertaking, he was dealt a devastating blow by a meticulously orchestrated betrayal from the most unexpected quarter. His most trusted partner, a childhood friend who had grown up alongside him and served as the financial head of his studio, had concocted a set of false accounts and surreptitiously absconded with all the startup funds, vanishing without a trace. This sum represented not only Qiao Jinhua's entire savings, but also encompassed all the debts he had incurred from relatives and friends in pursuit of his dream. For the nascent Qiao Jinhua, this was undoubtedly a fatal blow. However, this was not the most cruel twist of fate. Alongside the theft, the man also took away someone dear, Qiao Yue's mother, Qiao Jinhua's wife. The dual betrayal of both his career and family shattered all his pride, dreams, and perseverance on that fateful day. From that moment on, the brilliant woodcarver Qiao Jinhua ceased to exist. What remained was a man who succumbed to alcohol, drowning his sorrows in bitter vitriol directed at his daughter. Chapter 88. The one who ties the knot must untie it. The air in the study became unbearably heavy in an instant. Luo Chuan continued to flip to the final page. The final page contained scan information, featuring only a photograph and a brief resume of one individual, Zhou Lide, chairman of Elegant Rhythm Home Company, Limited. The man in the photograph, portly and gleaming, wore a smug smile that epitomized the visage of a successful entrepreneur. Zhou Lide, the very man who absconded with all of Qiao Jinhua's funds and eloped with his wife, has now risen to prominence. Records indicate that Zhou utilized his ill-gotten gains to establish a business, and after more than a decade of operation, Yayin Home has evolved into a sizable enterprise within the Jiangxing home furnishings industry, boasting assets exceeding 100 million. A trader, stepping upon the remains of a brother's dreams, has ascended to the pinnacle of success, thriving while the one he betrayed languishes in the depths of society, struggling in agony for over a decade, transformed into a mere shadow of his former self. The irony of this world can be truly biting. Qin Ruoshi emitted a derisive laugh. Luo Chuan, shall I take action? To her, eliminating the owner of such a small company would be simpler than squashing an ant. Luo Chuan slowly closed the folder in his hands. He shook his head, dismissing Qin Ruoshi's suggestion. No, his gaze was calm yet profound. To have him simply vanish would be too lenient. He lifted his head, regarding Qin Ruoshi and Su Wanqing, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. After their discussion, they returned to the living room. Su Wanqing, uneasy about Xiao Yue being alone in the guest room, ascended the stairs to assist her down. At that moment, Xiao Yue had changed into a clean and comfortable loungewear, curled up in a soft corner of the sofa. Initially, she had not paid much attention due to her muddled thoughts, but as clarity returned, she suddenly realized the extent of Luo Chuan's prowess. Driving luxury cars and residing in a villa, not only did he have a goddess like Professor Su as a wife, but even the eldest daughter of the Qin family was his woman. Xiao Yue felt utterly out of place, believing she should not trouble Luo Chuan. The atmosphere in the living room grew somewhat oppressive, with Qin Ruoshi and Su Wanqing at a loss for words to offer comfort. At that moment, the villa's front door was gently pushed open from the outside. A graceful figure entered, dressed in a simple casual outfit, sporting a baseball cap and oversized sunglasses. Though deliberately understated, the innate star quality radiating from her was unmistakable. It was none other than the renowned diva, Lu Mengli, who had just returned home after finishing her work the previous day. As Lu Mengli entered the living room, she removed her sunglasses and, with a hint of fatigue, said, "I'm back. Sorry, I was suddenly caught up with work." Her words trailed off as she keenly sensed that the atmosphere at home was somewhat off. Her gaze quickly fell upon the unfamiliar girl seated on the sofa. "Who is this?" Lu Mengli inquired with curiosity. Su Wanqing stood up, approached Lu Mengli, took the bag from her hands, and quietly recounted Xiao Yue's situation to her. Upon hearing the words, Lu Mengli's weariness vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound sense of sympathy and compassion. She did not approach immediately. Instead, she turned and entered the kitchen. Moments later, she emerged holding a cup of warm milk. Lu Mengli seated herself gently beside Xiao Yue, offering the fragrant cup of milk before her. "Drink some warm milk. It will soothe your heart," she suggested softly. Xiao Yue slowly lifted her gaze, momentarily stunned by the familiar face she had seen countless times on television and in posters. It was indeed Lu Mengli. Suppressing her astonishment, she lowered her head and accepted the cup of milk. The warm sensation that traveled from her fingertips brought a flicker of warmth to her icy body. Lu Mengli regarded Xiao Yue, her voice a gentle balm. "I know you are in great pain and sorrow right now, but you must believe that there is no obstacle in this world that cannot be overcome. All those trials that could not defeat you will ultimately render you stronger. Moreover, we are here for you." Lu Mengli understood the implications of Luo Chuan bringing a woman home and had already embraced Xiao Yue as family in her heart. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yue could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face as she clutched the cup of milk tightly, allowing her tears to cascade down her cheeks. Choking on her words, unable to utter a single syllable. After a considerable time, Xiao Yue's emotions gradually settled. She wiped her tears and drank the milk in one gulp, taking a deep breath as she slowly rose from the sofa. "Thank you all. From now on, no matter what you do, please allow me to be a part of it." Seeing Xiao Yue regain her composure, a faint smile of relief appeared on Luo Chuan's face. He was about to speak when, suddenly, A cacophony of revving engines erupted from outside the villa. Moments later, a dozen battered vans, roaring like mad beasts, charged up the mountain road, screeching to a halt before the grandly adorned iron gates of Yunding Mountain Villa. The doors flung open, and the yellow-haired thug from the previous day, who had suffered a broken arm at Luo Chuan's hands, leapt from the vehicle, accompanied by dozens of henchmen wielding steel pipes and machetes. The yellow-haired thug's right arm was encased in thick plaster, hanging from a bandage around his neck. His eyes gleamed with greed and malice as he beheld the luxurious villa that resembled a palace. With a voice hoarse from rage, he bellowed to his gang, "Brothers, this is the place. That reckless brat lives inside. Today, we shall not only reclaim our money with interest, but also demolish this house. Break his legs. Snatch away all the women around him. Charge." Chapter 89. The foolish do not recognize the greatness of Mount Tai. The cacophony of vulgarities permeated through the thick walls, yet remained unmistakably clear. A swarm of oblivious flies buzzed incessantly, creating an unbearable din. Qin Ruoshi's voice was laced with unabashed disdain and impatience. Rising from her seat, she asserted, "You all remain seated. I shall step out to handle this." With that, she directed a brief remark towards Luo Chuan and, clad in slippers, strode purposefully toward the villa's grand entrance. Luo Chuan made no attempt to intervene. He understood that with Qin Ruoshi's presence, dealing with such lowly trash was more than sufficient. Outside the villa's imposing, intricately designed iron gate stood a scruffy thug, ingratiating himself beside a burly, bald man, the very boss he spoke of long ago, the proprietor of Filong Financial. A gold chain, as thick as a pinky finger, adorned Long Ji's neck, while a dragon tattoo coiled over his bare arm, exuding an aura of menace. As he listened to his underlings hurling insults from outside, a satisfied grin spread across his face. "Dare to challenge me, Longo? They must be tired of living." Spitting on the ground, he commanded, "Go, kick the door down. If we don't incapacitate this brat today, how can I, Longo, continue to survive in Jiangqing?" "Yes, boss." One thug immediately nodded enthusiastically, rallying two of the stoutest companions, ready to forcefully breach the door. However, before they could act, the heavy iron gate creaked open of its own accord. A lithe silhouette emerged before them, illuminated by the entrance's light, revealing Qin Ruoshi's breathtakingly beautiful visage and her devilishly alluring figure. Upon witnessing such an exquisite beauty, Long Gu and his band of ruffians were momentarily rendered speechless, their expressions transforming into lecherous grins. "Well, this lad certainly enjoys a stroke of luck, harboring such a gem at home." Long Gu appraised Qin Ruoshi with unabashed greed and desire glimmering in his eyes. Taking a few steps forward, he let out a wolf whistle and spoke in a mocking tone. "Beautiful lady, we have come to settle a score with the young man who drove the Lamborghini yesterday. If you're wise, step aside. Once we're done, I'll ensure you are well taken care of." Qin Ruoshi regarded the ragtag assembly before her, unfazed by Long Ji's lewd remarks. She merely lifted her eyelids, fixing him with a gaze as cold as death. With her crimson lips parting slightly, she delivered her chilling command, "Enough noise. Now all of you leave." Long Gu, momentarily taken aback, soon erupted into boisterous laughter, as if he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. "Ha ha, leave. Little girl, do you have any idea who you are speaking to?" The smile on Long Ji's face abruptly transformed into a sinister grimace. Today, not only would he not retreat, but he also intended to demonstrate before that pretty boy what true power entailed. However, before he could finish his words, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A series of synchronized, subtle footsteps echoed through the air. Unbeknownst to him, behind Qin Ruoshi and within the shadows of the villa's courtyard, dozens of men clad in black suits, wearing wireless earpieces and bearing stern expressions, had materialized. They seemed to have appeared out of thin air, silently encircling Long Gu and the multitude of thugs he had brought along. An aura of chilling menace swiftly enveloped the entrance of the villa. In stark contrast to these evidently professionally trained bodyguards, Long Ji's gang, armed with steel pipes and machetes, resembled nothing more than a group of children wielding toys. The raucous insults that had filled the air moments ago came to an abrupt halt, as the assembled thugs were rendered speechless by the sudden and formidable display before them, their hands trembling uncontrollably around their weapons. The vicious grin on Long Ji's face froze entirely. He was no fool. He could distinctly sense that the aura radiating from these men in black was that of individuals who had truly encountered bloodshed. His gaze instinctively returned to the woman standing at the forefront. This time, he scrutinized Qin Ruashi's face with meticulous attention. The visage he had only heard of in whispers among the upper echelons of Jiangqing's underworld. In the next instant, Long Ji's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. The color drained from his face in a mere second, leaving him paler than a corpse. With a thud, the once imperious Long Gu suddenly found his legs giving way, collapsing to the ground in abject submission. All his subordinates, including the yellow-haired thug, stood in stunned disbelief. Long Gu, what is wrong with you? The yellow-haired thug stammered. Long Gu paid him no heed. He remained on the ground, his body trembling like a leaf, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He lifted his head, his voice quivering with an unbearable dread, and exclaimed, "Miss Qin, I, a mere insignificant creature, failed to recognize your greatness. I beseech you, spare my wretched life." As he spoke, he began to frantically bow his head against the unforgiving concrete floor. Thud, thud, thud. After several blows, his forehead was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. This scene left everyone present utterly astounded. They could not fathom why Long Gu, notorious for his ruthlessness on the streets of Jiangqing, would be reduced to such a state before this woman. At that moment, Luo Chuan leisurely emerged from the villa. He approached Qin Ruashi, casting a lofty gaze upon the trembling Long Gu, who knelt on the ground, nearly overwhelmed by fear. With an expression devoid of emotion, Luo Chuan casually inquired, "Filong Financial, is it?" At the sound of Luo Chuan's voice, Long Gu shuddered, hastily lifting his bloodied face and nodding fervently. Yes, yes, I am indeed from Filong Financial." Luo Chuan nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "Tell me, are you acquainted with the owner of Yayun Home Furnishings, Zhou Lide?" Upon hearing this name, Long Gu momentarily froze. Then, as if a realization struck him, he quickly replied, "Yes, yes. That old scoundrel Zhou Lide owes our company several million in gambling debts and has been dragging his feet on repayment. We were just about to pay him a visit in a couple of days." To save his own skin, Long Gu divulged every piece of information he possessed, spilling it like beans from a bamboo tube. "Miss Qin, Mr. Luo, Zhou Lide is no good. His company's accounts are a mess, and he frequently borrows money from us to gamble in Macau. I have several promissory notes signed by him, along with videos of his gambling escapades. Just say the word, and I can have him brought to you immediately." At this revelation, a knowing smile crept onto Luo Chuan's lips, a most unexpected stroke of fortune. Originally contemplating how to make Zhou Lide comply, it now appeared that step could be bypassed entirely. Without casting another glance at the prostrate Long Gu, Luo Chuan merely waved his hand towards Qin Ruashi. "Let them depart. We wouldn't want to tarnish our premises." Qin Ruashi nodded and signaled to the black-clad bodyguards. Upon receiving the command, the guards promptly cleared a path. Long Gu, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, scrambled to his feet and, accompanied by his utterly petrified subordinates, fled back to the van, accelerating away as if for his life, vanishing at the end of the mountain road. Throughout the ordeal, not even a superficial word was uttered. The entrance of the villa returned to tranquility. Luo Chuan turned around to behold Xiao Yue, who had regained her composure from the shock. A serene smile adorned his face. "Senior, everything is in place. It is time to meet with General Zhou of Yayun Home Furnishings." Chapter 90. Choose one. In the heart of Jiang City, the headquarters of Yayun Home Furnishings stood tall. This office building, situated in a prime location of the commercial district, was exquisitely decorated, reflecting the success Zhou Lide had amassed over the years. A sleek black Cullinan smoothly came to a halt at the entrance. The door swung open, and Luo Chuan stepped out from the back seat. Dressed in a tailored black casual ensemble, he maintained a calm demeanor as he walked into the opulent lobby of Yayun Home Furnishings. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have an appointment?" The receptionist's eyes sparkled upon seeing Luo Chuan, and a professional, sweet smile instantly graced her face. Luo Chuan paid her no heed, not even pausing his steps as he strode directly towards the elevator area. "Excuse me, sir, you cannot enter." The receptionist hurriedly sprinted after him, attempting to block his path. At that moment, two tall security guards noticed the commotion and quickly approached, positioning themselves on either side of Luo Chuan. "Sir, this is a private office area. You cannot enter without an appointment," one of the guards warned sternly. Luo Chuan's gaze calmly traversed the faces of the two guards. He uttered not a word. Yet, in the instant their eyes met his, the seasoned guards felt an electrifying chill run down their spines. They sensed they were not confronting a mere youth, but rather a formidable beast emerging from the ancient wilderness. Poised to strike. An indescribable pressure emanated from Luo Chuan, constricting their breaths as if an invisible weight bore down upon them. He simply walked past the two guards, who stood frozen in place, and pressed the button for the elevator leading to the chairman's office on the top floor. As the elevator doors slowly closed, sealing away his presence, the suffocating pressure abruptly dissipated. The guards exhaled in unison, only then realizing that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Ding. Top floor, chairman's office. Zhou Lide sat with an imposing demeanor behind his exquisite rosewood desk, a cigar clenched between his teeth as he exhaled smoke, boasting loudly into the phone. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I guarantee the project in the Southern District will be handled flawlessly. In Jiangcheng, there is nothing I, Zhou Lide, cannot accomplish. At that moment, the office door was forcefully pushed open, and Luo Chuan's silhouette appeared in the doorway. Zhou Lide's expression darkened instantly upon seeing someone enter without knocking, anger surging within him. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he froze upon recognizing the young man's face. What a strikingly handsome youth. Having navigated the business world for many years, Zhou Lide had encountered a myriad of individuals. Yet, he had never met someone like Luo Chuan, whose mere visage and aura could evoke such immense pressure. However, his astonishment was fleeting. He spoke into the phone. I have a matter to attend to. Let us continue this conversation later, and promptly hung up. Extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray, Zhou Lide leaned back in his expansive executive chair, regarding Luo Chuan with a scrutinizing gaze, his tone dripping with arrogance as he inquired. Who are you? Who permitted you to enter? Do you understand the rules? Luo Chuan did not respond to his question. Instead, he walked unperturbed to the guest sofa opposite the desk and took a seat. Upon observing Luo Chuan's demeanor, which conveyed a complete disregard for his presence, Zhou Lide's expression grew increasingly grim. I am addressing you. Are you mute? Zhou Lide's voice brimmed with evident ire. If you remain silent, I shall summon security. Luo Chuan lifted his eyelids, gazing at the corpulent, middle-aged man before him, and finally spoke. His tone was devoid of emotion, as flat as still water. I have come to deliver a message from an old friend of yours. Old friend? Zhou Lide furrowed his brow, curiosity piqued. Who? A faint smile graced the corners of Luo Chuan's lips. Xiao Zhenhua. The moment those three syllables escaped Luo Chuan's mouth, Zhou Lide's expression stiffened noticeably. A flicker of barely perceptible panic crossed his eyes, swiftly masked by a more intense disdain. Zhou Lide scoffed, as if he had just heard a grand joke. Xiao Zhenhua? Huh, I thought it was someone of significance. Turns out it's that worthless, drunken fool who can't even keep his wife. His face radiated unabashed contempt and pride. What's this? Has that good-for-nothing finally run out of money for drinks? Did he send you, this pretty boy, to beg? With a flourish, Zhou Lide extracted several red bills from his wallet and tossed them onto the coffee table in front of Luo Chuan, as if dismissing a beggar. Take it. Consider it a generous gift from me, Zhou, on a good day. His tone dripped with condescension, laden with the air of superiority. Go back and inform that worthless fool not to trouble me again. He is destined to rot in that slum. In the face of Zhou Lide's insulting words and gestures, Luo Chuan maintained an expression of impassivity. He merely extended his hand, gently pushing a black folder on the table toward Zhou Lide. Zhou, you may have misunderstood. Luo Chuan's voice remained calm as a placid lake. I am not here to ask for money. I have come to invite you to meet him. Zhou Lide glanced at the folder, then back at Luo Chuan's tranquil visage, his irritation reaching its zenith. Meet him? What is he to me? Does he merit my personal attention? Zhou Lide waved his hand dismissively. Take your money and leave. Don't waste my time. Luo Chuan remained unmoved, merely tapping the black folder with his finger. I advise you to open it and see its contents before deciding whether to accept my invitation. Observing Luo Chuan's unwavering confidence, an inexplicable sense of foreboding crept into Zhou Lide's mind. After a brief hesitation, he finally, albeit irritably, reached for the folder and casually flipped open the first page. He glanced at it for just a moment. A mere glance was sufficient. All expressions on Zhou Lide's face appeared as if they had been instantaneously frozen, completely immobilized in that moment. The contents of the folder, whether taken casually or not, were enough to render him destitute and imprisoned for a lifetime. Zhou Lide's breath abruptly quickened. His hand, clutching the folder, began to tremble violently, a fine sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He abruptly raised his head, fixing an expression akin to that of a ghost upon the calmly seated Luo Chuan, his throat emitting a hoarse rasp. Why you? Zhou Lide felt as though his tongue had swelled, rendering him incapable of articulating a complete sentence. Luo Chuan slowly rose from the sofa. He approached the desk. Gazing down upon the man whose face had turned ashen, and in a calm tone, delivered the final ultimatum. Now, you have two choices. First, comply and accompany me to meet him. Second, I will ensure this document, along with its countless copies, appears on the desks of the tax bureau, police station, and every media outlet in Jiangxing. Zhou, you may choose. In an instant, Zhou Lide's complexion drained of color. His hand trembled violently, the thin sheets of paper feeling as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. Who are you? Zhou Lide's voice was dry and hoarse, laden with unmistakable fear. Luo Chuan regarded him, his expression remaining tranquil. Without answering Zhou Lide's inquiry, he reiterated in an undeniable tone, Zhou, my time is precious. Accompany me, or I will escort you to a different destination. Choose. The frigid words, devoid of any emotion, utterly shattered Zhou Lide's psychological defenses. He recognized that he had no options left. I will go with you. Zhou Lide felt as if all his strength had been siphoned away. Collapsing into the plush confines of the expensive executive chair, cold sweat dripping down his greasy cheeks, one drop at a time. Luo Chuan nodded with satisfaction. He turned and strode toward the office exit. Zhou Lide, not daring to linger, scrambled to his feet, neglecting to straighten his disheveled attire. Stumbling to follow closely behind Luo Chuan. As they exited the office, the secretaries and staff outside regarded their boss with expressions of shock, akin to witnessing a ghost. They had never seen the typically domineering and imperious Zhou Lide trailing behind a young man, his face reflecting fear and despair. Luo Chuan paid no heed to the astonished gazes around him. He led Zhou Lide through the headquarters of Yayin Home, seamlessly departing in the black Cullinan parked at the entrance. The vehicle roared to life, surging forward without a moment's hesitation toward the dilapidated old district. Half an hour later, within the confines of Qiao Jinhua's rundown abode, saturated with the stench of alcohol and mildew, he sat languidly on a tattered sofa, gripping a bottle of inferior liquor, taking intermittent swigs. Yet, his pace of consumption was markedly slower than the previous day. His gaze, once clouded and numb, now bore a hint of persistent confusion and torment. He fixated on a yellowed photograph adorning the wall, where his younger self radiated vigor, eyes brimming with hope and brilliance for the future. Turning to the mirror, he beheld a gaunt reflection, a specter of his former self, evoking an indescribable sorrow and self-loathing within him. As Qiao Jinhua languished in his reverie, the creaking of the dilapidated wooden door shattered the silence, thrust open by an intruder. Luo Chuan's placid visage appeared in the doorway, followed closely by a trembling man. Pale as death. Upon recognizing the man as face, Qiao Jinhua felt as if time had frozen. The bottle in his hand cracked ominously under his grip, his once dazed eyes igniting with a tempest of fury and hatred in an instant. Zhou Lide. A primal growl erupted from Qiao Jinhua's throat, echoing with the ferocity of a wild beast. This name he had savored and despised in the darkest corners of his mind for over a decade. The wretch before him, even in ashes, he would recognize as the architect of his descent from paradise to hell, the one who had obliterated his life. In the next heartbeat, Qiao Jinhua sprang from the sofa, seizing a broken wooden stool, and with every ounce of strength, he swung it vehemently toward Zhou Lide's head. I will kill you, you beast. Zhou Lide, confronted with the murderous intent radiating from Qiao Jinhua, was gripped by terror, screaming as he turned to flee. However, Luo Chuan stood resolutely behind him, blocking all avenues of escape. There was nowhere for Zhou Lide to run. A resounding thud echoed through the room as the sturdy wooden stool connected forcefully with Zhou Lide's back. Ah! Zhou Lide shrieked in anguish, propelled forward by the force, crashing to the ground in a disheveled heap. In that moment, Qiao Jinhua was consumed by a blind rage. He discarded the splintered remnants of the stool and lunged at Zhou Lide, straddling him while gripping his neck tightly. His fists rained down like a torrential storm upon Zhou Lide's corpulent, greasy face, each blow a testament to his unbridled fury. Thud, 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 thud. Each punch was delivered with all the strength that Qiao Jinhua could muster. Each strike bore the weight of years of accumulated pain, resentment, and bitterness. You wretched scum. Lower than a beast. He roared as he struck. In the beginning, Zhou Lide struggled desperately, uttering incoherent pleas for mercy. However, it was not long before his voice grew feeble and his attempts to resist diminished. Blood poured from his mouth and nose, quickly staining the ground beneath him a deep crimson. Luo Chuan stood nearby, observing the scene with a cold detachment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Zhou Lide's body slackened, his breath shallow and labored, on the brink of unconsciousness. Only then did Xiao Jinhua gradually cease his assault. Gasping for air, he felt an unprecedented exhaustion wash over him, as years of pent-up grievances were finally released. Seizing the moment, Luo Chuan stepped forward, extending his hand to drag the barely recognizable Zhou Lide from the ground like a lifeless dog, tossing him at Xiao Jinhua's feet. Luo Chuan then placed a foot on Zhou Lide's swollen face, pressing it firmly against the cold floor. His voice was devoid of warmth. "Speak. Relate every detail of what transpired back then, without omitting a single word." Zhou Lide, nearly suffocated by the pressure, was gripped by a primal fear of death that ignited a fierce will to survive. With his last ounce of strength, he opened his bloodied mouth, emitting a stuttering cry filled with regret and terror. "I will speak. I will tell everything. Brother Jinhua, it was my fault. I was blinded by jealousy of your talent as I saw you on the brink of success, and my heart was unsettled. So, I devised false accounts and embezzled all your money. And as for your wife, it was I who deceived her with sweet words. I told her that you did not love her, that you only cared for your worthless possessions. I promised her a better life." Zhou Lide's voice, sharp and grating from the intense pain and fear, continued. "She was with me for less than 2 years before she took all my money and left. Later, I inquired about her. I heard she developed a gambling addiction, lost everything, and ultimately fell gravely ill, dying alone in a rental in a foreign city. Brother, I am so sorry." As those final words escaped Zhou Lide's lips, the air in the room seemed to freeze in that moment. The spark that had briefly returned to Xiao Jinhua's eyes vanished once more, leaving them hollow. All his anger and hatred dissipated, erased by the harsh truth he had just heard. In its stead, there emerged a deeper despair and anguish, potent enough to completely engulf a person. Xiao Jinhua merely cradled his head, gradually sinking to the ground, his throat emitting suppressed sobs. All pride, all resentment, all lingering thoughts were, at that moment, utterly shattered. Just then, faint footsteps could be heard from beyond the weathered wooden door. Xiao Yue, accompanied by Su Wanqing, stood at the threshold. She gazed upon the hellish scene within, the man kneeling on the floor, weeping uncontrollably, and the father clutching his head, his body trembling violently as if he had lost all semblance of his soul. Chapter 92. Weightier than Mount Tai tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Beside her, Su Wanqing extended her hand, gently clasping Xiao Yue's icy fingers, offering an encouraging glance. Xiao Yue inhaled deeply, wiped away her tears with the back of her hand, and then stepped inside. Immersed in his own world, Xiao Jinhua remained oblivious to his daughter's approach, muttering incessantly to himself, "I am worthless. I am worthless. I am a complete failure." Xiao Yue knelt before him, her lips sealed in silence as she quietly opened the somewhat worn canvas bag she had brought along. Carefully, she retrieved an object from within, a partially carved wooden sculpture. Crafted from fine boxwood, it had accumulated a thin layer of dust over time, its hue dimmed. The sculpture depicted a little girl with horn braids, her eyes and smile radiating joy, complete with 2 adorable dimples. Yet, the piece remained unfinished, with many details left in rough-hewn lines, and even one of the girl's arms yet to be carved. Nonetheless, even this incomplete work revealed the deft hands and gentle heart of its creator. Xiao Yue extended her hands, gently placing the half-finished wooden sculpture into Xiao Jinhua's swollen and trembling palms, a result of his years of alcohol abuse. His body froze. A flicker of focus finally emerged in his hollow eyes as he slowly lowered his gaze to the familiar yet alien object resting in his hands, momentarily stunned. "Dad, do you remember?" Xiao Yue's voice broke the silence, tinged with an undeniable quiver, yet every word was articulated with remarkable clarity. "This is the first birthday gift you promised to give me. On my 6th birthday, you held me and said you would present me with a unique wooden sculpture, one that belonged solely to me." Xiao Yue gazed into her father's eyes, tears once again streaming down her cheeks, dropping one by one onto the cold concrete floor. "You claimed to be the most extraordinary woodcarver in the world. You asserted that your hands could transform decay into marvels, creating the most exquisite pieces imaginable." Her voice began to tremble as she reached out, tightly grasping her father's hand that cradled the wooden sculpture. In my heart, you have never been a drunkard, nor a failure. You are my hero." Xiao Jinhua stared vacantly at the unfinished wood carving in his hands, slowly lifting his gaze to behold the tear-streaked face of his beloved daughter. Within those eyes, clouded by alcohol for over a decade, something was quietly shattering. He remembered. He remembered it all, the countless nights spent in his workshop, inhaling the familiar scent of wood, listening to the sound of chisels gliding across timber, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction and pride. He recalled the moment he first won a national award, holding the trophy and his creation, smiling radiantly beneath the flashing lights. He also remembered cradling his young daughter, promising her with unwavering conviction that he would carve the most beautiful woodwork in the world for her and her mother, envisioning a life of utmost happiness for them. In those days, he was filled with vigor, a paragon of strength in his daughter's eyes. But what of later? A single act of betrayal shattered all his pride and dreams. From that moment on, he willingly cast aside his chisel, opting for a bottle instead. He sought to numb himself with alcohol, to punish himself through degradation, and to inflict the cruelest words upon his only daughter. He believed he loathed the woman who betrayed him, the brother who ruined his career. Yet, it was not until today, at this very moment, that he finally comprehended the truth. The person he despised the most was, in fact, himself. He had personally extinguished the once vibrant Xiao Jinhua, transforming the hero in his daughter's eyes into a despised drunkard and failure. A cry, suppressed to its utmost limit and brimming with boundless regret and anguish, erupted from the depths of Xiao Jinhua's throat. He could no longer contain his emotions. This nearly 50-year-old man, weathered by life and betrayal for over a decade, finally broke down like a child, weeping uncontrollably. His sobs were no longer mere whispers of despair. They were a complete, unreserved release of emotion. He clutched the unfinished wooden sculpture tightly in one hand, while the other arm enveloped his daughter in a desperate embrace. "I apologize, Wei. I am truly sorry. It was my fault, and I owe you this long overdue apology." After more than a decade, the words finally escaped my lips, accompanied by tears of regret. In the disheveled room, father and daughter embraced, weeping bitterly. All barriers, resentments, and sorrows were gradually washed away by their anguished cries and the warmth of their tears. Standing at a distance, Su Wanqing watched this belated reconciliation, her eyes misting with emotion. Instinctively, she stepped a little closer to Luo Chuan, who remained silent, merely observing. Time seemed to stretch as Xiao Jinhua and Xiao Yue's emotions slowly began to settle. Releasing his hold on his daughter, Xiao Jinhua wiped his face with his soiled sleeve. He then lifted his head, and for the first time, his tear-streaked eyes regained the clarity and brightness of a normal man. His gaze drifted beyond his daughter's shoulder to rest upon the composed young man before him. Xiao Jinhua's lips parted, poised to speak, yet he found his throat parched, rendering him mute. Meanwhile, Xiao Yue, having calmed down, gradually rose to her feet. She turned to face Luo Chuan, her eyes red and swollen from crying. Unwaveringly fixed upon him, she beheld the man who had descended like a deity, pulling her and her family from the depths of despair. Gratitude, dependence, admiration, and comfort, an intricate tapestry of emotions intertwined within Xiao Yue's heart, ultimately converging into a fervent sentiment known as love. It was Luo Chuan who bestowed upon her a new life, and it was he who granted her father a second chance. This gratitude weighed heavier than any mountain. With determined steps, Xiao Yue approached Luo Chuan. She rose on her toes, tilting her tear-streaked, lovely face upward, and softly pressed her tender lips against his. Though her gesture was innocent, it brimmed with an unspoken resolve and profound affection.